At 8 o'clock in the evening, the deep blue sky was adorned with a crescent moon, its halo distinctly visible, while the city of Ginkgo shimmered with brilliant lights and prosperity. The moonlight cascaded onto the airport runway as Su Yuan's flight began its gradual descent. With a heart full of joy, she stepped out of the boarding gate, excited to finally celebrate her boyfriend Jiang Yuan's birthday. Pulling out her phone, she called for a ride, saying, "Driver, my phone number ends in 3590. Please take me to Daegu Li Shopping Center." Su Yuan worked as a procurement officer for a ship parts manufacturing company, often traveling for work. This time, she had been summoned back unexpectedly, allowing her to make it just in time for Jiang Yuan's special day. She intended to return quietly, hoping to surprise him. 30 minutes later, the taxi arrived at the entrance of Daegu Li Shopping Center, located in the heart of Ginkgo City, a hub of high-end brands and luxury goods. After alighting, she gazed up at the towering skyscrapers, marveling at their opulence. She squeezed the card in her pocket, contemplating purchasing a Rolex for Jiang Yuan with the savings she had accumulated over time. Jiang Yuan had a fondness for various watches, particularly enamored with Rolex. She mused that his expression upon receiving it would surely rival a child's delight at the sight of candy. After spending a considerable amount of time selecting the perfect watch, the sales assistant assured her, "Miss, rest assured if it doesn't fit, you can bring your boyfriend to exchange it for another style of equal value." Ultimately, Su Yuan chose a stunning black Submariner worth 90,000. With the exquisitely wrapped gift box in hand, she exited the mall. Typically, she purchased clothes for merely 100 yuan each, but this time, splurging on a watch felt like a significant expense. Nevertheless, for her boyfriend, it was worth every penny. As the day drew to a close, she hurried to collect the cake she had ordered in advance, making her way to Jiang Yuan's residential complex. 45 minutes later, the taxi halted at the entrance of Fengling Community. With her left hand grasping the suitcase and her right carrying the cake and gift, she looked up at the complex, which bore the marks of time. The thought of having purchased a second-hand apartment with Jiang Yuan in the city filled her with joy. Although they would have to repay the mortgage slowly, she believed that as long as they worked hard together, they could create a fulfilling life, sharing a home, meals, and seasons. This was her first visit, despite Jiang Yuan having given her the keys 6 months prior. Su Yuan shook the cake in her hands, bubbling with anticipation at the prospect of reuniting with her boyfriend. Dragging her heavy suitcase, she made her way to the elevator entrance of Building 3. Her face radiated a bright smile as she envisioned opening the door to envelop him in a big hug and wish him a happy birthday. With a click, the key turned in the lock, and the door swung open to reveal a chaotic scene: shoes, bags, jackets, and wine glasses strewn about the living room beside the sofa, while sultry music played from a small speaker. Hearing laughter and playful banter from the bedroom, she set her belongings down and strode directly toward the door, flinging it open. "Ah, you too. Jiang Yuan, Lin Huiyu, how shameless can you be?" Jiang Yuan stood bare-chested, revealing a well-defined physique, clad only in dark green underwear. Lin Huiyu wore a sheer, silky garment that clung to her like a seductive serpent. The woman was pinned beneath him, and the two were engaged in an act too scandalous to describe. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Yuan frantically grabbed a pink bathrobe from the bedside, attempting to cover the indiscretion that had unfolded. Su Yuan, overwhelmed by anger, was also struck with shock and heartbreak. In her effort to arrive before midnight to celebrate Jiang Yuan's birthday, she had changed her flight and specifically purchased the Rolex watch. Now, she was met with this unthinkable scene: her boyfriend entangled with her best friend, a sight that pierced her heart and stung her eyes. At that moment, her stomach churned violently, waves of nausea threatening to overwhelm her. Yuan, let me explain. Lin Huiyu and I were just playing around. It was a moment of impulse. My feelings for you are genuine." Su Yuan turned and dashed into the living room, intending to grab her belongings and leave, but suddenly realized she could not simply walk away. The down payment for their apartment had been 400,000, of which she had contributed 200,000. The previous owner had been eager to sell, and the location and layout were excellent. Yet Jiang Yuan had only 200,000 to offer, and in a moment of urgency, Su Yuan had put forth all her savings to cover the down payment. Now, the property deed bore only Jiang Yuan's name, as he had promised her that once they registered their marriage, her name would be added. They were set to register their marriage in a few days, yet here he was, caught red-handed in infidelity. Everything had changed in an instant. Su Yuan's gaze turned icy as she stared at the man before her heart thoroughly shattered. 3 years of love were about to conclude in such a disgraceful manner. Reflecting on their past sweetness, she fought to maintain her composure and calmly said to Jiang Yuan, "It's over between us. Transfer the 200,000 to my account within a week." Lin Huiyu scoffed, clearly affronted by Jiang Yuan's earlier claims of it being a mere fling. Seething, she intended to vent her anger on Su Yuan. "Do you think this is ancient times? You want to uphold a virtue? Let me tell you, I've been with Jiang Ge for 6 months now. This is no whim." Lin Huiyu, once a friend of Su Yuan, was single and had grown close to Jiang Yuan during their outings together. Now, with the truth laid bare, she felt no remorse, believing herself competent enough to win a man. "Shut your mouth." Jiang Yuan attempted to salvage the situation, reprimanding Lin Huiyu in Su Yuan's presence. He approached and grasped Su Yuan's arm, pleading, Yuan, I am sincere with you. Can't you feel the love we've shared over these 3 years?" Su Yuan coldly shot him a glance, repulsed by his attempts at justifying his actions. In the dimly lit room, the three stood in a tense standoff, the atmosphere chilling to the bone. Jiang Yuan continued, "I made a mistake that any man could make. You can't erase our relationship because of this." Su Yuan forcefully pulled her arm away, her face contorted in disgust. "Speak if you must, but keep your filthy hands to yourself." Meanwhile, Lin Huiyu, now dressed, adorned herself with earrings and lipstick, exuding an air of disdain, as if putting on a show. She shot Su Yuan a challenging glance, tauntingly saying, "Jiang Ge, if she won't give you what you want, it means she doesn't love you enough. You said you felt more comfortable with me." Su Yuan squeezed her eyes shut, taking a deep breath, unwilling to engage in futile arguments. One was a close friend, the other her boyfriend, both entwined in betrayal and unforgivable act. She could only blame herself for being blind and choosing her friends poorly. In this world, there are two things one should never gaze upon directly: the sun and the human heart, and indeed, this proved true. Steeling herself, Su Yuan gathered her thoughts. Weary but resolute, she addressed Jiang Yuan seriously. "Jiang, it's over between us. Thankfully, we never registered our marriage or held a wedding. Even the heavens seemed to pity me for being kept in the dark, revealing this before our wedding. Now, just transfer the money to my account, and we shall never meet again." With that, Su Yuan resolutely tossed the key onto the table and walked away without looking back. Inside, she felt a bittersweet ache, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She felt as if her heart had been devoured by a dog. Never again would she believe in the farce of love. Chapter 2. A marriage license. At once stepping out of the Fengling community, she gazed up at the deep indigo sky. The dark night seemed to be an endless expanse of thick ink smeared across the horizon, with the moon obscured by clouds, leaving even the faintest glimmer of stars hidden. The sweet memories of the past flooded her mind, only to vanish in an instant, leaving her heart feeling as if it were being torn apart. She wandered aimlessly along the street, feeling a sense of confusion. Her rental would be terminated in 3 days, as the landlord had already found new tenants. Initially, she had planned to move in with Jiang Yuan, but the change had come crashing down like a landslide. On the surface, Su Yuan feigned indifference, yet once she turned away, she was engulfed in sorrow, unable to extricate herself from the depths of her grief. Beep, beep, beep. Her phone vibrated in her bag, pulling her thoughts back to reality. Su Yuan fished out her phone, glancing at the caller ID. It was her mother. The voice on the other end was filled with joy. Yuan, in 2 weeks, I will be back in the country just in time for your wedding." Su Yuan hesitated, stammering softly, but before she could finish her thought, Li Zhou interjected, Yuan, what's wrong? Are you still upset with me for coming to the States alone?" "No, I don't blame you, Mom." "Good, then wait for me to return." After hanging up, Su Yuan fell back into a deep, sorrowful contemplation. She had broken up with Jiang Yuan. How could she possibly find a fiancé for her mother within 2 weeks? When she was 13, her father passed away, and her mother remarried in the States, enjoying a life of luxury while she lived with her grandparents, who had now both passed away. Su Yuan was left to navigate life alone in Ginkgo City. Her mother was her only family, and she was overjoyed at her impending return. Oh, whatever, if it comes to it, she could always rent a boyfriend to appease her mother. What mattered most was that she would finally reunite with her mother after many years apart. While others had mothers to care for them, Su Yuan had longed for her mother's presence for over a decade. After wandering the streets for a while, she recalled a quaint alley adorned with blooming flowers, and the image of the neighborly grandmother who treated her like her own granddaughter surfaced in her mind. An idea sparked, and she resolved to return to that alley. The grandmother had always been a confidant, with whom she could share her innermost thoughts, offering sage advice when needed. At 10:30 in the evening, she arrived at number 18, the Flower Alley. The houses here were somewhat old but well-preserved, buzzing with life. Vines entwined along both sides of the alley, exuding a fragrant aroma. As Su Yuan knocked on the door, the grandmother was outside, fanning herself in the courtyard. Upon hearing the knock, the grandmother turned towards the door, speechless with excitement, and rushed out to open it. Xiao Yuan, you've come back. I've missed you so much. The grandmother grasped her hand, but a moment later, her expression changed as she noticed Su Yuan's reddened eyes. The grandmother took her luggage and led her to a bamboo chair in the courtyard, her face etched with concern. What is wrong, my dear girl? Who has upset you? The grandmother had watched her grow up, and upon seeing the familiar, kind face, tears burst forth from Su Yuan like a raging torrent. After a long while, she managed to stop sobbing. Grandma, I'm preparing to marry my boyfriend, and I've already bought a house. But he's involved with my friend, and I can't accept it right now. With that, she buried her face in the grandmother's embrace as the grandmother gently patted her back. What a scoundrel! He deserves nothing but contempt. You are not worth shedding tears for him. The grandmother felt her pain. Yet, instead of anger or sadness, a glimmer of joy flickered in her eyes as she continued. But if you look at it from another angle, this may be a blessing in disguise, Xiao Yuan. Even the heavens are helping you. Su Yuan was perplexed, unable to see how this could be a good thing. But the grandmother seemed genuinely delighted. Since you've broken up, how about getting a marriage certificate with my grandson? Su Yuan was taken aback, completely unprepared for such a suggestion. But I don't even know what he looks like. The grandmother, with a warm smile, remained unfazed and did not rush to explain. On that sultry summer night, she handed Su Yuan a slice of bright red watermelon. This little courtyard had been her home for a lifetime, brimming with various fruits and vibrant life. Don't worry. He's not the kind to play around. He's honest, ambitious, and responsible. Su Yuan took a bite of the watermelon, the sweetness flooding her senses. Shaking her head, she realized she was still engulfed in the sorrow of her recent heartbreak and felt hesitant to have any expectations of love. As to your grandson in England? That is impossible. The grandmother's expression turned serious. How can that be impossible? He returned to the country last month. Su Yuan, knowing the grandmother's integrity, recognized that she was not joking. However, marriage was a significant matter that could not be approached so hastily. Perhaps she could first meet the grandmother's grandson. Yet the grandmother insisted, if possible, you two should meet tonight and get the certificate tomorrow. Su Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Marriage so soon? She had been in a relationship with her ex-boyfriend for 3 years without any resolution. But the grandmother was serious, never one to make light of such matters, which left her deep in thought. The grandmother's intention was clear. She did not want Su Yuan to suffer in love any longer, and she was wholeheartedly confident that her grandson could bring her happiness. She picked up the phone and called her grandson. Ahua, the water heater is broken. Come home and fix it quickly, or you won't be able to take a shower tonight. Fenghua was puzzled, wondering why his grandmother was focused on fixing the water heater at such a late hour. However, under the command of his beloved grandmother, he dared not refuse, curious about what scheme she was concocting. Sitting in the spacious living room of his grand villa, he snuffed out his cigarette and grabbed his car keys as he headed outside. As he reached the garage and opened the car door, Fenghua's phone vibrated with a message from his grandmother. Come in the cheapest car. What was going on? He scanned the garage, and the least expensive option was a white Cadillac. Following his grandmother's wishes, he closed the door of his Maserati and walked towards the Cadillac. 20 minutes later, he parked in front of the small courtyard in Flower Alley. Upon entering, he spotted Su Yuan and felt a wave of confusion. Who was this girl? The grandmother smiled and said, Ahua, Xiao Yuan has come to visit me tonight. She hasn't showered yet, so please fix the water heater for her. Fenghua had seen Su Yuan a few times when they were children but had never spoken to her. After studying abroad and working, he had not encountered her since. Now, everyone had matured and changed, making it difficult to recognize one another. However, Fenghua retained a memory of a sweet, well-mannered little girl who often accompanied his grandmother. Her eyes bright and innocent, he exchanged a brief glance with her before heading directly into the bathroom. After tinkering for a while, he discovered that the water heater was functioning perfectly. The realization struck him. His grandmother must have summoned him to meet the girl. He recalled that recently, his grandmother had introduced him to many girls for blind dates, all of which had come to nothing. At 28, he had never been in a relationship, and his grandmother was increasingly worried about his marital prospects, even suspecting he might be gay. Just then, the grandmother entered the bathroom. Is it fixed? You're going to get the marriage certificate with Xiao Yuan tomorrow. The grandmother was issuing a command, not seeking a discussion. Feng Hua hesitated. This time, his grandmother was serious. She had never mentioned marriage before, and the previous blind dates had all been bizarre, with the girls immediately asking about dowries, houses, and cars. He replied nonchalantly, I'm not going. Chapter 3. Why marry so casually? The grandmother's demeanor turned grave. If you don't go, are you wishing for me to die with regrets? I don't have many years left. Is it so difficult to see you settled down in my lifetime? The grandmother's words were fierce, and Feng Hua averted his gaze, having never witnessed her anger at such intensity. Feng Hua did not understand love. He simply wanted a docile, uncomplicated woman by his side, someone who could fulfill his grandmother's wishes. Fine, I'll go, but on one condition. My identity must remain hidden for a 3-month trial period. If she proves herself worthy, then we can continue. The grandmother scoffed, You think I don't know Xiao Yuan? I've watched her grow up. I know her character. Feng Hua believed women to be inherently vain. Perhaps this girl had ulterior motives in coming to visit his grandmother, attempting to secure her favor. If you don't agree, I want to go. The next day, dawn broke, and the warm morning sun filtered through the sheer curtains. After breakfast, Feng Hua and Su Yuan climbed into the Cadillac, heading straight for the Civil Affairs Bureau. Throughout the journey, they remained silent, yet it was not awkward. Rather, it was a comforting familiarity, as they had known each other in childhood. It happened to be a Tuesday, and a long queue had formed at the bureau. Couples arriving to register their marriages were dressed exquisitely, with girls holding bouquets, some adorned with veils, laughing and chatting with their partners. In contrast, Su Yuan and Feng Hua were dressed casually, walking a few paces apart. Seemingly strangers, drawing curious glances from those around them, who must have thought they were in the wrong line. At that moment, a staff member approached to maintain order. There are many people today. Please confirm your lines. Those getting married should queue on the left, and those seeking a divorce on the right. Don't waste your time or others by lining up incorrectly. This announcement seemed directed at Su Yuan and Feng Hua. But they remained oblivious, still standing in the left line. Half an hour later, it was finally their turn. The staff handed them each a form to fill out with their personal information. Su Yuan hesitated upon reaching the section for age, feeling a bit awkward. Your age is? Feng Hua maintained a stoic expression, his cool demeanor intimidating, responding softly, 28. The staff member looked perplexed, glancing between the two before asking skeptically, You don't know each other? We do. Marriage is a significant life event, requiring mutual consent. The staff member observed Su Yuan's expression and saw no indication of coercion. She then looked at the man beside her. His sharp features and tall stature, combined with an air of aloof elegance, did not suggest he was forcing anyone into marriage. In fact, marrying a man of such striking appearance seemed like quite the catch. The female staff member even found herself somewhat smitten during the session for their marriage certificate photo. The distance between the couple was so vast that it could easily accommodate a sizable truck. The photographer remarked, Sir and Miss, I presume there are indeed 2 of you getting married? After a moment of shared understanding, Su Yuan and Feng Hua exchanged an awkward glance. He had never been this close to a woman before. Feng Hua reluctantly settled in, feeling somewhat unnatural, and the photo with a red backdrop was captured with a click. After reciting their vows, the two emerged from the Civil Affairs Bureau, each holding a marriage certificate. A beam of soft, crimson light fell diagonally upon the cover of the certificate they held, enhancing its vibrant allure. Feng Hua took the initiative to inquire, Where do you reside? I shall escort you. Su Yuan shook her head, replying, I can take a taxi myself. I wouldn't want to intrude upon your work schedule. Feng Hua, however, felt uneasy. Despite their lack of emotional connection at this moment, leaving a woman behind was not in his character. I am your legal husband. How would it reflect on me to abandon you? His tone bore a hint of insistence, leaving no room for refusal. Su Yuan acquiesced, allowing him to drive her back to Qingyun apartment. Throughout the journey, Conversation was sparse. Su Yuan found it hard to believe that she had just married a virtual stranger so swiftly. After 3 years of fruitless courtship with someone else, could this be what people referred to as fate? In the car, Feng Hua broke the silence, asking, "Is your residence rented or purchased?" Su Yuan turned to gauge his expression and replied, "Rented. Perhaps we could move in together from Fenghua Lane to save on rent." After a brief moment of contemplation, she thought, "Now that we are married, it wouldn't be appropriate to refuse. I will return to gather my belongings and move in tonight." She concluded. The two traveled along the gentle morning light, navigating through the bustling cityscape and passing by the iconic Li Feng International Building, a jewel in the crown of Feng's enterprises, in the heart of this valuable real estate. The buildings exuded a sense of opulence, a place where everyone aspired to work. Unbeknownst to Su Yuan, the distinguished man beside her was the very president of Li Feng International. As they interacted more, their conversation began to flow more freely. Su Yuan politely asked, "May I inquire what your profession is?" She was cautious, not wanting to appear too forward. "I am an assistant to the boss and also handle appliance repairs," he stated with calm certainty, making it seem plausible. After a while, Su Yuan introduced herself. "I work as a purchasing agent for a ship parts manufacturing company and sometimes travel for business." Feng Hua listened quietly, but what intrigued him more was her reason for marrying someone randomly. "Why did you choose to marry someone you barely know?" he asked bluntly, unveiling his curiosity. "Because my grandmother recommended it. It should be reliable," Su Yuan replied. Feng Hua swallowed, sensing that it might not be so simple. "I could no longer endure the pain of a cheating ex." Noticing Feng Hua's skepticism, she revealed her true feelings, though he betrayed no emotion in response. "And why did you marry so casually?" It was her turn to question him. "I recognized you from childhood. You seemed trustworthy," she answered, stifling a smile at her own satisfaction with this explanation. "To him, she appeared as the innocent, dutiful girl next door, considerate and dutiful, which explained her close relationship with her grandmother." Soon, they arrived at Qingyun apartment. Before exiting the car, Feng Hua reminded her to call him once she had packed up for their move. As the engine roared to life, Su Yuan suddenly called out, "Mr. Feng." His puzzled gaze turned towards her, waiting for her to continue. "Shall we exchange WeChat contacts?" She realized they were married yet lacked any means of communication. Feng Hua retrieved his phone and opened the QR code for her to scan. After they exchanged contacts, the Cadillac turned around and drove away, leaving only a gust of wind behind. Su Yuan stood there, somewhat dazed, watching the vehicle vanish from sight, delaying her ascent to the apartment. Her thoughts wandered far and wide. She never imagined she would be married so soon, and no longer would she have to fret about her mother being unable to find her son-in-law during visits. And she felt a sense of relief. She did not harbor any aversion towards Feng Hua, nor could she claim to have any affection for him. He exhibited a cool detachment, seldom smiling, yet possessed a remarkable composure. Having experienced heartbreak, Su Yuan felt a significant emotional void. How could she ever trust in love again? Yet she mused, surely, Feng Hua could not be worse than that unfaithful scoundrel. Chapter 4. What are your standards? She even felt a flicker of anticipation for the warmth of daily life shared with family. Someone to inquire about the soup's warmth, someone to share the twilight with. Su Yuan had grown up without parental guidance, missing out on love and companionship. To have a cozy home was her deepest desire, and she vowed to cherish it and nurture it. Once she reclaimed the 200,000 from Jiang Yuan, she would renovate and adorn the small courtyard, ensuring her grandmother and Feng Hua lived comfortably. Contributing to this home would grant her a sense of security and belonging. She picked up her phone and opened WeChat, recalling that she had not replied to Jiang Yuan's messages all day. The screen was filled with his apologies and propositions for reconciliation, but there was no mention of repaying the money. Now that she was married, she wished to sever all ties with him and issued a stern warning. "Please transfer the 200,000 to my account, or I shall see you in court." Jiang Yuan, upon receiving her message, was taken aback. The girl who once adored him and obediently followed his whims had suddenly turned so callous. He had already put down a deposit, intending to renege on repayment. Meanwhile, in the opulent villa at Wanshan Huafu, Feng Hua was packing his belongings to move to the small courtyard. Both the bodyguards and servants were astonished but remained silent, unsure of what to make of their president leaving his lavish residence. After gathering his things, a burly bodyguard instinctively stepped forward to assist with the luggage. Feng Hua addressed the servants, "You will have a break for about a month. The duration is uncertain, so feel free to arrange your time as you wish. Turning to the bodyguards, he instructed, "Stay in the villa. Do not follow me unless summoned." The bodyguards exchanged nervous glances, fearing they might be dismissed, facing potential unemployment. Having grown accustomed to serving Feng Hua, they enjoyed the best of accommodations but dared not inquire further. Retreating to their rooms. 18 noon, under the brilliant sunshine, Bougainvillea in Fenghua Lane bloomed splendidly. Feng Hua parked his white Cadillac in the courtyard, where his grandmother awaited eagerly at the car door. As soon as he opened the door, she asked, "Where is the certificate?" She was oblivious to the items he held, solely fixated on whether the rice was cooked or not, hoping to nurture their relationship gradually. "Grandma, why are you in such a hurry?" "I am still moving things," he replied. His grandmother frowned disapprovingly, lamenting why he would leave a grand villa to squeeze into a small room, speculating on whether he was trying to hide his identity. "That young girl does not seek your wealth. Does she fancy your age instead?" Feng Hua momentarily found himself at a loss for words. He opened the trunk, retrieving the last suitcase to bring inside. Unable to withstand his grandmother's incessant chatter, he finally pulled out the marriage certificate from his pocket and handed it to her. Upon seeing the names and the photograph inside, she smiled with satisfaction. "Su Yuan is a good girl. Cherish her well, for missing out on her would be your greatest loss in this lifetime." Yes, I understand. You praise her so much, I might as well be a foundling," he retorted, rolling his eyes. His grandmother shot him a knowing glance. Feng Hua had few belongings. After tidying up the room and placing everything in order, it was soon 4 in the afternoon. He sent Su Yuan a message. "Have you finished organizing?" "I am on my way to help you move. 10 minutes later." He received no response. Feng Hua called her, and after a long wait, she finally picked up. "Have you finished organizing? I'm coming to help you move," he inquired. Su Yuan rubbed her eyes, having slept too deeply, her mind still hazy. "Moving? I thought I was dreaming." Feng Hua felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. "Have you forgotten about our marriage and the move?" Su Yuan jolted upright, suddenly awake. Glancing around at the half-packed room, she realized she had overslept without setting an alarm. "Oh no, I'm almost done." "All right, I'll be ready in half an hour." After ending the call, Su Yuan hurriedly sped up her packing. Half an hour later, Feng Hua knocked on the door. Upon seeing the disarray, he squatted down, gracefully assisting her with the packing. Su Yuan felt embarrassed, noting how much stuff she had. Adorable mugs, teddy bear keychains, an assortment of hats and bags, all of which Feng Hua found perplexing. Yet he quietly categorized and packed each item into small bags. It was astonishing to see the prominent president of a company, usually aloof and high above, engaging in such domestic tasks. If his servants or bodyguards were to witness this, they would undoubtedly be left speechless. Yet Su Yuan perceived him merely as a strikingly handsome ordinary man. Once everything was packed, Feng Hua carried the luggage to the car. Su Yuan surveyed the room to ensure nothing was left behind before feeling satisfied enough to descend. She instructed Feng Hua to wait in the car on the first floor, saying, "I will hand the keys to the landlord and be right down." With that, she made her way to the landlord's room on the first floor. "Su Yuan, moving out so soon after getting married? Who was so fortunate to marry such a wonderful girl?" the landlord exclaimed candidly, though her sincerity shone through. Su Yuan had lived there since her graduation, and the landlord knew her well. "Yes, just that fate has arrived," she replied modestly. "What a pity that my son hasn't graduated from college. Otherwise, I would have introduced you to him." Su Yuan smiled politely. Just as she turned to enter the elevator, Jiang Yuan suddenly appeared, grabbing her arm forcefully. His tone was accusatory and disdainful. "Su Yuan, is it true you went off and got married without replying to my messages?" He must have overheard her conversation with the landlord. Su Yuan felt a wave of nausea wash over her at the sight of him, and with a forceful determination, she pried his hand away. "Indeed, I am married. What concern is it of yours? I advise you to promptly transfer 200,000 to my account." Su Yuan pressed the button for the negative first floor, and Jiang Yuan relentlessly followed her. "Su Yuan, are you deliberately trying to provoke me? You are not truly married. How could you bear to abandon our 3 years of affection?" Su Yuan ignored him and strode toward the white Cadillac. Jiang Yuan's anger flared as he noticed a man waiting for her in the driver's seat. "How could you, Su Yuan? You turned around and married someone else right after our breakup. Either you're straddling 2 boats, or you made a seamless transition." Jiang Yuan grabbed her arm, his right hand raised. Poised to strike Su Yuan at that moment, a powerful hand intercepted him, flipping him onto the ground. Feng Hua, a formidable figure in the underworld with his taekwondo skills, was not someone ordinary people could contend with. He exuded a cold and commanding aura that even made Jiang Yuan tremble in fear, prompting him to retreat hastily. Su Yuan took her seat in the passenger side, and the car quickly merged into the bustling traffic. Feng Hua, with a stern expression, inquired, "Is this your unfaithful ex-boyfriend?" Su Yuan dared not respond, ultimately divulging everything to him. After listening, Feng Hua scoffed, "What kind of vision do you have to choose such a man?" Su Yuan. Chapter 5. Are we really going to sleep in separate rooms on the very first day? The car drove into a vibrant alley, where the soft glow of the setting sun illuminated their faces. Grandma had been waiting at the entrance, her face beaming with joy, as she opened the iron gate wide to facilitate the car's entry. What a stark contrast in reception. After exiting the vehicle, Feng Hua assisted in carrying items into the room, while Grandma busily helped with some lighter objects. Su Yuan felt somewhat out of place as she meandered back into the alley, realizing this would now be her home. After the passing of her grandparents, the house in their small courtyard had been sold, and the money barely covered her 4 years of college expenses. Grandma took the initiative to arrange Su Yuan's belongings, inquiring about suitable placements, treating her like the lady of the house. "Little Yuan, is there enough space? If not, we can have Ah Hua move some of his things." "That's enough, Grandma. It's more than sufficient." Feng Hua's eyes glimmered with jealousy. Such favoritism was rather blatant. Once everything was in order, a cozy home was instantly unveiled. Neat and orderly, Grandma produced a framed marriage certificate, inscribed with the words "holding hands." Growing old together, exuding a sense of ceremony, Su Yuan was taken aback. Grandma was truly considerate and remarkably attuned to the trends of today's youth. Grandma gently patted her head, showering her with affection. Then, Grandma led her to her own room and quietly retrieved a red pouch from the bottom of a box, revealing a priceless jade bracelet. This was a treasured heirloom of the Feng family. A stunning emerald bracelet, its color reminiscent of rain-soaked green plums, or the azure sky reflecting on verdant fields, valued at 9.6 million. Grandma took Su Yuan's right hand and adorned her with the invaluable jade. "Be good. This is a gift from Grandma for my granddaughter-in-law. It now belongs to you." Su Yuan hesitated, unwilling to accept such an extravagant gift, but Grandma's insistence brooked no refusal. Grandma then comforted her. "Little Yuan, you are now closer to me than my own granddaughter. Ah Hua's parents are still in the UK. We can hold a wedding ceremony for you once his career stabilizes, all right?" Su Yuan's eyes shimmered with tears. For the first time, she felt the warmth of home. The first time she was cradled in someone's affection. In that moment, she couldn't help but let her emotions flow, softly sobbing. This startled Grandma, who hurriedly reassured her. "My dear child, what is the matter?" Su Yuan wiped her tears with a tissue and embraced Grandma. "It's nothing, Grandma. I am just overwhelmed with happiness, as if I am dreaming." After their heartfelt conversation, Feng Hua suggested they all go out for dinner, considering the weariness of the day. However, Su Yuan longed to showcase her culinary skills, relishing the joy of cooking for her family. Moreover, this was their first meal after marriage, and it had to be suffused with love and significance. Both Feng Hua and Grandma acquiesced to her wish. Grandma urged her grandson, "Hurry, take little Yuan to the market. Let her buy whatever she desires. And remember to pay." When the two entered the bustling market, filled with the aroma of food and the sounds of chatter, the high-ranking CEO felt somewhat out of place. Yet, Su Yuan skillfully guided him through purchasing shrimp, hairy crabs, black-boned chicken, and more, expertly selecting each item and haggling with the vendors while engaging in casual conversation. Feng Hua was left astounded. So, this is another facet of life, immersed in the smoke of cooking, savoring the simplest joys. The vendors glanced at the couple with curiosity, noting their overly refined appearance and remarkable demeanor, which seemed at odds with the market atmosphere. Yet, Su Yuan greeted them with a radiant smile. Exuding a sense of ease, Feng Hua followed suit, handling the payments, while simultaneously transferring 20,000 to Su Yuan via WeChat with the note. For future grocery shopping, Su Yuan was taken aback. This man was quite generous, leaving her to ponder whether he was simply extravagant or well off. Upon returning home, Su Yuan busied herself happily in the small kitchen. Feng Hua lent a hand, but Su Yuan, with a gentle smile, took on most of the work, urging Feng Hua to rest until dinner was ready. Half an hour later, beneath the flowering vines in the courtyard, a lavish spread of exquisite dishes was elegantly arranged. Enough to make anyone's mouth water. Cheers! May our little family continue to thrive. The three raised their glasses of red wine, toasting under the soft moonlight, enjoying a harmonious moment. The silvery moonlight filtered through the vines, casting dappled shadows on everyone, even affecting the usually aloof Feng Hua, who was moved by the ambience. Su Yuan turned away from the quagmire of despair, embracing happiness, feeling fortunate. After dinner, Grandma Furong from the neighboring house came to visit. She was delighted to see this girl, now grown, reminiscent of witnessing a flower bloom from a bud. Little Yuan, what a twist of fate it is that you and Feng Hua have come together. You both seem so well matched, with commendable characters, destined for a lasting union. Su Yuan gazed at Grandma Furong, her face etched with the marks of time, reflecting on how swiftly time flies. When she lived in the alley as a child, Grandma Furong was still in her middle age, warm-hearted and amiable, well-liked by all. Time flows on. Some grow up, while others age. Grandma Furong's praise brought immense joy to Grandma Feng, who had been concerned about her eldest grandson's marriage for several years. That rascal has been uncooperative, needing Grandma to pressure him into obtaining a marriage certificate while also imposing conditions. Grandma Furong teased, "If little Yuan hadn't settled down, I would have considered introducing her to my grandson." Such a fine girl. Upon hearing this, Grandma Feng felt a twinge of jealousy. Do not set your sights on her. Your grandson is only 22, just graduated from university. Su Yuan chuckled as she watched the two elder ladies bicker. Enjoying their conversation, Grandma Feng was all smiles, laughing heartily throughout the evening, and soon they began reminiscing about their youth, lost in delightful chatter. The courtyard was fragrant with flowers, bathed in moonlight as smooth as silk, gracefully illuminating each person's face. This night was blissful and beautiful, an irreplaceable evening. As the night deepened, guests began to disperse. Su Yuan busily washed the dishes and took a shower. When she emerged from the misty bathroom, she suddenly found herself in a quandary. Which room should she sleep in tonight? Should she share a bed with him? Her gaze shifted to the guest room, already cluttered with her belongings. The bed unmade. Would she sleep in the master bedroom instead? But that felt so awkward. Su Yuan was slow to warm up to people. If she wasn't familiar with someone, an abrupt closeness would feel uncomfortable. She tiptoed over to Feng Hua. I think I'll sleep in the guest room tonight." Feng Hua's deep-set eyes regarded her with a curious interest, yet he remained silent, caught in the awkwardness of his silence. She felt as if her toes might bore through the floor. She suddenly found this man difficult to communicate with at times, distant and unconsiderate. Su Yuan stood there, unsure of what to do, contemplating for a moment before turning to leave, deciding to tidy the guest room. Feng Hua's deep, magnetic voice broke the silence. "What? Is Miss Su planning to sleep apart on her first day of marriage?" Chapter 6. Is he perhaps incapable? Su Yuan reluctantly clutched her pillow and made her way to the master bedroom. The 2-meter gray bed, adorned with luxurious sheets, awaited the intimacy of its occupant. 2 pillows lying in anticipation, a subtle and peculiar atmosphere enveloped the room, as if 2 souls were beginning to rub against and collide with one another, yet the timing was not quite right. It is indeed essential to progress gradually from acquaintance to intimacy. Forcing a closeness can yield the opposite effect, and the castle built may easily crumble. Su Yuan obediently lay on the right side, gently pulling up the covers as she closed her eyes. At that moment, the atmosphere felt somewhat awkward. Sharing a bed with someone she hardly knew felt surreal. At 3 in the morning, Su Yuan remained acutely aware, unable to drift off, her thoughts in disarray. They were now husband and wife, and while it would be normal for something to happen, she wouldn't refuse. Yet, why was the man beside her sleeping so soundly? Seemingly without any intention, even a simple embrace would suffice. The spacious bed kept them at a distance, their blankets kept apart. As the night deepened, Su Yuan's mind began to spiral into anxious speculation. Could it be that he is incapable? Or perhaps he is inclined towards men, harboring no interest in women? As thoughts raced through her mind, the clock struck 4, and finally exhausted, she dozed off in a haze. When she awoke, it was already 8:30. Oh no! She had intended to rise early to prepare breakfast for Grandma and Feng Hua but had overslept. Glancing beside her, she found no one. rising to pull back the curtains. A beam of sunlight flooded the room, revealing Feng Hua on the balcony, smoking. The curling smoke danced in the sunlight, and the chiseled profile of the man was strikingly handsome. Inciting envy, he turned his gaze back to Su Yuan. Awakened, she nodded. Feeling a twinge of embarrassment for her indulgent slumber, Su Yuan descended the stairs and beheld her grandmother, who had prepared an abundant breakfast, steaming and inviting. The pumpkin millet yam porridge, egg whites, xiaolong bao, and corn were just a few of the delectable offerings that made one's mouth water. A sense of unease washed over Su Yuan as she fretted about her laziness. Would her grandmother and Feng Hua deem her slothful? Yet, her grandmother grasped her hand gently and inquired, "Xiao Yuan, did you sleep well last night?" Before Su Yuan could respond, the dark circles under her eyes betrayed her. Just then, Feng Hua descended the staircase, his every movement exuding an air of refined elegance. Meanwhile, her grandmother mused. Surely, something intimate had transpired between the two last night, disrupting Xiao Yuan's rest. At that moment, her grandmother emerged from the kitchen with a bowl of nourishing soup for the couple. Su Yuan and Feng Hua exchanged puzzled glances. What was the meaning of this? A restorative soup so early in the morning. Her grandmother cheerfully served vegetables into Su Yuan's bowl, urging her to eat heartily. Come, have more, and give birth to a fair and plump child. Su Yuan felt a wave of awkwardness. The distance between them during the night could have accommodated a large truck. Where was the notion of a fair and plump child? Feng Hua, however, remained unfazed, seated at the dining table and ignoring the awkward atmosphere, leisurely sipping his soup. Su Yuan thought to herself. This man truly resembled a cold and hard bone, difficult to chew. After breakfast, Feng Hua offered to drive Su Yuan to work. Previously, she resided at Qingyan apartment, which was merely 2 bus stops from her workplace, but now, commuting from the bustling alley would take 40 minutes. Their routes to work did not align, and she felt it inappropriate to trouble him daily. I shall purchase a car in a few days, and then I can drive myself to work, she said, feeling a bit embarrassed. Feng Hua contemplated. With so many cars in the garage, she could simply take one at. However, he was currently playing the part of the impoverished. That Cadillac was already conspicuous enough. It must not be revealed. He replied nonchalantly, suppressing his thoughts. Upon arriving at the company, Su Yuan bade him farewell and turned to enter the building. After Feng Hua had driven a short distance, his assistant, Yang Qian, awaited him by the roadside. He hurriedly exited the car and tossed the keys of the Cadillac to Yang Qian before speeding off in the Maserati, leaving Yang Qian somewhat bewildered. Having never seen his boss in such a light, and found it rather amusing. The next morning, Su Yuan sat at her desk, contemplating that if she returned the Rolex watch, she would only receive 90,000 yuan, insufficient for purchasing a vehicle. Once Zhang Yuan repaid the 200,000, she could allocate 150,000 for renovating the small courtyard and use the remaining 50,000 to acquire a means of transportation. She sketched ideas for the courtyard renovations on paper with a pencil. The courtyard's flooring needed new tiles, along with some pebbles, and all the flower pots required replacing to provide fresh soil and fertilizer for the flowers and vegetables tended by her grandmother. Additionally, she wished to purchase some solar-powered nightlights to create a romantic ambience for evening relaxation in the courtyard. The most significant undertaking involved the old house within the yard, which consisted of 3 stories. The second floor had 2 rooms, a master bedroom and a secondary one, while the third floor featured a half-level study. Now, she needed to repaint both the interior and exterior walls using the finest materials, and the lighting and appliances within the house could also be upgraded. The kitchen and bathroom required modern renovations, equipped with advanced appliances for convenience. An hour passed, and Su Yuan had filled several sheets of paper with sketches for the renovations, her heart bubbling with excitement for the bright future ahead. However, the courtyard had been her grandmother's home for a lifetime, so she would first seek the elders' approval for the plans. After all, mutual respect and care were paramount. Once her grandmother agreed, everything would fall into place. It was merely the matter of finances that remained. Suddenly, Su Yuan recalled that it had been 5 days since she requested Zhang Yuan to repay her. He had not made any move but continued to seek reconciliation. Did he truly intend to avoid repayment? What if he turned out to be a deadbeat? This thought sent a wave of anxiety through her. The beautiful vision she had just entertained dissolving into thin air. She contemplated confronting him in person to inquire. If Zhang Yuan refused to repay, she might have to take legal action, directly suing him in court. Su Yuan had already begun preparing the necessary materials and evidence for her case, printing the transaction records. She thought to herself that she ought to retrieve the money first before sharing the good news of the renovation with her grandmother and Feng Hua, lest her joy be in vain. After work, Su Yuan intended to return home to prepare a meal. However, today, Feng Hua and her grandmother were already at home, eager to take her out for dinner. Feng Hua suggested, "How about we go to Xingxianjuan?" Su Yuan's eyes widened, and she shook her head vigorously. She had heard of this restaurant, where an ordinary meal could cost around 2,000 to 3,000 yuan. How extravagant! Yet, Feng Hua remained unfazed, stating, "Our company received a few 2,000 yuan discount vouchers." Ultimately, with her grandmother's encouragement, Su Yuan agreed to join them for dinner. Xingxianjuan was run by Feng Hua's sister, Feng Shui, who, upon hearing that her eternally single brother intended to bring a woman for dinner, was utterly astonished. Chapter 7. Mysteriously deleted WeChat. The three of them, grandmother, Feng Hua, and Su Yuan, arrived at the restaurant. Upon entering, the upscale establishment exuded an aura of elegance, its exquisite decor illuminated by stunning chandeliers, with pristine tablecloths and delicate silverware arranged meticulously, capturing the eye. A few guests entered in pairs, ready for their meals. A server approached with a slight bow, gesturing graciously, "Mr. Feng, your private room has been reserved." Entering the private room, the servers were already busily bringing out the dishes. After all, the president was in attendance, and no effort could be spared. Feng Shui had planned to come downstairs to greet her brother and catch a glimpse of the woman, but her assistant advised her that Feng had requested discretion, as he was there as a guest. Just as Feng Shui approached the door of the private room, she retreated. Inside, the servers had already set out a total of 9 dishes. Su Yuan gazed at the extravagant spread, feeling overwhelmed. Most dishes were seafood-based. The seafood had been meticulously selected, boasting unparalleled freshness, with colors and aromas that were truly mouth-watering. At the center sat a colossal lobster, accompanied by abalone, caviar, and scallops. How much would this feast cost? Su Yuan wore a worried expression. To reassure her, Feng Hua signaled to Feng Shui's assistant and inquired, "Hello, I have 3 2,000 yuan discount vouchers. Can they be combined?" The assistant immediately understood, recognizing that the president wished to treat the guest. "Mr. Feng, you may use only one voucher at a time." After explaining, the assistant smiled and nodded, displaying excellent service. With the knowledge that only one voucher could be used, and after the deduction, the total would still amount to just a few hundred, Su Yuan felt completely at ease. A glimmer of envy danced in her eyes as she remarked, "Your company's benefits are truly impressive." Her grandmother silently observed, also feeling hungry. "Come, eat up. Let us indulge tonight," she said, serving Su Yuan the largest abalone. The assistant quietly stepped outside, remaining on standby. Feng Hua had a plate brimming with freshly caught shrimp before him. His grandmother shot him a glance, urging him to be more attentive. "Quickly peel the shrimp for your wife." Su Yuan felt a twinge of embarrassment at the title, still not quite accustomed to it. Feng Hua transformed into a skilled shrimp peeler, serving a plateful for both his grandmother and Su Yuan. The dinner was relaxed and delightful, filled with laughter and warmth. The following day, Su Yuan's company, seeking to expand its business, took on a new automotive parts project. As required, she had to change her WeChat nickname and profile picture to reflect a professional work persona. In the morning, Feng Hua continued his routine of driving her to work. While at the wheel, Feng Hua asked, "What kind of car do you want? Is the budget sufficient?" "It's nearly enough," she replied. "If there are any difficulties, let me know, or I can borrow a car from a friend for you to use temporarily." Su Yuan shook her head, feeling it would be troublesome and not wanting to impose on anyone. That morning, as she left the alley, she spotted an impressive limited edition black Maserati. Initially indifferent, she couldn't help but feel curious as it kept following them. She glanced in the rearview mirror and exclaimed to Feng Hua, "Wow, that car has been trailing us. So imposing. It must be worth nearly 2 million. Feng Hua, aware that it was his assistant Yang Qian following him, planned to switch cars at a convenient moment. He casually asked, "Do you like that car?" Su Yuan, still in awe, replied, "Who wouldn't he like a luxury car? If I have money someday, I'd love to buy one like that. But why is this car cruising through the old alley? If it belongs to a wealthy owner, surely they would reside in a villa or mansion." Her curiosity piqued. Did this car truly live in the old alley? Feng Hua attempted to provide an excuse. Perhaps some affluent individuals enjoy nostalgia and prefer living in old neighborhoods. Su Yuan remained skeptical but did not press further. Keep your distance from it. If that car gets damaged, we can't afford to pay for it. Driving that car is like putting the poor at risk. Feng Hua found himself momentarily speechless, never having considered that driving such a car could be problematic. Arriving at the company, Su Yuan alighted and waved goodbye to him. Coincidentally, her colleague Liang Xian, known for her gossiping tendencies, spotted them. Approaching the elevator, she eagerly inquired, "Su Yuan, who dropped you off at work?" Su Yuan, not hiding anything, replied, "I got married." As they reached the office, Liang Xian leaned over Su Yuan's desk, asking, "Is it that boyfriend you've been with for 3 years?" The thought of that scoundrel made Su Yuan feel uneasy. No, it was a flash marriage. Liang Xian was taken aback. She knew Su Yuan to be cautious in relationships and slow to warm up, so she was astonished at the notion of a flash marriage. "Wow, I never would have guessed. He treats you so well. Does he drive you to work every day?" "Not exactly. I'm currently looking for a car and in a few days, I plan to pick one up. How could I trouble him to continue driving me every day? It requires waking up an hour earlier, and I truly feel guilty about it." Liang Xian persistently pestered her with curious inquiries. While Su Yuan patiently responded, she even browsed car models with Su Yuan. Her cousin has extensive connections and plans to secure a preferential quota for Su Yuan's car purchase, which could save a considerable amount of money. "Your husband's car is quite nice. Why not have him buy you one?" Liang Xian teased. Su Yuan was not inclined to engage in such behavior. Her career at Fenghua was just taking off, and she believed a woman should ultimately rely on her own efforts. If she were to proactively ask him to buy a car, what if they quarreled in the future and he reclaimed it? In the office, news of Su Yuan's marriage gradually spread. Some approached to offer their congratulations, while others came to gossip and demand wedding candies, inquiring about when the ceremony would take place. Su Yuan felt rather uncertain. At this rate, with everyone going to bed at night, she wondered how long this contractual marriage could endure. As she was lost in her thoughts, she found herself hiding away, perusing various car brands and models. After a while, she became enamored with the gracefully curved Mazda, with a budget of around 150,000. Additionally, she was considering the Wuling Hongguang Mini, as many of her colleagues had been quite satisfied with it. If she opted for such a compact vehicle, she would have more liquid funds at her disposal, which would also provide a sense of security. However, she felt conflicted about the Wuling Hongguang Mini's safety ratings. After selecting several colors, she sent them to Fenghua to seek his opinion, as men generally have a deeper understanding of cars, and he is her husband after all. Meanwhile, on the 18th floor of Lihua International, in a high-end conference room, Fenghua was engaged in a meeting. He noticed a WeChat account with a professional automotive avatar and name had sent him numerous images of Mazda and Wuling Hongguang Mini vehicles. What is going on? Are they sending advertisements my way? I wouldn't even glance at such low-end cars. He then clicked on the 3 dots in the upper right corner and deleted the WeChat account. Relishing the peace and returned to his meeting, Su Yuan was in the midst of composing a message. "I found a few different colored cars. Could you help me determine which one offers the best value for money?" After sending the message, it indicated, "The other party has enabled friend verification." Su Yuan felt as though she had been struck by lightning. If he didn't want to assist, he could simply ignore her. But why block her out of the blue? Was he dissatisfied with her and contemplating divorce? Such matters should be discussed openly. Was his temperament truly so irritable? Moving forward, she would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage in their relationship. Su Yuan felt a surge of anger. Their emotional foundation was still exceedingly fragile. No amount of explanation could dispel the knot forming in her heart. Chapter 8. A way out on the 18th floor of Lihua International. With half an hour left in the meeting, Fenghua found himself glancing at his watch repeatedly. Today, the usually focused CEO seemed distinctly distracted, torn between his duties and a desire to leave early to pick up Su Yuan. After all, he believed in seeing her off to work as well as picking her up, maintaining a sense of continuity. His assistant, Lin Shuejiao, noticed his frequent watch-checking during the meeting, suggesting that he seemed anxious to leave. Typically, he was engrossed in meetings, ignoring phone calls without a second thought. As the meeting neared its conclusion, Fenghua did not provide a summary to the leadership team. Instead, he hastily rose to bid farewell. "Apologies, everyone. I have a matter to attend to and must leave early." Lin Shuejiao was taken aback. The CEO was usually meticulous, ensuring every meeting concluded with a summary. Although Fenghua was relatively young, he had spent considerable time studying and working at the branch in the UK. Earning the respect of his colleagues for his insights and ideas, He was diligent, strategic, and unflappable in high-pressure situations, garnering admiration from both employees and leadership alike. Despite his often aloof demeanor, some were captivated by his striking looks and charming presence. After exiting the conference room, Feng Hua handed urgent materials to Lin Xuejiao. She nodded enthusiastically, almost leaning in too close as she respectfully accepted the task. Of course, President Feng, I guarantee I'll complete it on time. Lin Xuejiao endeavored to impress the CEO, her eyes brimming with admiration. However, Feng Hua remained detached, never sparing her a glance. Every day, she meticulously applied her makeup and donned fashionable attire, taking breaks every couple of hours to touch up, all in hopes of attracting his attention. If only she could marry the CEO. How many women would envy her? She seized every opportunity to flatter and ingratiate herself with him. Yet, Feng Hua had no interest in the woman before him. He was eager to pick up Su Yuan, hoping to arrive before the rush hour traffic set in the elevator. He opened WeChat to send Su Yuan a message. After searching fruitlessly for her contact, he wondered what had happened. Hadn't he added her? Suddenly, he recalled deleting a suspicious advertising account today. Oh no. Su Yuan had mentioned wanting to buy a car recently. That advertising account must have been hers. Feng Hua muttered to himself, troubled, it doesn't matter. I'll explain when I see her. At Yinghai Group, Su Yuan was organizing her final documents in preparation to leave for the day. She felt quite disheartened, recalling her grandmother's words that Hua was reliable and trustworthy. But deleting WeChat so abruptly was bewildering. Was he being immature like a child, needing to be coddled? Su Yuan's relationship with Feng Hua was still tenuous. Arguments could easily fracture their bond. She approached Li Yingshuan's desk and asked, could you give me a ride today? My husband is tied up. Li Yingshuan was more than willing to help, her enthusiasm evident. Of course, Su Yuan accepted a ride from a colleague, while Feng Hua was en route to pick her up, resulting in a perfect missed connection. Upon arriving at the entrance of the alley, Su Yuan overheard her grandmother conversing with a woman. I heard your brother got married. I couldn't believe it. I was the one who pushed him to marry. Look at how old he is. Can he afford to wait? Su Yuan recognized the voice as Feng Hua's sister and smiled as she prepared to greet them. However, Feng Shui spoke first. Sister-in-law, hello. I'm Feng Shui, Feng Hua's sister. Just then, Feng Hua entered and witnessed this scene unfold. He intended to return and explain things to Su Yuan privately, but with his sister and grandmother present, he hesitated to speak. Feng Hua noticed Su Yuan's cold demeanor. She seemed perplexed and disappointed. Typically cheerful and warm, Su Yuan was now offering him a rather unfriendly gaze. Feng Hua realized his actions were inappropriate and thought for a moment that he should have taken a few seconds to consider before hastily deleting her contact. Perhaps it wouldn't have become so awkward. During dinner, the table was laden with an abundance of dishes, while his grandmother and Feng Shui remained oblivious to the tension between the young couple. Chatting and laughing as they ate, Su Yuan focused solely on her meal, avoiding eye contact with Feng Hua and refusing to engage in conversation. After dinner, Feng Shui addressed the couple. Brother, sister-in-law, we're hosting an event this weekend that requires couples to participate. We appreciate your support. Su Yuan remained silent, but Feng Hua readily agreed. Feng Shui cheerfully responded, brother, please add sister-in-law to the group. At that moment, Feng Hua's expression shifted slightly, revealing his discomfort. What could he do without her WeChat? It would be rather awkward to admit this in front of his grandmother and sister. Noticing Feng Hua's hesitation to add her, the ever-spirited Feng Shui teased, brother, what's the holdup? You don't have sister-in-law's WeChat, do you? Feng Shui's comment struck a nerve. The grandmother's expression changed, and she chastised her grandson. What's going on? You've been married for several days now. This passive behavior won't sit well with me. Displeased, the grandmother scolded him, for despite his handsome appearance and considerable wealth, neglecting to nurture their relationship and family was of no use. Feng Shui recognized the underlying tension and sought to provide her brother an easy way out. Sister-in-law, why don't you open the QR code so brother can add you? Su Yuan, not wishing to embarrass him publicly, took out her phone and opened the QR code for Feng Hua to add her as a friend. As night fell in the alleyway, the streetlights flickered softly, and the courtyard fell into silence. The night deepened gradually. Feng Hua pondered throughout the evening how to approach Su Yuan regarding the WeChat deletion. As he was not accustomed to lowering himself to apologize, he was, after all, a high-ranking CEO. In their shared room, their eyes met, and Su Yuan seemed to be waiting for his explanation. I'm sorry. I was in a meeting today and thought your message was spam, so I deleted it. Su Yuan scrutinized him, remaining silent. Fenghua continued, I will be more careful in the future. I'll save your name and pin it, ensuring I won't make such mistakes again. Clearly, he lacked the habit of saving contacts. Seeing his sincere attitude, Su Yuan's anger dissipated significantly, allowing her to forgive him. Their relationship had only just begun to blossom, transitioning from strangers to a budding familiarity. Now, due to his inexplicable action of deleting her contact, a certain distance had emerged between them. Fenghua had never been in a relationship and struggled to comprehend a woman's feelings. His upbringing without parents, having been raised by his grandmother, contributed to his reserved demeanor. Fortunately, he was genuinely dependable, without any hidden agendas. That night, they went to bed as usual, each lost in their own thoughts. Chapter 9. Su Yuan proposes a new car the following day. As dawn broke, Fenghua rose early to prepare breakfast. The small courtyard was filled with warmth, and the first rays of morning sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the table and the dishes of steak and pasta. Having studied abroad from a young age, Fenghua excelled at preparing Western cuisine. His grandmother felt a slight sense of comfort. This rascal is doing well today. Su Yuan, freshly groomed, descended the stairs, dressed in a white dress with a fluffy, romantic hem, her hair styled in a half-bun. Fenghua took a moment to admire her. The girl before him radiated youthful vitality, akin to a blooming pink and white camellia. Come eat breakfast. Afterward, I'll drive you to work. Consider it a week-long punishment. Su Yuan smiled, finding the man quite considerate and sincere, deserving of praise. After finishing breakfast, the white Cadillac drove out of the blooming alley as usual. Today, the vibrant camellias in the alley were in full bloom, captivating every passerby. Listening to music, Su Yuan caught sight of the luxurious Maserati in the rearview mirror, steadily trailing behind. Curiously, she inquired, is that car following us? Fenghua, well aware of the situation, thought it was unwise of his assistant to be so conspicuous. Upon arriving at Yinghai Group, Su Yuan had barely settled at her desk when Li Yingxian approached, eager to gossip. Hey, have you heard? Li Feng International is planning to acquire our company, and soon will have a formidable backing, Li Yingxian continued. I'm particularly looking forward to meeting the president of Li Feng International. I've heard he is young and incredibly handsome, even more so than celebrities, and many girls are his little fans. Seated at her desk, Su Yuan perused the reports, casting a sidelong glance at her friend's excitement. All right, why don't you focus on your own boyfriend? We're both taken. After all, Li Yingxian maintained her starry-eyed demeanor, undeterred by her relationship status, still yearning to admire handsome men and dream of the high life. Fenghua drove the Cadillac straight to Li Feng International, having opted not to change vehicles today. The company entrance, Lin Xuejiao happened upon the sight of Fenghua driving by. She was puzzled. Why would the president come in this car? Today was crucial for the acquisition negotiations with Yinghai, and time was of the essence. Without further thought, Lin Xuejiao hurried upstairs to prepare documents. On the 18th floor, in the elegantly simple presidential office, Fenghua and Yang Qian were engaged in a deep conversation over coffee. Fenghua spoke first. I want to be attending the acquisition discussions for Yinghai today. You take them along. We can offer a slightly higher acquisition price. Yang Qian was taken aback. Which company outside wasn't eager to curry favor with Li Feng Group? Usually, the president took a hands-on approach to acquisitions, yet this time he had delegated the task to him. Why aren't you going, President? Are you sure you can trust me to handle this? As Fenghua's special assistant and a close friend, Yang Qian often joked around without hesitation, I'm married. Upon hearing this, Yang Qian nearly sputtered his latte across the table. What, you're married? Who is the woman? The ever-aloof president had quietly tied the knot without a hint of scandal. Could you spare us a little gossip? Fenghua coldly rebuffed. President, you're quite the heartthrob. Who wouldn't be curious about your romantic affairs? Yang Qian pressed, intrigued. It was arranged by my grandmother. I hear she is quite virtuous. Yang Qian chuckled but soon realized something was amiss. Getting married isn't a valid excuse to skip negotiations. With a mischievous grin, he asked, is your wife at Yinghai? Yes, I'm currently concealing my identity. She believes I'm merely an ordinary man. Yang Qian burst into hearty laughter, amused by the typically proud president engaging in such childish antics. After finishing their coffee, it was nearly time for the meeting, prompting Yang Qian to leave the office. Fenghua stood by the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, drew a cigarette, and gazed down at the bustling city of Ginkgo. His thoughts drifted far away. Unsure if hiding his identity was the right choice, he reflected on past relationships, all of which had been driven by money and fame. He had always approached love with caution, a reason for his avoidance of women. As a child, his parents often traveled abroad, leaving him in the care of his grandparents. Each time school ended, he envied classmates picked up by their parents, feeling like a dandelion, uncertain where he would land next. Eventually, his parents' discord led to divorce, and for many years he relied solely on his grandparents. After his grandfather's passing a few years ago, his grandmother clung to their home, unwilling to leave behind cherished memories. Fenghua had always yearned for a warm family. Nowadays, many marriages were merely cohabitations, with couples obtaining certificates, having children, and working together to make ends meet, ultimately becoming a mere obligation rather than love. Despite his wealth, Fenghua sought a genuine connection, someone who could understand his heart amidst the vast sea of humanity. If Su Yuan were the one with whom he wished to share his life, he would cherish and protect her for eternity. At Ying Hai Group, Su Yuan observed her superior and several junior leaders bowing and scraping to welcome esteemed guests. Yang Qian stood in the center, tall and articulate, with handsome features that drew many admirers. Look, that must be President Feng. So handsome, so charismatic. Su Yuan glanced a few times, acknowledging his attractiveness but recognizing that her own man was still more appealing. Reflecting on it, her boyfriend was indeed striking enough to leave one dazed. Yet they had been sleeping apart for days. Was there truly a problem? As closing time approached, Li Yingxian rushed over to Su Yuan. My cousin said he wants to take you to the 4S shop to look at cars. You can test drive them, and you'll get a 5,000 discount. She was excited. Finally, she was about to buy her own car. Upon arriving at the 4S shop, Su Yuan circled around a Wuling Hongguang Mini. It was a vibrant and attractive vehicle, precisely what she desired. She called her grandmother to check if today was a suitable day to pick up the car. Coincidentally, her grandmother confirmed it was an auspicious day. Su Yuan promptly decided to drive the car home today. After completing the paperwork, she was elated. She and Li Yingxian took a spin around the city, with Li Yingxian behind the wheel, as Su Yuan was still getting the hang of it. Eventually, they returned the car to the 4S shop. Su Yuan called Fenghua for a ride home, lacking the confidence to navigate the narrow alley on her own. Shortly, Fenghua's driver arrived, discreetly exiting the vehicle. He approached her with a pink-wrapped gardenia car air freshener as a congratulatory gift, slowly walking towards her, wishing Miss Su Yuan joy in acquiring her new car. Amidst the gentle evening breeze, he suddenly found her strikingly beautiful, independent yet warm. On Saturday morning, the sun shone warmly, as if everything were smiling. Little Wish, where have you been lately? Su-He called, inquiring at Su Yuan, still nestled in her blankets. Stretched lazily. I'm married. What? Such a significant event, and you didn't tell me? Su-He paused, her coffee stirring, hardly believing her friend had gotten married so suddenly. Weren't you just broken up? Not him. It's someone my grandmother introduced, and he seems reliable. Su-He and Su Yuan had grown up together, co-managing a CAF and bookstore by the river. Su Yuan often helped out on weekends, using part of the proceeds from selling their old house for tuition, while the remainder was invested in their CAF. Su-He had graduated a few years earlier and managed the CAF full-time. Did you two elope? Su-He asked, concerned for her friend. Yes, we got the certificate the morning after we met. Su Yuan thought. It couldn't be worse than before, so she decided to marry. Her grandmother wouldn't joke about her happiness. Little Wish, you're so bold to marry a stranger. Aren't you afraid of being deceived or discovering his true nature after marriage? Su-He was aware of Su Yuan's ex-boyfriend's despicable behavior and feared she would suffer again in love. Lately, she thought Su Yuan was slowly healing from her heartbreak, only to find out she had married someone else. It seems fine for now. We're just sleeping separately and not interfering with each other. And Fenghua is contributing, so I won't suffer too much harm. All right, since the rice is already cooked, make the best of it. When will you come to help out at the CAF? Su Yuan was busy organizing her room that weekend and planned to ask her ex for repayment. Next week, I have a question. For her enigmatic tone, Su-He sensed it was a significant question and listened intently. If a man and a woman have been sleeping in the same bed for a while without anything happening, is that abnormal? Before she finished, Su-He immediately understood her implication. Your husband hasn't touched you? Su Yuan timidly confessed. Such topics were only discussed with close friends. There's definitely an issue. First, this man might not be capable. Her friend patiently analyzed. Su Yuan glanced at the tall, bright, and lively man typing on the sofa, not fitting such a description. Second, he might be gay, marrying just to appease his family. Hearing this, Su Yuan sighed softly. Before verifying, either possibility could hold true. If it turned out to be one of those scenarios, their marriage would lose its luster. However, she couldn't just leap forward to confirm. Although Fenghua lived in a slightly run-down alley, with a cramped and aging home, the peeling walls bore witness to the passage of time. Yet he was undeniably handsome. A healthy, vibrant kind of attractiveness, with distinct facial features, like a perfect piece of art crafted by God. Many women were drawn to him, occasionally flattering him with compliments. He did not reject the idea of sharing the same bed with her. It seemed he couldn't possibly harbor such disdain for women. Could he? To all appearances, he did not seem to be inclined that way. Could it truly be that he was incapable? This lingering uncertainty sent a shiver down Su Yuan's spine. She had just been discussing Jiang Yuan with her best friend, recalling the 200,000 that had yet to be transferred, which filled her with frustration. Ever since that day in the garage when Fenghua had given him a sound lecture, he had vanished as if he had evaporated from the world. He did not return her calls, nor did he reply to her messages. Su Yuan felt she had been blind to his true nature until now, only discovering the depths of human depravity when faced with adversity. If she could reclaim her money, she would sever all ties with him for good. Su Yuan was troubled, contemplating the need to hire a lawyer for a lawsuit. The process seemed rather cumbersome. She had no experience in such matters and did not know any lawyers, fearing that hiring one at random might lead to being swindled. As she pondered this, Fenghua closed his laptop and silently approached her. "Why are you staring at me?" Su Yuan was taken aback. He had no eyes on the back of his head, yet he could tell. "No, I wasn't." She quickly averted her gaze, feeling somewhat guilty. "Hua, do you think there are benefits to marriage?" She suddenly lifted her head, her dark, glistening eyes fixed on him, asking earnestly and seriously. Fenghua attentively observed her expression and gaze, trying to deduce why she had posed such a question. Was she dissatisfied with the prospect of marrying him? Was she unhappy? "What? Are you regretting the marriage?" A hint of doubt crept into Fenghua's mind, and he felt a sudden pang of anxiety. "I didn't say I regretted it. I merely wondered if having a child would strengthen the bond in a long-lasting marriage." She wanted to gauge Fenghua's attitude towards parenthood to ascertain if there were any underlying issues. "We are still in the phase of getting to know each other. There is no rush, and ultimately, it should align with the woman's wishes." Upon hearing this response, Su Yuan could at least infer that he was not inclined that way. Whether he was truly capable remained to be seen. Su Yuan thought that since they were married, if he did indeed have some issues, she would be willing to work together with him to overcome them. "By the way, do you know any lawyers?" She shifted the topic. "What has happened?" Fenghua believed that hiring a lawyer was necessary. The situation was not straightforward. Su Yuan recounted the entire saga of Jiang Yuan's failure to repay her money and how she had lost contact with him, likening him to a deadbeat. Without taking decisive action, her money would likely go down the drain. Fenghua's expression darkened. He detested irresponsible, scoundrel-like men. "Don't worry. Leave this matter to me." Hearing his determined tone, Su Yuan felt reassured that he would handle it, as long as the process was not too convoluted. "Once the money is recovered, we can renovate the house and the little courtyard. What do you think?" Fenghua was taken aback. Her willingness to invest in renovations indicated her genuine desire to nurture their home. "Just contribute a little, and I'll cover the rest." To give her a sense of involvement, Fenghua suggested that she only contribute a small amount. He suddenly remembered that Grandma had lived there for so long without any proper renovations. The place was rather outdated, which showed her thoughtfulness. On Saturday, everyone was busy with their own affairs. By nightfall, Su Yuan felt drowsy and went to bed early. Meanwhile, Fenghua tossed and turned, unable to sleep, his mind racing. How could this woman, nestled beside such a handsome and sunny man, not have any thoughts? She had fallen into a deep slumber. Chapter 11. The arrival of 200,000 at the elegant and minimalist presidential office of Li Feng Group. Yang Qian had arrived early to wait. 9 o'clock sharp, Fenghua appeared at the door, impeccably dressed in a suit, with a hint of pleasure in his eyes. "What brings you here so early?" Yang Qian was also a workaholic, accustomed to working overtime and boasting high efficiency. He often joked with Fenghua, calling him a heartless capitalist, while he himself worked twice as much as others. Joking aside, they were quite familiar with each other, and Fenghua's salary for him was anything but ordinary. "I see you've come to deliver the contract for Enghai for signing." Yang Qian had long been curious about the new Mrs. President, wondering what kind of magic she possessed that could win over such an aloof CEO who had never considered marriage. Surely she must possess extraordinary beauty or some irresistible charm. It was crucial for company projects to be handled with utmost diligence regarding the president's wife. Cultivating a good relationship with her would yield numerous benefits. Before the president got married, he was always buried in work, and employees dared not leave until he did. However, in recent days, he had been leaving work early and even departing meetings ahead of time. It turned out he had gotten married. Feng Hua picked up the contract and scrutinized it for some time before confirming it, then took up a pen and signed his name as of today. The contract was officially signed, and arrangements for personnel to move in would be made immediately. Yes. Yang Qian took one of the 2 copies of the contract to Yinghai Group, just as he was about to rise to leave. Feng Hua suddenly called out to him, "Go to the legal department and have lawyerly handle the 200,000 debt dispute without revealing our identities," he added. "I have already sent you the details via electronic document on WeChat." Yang Qian was puzzled and jokingly asked, "Who dares to owe our president money?" They must be quite bold, not realizing that with a single phone call or command from Feng, they would lose their footing in Yinqing City. No, it's a debt owed to Mrs. Feng. Shock. This was quite a lot of information to process. Yang Qian had always been attentive to matters concerning Mrs. Feng and was eager to meet this mysterious fairy. "Understood, President. I will ensure that the money is returned within 3 days. When can we bring Mrs. Feng out for a look, to witness her grace? You are quite the gossip, aren't you? Hey, the president got married." "That's big news. Who wouldn't pay attention?" Yang Qian smiled. "Focus on your work. Refrain from meddling in other matters." Feng Hua feigned seriousness. "Understood. I will take my leave now." Yang Qian left with a lingering smile, thinking that being around the president would be much more interesting now. Far from monotonous, as Yang Qian exited the president's office, he ran into Lin Xuejiao, who noticed the smile still on his face. "Yang, why are you grinning so happily?" Lin Xuejiao had always been particularly attentive towards the president and hoped to glean some personal insights from him. Yang Qian's smile instantly vanished as he scrutinized her from head to toe. Lin Xuejiao had recently enhanced her makeup, her alluring eyeliner elegantly arched, her eyeshadow shimmering with intensity, and her fitted, sophisticated attire accentuating her curves, making her appear quite seductive. Focus on your work and avoid any misplaced thoughts. Yang Qian had a keen eye for people. He was well aware of Lin Xuejiao's recent display of different feelings towards the president. If she were to learn that the president had married, she would likely faint in the restroom. Lin Xuejiao sensed his dismissive attitude and felt a twinge of annoyance. What's the matter? No matter how impressive, he is still just an employee. After muttering this under her breath, she turned to leave. Yang Qian, not one to hold grudges, brushed off her remarks. He personally made his way to the legal department, which housed Li Feng International's private law firm, known for its exceptional expertise, winning every case they took on. He printed out the information and handed it to Lawyer Li. "Please expedite the collection of this amount. There is a 3-day deadline." He also signaled to Lawyer Li that this was a matter of great concern for President Feng and must be prioritized. "Understood. I will handle it immediately." At that moment, Jiang Yuan was still at work, having long since forgotten about repaying the debt. His recent quarrels with Lin Huiyu had left him exhausted, and if they were to break up, she would demand 100,000 as a breakup fee. As for Su Yuan, he believed she had unilaterally regretted their engagement. He had done his best to salvage things and saw no need to repay her. He thought her threats of suing were merely attempts to intimidate him. After all, Su Yuan's meek and compliant nature had been deeply ingrained in his mind, and he doubted she would truly take action against him. Beep, beep, beep. Jiang Yuan's phone vibrated on his desk. He glanced at the unfamiliar number and had no intention of answering. After a while, the number called again. Jiang Yuan grumbled to himself. Who was this? So annoying. Anger surged within him, yet he dared not unleash it in the office. When the third call came in, he simply blocked the number, muttering curses under his breath as he immersed himself in his work, completely oblivious to the fact that this number could alter the course of his life and even cost him his job, making it impossible for him to remain in Yinqing City. After blocking the number, he received a text message that had been intercepted. He picked it up and read, "Mr. Jiang, hello, I am Lawyer Li Zhenglin. You currently have a serious civil dispute. Please return my call immediately." His expression suddenly changed. This Lawyer Li Zhenglin was quite a notable figure, and he could not afford to ignore it. He took 3 steps and exited the office. pulling the number back from the blacklist in the spacious corridor to return the call. "Hello, Lawyer Lee. What is the matter?" Jiang Yuan's tone was relatively cordial at this point. "You owe Miss Su 200,000, and it must be repaid today." Lawyer Lee got straight to the point. "What? She is the one who regretted the engagement. I haven't even demanded compensation for emotional distress." Lawyer Lee frowned, having encountered shameless individuals before. "But never someone as brazen as this. Enough of your nonsense. If the money is not returned today, your job will be over. Don't think I'm trying to scare you. The facts are on the table, and you will lose if this goes to court." Lawyer Lee spoke with righteous indignation, his demeanor serious and devoid of any hint of jest. Jiang Yuan paused, momentarily at a loss for words. It was clear that he was intimidated. After hanging up the phone, he scoured everywhere for funds. In the evening, Su Yuan, armed with a hoe and several young seedlings, prepared to plant in the yard after work. Her grandmother, curious, inquired, "Xiao Yuan, what are you planning to cultivate?" With great enthusiasm, Su Yuan explained, "Grandma, this is bone set. It can be used to soak your feet and is quite effective for your rheumatism." Her grandmother had suffered from rheumatism for many years, seeking medical advice for quite some time, but all treatments merely addressed the symptoms rather than the root cause. The doctor had remarked that it was normal for the elderly to fall ill. Upon learning this, Su Yuan had quietly kept it in her heart, as authentic bone set was seldom available in the market. She wished to try growing it herself. Feng Hua was deeply touched. This girl was more considerate than he had imagined, and he joined her to help loosen the soil. Amidst their busyness, Su Yuan suddenly received a text message. "Your bank card has been credited with 200,000 yuan. Chapter 12. In trouble? Su Yuan took out her phone and opened the message to examine it closely. The name of the sender was Jiang Yuan, and a surge of joy filled her heart. She had only spoken to him yesterday, and he had repaid her so swiftly. She raised her gaze, excitement radiating from her as she looked at Feng Hua, exclaiming, "The money has already arrived. Your efficiency is truly impressive." This trivial matter was nothing to him, yet he felt praised, his heart blooming with joy. Su Yuan meticulously buried the roots of each small plant in the soil, her movements skilled and earnest, while Feng Hua gazed at her with intense admiration. This girl had the power to bring tranquility to one's soul. The following day, Su Yuan found herself overwhelmed in the office, as unprecedented orders poured in like a torrential flood. Longtime customers, having heard of Ing Hai Group's acquisition by Li Feng International, sought to establish connections, for Li Feng Group was a colossal commercial empire, beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Answering one phone call after another, Su Yuan felt as if her throat might burst into flames. Following this surge in collaborative orders, Ing Hai Group was poised to ascend to an entirely new level. The overall employee benefits would improve, and salaries were likely to rise. Contemplating this promising future, Su Yuan felt that all her current hardships were worthwhile. As noon approached, she stretched lazily, finally lifting her head from the mountain of documents. She pressed her hands against her shoulders and head, massaging her temples with her thumbs, preparing to take a break for lunch. At that moment, her phone vibrated. Glancing at the screen, she saw it was Jiang Yuan. Displeasure brewed within her. The money had been repaid, so why was he calling again? "Hello, what is it?" "I'm downstairs at your office." "Come down, I need to speak with you." Jiang Yuan's tone was evidently unfriendly. Li Yingxian had just returned from the cafeteria and was about to inform her, "Su Yuan, your ex-boyfriend is downstairs at the office. It seems he is looking for you and appears somewhat aggressive, so be careful." Su Yuan furrowed her brow, reluctantly stepping downstairs. Upon exiting the building, she spotted Jiang Yuan not far away, smoking, while curious employees passing by cast glances at the two. Su Yuan marched over to him, her tone unsatisfied. "What are you doing here?" Jiang Yuan turned to face her, his expression icy and distant. "Oh, Su Yuan. So you've learned to employ lawyers to suppress me now. It seems marriage has given you wings," he retorted with a taunting tone. Su Yuan disregarded his words, adopting an attitude that suggested he should speak quickly. "Jiang Yuan, we have broken up. Let us not meet again if there is nothing important. I do not wish to see you." Her voice rose slightly, tinged with anger. Employees passing by during lunch observed the commotion, mistaking it for a lover's quarrel. Su Yuan felt particularly embarrassed. Jiang Yuan's disturbance at the office had humiliated her. Jiang Yuan seized her arm, his tone threatening. "If you don't let me have it easy, I won't let you off the hook either." Su Yuan forcefully broke free from his grip. The tugging and pulling were utterly absurd. Igniting her fury, Jiang Yuan, if you dare to cause a scene any longer, I will call the police and report your actions to your company. Let us see who ends up more embarrassed. Jiang Yuan had never witnessed her in such a rage. The once gentle lamb had transformed into a ferocious wolf in an instant. He faltered, releasing her arm, grumbling as he departed. Su Yuan turned to head back upstairs, only to notice numerous colleagues peering from the third and fourth floor windows, watching the spectacle. She shook her head in resignation. Upon returning to her desk, everyone buzzed around her like a swarm of bees, expressing their concern. Su Yuan, is your ex-boyfriend still pestering you? Do all men behave this way, trying to win back those they can't keep? Su Yuan, did you two have a fight? It seemed your tone was rather harsh. Hearing her colleagues gossiping, she grew increasingly irritated. Realizing that most were merely feigning concern to indulge in gossip, a flicker of annoyance crossed Su Yuan's eyes as she replied impatiently, I have completely severed ties with him. We will not be in contact again. The colleagues, realizing there was no juicy gossip to be had, shook their heads and dispersed. Li Yingxian, seated nearby, noticed Su Yuan's discontent and, usually so talkative, refrained from interrupting her. Su Yuan sat at her desk, outwardly calm as she worked, yet her inner turmoil raged. Jiang Yuan's public humiliation of her in front of so many colleagues left her seething. She never expected that someone she once loved could turn so hostile. All she had done was reclaim what was rightfully hers through legal means, yet she was subjected to such disgrace. Indeed, people could wear masks. Her 3 years with Jiang Yuan felt like an interminable fog. The entire afternoon, the shadow on her face lingered, her frustration mounting. She picked up her phone and dialed Fenghua. Ahua, I have something to attend to tonight. I'll return home later. Upon hearing her melancholic tone, Fenghua, sensing her reluctance to elaborate, refrained from questioning further, respecting her need for space. As evening approached, the sky began to change, and a light drizzle commenced. Su Yuan parked her car at the Riverside CAF. After stepping out and opening an umbrella to enter, she found Su He diligently preparing coffee. She gently called out, He. Su He looked up, her face lighting up with shock and joy upon seeing Su Yuan. Immediately setting aside her spoon, Xiao Yuan, you've been absent for so long. I thought you had married a wealthy man and no longer cared about this CAF's meager earnings. Su Yuan simply smiled. But Su He noticed the indescribable dullness in her eyes. Quickly adjusting the coffee, she served it to a customer and then pulled Su Yuan to a window seat on the third-floor terrace. Understanding that Su Yuan was feeling down, she asked, What's wrong? I thought it might be marital strife. After a moment of silence, Su Yuan gathered her thoughts and slowly recounted the incident with Jiang Yuan at the office. His behavior was repugnant, and she hoped he would not return. If he continued to entangle her, it would undoubtedly affect her current marriage. Su He frowned throughout, joining in to denounce the scoundrel. Thank goodness you didn't marry him. Otherwise, you would regret it for life. Su He reassured her. After confiding in Su He for an entire evening, the shadows on Su Yuan's face gradually lifted. The two close friends engaged in deep conversation, and time slipped away unnoticed as night fell. The sky drizzled lightly, somber and gloomy, as if even the weather understood Su Yuan's mood that day. Her grandmother, holding an umbrella, peered out from the small courtyard multiple times. Failing to see Su Yuan return, she urged Fenghua to call a few more times, but there was no answer, and no messages were returned. It was late, and with the rain falling, it was unsafe for a girl to be out alone. Surely, she hadn't encountered any trouble. Chapter 13. The legal wife Su Yuan glanced at the clock. It was 11 o'clock, and the night was deepening. After bidding farewell to Su He, she prepared to head home. Unaware that her phone was on silent, and Fenghua had been trying to reach her multiple times. Upon checking her phone, her heart sank. Oh no, Grandma and Fenghua must be frantic. She promptly returned Fenghua's call. Hello, I'm so sorry. I was chatting with my friend, and my phone was on silent. I'm heading home now, she explained anxiously. Upon receiving her call, Fenghua finally felt a weight lift from his heart after a long night of worry. Okay, just come back early, he replied, his tone subdued yet tinged with irritation, and he didn't offer to pick her up. Moments later, as Su Yuan's car slowly pulled away from the CAF, her phone rang again. She answered, and Fenghua inquired with concern, It's raining. Do you need me to pick you up? No, I'm already on my way. You are my legal wife. I have an obligation to protect you. If something were to happen, wouldn't that just make Grandma worry even more? Feng Hua's tone was slightly petulant, clearly concerned yet unable to express it verbally. Upon returning home, Su Yuan explained the situation to her grandmother and Feng Hua, detailing how Zhang Yuan had caused a scene at the office, which had left her feeling humiliated. They did not blame her. Instead, they felt genuine sympathy for her plight. The next morning, after a night of rain, the sky began to clear. The warm sun shone upon the swaying flowers in the small yard, and glistening droplets rolled off the petals, filling the air with freshness. Su Yuan rose early, tending to her little plants in the yard. As it was the weekend, and she wanted to tidy up the small garden. Observing the bone set she had planted several days ago beginning to grow, she felt a surge of joy. Today, she had also procured some camellias and sunflowers. Eager to plant them, she adored having a small garden to tend to, cultivating flowers and vegetables. It was something she had often done in her childhood. After selling the old house in the alley, she had lost that garden. The rain-soaked soil was moist as she diligently dug holes, her mind already envisioning a yard brimming with blossoms, a truly healing sight. Feng Hua had just returned from the gym. A towel draped over his shoulder. His physique was well-defined, muscles proportionate, and combined with his handsome face, he was utterly flawless. Shi Yuan greeted with a smile and returned. The man nodded, appearing particularly handsome and vibrant in the morning light. This man was truly striking, and once again, she found herself captivated. Feng Hua failed to notice the emotions reflected in her eyes as he busied himself washing his face and drying his hands. Shi Yuan, has Grandma not returned yet? Shi Yuan glanced at the empty living room, devoid of any presence on the sofa. She probably went out for a stroll and got caught up chatting with someone familiar. Feng Hua did not respond. He ladled the lean meat porridge into 3 bowls and placed them on the table in the small courtyard. Accompanied by a few boiled eggs and corn, the breakfast, though simple, sufficed for their daily needs. He had prepared the porridge just before heading out to exercise, indicating his thoughtfulness in their household. Chores were shared, ensuring that no one bore the burden alone. This was the secret to their harmonious coexistence. Just then, Grandma pushed the door open and declared, "I'm back." Shi Yuan set down her small hoe and fertilizer, hurrying to the sink to wash her hands. "What a coincidence, Grandma! We were just waiting for you to have breakfast." Grandma hurriedly sat at the table and poured herself a cup of tea, clearly parched from her earlier conversation. After taking a couple of sips, she eagerly spoke. "Do you know who I just saw? I ran into Grandma Wang, and she even has a grandson now." Grandma Wang was an old neighbor from the bustling alley, and her grandson, only 24, had married and had a child just a year after graduating from university. Grandma expressed envy, noting how fortunate Grandma Wang was to have a great-grandchild so soon. Her words carried a hint of sarcasm, but Feng Hua remained unfazed, calmly spooning porridge into his mouth. Grandma nudged Feng Hua's elbow, hinting that he should put in more effort. Shi Yuan thought to herself that she and Feng Hua were merely cohabiting and had no substantial relationship, so where would a child come from? Feng Hua replied in a laid-back manner. "It all depends on fate. One cannot rush these things." Grandma had long grown accustomed to her grandson's obliviousness. "Since you both have time today, why not buy some paint and refresh the room's walls? Let's try out some colors." She aimed to give them something to do together to foster their bond. Shi Yuan's gaze fell upon the long-unused dark green tricycle in the yard, instantly evoking childhood memories. "Grandma, I'll ride the tricycle. The paint is messy and has a strong smell. It would leave an unpleasant odor in the vehicle." Feng Hua was not keen on engaging in such a time-consuming task. He had already found a professional renovation team and planned to move out temporarily until the work was completed. However, all his properties were luxury homes, and he couldn't find a single-story house. So he intended to borrow accommodation from a friend to avoid raising suspicion. "Grandma, we don't need to handle such heavy work ourselves. I've already secured a renovation team." Seeing Shi Yuan taking the initiative while her grandson sought to decline, Grandma grew irritated. "We must personally test the paint colors. Have you ever seen a vendor let us choose colors on cardstock? The color that ends up on the wall is often different." Grandma would not let this opportunity slip by. The messier the task, the more it showcased their teamwork. Thus, Shi Yuan brought out the tricycle, with Feng Hua humbling himself to sit in the back, supporting himself against the edge of the seat. Once they hit the main road, Feng Hua instantly regretted it. Here he was, a prominent CEO, wobbling precariously on a metal tricycle. ATA traffic light. Nangong Yuza, driving a Maybach, spotted this scene. "Oh, isn't that Feng Hua?" Upon closer inspection, it indeed was. Fenghua was seated on a tricycle, being ridden by a young and beautiful girl. How amusing! Nangong Yuza decided to follow along. Eventually, Xu Yuan and Fenghua stopped at a branded paint store. Xu Yuan walked ahead while Fenghua trailed behind. Suddenly, Nangong Yuza appeared in front of Fenghua, grinning. "Feng, what brings you here?" Xu Yuan turned at the sound. "Ahua, is he your friend?" Nangong Yuza paused, unsure of how to address her. "Hello, I'm Nangong Yuza, a friend of Fenghua." Fenghua gestured for Xu Yuan to enter and select the paint while he chatted with his friend. "She is my legally recognized wife. I haven't disclosed my true identity to her, understand?" Nangong Yuza quickly grasped the situation. It was amusing that such a scenario was unfolding with Fenghua. It was a classic rich man's test of true love. Nangong Yuza was eager to see how Fenghua would perform. Chapter 14. Discovering common interests in the store. Xu Yuan selected the paint color and called out to Fenghua, "Is this light yellow acceptable?" Fenghua nodded. "You decide." After ordering the paint, Fenghua and Nangong Yuza carried it out and placed it on the tricycle. Nangong Yuza cheerfully said, "Sister-in-law, can I come over this weekend to taste your culinary skills?" Xu Yuan readily agreed. "Of course." Fenghua, noticing the tricycle filled with paint buckets, felt uncomfortable about returning in it. The gazes of passers-by were too piercing. "I'll ride back with Nangong Yuza. You take the paint back and leave it at the courtyard entrance. We'll handle bringing it inside from there." Xu Yuan nodded, and Fenghua breathed a sigh of relief, finally escaping the awkwardness of riding the tricycle through the streets. Accompanying Fenghua in this charade, Nangong Yuza called his driver, "Ah Qiang, please bring over a car worth around 100,000. Ah Qiang found it challenging, but knew he had to comply with the CEO's orders. 20 minutes later, Ah Qiang managed to borrow a slightly used Volkswagen. "Nangong, this is the best I could find." Nangong Yuza inspected it and reluctantly agreed. He handed the keys to his Maybach to Ah Qiang. "Drive my car back to the villa's garage." Ah Qiang was puzzled. Why would the CEO choose a less glamorous vehicle when he had luxury cars? Nonetheless, they exchanged keys, and Ah Qiang drove off in the Maybach. Meanwhile, Xu Yuan had already unloaded the paint at the courtyard entrance. She texted Fenghua, "The paint is at the door. I'm off to buy groceries." After sending the message, she rode her electric bike to the market. Asking Grandma to keep an eye on the paint in the Volkswagen, Nangong Yuza teased, "Feng, how could you not invite me to such an interesting game? I'm eager to see your sister-in-law's reaction when she learns your true identity." Fenghua remained unfazed, embodying the wisdom of an elder. "She might not even discover my true identity." Nangong Yuza chuckled silently, pressing the accelerator as they sped towards the bustling alley. Upon reaching the courtyard entrance, Nangong Yuza opened the door and stepped out, calling out to Grandma from a distance, "Grandma, I've come to mooch a meal." Grandma, upon seeing him in a Volkswagen, immediately understood. These two were collaborating in their little act. Nangong Yuza and Fenghua had grown up together. Fenghua was unperturbed by his friend's acting skills, as they were like two peas in a pod. Nangong Yuza was charmingly talkative, and Grandma adored him. At the courtyard entrance, the sight of the two CEOs carrying paint was almost surreal, a rare opportunity to experience such labor. Soon after, Xu Yuan returned with groceries, and Fenghua entered the kitchen to assist. However, Xu Yuan urged him to go back outside. "Stay with your friend. I can handle this." It wouldn't be polite to leave him waiting. Fenghua agreed and stepped out to join Nangong Yuza for tea. "How's married life treating you?" Nangong Yuza asked with keen interest. "Are you feeling pressured to marry? Do you want to experience this?" Fenghua shot him a sidelong glance. "Hua, your life is quite delightful, with someone bustling in the kitchen and Grandma enjoying the breeze in the yard. A harmonious family scene." Fenghua looked around and realized the warmth of being together as a family was indeed heartwarming. "So, you want to get married?" "Absolutely. My family is pushing me hard. They arrange a blind date every week, all with heavy makeup and little substance." Nangong Yuza recounted his blind date experiences, the monotonous routine of dining, chatting, watching movies, and shopping, yet none had caught his eye. Observing Xu Yuan, he found her warm, grounded, and beautiful, a rarity in the matchmaking market. He had heard from Fenghua that she was introduced by Grandma Datso. During Fenghua's brief absence to fetch tea, he quietly asked Grandma, "Grandma, could you introduce me to someone like my sister-in-law?" Grandma burst into laughter. "Do you think I'm a matchmaker? Girls like that are hard to come by." Then, leaning closer to Nangong Yuza's ear, she added, "If you help me arrange for them to have a child, I'll help you with an introduction." Nangong Yuza felt both embarrassed and amused. How could he pressure Fenghua, knowing it could lead to trouble? but for his own happiness, he decided to take the plunge. All right, I'll definitely help you out. Grandma nodded in satisfaction. Now I'll keep an eye out for gentle and virtuous girls. In this comfortable atmosphere, a table brimming with diverse and delectable dishes gradually appeared. There were steamed base, braised ribs, and stir-fried duck with sour bamboo shoots, all visually appealing and fragrant. Nangong Yuza swallowed hard, looking at Xu Yuan with newfound admiration. Hua, you've struck gold. Fenghua felt somewhat shy at the compliment and placed the largest piece of rib into Nangong Yuza's bowl, saying, "Eat it, keep your mouth busy." The family savored the delicious feast, relishing the taste of happiness. Yuza, do you have any spare rooms available for us? We need to renovate this little courtyard. Fenghua feigned asking him for a rental, but it was actually his own property. Certainly, I will send it to you shortly for your perusal. If you like it, feel free to stay, and I shall hand you the keys. Nangong Yuze's response flowed seamlessly, piquing Su Yuan's curiosity. His multiple properties hinted at a certain level of affluence, possibly even the capacity to assist Feng Hua. Politely, Su Yuan inquired, Yuze, what is your occupation? Upon hearing this question, Nangong Yuze's mind raced, and he decisively replied, I own a fast food restaurant and a dry cleaning business. Grandmother and Feng Hua exchanged knowing glances, barely stifling their laughter. Once the game commenced, a cascade of fabrications was inevitable, and one had to maintain a convincing faade. Su Yuan mused that business ventures in this day and age were challenging, and perhaps she could assist him with the rent later. At tea that moment, a snail ambled slowly to the edge of the table, its body trailing a long, glistening strand of mucus, appearing somewhat translucent. Su Yuan instinctively picked it up, causing the snail to retract into its shell. Grandmother chuckled. Xiao Yuan, you still have the same fondness for snails as before. Su Yuan smiled sheepishly, concerned that Feng Hua and Nangong Yuze might find her childish. She placed the snail into a glass tank before returning to her meal. Grandmother remarked, Hua's childhood hobby was brawling, often wrestling with the neighbor's children until he was covered in mud. Su Yuan stifled a giggle. Feng Hua, however, was instantly displeased by grandmother's mention of his youthful indiscretions. Not at all. I preferred skateboarding when I was younger. Su Yuan's expression brightened. What a coincidence. I enjoyed that too. They exchanged smiles, seemingly having discovered a shared interest. Chapter 15. An early birthday gift on the 18th floor of Li Feng International. In an office that was both minimalist and elegant, Feng Hua was diligently reviewing documents, exuding a calm and unhurried demeanor. A soft knock echoed. Come in. Feng Hua responded in a neutral tone. Lin Shuejiao entered, clad in a delicate lotus-pink shirt that draped gracefully over her figure, complemented by a form-fitting skirt and pointed high heels, exuding an alluring charm. Feng Zong, your international parcel. Just place it on the desk, he replied, engrossed in his papers, not even glancing up. After placing the parcel down, Lin Shuejiao hesitated for a few seconds, realizing she had no reason to linger, and awkwardly turned to leave, feeling a mix of embarrassment and frustration. She had even touched up her makeup and arranged her attire, hoping to catch the president's eye, yet he barely acknowledged her presence. Annoyed, she resolved to find another opportunity to gain his attention. After finishing his review, Feng Hua glanced at the parcel on his desk. Picking it up, he noted the sender. Shenju Xin. A faint smile graced his lips. Shenju Xin, along with Nangong Yuze, Yang Qian, and Feng Hua, had grown up together, sharing an exceptionally close bond. Although Shenju Xin was a girl, her vivacious and carefree spirit had always allowed her to blend seamlessly among the boys. Currently studying abroad, she primarily engaged in wedding planning, and he was curious how much she had grown since they last met. Unwrapping the package, he revealed a beautifully crafted folded card that read, Hua Gu, happy birthday. Another bag contained a bespoke high-end gray shirt, tailored perfectly to Feng Hua's measurements, with a heart-shaped stitch at the collar. Each year, Shenju Xin collaborated with her fashion designer friend to create a birthday gift for Feng Hua, whom she regarded as a younger brother, and he reciprocated with gifts of his own. Suddenly, his phone chimed. He swiped right to answer, Hua Go. Did you receive the gift? Does it fit? Shenju Xin's cheerful and melodious voice danced through the receiver. Thank you. I shall try it on later. Feng Hua replied patiently, showing no hint of aloofness towards his sister. I'll be back next month, so remember to help me with the return trip, she added. At this, Feng Hua's gaze flickered momentarily with joy. Though it was subtle, Ginkgo City welcomes you home. After hanging up, Feng Hua stood before the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing into the distance, contemplating whether it would be appropriate to bring Su Yuan along to introduce her to everyone upon her return. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of crimson, Feng Hua concluded an hour of overtime. Yet his spirits remained high as he left the office. Su Yuan, having finished work earlier, was tending to the plants in the small courtyard while chatting on the phone with Su He. Their conversation was lively and animated as Su He recalled the incident a few days prior when Jiang Yuan had caused a ruckus at her company. Xiao Yuan, do you think Jiang Yuan will come looking for you at your office again? Su Yuan felt a twinge of unease at the memory, feeling helpless. He hasn't since that incident. After he stirred up trouble, rumors about me have been rampant, and my colleagues are reveling in the drama, she replied. Su He expressed her indignation, having witnessed Su Yuan's dedication during her 3-year relationship, where she was always the more devoted partner. Just endure it. Ignore the comments. With time, it will fade. Su Yuan remained apprehensive, hoping he would not return, wishing for a complete severance of ties. She busied herself with the flowers. Noting that the camellias had sprouted many new buds and the herbal grass was ready to harvest for her grandmother's foot soak, she was oblivious to the handsome figure entering the courtyard, who happened to overhear her conversation. Feng Hua raised an eyebrow in surprise, wondering who had dared to cause such a disturbance at his company. Turning with the watering can, Su Yuan was startled to see Feng Hua. You back? His gaze landed on her cheek, slightly furrowing his brow. Who caused a ruckus at your office? Su Yuan realized he must have overheard her call and felt there was no need to conceal the truth. Jiang Yuan, possibly feeling aggrieved after our breakup, created a scene outside my office a few days ago. She felt embarrassed, ashamed to admit she had been blinded by infatuation, entangled with her ex after their separation. Feng Hua's expression turned serious, leaving her with a single directive. Leave this matter to me. He then turned and entered the house, changing from his suit into comfortable loungewear. He walked towards the courtyard, picking up a hoe and scissors with surprising adeptness. Need any help? Su Yuan asked, observing his clumsy demeanor, stifling a laugh. Since he was being so proactive, she decided to assign him some tasks, asking him to trim the herbal grass for her grandmother's foot soak that evening. He awkwardly began snipping away, while inside, grandmother, busy with vegetables, peeked out to witness the scene, a smile spreading across her face. She thought to herself, this boy has finally come to his senses, learning to be considerate of his wife. As the sun set, the two figures in the courtyard busily worked side by side, their hearts quietly drawing closer together. After dinner, Su Yuan and grandmother watched television downstairs while Feng Hua was upstairs taking a shower. Grandmother leaned closer to Su Yuan and whispered, the day after tomorrow is his birthday. You should prepare a simple gift. He is easy to please. Eager to foster a deeper connection between the couple, grandmother acted as a matchmaker, hoping they would remain together for the long haul. Su Yuan's mind raced as she considered what simple yet heartfelt gift a man might appreciate. She had never particularly noted what he liked and found herself at a loss. Grasping grandmother's arm, she asked, Grandmother, what does Hua generally enjoy? Just then, footsteps echoed from the staircase as Feng Hua descended to retrieve something. Grandmother yawned, feigning fatigue, and whispered, I have no idea. You'll have to think of something to surprise him. With that, she waved her hand and retreated to her room, leaving Su Yuan looking bewildered. To give the young couple some space, grandmother took the opportunity to head to bed. The day after tomorrow was approaching quickly, and with only tomorrow to prepare a gift, she felt utterly uninspired. Noticing her distraction, Feng Hua asked, What are you thinking about? Su Yuan snapped back to reality, smiling, Oh, nothing much. Let us head upstairs to sleep. That night, Su Yuan tossed and turned in bed, preoccupied with thoughts of the gift. She pondered how to make her first gift to him as her husband meaningful. She certainly did not want it to resemble the time she had given Jiang Yuan an extravagant watch, pouring all her resources into it, only to end up heartbroken. As night deepened, Su Yuan gradually drifted into a light slumber, her dreams filled with whimsical doodles. Chapter 16. The panic of being dismissed the following day. Su Yuan entered the office as she typically did, however, today was peculiar. Everyone seemed unusually quiet, engrossed in their tasks. Unlike usual, when conversations and laughter filled the air, the atmosphere was eerie, dominated solely by the sounds of keyboards, mice, and paper rustling. After settling at her desk, she leaned over to Li Yingxian's workstation, eager to uncover the cause of the somber mood. Xian, why is everyone so silent today? Liang Xian glanced around warily, ensuring no supervisors were present. Have you heard? Li Feng Group has taken over our company, and they're planning to lay off a significant number of people, retaining only the top performers. After sharing this news, she quickly retreated to her desk, anxious to avoid being caught chatting during work hours. Su Yuan's brow furrowed, a flicker of concern crossing her eyes. She immersed herself in her work, having always been diligent and responsible. The thought of possibly being on the dismissal list weighed heavily on her, but all she could do was accept whatever fate awaited her. A series of clicking high heels approached, the sound growing increasingly distinct in the hushed office. Today, we need to resolve this batch of after-sales clients, declared Department Director Yi Qianqian, striding confidently in her professional attire, her presence commanding as she approached Su Yuan. This particular batch of after-sales clients consisted of notoriously difficult cases that had been historically challenging to manage, especially to resolve in just one day. Xu Yuan was acutely aware that she was being deliberately provoked, and she thought to herself that she was certainly not a soft persimmon to be easily squeezed. I have my own work. After sales should be handled by the appropriate department. Her tone was neither warm nor cold. Yi Qianqian, noticing her defiance, felt her anger flare up immediately. So now she had become emboldened. Was she refusing to listen to my words? Her voice became a bit piercing, causing everyone nearby to glance over. Xu Yuan understood that arguing with her would serve no purpose and would only lead to embarrassment in the office. Reluctantly, she took the documents from Yi Qianqian's hands. With satisfaction, Yi Qianqian returned to her independent office, fully aware that this was intentional. Xu Yuan's capabilities were quickly surpassing hers. With the company facing layoffs, she needed to find ways to push Xu Yuan out to secure her position as department director. Xu Yuan had just entered the realm of marriage, a time when she needed to diligently nurture her small family. If she lost her job, the pressure on Fenghua would only intensify. However, she could not allow herself to be easily manipulated, as that would place her in a passive position, making her future path even more challenging. She pinched the corner of the documents tightly, her fingertips turning white. Ultimately, she decided to delegate these troublesome clients to the after-sales department. After packaging the electronic files, she sent them to the after-sales department's email. Then, she opened her work folder, methodically addressing her own client orders. She meticulously outlined the quarterly procurement and budget, supervising existing orders, and following up on deliveries. Her focus on work was intense. Before the end of the workday, she had already completed her tasks. With her worries easing, she felt reassured that as long as she performed her duties well, she had no reason to fear an unwarranted dismissal from her boss, who would not unreasonably side with Yi Qianqian. Stretching at her desk, she massaged her sore shoulders. At that moment, a strong sense of pressure began to loom closer. Yi Qianqian glared at her, coldly scanning her. Have you managed the tasks I assigned you? Xu Yuan remained calm, her gaze confident and resolute. I handed it over to the after-sales department. You may inquire with them. Yi Qianqian's anger surged, her face darker than the bottom of a pot. Do you even realize what you're doing? Xu Yuan recognized that those unresolved after-sales issues were not her responsibility, and it would take time to resolve them. The most pressing matter was to complete her own tasks. In a situation where everyone was striving to avoid termination, there was no time to consider anything else. This is precisely the work of the after-sales department. Naturally, I prioritize my own responsibilities, Xu Yuan retorted, unwilling to back down. Upon hearing her rebuttal, Yi Qianqian's complexion fluctuated between shades of green and white. Everyone in the office had always shown her utmost respect. No one had ever dared to defy her orders. Are you defying your superior's command? Do you wish to jeopardize your position? Yi Qianqian's voice escalated several decibels, filled with anger and dissatisfaction, causing the atmosphere around them to grow tense. And everyone lowered their heads in silence. Xu Yuan quickly realized that she was deliberately seeking trouble. If she yielded to her, she would face oppression in every aspect henceforth, which would be more unbearable than being dismissed. These are not my clients. Asking me to negotiate with them is unreasonable. Handing them over to the after-sales department is only proper, Xu Yuan articulated her reasoning. The color drained from Yi Qianqian's face as she awaited her response. But unexpectedly, she turned and left, leaving behind a distorted silhouette. The onlookers cast sympathetic glances at Xu Yuan, seemingly conveying, "What did you do to provoke her? She is notorious for holding grudges, and anyone who crosses her will face dire consequences." Although Xu Yuan feared unemployment, She could not allow others to walk all over her. As the workday drew to a close, everyone was tense from the day's events, hastily gathering their belongings to leave. The tension left in the wake of the incident gradually dissipated. Beep, beep, beep. Shiyuan glanced at the incoming call on her phone, an unfamiliar number. Curiously, she pressed the answer button. Xiao Yuan, Mom has returned to the country. I'm going to meet my son-in-law now. Please send me the location. Li Joe's cheerful voice came through, infused with an irresistible enthusiasm. The long-awaited reunion with her mother filled Shiyuan with excitement, and she quickly sent her mother the location of their home. Subsequently, she called Fenghua. Ahua, my mom is back in the country. She is coming over for dinner tonight. Fenghua was taken aback, also hearing the joyful and lively tone of Shiyuan's voice on the other end. After a moment of thought, he suggested, how about we go to Xingxianjuan for dinner? I have some discount coupons. Shiyuan politely declined, stating that her mother wanted to see their home. After hanging up, Fenghua pondered for a long time. The small courtyard seemed rather dilapidated. If her mother disapproved, would she object to their marriage? It was the first time his mother-in-law was visiting their home, and the food could not be subpar. He picked up his phone and instructed his assistant. Please arrange to have the finest 4 dishes and a soup from Li Feng Hotel delivered. The assistant hung up and immediately instructed the kitchen at Li Feng Hotel to expedite the preparation of the president's meal. Fenghua thought to himself, Shiyuan is so kind, cultured, and reasonable. Her mother should also be easy to get along with. Since meeting Shiyuan, the formidable president of Feng Group had tempered his sharp edges and began to consider her feelings in all matters, fearing that his status might intimidate her and create distance. Chapter 17. The betrothal gift of 880,000. As the sun set, its warm light gently cascaded through the clouds. Fenghua was driving home in his white Cadillac, the soft evening breeze flowing through the open window, and he wore a gentle expression. He felt both nervous and excited at the prospect of meeting his mother-in-law. Fenghua parked at the entrance of the small courtyard, where the door was wide open, and he could see Shiyuan bustling about inside. Humming a little tune, the entire courtyard seemed to come alive with her joy, and Fenghua could hear her singing from afar. He carried several boxes of elegantly packaged meals inside. I picked up some dishes. You just need to cook a couple of simple ones. Shiyuan found his thoughtfulness endearing, marveling at how considerate he was. She glanced at the logo on the packaging, trying to identify where the food came from. Where did you buy this? From Li Feng Hotel. Shiyuan's expression turned to one of surprise, her eyes widening. That place was quite expensive. A single dish could cost over 1,000 yuan. However, after some reflection, she thought it was better to treat her mother well. Thank you, Ahua. Fenghua placed the dishes into their home-cooked bowls, while Shiyuan prepared dry pot cauliflower and spicy shredded potatoes to set on the table. At that moment, a middle-aged woman in sleek black high heels and sunglasses, draped in a red and white patterned scarf, peeked in through the door. Glancing around while checking her phone, it seemed she was confirming she hadn't made a mistake. She softly inquired, "Is this Shiyuan's home?" Upon recognizing her mother, Shiyuan rushed out to greet her like a butterfly, with Fenghua and Grandma following closely behind. "Mom, you're here. It's been so long." Shiyuan joyfully embraced her mother, who reciprocated the gesture with a polite pat on her back. Then, Shiyuan turned to link arms with Fenghua, happily introducing, "Mom, this is your son-in-law. He treats me very well." Fenghua felt somewhat awkward as Shiyuan pulled on his arm. This was the first physical contact they had shared, and his expression stiffened slightly. Lost in the euphoria of their long-awaited reunion, Shiyuan was oblivious to Fenghua's discomfort. She then took Grandma's hand, saying, "This is Grandma." Li Jiawei nodded with a gentle smile, greeting them all warmly, yet there was an underlying sense of detachment in her demeanor. "Mom, let us eat. Everything is ready." Shiyuan led her mother to the dining table. But Li Jiawei's gaze lingered not on her daughter, but rather scrutinized the interior and exterior of the small courtyard. Fenghua noticed this exchange. At the dining table, Li Jiawei slowly sat down, removing her sunglasses and placing them into her bag. Shiyuan eagerly offered her a bowl and spoon. With the steaming 3-flavor soup looking both delicious and nutritious, Li Jiawei remained silent, creating a somewhat awkward and serious atmosphere. She took a gentle sip of soup. Observing her mother's expression, Shiyuan attentively gauged whether the soup suited her taste. "Mom, is the soup good?" Li Jiawei glanced at Shiyuan with an indifferent look before directly asking. "So, you've taken my daughter, Shiyuan, home. How much betrothal gift do you intend to give?" Fenghua maintained a calm demeanor, his expression unreadable, as if he had anticipated this question. Shi Yuan felt a tinge of embarrassment. Mom, let us enjoy our meal first. Grandma, however, was unfazed by such inquiries and, maintaining her cheerful demeanor, calmly asked, "In-laws, we indeed have not been thorough. How much do you think is appropriate for the betrothal gift?" Shi Yuan felt a wave of anxiety wash over her as she nervously glanced at her mother's lips, which appeared somewhat foreign to her. She feared that her mother might demand an exorbitant betrothal gift that Feng Hua's family could not possibly accept. Considering your family's average financial condition, a lucky figure of 880,000 would be reasonable. Terrified, Shi Yuan gasped, returning the shrimp she had just picked up to her bowl. What family could afford an 880,000 betrothal gift? Even Shi Yuan, could not bear such a cost. Before Feng Hua and Grandma could respond, Shi Yuan hurriedly interjected, "Mom, 880,000 is far too high. That's not something we can casually afford." Li Jiawei showed no signs of yielding. Feigning patience as she explained, "The betrothal gift is a matter of goodwill. How much you give reflects the importance you place on our daughter, and it also relates to her future happiness." "Mom, 880,000 is outrageous. There are many ways to show importance, and 380,000 would suffice." Shi Yuan was determined to prevent her mother from insisting on the astronomical betrothal gift, even if they sold their house and car. They could not gather that sum, and how would they manage to live as a family thereafter? Li Jiawei cast a fierce glare at Su Yuan, exclaiming, "I am striving to secure your happiness. How could this little girl still be so obstinate?" In this day and age, marriage is the most unreliable institution. Men can easily waver and stray, especially after a child is born, when a woman truly realizes whether she has married the right person. It is only reasonable to discuss terms in advance. "Mom, 380,000 is 380,000. I am the one getting married, not you," Su Yuan asserted with a hint of anger in her voice. Ever since her mother left her behind in the country, she returned to find herself barely having tasted the food before being urgently asked for a bride price. Seeing Su Yuan's determination, Li Jiawei dared not push too far. The dinner proceeded in a heavy silence. The table laden with delectable dishes that now seemed utterly flavorless, more uncomfortable than dining with strangers. Li Jiawei, devoid of appetite, picked at her food, set down her chopsticks, and delicately wiped her already clean lips with a tissue. Subsequently, she reached for her bag, intending to leave. "Mom, let me take you back. No, I can take a taxi. I have something to discuss with you," Li Jiawei replied with a detached expression, unwilling to bridge the gap. Su Yuan followed her outside the small courtyard, where Li Jiawei playfully poked her forehead with a finger. I painstakingly helped you negotiate a higher bride price, and look at you." Li Jiawei rolled her eyes, exuding an air of superiority. "Mom, my marital happiness cannot be sustained by exorbitant bride prices. You have seen their conditions. How could they possibly afford such a sum? I advise you to divorce quickly. This man may be handsome, but look at his dilapidated house and his pathetic appearance. What happiness can he offer you?" After saying this, Li Jiawei stormed off, her high heels clicking furiously against the floor. Feng Hua, who was in the adjoining room, happened to overhear the conversation, his expression remaining inscrutable, betraying no hint of his thoughts. Su Yuan returned to the room, disheartened, unsure of how to face her grandmother and Feng Hua. After her mother's outburst, she feared her image in their eyes would be irreparably tarnished, that they might think she was marrying for money. Yet her grandmother smiled tenderly, taking her hand as if nothing had happened. "Xiao Yuan, have you eaten enough? Please," continued. To her surprise, her grandmother bore no resentment. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, she spoke up, "Ahua, I still have 200,000 in my account. Do you think that would suffice?" Feng Hua's gaze softened, as if he were looking at a precious treasure. His eyes filled with warmth. What a joke! How could the bride pay for her own wedding? Chapter 18. Anticipated gifts 380,000 to President Feng was merely a trifling sum, akin to pocket change. He wouldn't even flinch at 3.8 million. It was simply a matter of worth, as the evening breeze gently caressed the camellias in the courtyard. It whisked away the day's clamor, leaving behind a serene tranquility. At T6 in the morning, Su Yuan rubbed her eyes and rose, getting up an hour and a half earlier than usual to prepare breakfast in the kitchen. As the morning light bathed the earth, Feng Hua and her grandmother began to stir. Su Yuan hurriedly packed corn, sweet potatoes, and eggs into a bag and rushed out the door. Feng Hua eyed her skeptically, questioning, "Are you this busy?" Su Yuan arrived at the office an hour early to tackle her work, eager to finish her tasks promptly so she could take the afternoon off to set up for Fenghua's birthday celebration. The expansive office was silent, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Only the rhythmic sounds of Su Yuan typing and clicking echoed in the stillness. Yet she felt invigorated. The sensation of grasping time in advance was exquisite. She pondered whether her recent argument with Yi Qianqian would lead to her being so enraged that she might tear up her leave request. Yi Qianqian was not one to easily forgive, and Su Yuan feared the possible repercussions. Over an hour later, employees trickled into the office. Today, Li Yingshuan's demeanor was peculiar. Unlike her usual boisterous greetings, she entered with her head down. A closer look revealed bruises and red marks on her eyes, cheeks, and neck, which, despite being concealed with thick concealer, were still discernible. Today, she was made up but resembled a sickly beauty. Su Yuan, concerned, asked, "Xian, are you all right?" Li Yingshuan lifted her gaze, her eyes reddened and weary, bloodshot from a night of tears. She shook her head and evasively replied, "I'm fine." Su Yuan chose not to press further, as it was evident that Li Yingshuan was not in the mood for conversation. Among colleagues, it was best to tread lightly, avoiding excessive intrusion. Li Yingshuan clutched a stack of folders, but struggled to enter a productive state. Tears streamed down her cheeks, splattering onto the folders and forming a large, blurred circle. Unbeknownst to others, she bent down to plug in her charger, discreetly wiping her tears away. While other colleagues were immersed in their tasks, only Su Yuan caught a fleeting glimpse of this heart-wrenching scene. What could cause such a vibrant person to fall silent, bearing so many wounds? The situation was undoubtedly complex. Before long, it was 11 in the morning. Su Yuan mustered her courage and approached Yi Qianqian's office with her leave request. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Yi Qianqian was engrossed in a contract, not bothering to look up, creating an awkward atmosphere. "Good morning, Director. May I trouble you to approve my leave for this afternoon?" As she spoke, she extended her leave request. Yi Qianqian finally glanced up, her icy gaze piercing through Su Yuan like a blade, sending chills down her spine. "Why do you need the time off?" Given the company's recent layoffs, the atmosphere was fraught with tension, and everyone was working diligently. Curious about what significant reason could warrant a leave request from such a diligent employee, she inquired further, "I'm taking the day off to celebrate my husband's birthday. We recently got married, and I wish to nurture our relationship." Su Yuan stated her reason without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Yi Qianqian's frosty expression softened considerably. Approved. She swiftly signed the leave request with her elegant signature. Su Yuan was taken aback. Why did she agree so quickly? It was more prompt than she had anticipated. After Su Yuan left, Yi Qianqian sat back in her swivel chair, a smirk creeping across her face. She hadn't expected the usually proud Su Yuan to be so infatuated with romance, striving to please her husband. How amusing! With this thought, Yi Qianqian felt a sense of balance restored within her. She resolved to gradually undermine Su Yuan, waiting for the right moment to strike decisively and send her packing. Su Yuan returned to her workstation, and after a morning of hard work, she managed to complete her tasks before noon. Suddenly, a red dot appeared on her WeChat, signaling a new message. "Su Yuan, my boyfriend cheated on me. Just last night, Li Yingshuan had encountered her boyfriend drinking with another woman at a bar. She had followed them, and the two scoundrels had eventually headed to a hotel together." A wave of absurdity washed over her. The man she had once taken pride in was unfaithful. In that moment, her emotions plummeted, her stomach churning, yet she refrained from exploding with anger, choosing instead to return home and confront him later. The night grew late, and he stumbled home, the scent of alcohol still lingering upon opening the door. Slap! A sharp sound echoed as a crisp slap landed on his cheek. The man's eyes flared with rage, resembling an angry lion. "How dare you hit me? Do you want to die? Where have you been? Does the scent of wildflowers outside tempt you?" Li Yingshuan shouted furiously. In an instant, punches rained down like a torrential downpour, and Li Yingshuan found herself battered, bloodied, and broken. Infidelity and domestic violence crashed over her like a tidal wave. As a caring colleague, Su Yuan wished to spend time with her after work to lift her spirits, but today happened to be her husband's birthday, leaving her unable to do so. "Xian, I have something to attend to today. Let us catch up another time." On her way to collect a gift for Fenghua, Su Yuan called her mother. "Mom, where are you staying?" The voice on the other end was chaotic, with the unmistakable sounds of mahjong clattering in the background. I am at a hotel. Don't concern yourself with me. Mom, how long will you be there? Today is Fenghua's birthday. Why don't you come over for dinner tonight? There's no need for a birthday celebration. Once I receive your bride price, I'll leave. Su Yuan's heart sank. Her mother's words were devoid of warmth, blunt and sharp, piercing through her heart like a dagger. It felt as though her mother was solely focused on her own interests. And their conversation was as stiff as a business transaction. She closed her eyes, tilting her head back to let the sunlight chase away her sorrow, steadying her emotions. Then, she dialed Fenghua's number, her voice brightening instantly. Ahua, please bring your sister and grandmother over tonight to celebrate your birthday. Su Yuan sent him a location via WeChat. The venue was on the spacious terrace of her riverside bookstore, where Su He had already begun some preliminary decorations. Fenghua responded excitedly, great. He eagerly anticipated what kind of birthday celebration his wife would prepare for him, especially since this was his first birthday as a married man. Past birthdays had been grand affairs, filled with relatives and friends presenting gifts and exchanging pleasantries, utterly devoid of charm. Today's work had been enjoyable. Fenghua tidied up his desk and prepared to leave early to pick up his grandmother. He was particularly looking forward to what Su Yuan had in store for him. Chapter 19. Deeply touched in the afternoon, the dappled sunlight filtering through the branches captured the tranquility and beauty of time. Su Yuan took the bus to the riverside bookstore, carrying a beautifully wrapped rectangular gift box, heavy with the weight of a birthday surprise. She strolled along the white corridor by the river, the gentle breeze tousling her hair and the glimmering water reflecting the light. With a lace-trimmed black umbrella in hand, the wind played with the ends of her long hair and floral dress. Today, her makeup was exquisite. With just a little effort, she resembled a celestial being descended from the heavens. Wow, what a beautiful girl. She cradles such an exquisite gift. I wonder for whom it is intended? It has been a long time since I have encountered someone so pure and graceful. If she were not in a relationship, I would certainly pursue her. The men and women picnicking by the riverside all turned their gazes towards Xu Yuan. Just as the moment lingered, Xu Yuan turned and stepped into the CAF nestled within the bookshop, her silhouette fading from the crowd's sight. Upon entering, Su He immediately spotted the beautiful Xu Yuan. Little wish, I thought you were a fairy descended from the heavens. Xu Yuan chuckled, beads of sweat forming on her forehead due to the heat. He offered her a tissue and a glass of orange juice, saying, it's quite warm outside. Take a moment to rest. Today, the CAF was bustling with business, nearly every table occupied. Su He had been preoccupied with the CAF's operations all morning and had yet to arrange everything meticulously. She merely steamed the cake base, awaiting Xu Yuan's arrival to craft the cake herself. Little wish, you certainly place great importance on his birthday. I am rather curious to see what kind of extraordinary gentleman he is. Xu Yuan took a sip of the refreshing orange juice and coughed lightly, insisting, he is no extraordinary gentleman, just an ordinary person. Su He gave her a teasing look, expressing her disbelief. The CAF was quite busy, so Su He hurried off to attend to the customers, leaving Xu Yuan to carry the cake materials, string lights, balloons, and other decorations up to the spacious rooftop terrace on the third floor. It was now 3 in the afternoon, with 3 hours remaining until closing time. There was ample time. Before long, a scene adorned with a silver happy birthday balloon and black and white balloons was set up, with the delicate gift box placed beneath it. On the table, a cake wrapped in strawberry jam, evoking the essence of a dreamy strawberry garden with a hint of minimalist French charm, was perfectly completed. It was incredibly romantic and beautiful. Glancing at the time, Xu Yuan hurriedly dashed into the kitchen to assist Su He, who was in the midst of preparing dinner. Su He jested, little wish. How fortunate your husband is to have you so devoted. Xu Yuan smiled, replying, affection is reciprocal. You too shall find your prince charming. Su He shrugged. I am busy every day running the shop. How could I possibly encounter a prince charming? Su He believed that Xu Yuan was exceptionally lucky, as even fate seemed to conspire against her and Jiang Yuan's marriage, allowing her to embrace her current happiness. Li Phone Group. Fenghua finished organizing the documents on his desk, preparing to pick up his grandmother for the banquet. Just moments ago, he had signed a 100 million yuan order with General Feng, and Yang Qian was in high spirits, humming a tune. General Feng, today is your birthday. Let's head out with the boys to celebrate and invite Nangong Yuza to join us at Feng Shui's bar. Yang Qian eagerly awaited the president's response. Fenghua shot him a glance, Have you ever seen a married man celebrate his birthday by going out for drinks with his buddies? Yang Qian instantly understood. When you're married, don't forget your brothers. Bring your wife along. You haven't even made it official yet, so stop stirring the pot. Yang Qian shook his head. What's wrong? I've had my fill of dog food. She hasn't passed your vetting period yet. Feng Hua chose to ignore him, preparing to leave with his belongings. Yang Qian tilted his head. How about you tell me her name? I can discreetly inquire about her adding hi another day. That would ensure everything. He understood that the president treated his wife exceptionally well, not merely because she was his legal spouse, but also due to his admiration for her. Yang Qian said with interest. Don't take too long to approve. Otherwise, when your wife runs off, you won't have any tears left to cry. Before Feng Hua could retort, he swiftly exited the office. Just as Feng Hua pushed his office chair back and prepared to leave, a knock echoed at the door. Come in. Lin Xuejiao entered upon receiving permission, dressed flamboyantly and holding a beautifully wrapped gift box. Upon seeing Feng Hua, her eyes sparkled with affection, as if she were about to leap into his arms. General Feng, this is your birthday gift from me. Lin Xuejiao believed she was the first to present a gift, and that Feng Hua would be pleasantly surprised. However, Feng Hua remained indifferent, responding, focusing on your work is the best gift. He accepted the gift without even glancing at it, placing it on the table. A hint of disappointment flickered in Lin Xuejiao's eyes. Her carefully chosen gift had been overlooked. Feng Hua, eager to meet his grandmother, turned to leave, leaving Lin Xuejiao feeling forlorn and disheveled. As the sun set, casting a golden hue upon the horizon, Feng Hua, his grandmother, and Feng Shui arrived at the Riverside bookstore. Grandma, this is a bookstore that I co-founded with my friends. Xu Yuan warmly approached, linking arms with her grandmother. She took the lead in introducing Su He to her grandmother, and then introduced Su He to everyone present, ensuring they all greeted one another. Her grandmother smiled with satisfaction. How wonderful! The first floor housed the kitchen and CAF, the second floor was a reading space, and the third floor featured a small room and a vast terrace. They all assisted their grandmother up the wooden stairs, heading directly to the third floor. Upon seeing the romantic setup, Feng Hua was taken aback. In that moment, a faint blush crept onto his usually stoic face, and a warm current surged within him, filling the air with tenderness. This girl, like a feather, had settled in his heart, softening it. Everything was meticulously arranged by her for him. Let us warmly welcome tonight's birthday star. Mr. Feng Hua. Xu Yuan placed the gift in his arms, and confetti rained down slowly from above, showering everyone in its festive embrace, elevating the atmosphere to its peak. Beside them, Feng Shui and their grandmother couldn't contain their smiles. The gathering consisted of 5 familiar faces, just the right number for Feng Hua, who preferred not to be in overly boisterous settings. The table was adorned with exquisite dishes, including seafood, meats, and vegetarian options, all prepared by Su He and Xu Yuan. After everyone joyfully finished their meal, they eagerly anticipated the contents of the box Xu Yuan had gifted. Finally, it was time to unwrap the presents. Feng Hua personally tore open the beautifully wrapped paper, revealing a long blue box. As he opened it, the gift inside was finally unveiled. It was a DIY graffiti longboard, a nostalgic reminder of his childhood, his favorite skateboard from when he was young. Xu Yuan had customized it with her own artwork, creating the most unique gift in the world. Chapter 20. Dismissed from the company. Congratulations. The project was successfully signed, securing a substantial 2 million yuan contract. The entire company buzzed with excitement, as such large contracts were rare, and everyone would benefit from the commissions. Jiang Yuan felt quite pleased. His promotion and raise were all but certain, as he was the primary person responsible for the project and had contributed the most. Yuan, can we treat ourselves to a meal at the upscale restaurant on Xingyun Road? A male colleague called out, filled with admiration and envy. No problem. On WeChat. Jiang Yuan sent a message, darling, I'm preparing for a promotion and raise. Let us plan a vacation to Mauritius together. Lin Huiyu replied, honey, that's fantastic. I can't wait for you. Their sweet exchanges overflowed with affection. Jiang, the boss is calling for you. A young assistant passed by to convey the message, and everyone's eyes eagerly awaited good news. Jianggu, the boss is promoting you. Don't forget to take me along. Jiang Yuan beamed with delight, as it seemed that fortune had finally smiled upon him. Several close colleagues made victory signs at him, while many others cast envious glances as they watched him walk toward the boss's office. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Mr. Gu's clear voice resonated from within the office. Jiang Yuan gently pushed the door open and nodded slightly. Good day, Mr. Gu. Take a seat. Mr. Gu's expression was solemn as he personally poured Jiang Yuan a cup of aged pu'er tea and handed it to him. Jiang Yuan, seeing this, felt unworthy and accepted the tea with both hands. You honor me, Mr. Gu. At that moment, Mr. Gu remained silent, lighting a cigarette, taking a puff, and flicking the ash into a transparent ashtray, seemingly lost in thought. Jiang Yuan was oblivious to his subtle emotions, still immersed in the joy of the project signing, eagerly awaiting praise from his boss. Jiang Yuan, thank you for your contributions to the company. From this moment on, our employment contract is officially terminated. Jiang Yuan was stunned, his mind blank for several seconds. How could this happen? Didn't we just sign a big contract? Why? Jiang Yuan's face was filled with shock. Jiu shook his head, taking a deep drag from his cigarette and exhaling a cloud of white smoke, his demeanor one of suppressed frustration. Mr. Gu, I have been with the company for 8 years now. Although I was initially hired on a waiver due to my low qualifications, I have always been loyal to you and created value for the company. How can you terminate my contract just like that? Mr. Gu's cigarette had burned down considerably. Noticing Mr. Gu's silence, Jiang Yuan pleaded. What did I do wrong? Can I change? He was nearly begging, hoping that his years of dedication to the company would earn him some leniency from Mr. Gu. If I continue to employ you, my entire company will go bankrupt. Mr. Gu extinguished his nearly burnt cigarette and stood up, unwilling to engage further. Mr. Gu, you must explain this to me. Jiang Yuan sensed that the situation was spiraling out of control and suspected that someone was scheming against him. Your salary has already been deposited into your account, and we have compensated the contract breach penalty at 3 times the amount. You may leave now. Mr. Gu had made up his mind, fearing that any further discussion would jeopardize the entire company. He opened the door, gesturing for Jiang Yuan to exit, who walked out of the boss's office in a daze. Downstairs, his colleagues were eagerly awaiting him to share the good news. They were excited about a celebratory feast. Just as everyone cheered for his return, Jiang Yuan silently bowed his head, packing his belongings. The expressions of his colleagues shifted from eager anticipation to confusion, their smiles suddenly frozen, the arcs of their mouths gradually leveling out. What happened? Is it not a promotion? Has it turned into a resignation? What on earth is happening? Each person is enveloped in immense confusion. The boss has always been reluctant to part with talent and would not easily dismiss an employee, especially not someone of such significant merit. Could it be that Jiang Yuan voluntarily chose to resign? The air is thick with speculation, yet no one dares to approach and inquire. After all, one must respect the privacy of others in public settings. Jiang Yuan finishes packing his belongings, clutching a small box of personal items, and departs under the gaze of many. The atmosphere is somewhat awkward. However, the boss has explicitly instructed him to leave, and his salary has already been deposited. He has no further reason to remain. Jiang Yuan wanders aimlessly down the street, reluctant to return home so soon. His mood is profoundly dismal as he reflects on the years gone by, self-deprecatingly acknowledging his foolishness, while a dull ache settles in his heart. Faced with an uncertain future, he experiences an unprecedented anxiety, his countenance etched with confusion and helplessness, as if he is lost in an endless wilderness. With a low educational background and lacking any specialized skills, the prospect of securing a stable, high-paying job seems utterly fanciful. He closes his eyes in despair. Upon reopening them, he notices a sanitation worker sweeping the street, while a fast-moving electric bike zips by, delivering food. Suddenly, a wave of envy washes over him. Since he returned the 200,000 he owed, he has incurred significant debt, compounded by the monthly mortgage payments that loom over him like a mountain. He heads towards a CAF, deciding to spend the afternoon in contemplation, seeking solace from his troubled emotions. Meanwhile, Lin Huiyu is shopping at the mall with a friend. The low-quality imitation LV bag she purchased previously appears unsatisfactory. Lacking texture and quality, today, she intends to acquire a high-quality replica. Lin Huiyu links arms with her best friend. Meow Meow, do you think I should buy the bucket bag or the shell bag this time? Lin Huiyu is particularly drawn to the high-quality replica of the Alma BB shell bag, which is versatile and complements her style. I also believe the shell bag suits you better, but it costs 8,000 yuan. Upon hearing the price, Lin Huiyu does not hesitate, for Jiang Yuan is poised for a promotion and salary increase. Buying a bag as a gift seems trivial. She browses the imitation store until she finally selects a suitable shell bag. After swiping her credit card, she plans to seek reimbursement from Jiang Yuan in the evening. After returning home, Lin Huiyu feels elated, humming a tune as she cooks Jiang Yuan's favorite braised ribs, both to celebrate his promotion and to discuss the bag purchase. At 6 o'clock, Jiang Yuan pushes open the door to their home. His eyes are vacant, and his expression is grim. Lin Huiyu, oblivious to his mood, holds up the bag still adorned with its tags. "Darling, do you think it looks nice?" Jiang Yuan furrows his brow. "You bought something again." His tone carries a hint of irritation. "What do you mean, again? Isn't it a small matter for you to buy me a bag given your promotion and raise?" Jiang Yuan shows no interest in engaging with her. "I've been dismissed." Lin Huiyu's face suddenly darkens, unable to accept this harsh reality. "What? Without a job, how will we manage our lives?" Jiang Yuan slumps onto the sofa, his fingers tangled in his hair, lost in contemplation and silent. Presently, the mortgage, living expenses, and Lin Huiyu's needs all rest on Jiang Yuan's shoulders. Lin Huiyu feels as if struck by lightning, her expression changing drastically. She perceives a bleak future, fearing a life of poverty and insurmountable debt. At this moment, she entirely disregards Jiang Yuan's dismal mood and disheveled appearance, fixated only on finding another man who can support her. Let us break up. Chapter 21. Change the note to wife. Jiang Yuan is stunned by her words. "What do you mean? Are you saying that if I lose my job, you will break up with me?" He questions. "Of course, am I supposed to cover the mortgage? Am I supposed to support you? Consider how much debt you currently owe." In this instant, the nature of a gold digger is fully revealed. "I must have been blind to have been with you." Jiang Yuan laments. "No, I was the one who was blind." Lin Huiyu shouts this as she drags her suitcase away, slamming the door behind her, cutting off the sound. The braised ribs on the dining table have grown cold, and the area beside the sofa is cluttered with trash, clothes, and shoes in disarray, leaving a scene of chaos. Jiang Yuan slumps on the sofa, his expression one of profound anguish. He is filled with regret. If it had not been for Su Yuan catching him in bed with another, perhaps he would have already married and settled down to a peaceful life. Su Yuan finishes work and returns to the courtyard. The yard is adorned with loofah vines, and the fence is draped with bean pods. The sun sets in the west, casting soft rays on the various plants. The fragrance of flowers fills the air, attracting fluttering bees and butterflies, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. Su Yuan surveys the courtyard and is perplexed not to see her grandmother. Grandma, that Su Yuan wishes for her grandmother to help open the large iron gate for her to park the car. Typically, her grandmother would be in the yard listening to Peking opera, practicing the 8 treasures, or doing Tai Chi today. However, it is eerily quiet, an unusual occurrence. She quickly parks the car and rushes inside to find her grandmother. In the bedroom on the first floor, her grandmother lies with her eyes closed, seemingly asleep. Su Yuan breaks out in a cold sweat and rushes to her grandmother's bedside. "Grandma, what's wrong? Please don't scare me." After a moment, her grandmother slowly opens her eyes, her face contorted in pain. "Don't worry. It's just rheumatoid arthritis acting up." Her grandmother replies slowly but is unable to rise, appearing quite serious. "Grandma, if you're feeling unwell, please call me sooner. Don't endure it." Su Yuan's heart aches for her grandmother. This is her first encounter with such a situation, and she is quite flustered. The self-heal herb planted in the yard has just matured. She will be sure to use it for her grandmother often. Her grandmother has suffered from rheumatism for many years, believing that if she just bears it, it will pass. The pain began around 4 in the afternoon, and she thought taking medication would alleviate it. Yet now, her grandmother appears frail and in agony, her face twisted in discomfort, lips pale, the pain still unrelenting. Su Yuan hurriedly dials Fenghua. "Ahua, grandma's rheumatism has flared up. She can't get out of bed. That moment, Fenghua has already driven his Cadillac to the entrance of the alley. Upon hearing Su Yuan's call, he frowns and accelerates back to the courtyard. He rushes into her grandmother's room. "Grandma." Fenghua lifts her grandmother into his arms and places her in the back seat of the car, speeding towards his family's Anshin Private Care Hospital. Anshin Private Care Hospital is the most luxurious private hospital in Yincheng City, equipped with advanced technology and highly qualified doctors, though its costs are exorbitant. Nevertheless, it is merely one of the hospitals under the Li Feng Group. After her grandmother is admitted, several distinguished doctors come to greet her. They prepare the hospital bed, set up intravenous strips, and handle the admission paperwork. After her grandmother is taken into the ward, 2 bottles of 4 fluids later, her pain finally subsides. The doctors and nurses pretend not to recognize Fenghua and the elderly lady, as prior arrangements had been made. The medical staff cannot help but steal glances at the rarely seen CEO. Although they refrain from speaking, leaving everyone feeling somewhat awkward, Su Yuan is taken aback by the hospital's opulence. Each ward resembles a work of art, merging modern aesthetic design with supreme comfort. Naturally, her grandmother deserves to be in the best environment when ill, and she does not think too much of it. At 8 in the evening, her grandmother finally regains some strength, her complexion improving significantly. The hospital serves a special nutritious porridge for the night, and Su Yuan patiently blows on each spoonful before feeding it to her grandmother. The entire process is meticulous and tender, her grandmother receiving excellent care. Smiling and feeling much better. Thanks to you, little Yuan, I'm feeling much better. Fenghua, typically a stoic and aloof man, finds it quite inconvenient to care for the elderly woman, especially as he is unaccustomed to caring for anyone. As bedtime approaches, her grandmother requires assistance with personal hygiene. Su Yuan dutifully tends to her, heating water, preparing a floral bath, helping her change clothes, and wiping her down. It is said that using these plants for cleansing can remove misfortune and illness. What a thoughtful girl she is. The clothes her grandmother wore during the day have been soaked with sweat from the pain. Su Yuan gathers her grandmother's soiled garments in a basin, cleans them in the restroom, and hangs them up to dry. Although in a hospital, the entire room is kept neat and inviting, providing a tidy living environment for the patient. Fenghua observes this and feels a warm appreciation for her kindness and attention to detail. Just then, the attending physician in a white coat enters the room to examine the elderly lady. Su Yuan and Fenghua wait outside the ward. Inside, only the elderly woman and the doctor converse freely, without the need for concealment. The elderly lady inquires, "How is my condition?" The doctor, with a relaxed expression, replies, "Madam Feng, there is nothing serious. If you wish to return home tonight, that is also possible." The elderly lady's mood shifts instantly. "No, regardless of the results, I must stay for 3 days." The doctor is taken aback, astonished that someone would wish for their illness to linger. Seeing Su Yuan and Fenghua making slow progress, her grandmother decides to find a reason for Su Yuan to take an extended leave to foster their relationship. She is perpetually busy with work, feeling exhausted and constrained, earning only a meager salary. A daughter-in-law of the Feng family should not have to toil so hard. The couple waits anxiously outside for the doctor's report on her grandmother's condition. The door gently opens, and a doctor of medium build in a white coat steps out. "How is my grandmother?" The doctor's expression is somewhat grave. She needs to be hospitalized for 3 days. This bout of rheumatism is rather severe, and she must take greater care in her daily life, particularly avoiding seafood. After delivering this news, the pair quickly rush into the ward to comfort her grandmother. She appears quite fragile, lamenting, "You only know how to work and earn money, and you don't care about this old lady." She begins to sob. Fenghua sees through her act, understanding that her grandmother is overdoing it. She was a powerful businesswoman in her youth, having rarely shed tears. Yet Su Yuan becomes anxious. "Grandma, I'll stay with you tonight." As she spoke, she enveloped her grandmother in a warm embrace, gently patting her back. Turning to Fenghua, Su Yuan remarked, "Both my grandmother and I are women, making it somewhat easier for me to care for her. Your career is just beginning, and I wouldn't want you to be delayed." Fenghua was deeply moved. He had long regarded this girl with newfound admiration. On the way back, he took out his phone and changed her contact name to wife. However, Su Yuan found herself in a dilemma. If taking half a day's leave was difficult, how would she manage to request 3 days off? Chapter 22. How to confess. The next day, before dawn had fully broken, the hospital was eerily quiet. The elderly awoke early, and at 6 o'clock, Su Yuan was already tending to her grandmother's morning routine. Her grandmother appeared to be in excellent spirits, having made a complete recovery. "Xiao Yuan, you've truly worked hard," her grandmother said. Su Yuan's mood lifted as she shook her head, replying, "Not at all, Grandma. You are my closest family. I've accompanied you through these 3 days in the hospital." She had come to realize that work was secondary. If anything were to happen to her grandmother, she would carry the guilt for a lifetime. If she were to lose her job over this, she could still find a way to expand the coffee shop with Suhi. At 7 in the morning, Fenghua arrived at Anshin Private Care Hospital before heading to work, bringing the finest fruits for both Su Yuan and her grandmother. The young couple sat in the hospital cafeteria enjoying breakfast. "Su Yuan, lost in thought, wore a troubled expression. Feng Hua spooned a bite of congee into his mouth and, with concern, asked, "Are you facing any difficulties?" Su Yuan poked at the fried egg in her bowl. Seemingly lacking appetite, "I still don't know how to ask my supervisor for a few days off. She just gave me trouble last time." Su Yuan voiced her worries, her brow furrowed. The company was currently in the midst of layoffs, but her grandmother was her priority. She merely sought a balance between work and life. "There's an executive at your company who is a friend of mine. Should I reach out to him?" Feng Hua suggested casually. It was worth noting that the entire Yinghai was under his command as the president. His wife could work whenever she wished. It was merely a matter of making a call. Yet she was troubled by it. Seeing the absence of Su Yuan's usual smile, his own heart sank. There's really no need. Su Yuan was reluctant to use connections for trivial matters, fearing that she would be labeled as someone who climbed the ranks through nepotism. Feng Hua furrowed his brow in contemplation. "How about taking a marriage leave instead?" "Ah, yes, marriage leave." Su Yuan suddenly recalled that she had been married for a while, yet had not taken any leave. Feng Hua noticed the shadow of worry lift from her face and added, "If that's not enough, you can even combine it with maternity leave." Su Yuan shyly averted her gaze, feeling embarrassed. They were merely sharing a bed, having yet to engage in any physical intimacy. Discussing maternity leave felt far too premature. The blush crept onto her cheeks as she lowered her head, laughing softly without saying a word, continuing to eat her noodles. Seemingly indifferent to the topic, Feng Hua, seeing her reluctance to pursue the conversation, felt the light in his eyes dimmed. "Su Yuan, actually, I am." He longed to confess his identity, hoping to alleviate her burdens. Yet, as the words lingered on his tongue, they felt trapped, as if caught in his throat. He strained to speak, but the sound faded silently away, like a wisp of cloud dissipating into the air. Feng Hua felt a pang of anxiety. Their relationship was tepid at best, and he was unsure how she would react at this moment. He found himself caught between wanting to express his feelings and holding back, his heart in turmoil. Seeing him appear somewhat embarrassed, Su Yuan mistakenly assumed he was struggling financially, particularly with her grandmother's illness weighing heavily on them. "Hua, I have 200,000 for my mother's dowry. If money is tight, we can hold off on renovating the courtyard for now. Let's just get through this period." Feng Hua was taken aback, believing Su Yuan thought he was lacking funds and was hesitant to speak up. He looked at her with determination, replying, "You needn't worry about money. I will take care of it. As a man, how could he place such financial burdens on a woman? Moreover, he was not one to worry about money, being a successful president." After breakfast, Su Yuan dialed Yi Qianqian's number. "Supervisor, I would like to request 10 days of marriage leave." Yi Qianqian felt a surge of anger rise within her. "What?" The line fell silent for 30 seconds, realizing that the company was in a critical phase of layoffs. She knew that if Su Yuan continuously took leave and did not focus on her work, she could easily find herself on the layoff list. Her demeanor softened instantly. "All right, I approve your leave." Her tone became bright and decisive. Su Yuan was puzzled by the sudden shift in her supervisor's mood, but was grateful that she faced no difficulties in obtaining approval. "Thank you. I can't return now, but I will submit the request through the employee system." After hanging up, she prepared to share the good news with her grandmother. Having stayed in the hospital for 3 days with her grandmother, she still had 7 days left to care for her at home. Su Yuan fluttered to her grandmother's bedside like a butterfly. "Grandma, I've taken 10 days of marriage leave. I can finally spend time with you." Her grandmother grasped her hand with excitement. She was genuinely touched that someone would sacrifice 10 days of marital leave for her sake. Good, good. Since you've taken leave, go on your honeymoon with Ah Hua." Su Yuan's eyes widened in shock, a playful smile breaking across her face. "Grandma, your health is the most important thing. You need care right now. How could we possibly go off and enjoy ourselves?" Her grandmother frowned, glaring at her grandson. "Grandma, you need to get better quickly. Only then can I feel at ease taking Xiao Yuan out to play." Feng Hua understood the implication behind his grandmother's words and comforted her, saying, "Grandma, your health is completely restored now. I wouldn't want these two young people to be bored at home." This was a golden opportunity to bring the couple closer together. She was intentionally making it difficult for Su Yuan to take leave to create an opportunity for them to travel together. As the daughter-in-law of the Feng family, she had no need to toil for a few thousand yuan each month when they couldn't even secure a normal life. "Your happiness will help your grandmother recover faster. Quickly think about where you want to go," she told Su Yuan. Just then, A nurse entered to remove the four, advising the elderly lady to take a good rest. Fenghua and Su Yuan exited the ward, with Su Yuan remaining to care for her grandmother while Fenghua hurried off to an important meeting in the driver's seat of his Cadillac. Fenghua's long, fair fingers gripped his phone. Xiaoyang, please find out why the head of the procurement department at Yinghai is making things difficult for Su Yuan. His tone was indifferent, his face remaining stern. Yang Qian seemed to have stumbled upon a new discovery. Su Yuan? What wish is she making? Could it possibly be Our Lady's name? How unique? Indeed, Fenghua replied, his expression still grim, as though he felt his treasure had been infringed upon. Make sure to investigate thoroughly. Noticing the president's discontent, Yang Qian concluded that perhaps the newlywed was being bullied, and the situation was more complicated than it appeared. Throughout the meeting, Fenghua maintained a serious demeanor, causing others to remain silent, fearful of being publicly reprimanded. Once the meeting concluded, everyone hurriedly dispersed, feeling as though they had been granted a reprieve. The atmosphere that day was particularly oppressive. The entire company felt as if shrouded by a dark cloud. Fenghua sat in his elegantly simple presidential office, his mood low. Opening a certain website, he typed, "What to do if you have something to hide from your wife?" Chapter 23. A surge of jealousy. 1 response read, once a man is found to be concealing something, it indicates a lack of sincerity. Everyone has their untold secrets. If it isn't something egregious, it should be forgiven. However, before a relationship is stable, being discovered to have hidden something can directly lead to a rupture in the relationship. The conflicting opinions stirred turmoil within him, prompting him to shut his laptop. He approached the window, gazing out at the bustling sea of cars and cityscape, his expression grave. Silently, he lit a cigarette, inhaling the white smoke into his lungs to temporarily forget his troubles. He did not wish to disrupt this pure beauty. Nor did he want to risk altering their relationship by revealing his true identity. It became clear to him that he was increasingly in love with her, hence his heightened concern in the early morning. The first rays of sunlight streamed through the hospital window. Su Yuan had already begun to wash her grandmother's hands and face, and her grandmother's complexion was notably better. She would be discharged in just one day. Everything seemed to be aligning towards a brighter future. Fenghua was on his way to buy chestnuts and pine nuts for her grandmother, as these foods were known to improve rheumatoid conditions. By 8 in the morning, many doctors began arriving for their shifts. Nin was an old acquaintance of Grandma Feng, well-versed in her medical history. Recently returned from a business trip, he naturally took over as her attending physician. Dressed in a white coat, Dr. Ni entered the room and was taken aback upon spotting Su Yuan. For a moment, he was at a loss for words. Busy attending to her grandmother, Su Yuan turned and smiled with composure. "Senior, it's been a long time. What brings you here?" Nin could hardly fathom how Su Yuan was connected to Grandma Feng. "I'm here to check on her condition," he replied, not having time to ponder further as several interns followed him into the room. "Work was the priority. I'm here for rounds. Please make way." Su Yuan nodded in understanding, gracefully stepping back to the door of the ward, waiting for Dr. to conduct a thorough examination of her grandmother's condition. Dr. was a year ahead of Su Yuan in high school, and they had met in the music club. Not only was he a skilled doctor, but his singing voice was also enchanting. During their high school years, he had harbored a secret admiration for her, often inviting her to the library to discuss literature or to sing together in the music club. Those years had been filled with beautiful memories they shared. Unfortunately, after being sent abroad by his family to study medicine, they had lost touch, and his feelings had remained buried deep within his heart. Upon this unexpected encounter, Nin felt a surge of emotions ripple through his heart. During the examination of the elderly lady, he found himself momentarily distracted. "I can walk freely now," remarked Madame Feng with a smile, pulling Nin back from his reverie. Embarrassed, he chuckled softly and retrieved the record book from the hands of the resident physician behind him. "Madam, do you still feel any discomfort?" he inquired, while gently pressing on her knee joint, meticulously conducting the examination and taking notes. "No, not at all," Madame Feng replied, her condition seemingly robust. "Will you still experience morning stiffness?" he asked. She shook her head, explaining that with Su Yuan by her side these past few days, she felt as if all her ailments had vanished, rejuvenated by a decade. Observing Madame Feng in such high spirits, Nin's worries eased considerably. He then approached the doorway with the ward rounds folder, advising Su Yuan, "The elderly lady is doing well. Ensure she soaks her feet frequently to avoid catching a chill." Su Yuan nodded brightly, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Senior. Nian gazed at Su Yuan with tender eyes, unable to resist grasping her arm to step aside for a word. Just as he prepared to inquire about her relationship with Madame Feng, Feng Hua appeared, approaching the ward's entrance with something in hand. The question he was about to voice died on his lips. Releasing Su Yuan's arm, he felt a sudden urge to avoid any appearance of impropriety. Feng Hua regarded Nian with a deep, penetrating gaze that seemed to harbor an almost imperceptible flame of irritation at the sight of Nian's interest in Su Yuan. Unaware of their connection, Nian simply sensed that conversation was no longer appropriate, and with a brief exchange of glances with Feng Hua, he departed with the other physicians. Xiao Yuan, do you know him? Feng Hua queried. Puzzled, yes, he was my senior in high school. I never expected him to become a doctor now, Su Yuan replied, her face lighting up with the joy of reconnecting with an old acquaintance. Yet, Feng Hua remained unsettled. A day later, all of Madame Feng's health indicators had returned to normal. She had a hearty appetite and appeared much more vibrant. Feng Hua and Su Yuan were busy gathering their belongings to complete the discharge formalities. Madame Feng had not needed to stay in the hospital for so long, but insisted on 3 days of confinement, feeling quite stifled. Upon returning home, Su Yuan busied herself with grocery shopping and preparing dinner to celebrate her grandmother's discharge in good health. Experiencing the warmth of family, Feng Hua suggested, how about we visit Xiao Yuan's mother tomorrow? With the delay caused by Madame Feng's hospitalization, Feng Hua had been keeping Su Yuan's contributions in mind. Eager to settle the betrothal gifts to ease her mind, Madame Feng chuckled. It's high time to pay a visit to your future mother-in-law. She felt a sense of satisfaction seeing her grandson finally take initiative and assume responsibility in nurturing a family. While Su Yuan was preoccupied with setting the table, she overheard their conversation, her heart swelling with joy. She felt valued and recognized. With the Qixi festival approaching, it would be their first celebration as a married couple. Feng Hua had never celebrated this occasion with a woman before. He opened a website and typed, how should married couples celebrate Qixi festival? The responses were monotonous. Flowers, shopping, movies, dining. Feng Hua found such answers utterly tedious and lacking in originality. Celebrating in such a mundane manner felt insufficient. He understood that Su Yuan had little material desire, and even gifts would not rapidly deepen their bond. His aim was to open his heart and enter hers, allowing her to embrace his identity with ease. After much contemplation, he remained at a loss. He then called his grandmother, Grandma, how should we celebrate Qixi? Upon hearing her nearly 30-year-old grandson struggling with a holiday, she expressed her disdain. Should I help you chase your wife and plan how to celebrate Valentine's Day too? She genuinely worried that without her support, her grandson might find it exceedingly difficult to marry. Go on, think for yourself, she urged, encouraging him to exercise his mind, for such days would be plentiful in the future. Feeling utterly adrift, Feng Hua dialed his assistant, Lin Xuejiao. Xiao Lin, what kind of gift should I buy for Qixi? Lin Xuejiao was taken aback by Feng Hua's inquiry. Having seen no signs of him dating anyone, is it for a girlfriend? She cautiously probed. No, just help me pick something that women would like, he replied. Lin Xuejiao felt relieved, assuming it was for Su Yuan's mother, completely unaware that the gift was intended for his wife. When it came to gifts, women often valued rarity above all else. Thus, Lin Xuejiao diligently prepared a gift selection guide. Chapter 24. A safe haven. They continued their usual meetings with Li Jiawei at Xinqiang Garden. Recently, Su Yuan had visited her mother multiple times at the hotel, but her mother remained indifferent, unwilling to open up. She both criticized Su Yuan for marrying below her station and subtly demanded a higher betrothal gift. A gentle evening breeze wafted through the car window. Yet it could not dissipate Su Yuan's melancholy. Having lacked maternal affection since childhood, she felt the chill of her mother's coldness even more acutely now. A child devoid of maternal love is like a floating reed. No matter how hard they strive, they cannot find a place to take root. This time, Feng Hua took the initiative to contact Li Jiawei, offering to present the betrothal gifts. To his surprise, she changed her previously aloof demeanor and readily accepted the invitation. Indeed, interest often reveals true intentions. Su Yuan sat in the passenger seat, silent, occasionally gazing out the window. She pondered that once her mother received the betrothal gifts, she would likely leave for abroad, and who knew how many years it would be until they met again. They say blood is thicker than water, and a mother is the only relative one has by blood. Yet, their relationship was far from ideal, which was disheartening. Madame Feng noticed Su Yuan's unusual demeanor. The normally lively girl had become burdened with thoughts. She felt a pang of sympathy. Both Madame Feng and Feng Hua remained silent, understanding Su Yuan's situation but unsure how to provide comfort. What appeared to be a family gathering was, in fact, a farewell. As the car slowly approached the entrance of Xinqiang Garden, Su Yuan snapped back to reality. Hua, how many discount coupons do you have left? Since this meal was for her mother, she worried that her mother might overindulge. It's just one meal. Opportunities to treat your mother will be rare in the future, Feng Hua reassured her. Su Yuan nodded, realizing the truth in his words. While she could be frugal, she should be generous when it came to those she loved. Together, they entered Xinqiang Garden, where the opulent decor was striking, offering an unobstructed view of the river. Complemented by highly professional service staff, the restaurant staff pretended not to recognize them. Having been informed in advance, a handsome waiter approached respectfully. Good evening, sir and madam. Please follow me. Feng Hua had already reserved a private room. Li Jiawei followed closely behind, clad in a black qipao that accentuated her long, porcelain-like neck and collarbone. Her bright, clear eyes now filled with avarice. The waiter led her into the private room, where she composed herself and addressed them. I apologize for being late. Seeing her mother, Su Yuan felt a flicker of happiness. She eagerly handed over the menu. Mother, please feel free to order whatever you like. Su Yuan aimed to please her. Yet her mother did not even spare her a glance. Ma, Feng Hua interjected coolly, feeling a strong aversion to Li Jiawei's mercenary demeanor. Though he maintained respect for her as an eldered mother-in-law, please order any specialties without hesitation. Madame Feng added with a composed smile, I certainly won't hold back. After raising a daughter for over 20 years, it's only fitting to dine here, Li Jiawei remarked, her words dripping with disdain. Creating an awkward tension in the room, Su Yuan felt uncomfortable and refrained from further comments. Li Jiawei leisurely began to select dishes from the menu. Gillardo oysters, abalone braised pork, abalone in sauce from Australia, pan-seared foie gras with pomegranate vinaigrette. I'll have one of each. In total, she ordered 21 dishes. Su Yuan's expression soured as she could no longer contain herself. Mother, that's far too much for just a few of us. It would be wasteful. The waiter's eyes widened in disbelief. No one had ever dared to order like this, while the CEO merely sipped his tea nonchalantly. Without the CEO's approval, the waiter hesitated to submit the order, knowing it would amount to several tens of thousands. Dio, you know how difficult it was to raise you. Now I'm handing you over to others, and this is all I can order? Mom. Su Yuan wanted to persuade her, but Feng Hua halted her with a gesture, choosing to proceed with the order as it stood. Su Yuan felt increasingly embarrassed. The waiter, still in shock, stepped out to submit the order. Pondering, isn't this deliberately putting someone in a difficult position? Yet, reflecting further, he realized that the CEO was not lacking in money and had no reason to fear anyone. After all, this was his sister's restaurant, and they never had to pay for meals. Feng Shui had just come from her bar to inspect the restaurant. Upon seeing the extravagant menu in the kitchen, she picked it up and chuckled. Which tycoon is this? More clients like this would be wonderful. The manager, however, could not share her amusement, muttering that the cost would ultimately fall on the company. Upon hearing this, Feng Shui realized her brother had arrived and tossed the menu back, turning away in disappointment. Moments later, a table brimming with aromatic, exquisite dishes was laid out. The largest table was insufficient to accommodate all the plates, and some had to be stacked. Li Jiawei surveyed the beautifully presented food and began to help herself to the most succulent piece of fish. Savoring the delightful flavors, Su Yuan, meanwhile, diligently served soup and dishes to her grandmother and mother, being mindful to avoid seafood for her grandmother as advised by the doctor. Within 10 minutes, Li Jiawei cut to the chase. When will you present me with the betrothal gifts? Feng Hua maintained an air of tranquility. Having made his promise, he would not delay. In the next moment, he opened his briefcase and produced a check for 380,000. Here, his tone was devoid of any emotion, merely flat. Li Jiawei meticulously verified the details on the check, a smile of happiness and satisfaction spreading across her face. Subsequently, she waved to the waiter, requesting to have these dishes packed. Su Yuan's mood remained dismal. Her mother's sole intention was the betrothal gifts, and now that they had been secured, it seemed she was unwilling to linger even for a moment longer. Mom, are you in such a hurry to leave? Li Jiawei cast her a glance, the first time she had regarded her directly that evening. I have a flight at 6 in the morning. I must return to prepare. Mom, please stay a little longer. Su Yuan's eyes brimmed with tears. She did not wish to part with her mother so soon, but felt at a loss as to how to persuade her to stay. You all continue eating. I shall take my leave first. Li Jiawei grasped several boxes of takeout, departing without a backward glance. Su Yuan dejectedly returned to her seat, her tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably. She had no appetite left for the meal. Observing her distress, Feng Hua felt a pang of sadness, concern, and heartache. He approached her, gently patting her back, offering comfort as he said, "Little Yuan, from now on, the Feng family will be your kin, your most steadfast refuge." Upon hearing such warm reassurances, Su Yuan's tears cascaded down, and she burst into sobs, collapsing into Feng Hua's embrace. Caught off guard by this intimate physical contact with a woman for the first time, Feng Hua's heart raced, his thoughts in disarray. Silly girl, your fortune lies ahead. Chapter 25. With loss comes gain. The following day, the horizon was tinged with the pale light of dawn. Feng Hua accompanied Su Yuan to the airport to see Li Jiawei off. Su Yuan handed her mother the carefully chosen silver bracelet. Mom, remember to come back to visit when you have the time. Upon seeing such a precious and exquisite silver bracelet, a genuine smile finally reached Li Jiawei's eyes. She patted Su Yuan's shoulder and said, "Once you are married, you must diligently manage your household. I hope you find true happiness, unlike your mother." Faced with her mother's rare, heartfelt concern, Su Yuan's eyes reddened. In that moment of parting, she embraced her mother, the suppressed emotions stemming from years of lacking maternal affection pouring forth. Li Jiawei's heart, too, was not made of stone. She felt moved. "Take care. We shall meet again." Feng Hua, witnessing this scene from behind, wore an impassive expression, yet internally, he was already stirred. He and this girl shared a similar fate, both deprived of maternal love. His heart ached for her. Watching her mother's silhouette, clad in high heels and pulling a suitcase towards the security checkpoint, Su Yuan's vision blurred with tears. When Li Jiawei vanished into the crowd, Su Yuan remained rooted in place, unwilling to depart. Feng Hua understood her feelings and chose not to speak much, instead silently accompanying her. That was her beloved mother. She deeply yearned for maternal affection. Feng Hua wrapped his arm around her slender frame, offering her 2 tissues. Providing solace through his actions in the bustling airport, one is often enveloped by a peculiar emotional atmosphere. Whether bidding farewell or welcoming someone, each individual harbors a unique story. Some part ways, while others rush to reunite. It is both an end and a beginning. Once Su Yuan's emotions settled, Feng Hua smiled at her and suggested, "Let us go on a vacation to clear our minds." With a week of wedding leave remaining, Su Yuan thought to herself that this period had been overwhelmingly oppressive. Her grandmother's illness, her mother's departure. It was indeed time to escape for a bit. Sounds great. She nodded, an optimistic and cheerful girl. She disliked feeling despondent. It was time for a change of scenery, a shift in mood, and to embark on a new journey with renewed confidence. With this proposal, her attention was diverted. As the car left the airport, Su Yuan's spirits lifted in the passenger seat. The morning breeze flowed through the car window. Riding with her beloved felt both reassuring and delightful. By the way, will going on vacation for a week affect your work? Su Yuan suddenly recalled that Feng Hua was a busy man, burdened by work pressure, and feared he might struggle to find the time. "Have you forgotten? You're the only one on leave." Feng Hua smiled slightly, urging her not to feel pressured. As a high-powered CEO, he was accustomed to working tirelessly, and now that he had finally found a wife, he intended to enjoy this time. Moreover, with Yang Qian and Lin Xuejiao as his personal assistants, they were more than capable of handling matters in his absence. "Well then, let us head back to pack and set off immediately." Su Yuan's vitality surged once more. She displayed a smile as refreshing as the morning, the warm sun illuminating her porcelain-like skin, her eyes curving beautifully, making her exceedingly charming. Feng Hua, too, was affected by her exuberance. Upon returning to the small courtyard, his grandmother greeted them with a kind expression. Upon learning that the young couple intended to travel, her smile widened. "Have you decided where to go?" Feng Hua pondered for a moment before confidently proposing, "Let us go to Yunjianshan's Cloudstream Inn. We can enjoy the sea of clouds. What do you think?" He had originally planned to take Su Yuan abroad to distant Bali or Mauritius, but the holiday was too brief. Additionally, he wished to keep his identity concealed, avoiding any extravagant spending that might raise suspicions. In truth, This inn was a property he co-invested in with friends, one he had long desired to experience. Sounds good. You can make the arrangements. Su Yuan did not have many demands. For her, the opportunity to travel was already a great blessing. She embraced her grandmother, saying, "Why don't you join us?" Her grandmother understood the kind intent behind Su Yuan's suggestion but declined, not wanting to be a third wheel. Upon hearing this, the three of them burst into laughter. The atmosphere joyful. The grandmother hoped that this trip would allow the young couple to cultivate their romantic bond, ideally leading to a grandchild. After breakfast, Feng Hua hurried to the company to hand over work responsibilities while Su Yuan packed for their trip. Like a gust of wind, Feng Hua arrived at Li Feng Group. His mood was buoyant, akin to the gentle spring breeze. Just as he stepped through the company doors, Lin Xuejiao approached him. "President Feng, you're here?" She hadn't seen him in the office for several days and felt quite disheartened. Now, seeing him was like witnessing the blooming peach blossoms of spring, her eyes glistening with a shimmering light. She had been Feng Hua's friend for over a decade, secretly harboring feelings for him. After proving her competence at work, she managed to secure the position of his personal assistant, which satisfied her deeply. "Well, I want to be in the office for the next week. You'll need to take on more work." Lin Xuejiao's surging joy was unceremoniously extinguished by his words. All right, she dared not pry too deeply into his personal matters. By the time she processed his statement, Feng Hua had already vanished from her sight. In the minimalist yet elegant presidential office on the 18th floor, Feng Hua sat in his executive chair, his long, fair fingers tapping away at the keyboard. Minutes later, Yang Qian knocked and entered. "President Feng, you're finally here. These urgent documents require your signature." Yang Qian handed him a stack of files. During Feng Hua's absence, Yang Qian had shouldered the bulk of the work, leaving him utterly exhausted. Now, seeing the president back at his post brought him a sigh of relief. Feng Hua took out his signature pen and signed his name at the bottom of several documents. Handing them back to Yang Qian as he slowly spoke, "I'll be on vacation for a week." Yang Qian was instantly petrified. This casually spoken sentence detonated like a bomb, shattering his composure. What for?" "On my honeymoon." Yang Qian collapsed into his chair, realizing that his exhausting days were far from over, now facing a new whirlwind. "You're enjoying sweetness while I'm overburdened," he complained, a sense of weariness washing over him. Feng Hua, however, was not unkind. He quickly replied, "Find yourself a wife as well, and I'll arrange for you to have a paid extended leave." Yang Qian managed a forced smile at this. "Perhaps we should add a project for producing dog food to the company." The two men exchanged light-hearted banter, and Yang Qian resigned himself to the forthcoming days of overtime in the courtyard of Blossom Alley. Su Yuan packed her things, 2 large 28-inch suitcases filled to the brim. Just as she was preparing to hail a taxi, a Porsche emerged from the alley. "I'm heading to the airport. Would you like to share a ride?" It was Feng Hua's bodyguard, disguised as a rideshare driver. Feng Hua immediately responded, "Yes." Without waiting for Su Yuan to react, the bodyguard took her suitcase and placed it in the trunk. Concerned, Su Yuan asked, "Is it really reliable to use such an expensive car for ride-sharing?" Chapter 26. The first kiss. Feng Hua patted her head reassuringly. "Don't worry. Wealthy people also need to earn money. Their profit mindset is quite formidable." Su Yuan chose not to dwell on her concerns any longer and climbed into the car. It was her first time riding in such a luxurious vehicle. She looked around but didn't dare to move. Upon reaching the airport, they passed through security and boarded their flight, as the plane soared through the clouds. A visual feast unfolded before them, an endless expanse of clouds, poetic and picturesque. In that moment, Su Yuan felt it was indeed time to get away. It was truly healing. After 2 hours, they finally arrived at Cloud Stream Inn. The atmosphere was shrouded in mist, the air fresh and far from the city's clamor. The luxurious inn sat on a hillside, and as they ascended, it felt as though they were enveloped in the beauty of the mountains. Overlooking a breathtaking landscape, the inn boasted a vast infinity pool, billiards, karaoke, movies, a library, and afternoon tea, resembling a paradise on earth. Such a night's stay would likely cost thousands, yet Feng Hua claimed it was a subsidized rate from the company. Upon their arrival, the innkeeper warmly greeted them, saying, "Welcome to Cloud Stream Inn," and assisted in taking away one of the large suitcases. Additionally, a large suitcase was being carried by Feng Hua, and a flight of stairs awaited them. The president had to humble himself and become the strong boyfriend, personally handling the luggage. 2 bodyguards, dressed in casual attire, discreetly followed behind, maintaining a distance. Upon witnessing their president laboriously hauling the heavy suitcase, beads of cold sweat formed in the palms of the bodyguards. Although they were drawing a salary without exerting themselves, fear gripped them that their livelihoods could be jeopardized at any moment. Yet, they could only obey orders, hesitant to act recklessly. At this moment, the sun was setting. Upon opening the door to the guest house, a magnificent floor-to-ceiling window came into view. The evening glow resembled poetry, and the guest house appeared dreamlike. At this instant, time seemed to stand still. Watching the sun dye the clouds in shades of red felt akin to being in a celestial paradise. Outside the window unfolded a picturesque scene swaying in the breeze. With emerald mountains and swaying bamboo, the verdant beauty of the mountains extending from the outside in. Regardless of the immense pain endured in the past, all seemed to heal at this moment. Let us stroll along the mountainside corridor to watch the sunset and then have dinner. Fenghua set down the luggage, clearly moved by the breathtaking scenery of the mountain gorge. Thus, the two of them walked, one after the other, to the mountainside corridor. The wooden planks of the corridor glimmered under the golden rays of the setting sun. They walked along this illuminated path like celestial lovers. This place was a stark contrast to the bustling city, isolating them from the 9-to-5 lifestyle, as if they had traversed a time tunnel back to an ancient and simple era. Shiyuan felt a surge of excitement. Ahua, thank you. For what? It's only right. Ever since marrying Fenghua, she had truly experienced what happiness meant, the joy of a shared life being far superior to solitude. Facing the setting sun, she spread her arms wide, absorbing the essence of the universe. She adored this moment. Fenghua, witnessing her exuberance, felt a swell of joy as well. Let us stay a few more days if you enjoy it. But I still have to work. Upon recalling that, Shiyuan felt a twinge of anxiety. For though the days of travel were delightful, a mountain of work awaited her upon their return. Accustomed to diligent labor and frugality, she worriedly inquired of Fenghua, will your work be too affected? Did you bring your computer? Of course, a working person must maintain their role. Fenghua feigned a semblance of normalcy, portraying himself as just another wage earner. Unbeknownst to Shiyuan, he believed that once their feelings deepened, revealing his true identity would be more advantageous. At that moment, Fenghua's phone rang. Mr. Feng. Dinner is ready. The butler, recalling Fenghua's earlier instructions to act as if he were an unrecognized tourist, nearly forgot to change his address. He had assumed the esteemed president was merely a client here to experience the place. The butler trembled, meticulously cautious in every task. Fenghua calmly replied, Okay, we're coming. They arrived at an outdoor restaurant perched on the edge of a cliff, serving traditional Dai cuisine. The rice noodles, bamboo tube rice, and mango sticky rice were visually stunning, appearing meticulously prepared and utterly delectable. Fenghua pulled out a refined bamboo chair. My princess, please enjoy your meal. This elicited a smile from Shiyuan. She felt that the scenery alone was enough to satiate her, and to dine amidst such beauty under the night sky felt like a fairy tale. Fenghua served her a piece of sticky rice. Eat more. You look too thin. His gaze was filled with affection. At that moment, lights began to twinkle through the mountain mist. Tourists could witness the gradual emergence of illumination from the depths of the darkening dusk, until the entire mountain was aglow with a sea of lights. This process was utterly enchanting. Shiyuan found it hard to believe that a serendipitous marriage had led her to discover such a treasure. Her partner was handsome, considerate, family-oriented, and willing to invest in their relationship. If she weren't fully aware, she might think she was a leading lady in a drama. Yet, the thought that over a month had passed since their marriage without any tangible physical connection pulled her back from that idealistic vision. Wasn't this somewhat abnormal? If feelings truly existed, they would surely be compelled to embrace, to kiss, or even, he hadn't even held her hand. The more she pondered, the more troubled she became, causing the natural beauty surrounding her to dim in her eyes. Fenghua, noticing her subdued mood, was puzzled. Women's emotions could be so unpredictable. After finishing their meal, Fenghua suggested, shall we explore nearby? There are many shops selling trinkets. Women are known for their love of shopping, and perhaps it would uplift her spirits. Shiyuan replied nonchalantly, all right. Perhaps it was time for her to have an earnest conversation about their relationship. If issues truly existed, they should find a way to address them. They walked side by side along a winding mountain path, with quaint little lights entwined in the railings, creating a romantic atmosphere. Occasionally, as they passed beneath streetlights, They could catch glimpses of each other's faces flickering in and out of light. Xu Yuan bore a weight in her heart, and she spoke earnestly to Feng Hua. We are a real couple. Should we reflect on whether our relationship is worth contemplating? Once these words were spoken, Xu Yuan fixed her determined gaze upon Feng Hua, compelling him to confront this matter without ambiguity. Under the night sky, he stepped closer to her, lowering his head to meet her eyes. Everything around them faded into the background. His eyes were a pure abyss, exuding an extreme allure. She found herself captivated, acutely aware of his warm breath. Honestly, I have long since become infatuated with you. His large hands encircled her delicate back, drawing her tightly into his embrace. Feng Hua, I like you too. Xu Yuan pressed her face against his chest, feeling the rapid rhythm of his heart. Then, the man cupped her face, and their lips met in a kiss. Chapter 27. The night is truly beautiful tonight. His lips brushed against her soft, pink ones, sending tingles throughout her body. Soon, she felt a gentle caress from his lips, followed by the enveloping warmth of his mouth, as his tongue parted her lips and delved deep. The moonlight spilled over the earth, illuminating the guest house in a splendid array of lights, resembling a mesmerizing paradise that never sleeps. In that moment of exhilaration, they lost all awareness of their surroundings. The two bodyguards, observing from a distance, were left agape. Their president, who had never approached a woman, was actually kissing one. After the kiss, his deep-set eyes sparkled with a glimmer as he gazed at her. Are you happy with the day we got married? The girl's cheeks flushed, her head slightly bowed, a smile spreading across her face. I'm very happy. In fact, I've already fallen in love with you. Me too. You are a kind-hearted girl, and I wish to protect you. He held her even tighter, her soft hair dancing in the breeze, playfully brushing against his jaw. He did not flinch. His Adam's apple bobbed slightly at that moment. A vendor carrying a lantern passed by, prompting them to release each other. Hand in hand, they ventured into the vibrant little shop street, filled with an array of bracelets, earrings, necklaces, and exotic trinkets. Girls tend to revel in such shopping experiences. Although Feng Hua was a reserved and aloof man, never having visited such a down-to-earth place, he couldn't help but be influenced by Xu Yuan's vivacity. For her sake, he was willing to embark on endeavors that defied his usual persona. Xu Yuan spotted a pair of elegant earrings fashioned like white pearl dream catchers adorned with feathers. Joyfully, she held them up to her ears for comparison. Ahua, do they look good? She lifted her clear, bright eyes, as if the world had suddenly become illuminated. The white dress she wore and her half-up bun harmonized perfectly with the earrings. These earrings were made just for you. Feng Hua's heartfelt compliment filled Xu Yuan with delight, and she promptly purchased the white pearl dreamcatcher earrings. They then entered the next shop, bustling with couples. The most eye-catching establishment specialized in cufflinks. Primarily designed for couples. An array of styles adorned the shelves, ranging from traditional circular and square shapes to teardrop, spiral, and intricate Chinese knots, with patterns including totems, national flags, tai chi, cartoons, zodiac signs, and constellations, an overwhelming visual feast. On the second shelf to the left upon entering, Xu Yuan spotted a particularly elegant cufflink. At its center lay a crystal blue sapphire, flanked by intertwined silver filigree. This is the one, she didn't deliberate long. Trusting her first impression, and called the shop assistant to bring a matching pair for couples, purchasing them together. They would wear matching cufflinks, as Feng Hua often donned dress shirts, making it a daily accessory. Thank you. Your thoughtful gift selection means so much to me. I truly love it. His dark eyes shimmered with gentle starlight, hidden affection flowing through his gaze. In the midst of the crowd, this girl stood out, illuminating his heart like a beacon. They happily completed their purchase, fully immersed in the joy of their travels. Nearby, someone called out, free makeup in traditional attire. A boy, appearing no older than 18 or 19, waved a stack of photo templates while chasing after Xu Yuan and Feng Hua. You two are the most beautiful and handsome people I've ever seen. Your photos will surely turn out amazing. Just 388 yuan. Xu Yuan felt a surge of caution. She knew that such travel promotions often came with strings attached. Noticing their wariness, the boy earnestly explained, I'm from a nearby village, just here to help earn some money for my mother's medical expenses. He then presented them with an exquisite peachwood comb. This is a gift for you. There will be no extra charges for the photos. Xu Yuan was touched by his sincerity. They allowed the boy to lead them to a photo shop to choose outfits and makeup. Xu Yuan was captivated by a set of Western princess attire. She had often seen friends post such photos during their travels on social media, and now she could finally realize that dream. The resplendent Western attire, the golden dreamlike veil, and the unique accessories brushed against her skin, evoking echoes of camel bells along the ancient Silk Road. Noble, elegant, and mysterious, Feng Hua adorned himself in a princely attire befitting the ancient kingdoms of the western regions. Exuding an aura of unparalleled handsomeness, his slender waist and flawless contours captivating all who beheld him. Like a jade tree on a celestial terrace, he resembled a rare gem, a sight seldom seen among mortals. The couple strolled hand in hand into the crowd, with the photographer trailing behind, capturing their every natural movement in a manner that required no post-editing to reveal their exquisite beauty in the throng. Gazes of admiration were fixed upon them, as whispers of, "Are they celestial lovers? And how can such captivating and cultured individuals exist in our world?" floated through the air. Truly, they were a match of striking beauty, beyond reproach. Perhaps they were merely stars on location for a film. As they became the focal point of the gathering, many began to surreptitiously snap photos of them. Xu Yuan, accustomed to discretion, worried that any leaked images might reveal their true identities. He grasped Xu Yuan's hand and swiftly led her away from the crowd. The bodyguards, concerned about the potential exposure, immediately contacted Assistant Yang Qian, explaining that the president and his wife were being closely observed and photographed, and that their identities might soon be compromised. "We must ensure no photos make it online. You know the president's temper," they warned. "Understood," the bodyguard replied, somewhat sheepishly. Subsequently, the two bodyguards gathered the crowd, falsely claiming that this was an unreleased commercial shoot, warning that sharing any photos online would result in legal repercussions. The two imposing men softened their demeanor, incessantly cautioning the crowd throughout the evening, fearing even a single stray photograph might slip through. Exhausted from their efforts, Feng Hua and Xu Yuan returned to a quaint photography shop, changing back into their own attire. "Handsome couple, do you wish to continue shooting?" the photographer inquired. The crowd was quite disruptive earlier. "I only managed to capture 3 shots, while we had planned for 10. Xu Yuan glanced at the camera. Those 3 images were already breathtakingly beautiful, and oh need, these will suffice. Their striking appearances made them instant highlights in any gathering, and they dared not continue. Yet, they felt content, their spirits undampened. They then ventured to the foot of the mountain to witness a millennia-old intangible cultural heritage performance featuring fire pots. "Fire dispels evil, bringing peace to all families," echoed the performer, elevating the atmosphere to a crescendo. The artists, by placing burning charcoal into iron nets on either side and shaking them to create sparks, fashioned a mesmerizing scene reminiscent of a fiery tree adorned with silver flowers. The performance was visually stunning, symbolizing the expulsion of illness, the avoidance of disaster, and the heartfelt wish for peace among families. Hand in hand, they swayed beside the sparks, enveloped in a moment of true happiness, one that could heal a lifetime. Xu Yuan could not resist sharing the scenic beauty of their travels on her social media, accompanied by a silhouette photo with Feng Hua. Soon, the comment section erupted. Li Yingxian remarked, "Wow, your husband's physique is impressive." Xu He chimed in, "Xiao Yuan, why not show your face?" And merely liked the post, feeling a pang of sadness as a flicker of realization crossed her mind. She was no longer single. Chapter 28. Drunk in the embrace of tenderness. The following day, the sun hung high in the sky as the two remained nestled in bed, reluctant to rise. A glance at the clock revealed it was already 11 in the morning. They had stayed out late the previous night, inadvertently oversleeping. They had originally planned to watch the sunrise at the viewing platform at 6:30. Feng Hua awoke first, drawing back the curtains to let the warm sunlight bathe the pristine white sheets. "Lazy pig, what happened to our sunrise viewing?" Xu Yuan turned over, revealing her face, offering an embarrassed smile. After a leisurely lunch, they made their way to a crystal-clear stream to play in the water, embracing the summer romance where water play took center stage. The water source here was remarkably clean, serving as a primary source for many drinking water supplies. Feng Hua transformed into a professional photographer, capturing Xu Yuan's lively moments by the stream and waterfall. What a refreshing delight, lifting their spirits. Time flew by as they frolicked, and by evening, they returned as the sun set. Back at their lodging, Feng Hua sat at the table, responding to urgent emails. He could not entirely neglect his work. Managing such a large enterprise was crucial for the economic lifeblood of Inxing City. Su Yuan found herself reflecting on her own job. She had developed a workaholic mentality, unable to truly relax for fear of falling behind. The company was currently undergoing layoffs, leaving her anxious about her future. If she resigned to focus on a coffee bookstore, the financial returns would not come swiftly. She wondered if Fenghua would understand. At that moment, her thoughts were in turmoil. Despite being married for so long, she had never inquired about the specifics of Fenghua's work. Ahua, which company do you work for? Fenghua was momentarily taken aback by her sudden question, a wave of unease washing over him. Was his secret identity about to be uncovered? He replied nonchalantly, I work at Leafin Group. Hearing the name, Su Yuan's eyes sparkled with admiration, revealing a universe of admiration within her gaze. That was the most prestigious enterprise in Inxing City, commanding a significant portion of the city's industry. No employee had ever left, and hiring was rare, with only 5 campus recruitment slots available each year, filled with meticulously selected elite talents. The president of Leafin Group was also known for being low-profile and mysterious, rarely appearing in the media, but rumored to be a young and accomplished gentleman, an unattainable star. You work at Leafin? Only the elite can get in there. Su Yuan could hardly believe her luck in marrying someone so extraordinary. The more she learned about him, the more it felt like uncovering a treasure. Indeed, most employees were elite. In his heart, Fenghua mused, what would non-elites even do there? Su Yuan's thoughts turned to her own job, which felt mundane and now faced the looming threat of layoffs. A frown creased her brow as she struggled to dispel her anxiety. What's wrong? Ever since our company was acquired by Leafin, orders have surged, but the standards for employee qualifications have also risen, leading to the need to lay off some regular employees. Fenghua pondered what this could mean. Who would dare to lay off the boss's wife? He longed to reveal his identity to alleviate her stress and let her enjoy their travels without worry. However, the disparity between wealth and ordinary life was significant, and such a transition would require time. He was reluctant to lose the emotional closeness they had finally achieved. Don't worry. Someone as excellent and responsible as you will be noticed by the boss. Fenghua reassured her, ensuring her that she would definitely not be laid off. Just then, the ringing of a phone interrupted their conversation. Mr. Feng, the music bar you booked has opened for business. There was a large music bar on the mountain, created by Fenghua and his friends, combining the rawness and urbanity that young people desire. Noticing Su Yuan's heavy demeanor, he decided to take her out to unwind. Come, let me take you to a wonderful place. He took her hand and headed straight for the music bar, leaving work behind to enjoy their time. Upon entering the bar, they were enveloped by a subtle aroma of alcohol, with a singer on stage performing soft melodies. The decor was refreshing, with quotes adorning the walls, inviting patrons to let go of their worries and relish a moment of tranquility and beauty. It resonated perfectly with Su Yuan's current state of mind. Ahua, I can't believe there's such a stylish music bar in these mountains. Su Yuan marveled at the owner who had developed this place, finding the amenities so complete that she felt an urge to stay forever. What would you like to drink? The suave bartender caught everyone's attention with his deft movements. Noticing that Su Yuan was not accustomed to drinking, Fenghua took the initiative to order her a visually appealing drink that women often enjoy. I'll have a tequila sunrise. He opted for a godfather for himself. This was Su Yuan's first experience drinking at a bar, and she found it delightful as they settled into the most comfortable spot. Shortly, the tequila sunrise arrived, adorned with a slice of orange at the rim, exquisite and pleasing to the eye. Su Yuan gently stirred it with a straw, allowing the syrup to swirl, creating a gradient reminiscent of watching the sunrise on a beach. The pouring of the drink was truly soothing. Taking a sip, she first tasted sweetness, gradually transitioning to a hint of tartness, followed by a subtle bitterness of tequila, a clear layering of flavors. This night was destined to be romantic. The singer on stage sang tirelessly, relaxing everyone's minds and bodies. Ahua, can you sing? Su Yuan asked casually. Would you like to hear me sing? She beamed with delight, nodding eagerly. What she thought was mere playful banter turned out to be genuine when Fenghua stepped onto the stage. As he took the piano from the musician, he adjusted it with finesse. To maintain a low profile, he wore sunglasses and a black cap, his skin appearing even more fair in the dim light of the bar. Yet his charm remained undeniable. The nearby bodyguards couldn't help but chuckle, marveling at their boss's willingness to do anything for his wife. It was a stark contrast to the man he used to be. Feng Hua signaled the sound technician with an okay gesture. The room fell silent, and then the gentle melody began to fill the bar. The books often write about the unexpectedly delightful evenings, the bicycle rides, and their conversations, the girl in white whom the boy loves to see where. Slowly, the lyrics unfolded. I like you slowly, growing intimate, sharing ourselves, walking together. His deep, magnetic voice resonated, the final notes tinged with laughter, a clean and gentle timbre that brushed against her heart like a feather. So beautiful that night, they felt utterly content, unable to resist indulging in another drink. Su Yuan, overwhelmed by the alcohol, succumbed to his tender embrace. As the night deepened, he guided her back to their lodging, with the influence of the spirits. They sank into a deep slumber on the soft, comfortable bed, nothing untoward transpiring. Chapter 29. A moment of spring night, worth 1,000 gold, having indulged a bit too much the previous night. Su Yuan awoke with a slight headache. As Su Yuan stretched lazily from her cocoon of blankets, the remnants of a hangover clung to her. Feng Hua sat at the desk by the floor-to-ceiling window, his fair, slender fingers deftly tapping away at the keyboard. He was already engrossed in work early in the morning. After all, he was a busy CEO, accustomed to socializing and possessing a commendable tolerance for alcohol. The modest amount he consumed the previous night merely left him mildly tipsy. In contrast, Su Yuan was not so resilient. With only the faintest memories to rely upon, she hazily recalled the passionate kisses they had shared upon returning to the guest house. The bedside lamp flickered like starlight, casting their silhouettes in a dance of intimacy. Be gentle, she exclaimed, as her entire tongue was fervently sucked, a sensation both pleasurable and painfully forceful. He pressed her onto the soft, expansive sofa, and she felt his heated breath whispering in her ear, his fingers caressing her waist with a delicate insistence. Unsure whether to resist or surrender, she simply closed her eyes, allowing his lips to remain on hers. The mingling sense of their intoxication enveloped them, their bodies feeling light and airy, as if adrift among the clouds. Su Yuan believed she had willingly surrendered herself the previous night, her heart fluttering with anticipation and nervousness. She lifted the covers to check her attire, only to find her intimate garments intact, showing no signs of having been disturbed. Given the circumstances, it seemed Feng Hua had indeed refrained from taking advantage of her. Could it be that she possessed no allure at all? Awake. Feng Hua turned at the sound on him. Su Yuan appeared still half asleep, her eyes reflecting a hint of melancholy. Feng Hua handed her a cup of hot ginger tea. Urging her to drink and recover, he gently stroked her hair, recalling how she had become a playful little sprite after drinking too much the night before, clinging to him and refusing to sleep. Su Yuan raised her clear, bright eyes and asked earnestly, "You weren't drunk last night. What time did you sleep?" Feng Hua gazed at her unblinkingly, his eyes radiating a warmth akin to a sacred lake. Mysterious, vibrant, and affectionate, he understood what Su Yuan yearned to know. Yet, she could not decipher the meaning behind his gaze, prompting her to inquire further. Nothing happened. He parted his lips, poised to speak, but ultimately remained silent. In this regard, he too was a novice, engulfed by an inexplicable shyness. Su Yuan's thoughts had already been laid bare before him, a blush creeping across her cheeks as she found herself at a loss. In a moment of urgency, she snatched a towel and dashed into the bathroom, striving to steady her breath. She thought to herself, "What is this? The emperor is not anxious, yet the eunuch is." She was more anxious than he was. The sound of running water filled the air. Su Yuan splashed warm water over herself, finally regaining her composure. As she dried off and prepared to dress, she noticed the rack was empty. Not a single piece of clothing was in sight. Oh no, in her haste, she had forgotten to grab her clothes. Her old garments were soaked through, reeking of sweat, and she couldn't put them back on. In desperation, Su Yuan could only wrap herself in a flimsy towel and step out. The moment she emerged, Feng Hua glanced over at her. She stood there, a vision of grace, her skin as pale as snow, the sheer white towel barely concealing her figure, revealing a glimpse of her delicate curves. Her long, slender legs were clad in pink slippers, and the atmosphere was thick with an intoxicating allure, rendering her utterly captivating. One hand clutched the towel against her chest as she frantically rummaged through her suitcase, eager to find something to wear. Just as she crouched down, a large hand gently wrapped around her slender waist. "What are you doing?" Su Yuan gasped, startled and momentarily disoriented. Feng Hua swept her off her feet, laying her onto the wide, soft, white bed, and claimed her with a forceful kiss. He pinned her beneath him, their gazes locking in an intense exchange. "Little sprite, tell me, how can anyone resist you dressed like this?" Feng Hua caressed her cheek tenderly. "Xiao Yuan, do you consent?" She stared into his deep, dark eyes, fully aware of his intentions. "I do, for I love you," Su Yuan replied, her cheeks blooming with the color of cherry blossoms. "Do you know why I didn't make a move last night?" Feng Hua asked earnestly. Su Yuan shook her head. "You were drunk, and our beautiful first time should not unfold while you are not fully aware." The weight of her anxious heart lifted. Perhaps this man before her was more sincere than she had imagined. Always considering her feelings, a genuine person is worth cherishing for a lifetime. This marked the final day of their stay at the mountain guest house, a retreat nestled in nature, a haven for the heart, expansive and liberating. Being with the one she adored was the most exquisite experience in the world. The Mid-Autumn Festival was approaching, and today they were set to learn how to make traditional handmade ice skin mooncakes. The local mooncake instructor was exceedingly patient. The delicate ice skin danced at their fingertips, enveloping a delightful filling, as they crafted their mooncakes by hand, savoring the profound happiness and sweetness that filled the air. They produced an array of uniquely shaped mooncakes, meticulously packaged, ready to be gifted to Nan Gong Yuze, Feng Shui, Grandma, Su He, and other friends. It was a particularly meaningful gift. As night deepened, the moon hung high, white as jade. Inside the guest house, they soaked in a private hot spring, the bathroom aglow with aromatic candles, their soft light flickering on the walls, while the two lovers sat by the bathtub, relishing the flow of water and the soothing sounds of gentle music. This was the most delightful interaction and ritual to deepen their bond. Hidden within the lush mountains, the spring water was crystal clear and pleasantly warm, as if cradled in nature's tender embrace, allowing one to forget the worries of the world. The private hot spring was rich in components, abundant in salicylic acid and over 30 beneficial trace elements for health. Su Yuan, being cold-natured and accustomed to working in air-conditioned environments, found it advantageous to soak a little longer. "Xiao Yuan, are you nervous?" Su Yuan turned toward the man, enveloped in a misty aura, his face handsomely chiseled, gentlemanly and earnest in all he did. His gentle inquiry considered her feelings, instilling a sense of security within her. This man was truly a treasure. "Not nervous," she softly replied, her voice imbued with warmth. He picked up 2 glasses of red wine from the edge of the tub, swirling one and offering it to her. The romantic night was enchanting and slightly tipsy. Half an hour later, the private hot spring was ready, and she felt wonderfully relaxed. Feng Hua draped a large, white towel around Su Yuan and led her toward the bed. The expansive circular bed was strewn with blood-red rose petals, a gentle breeze lifting the corner of the sheets, causing them to flutter and dance, creating a serene ambience. The aromatic candles cast a tender glow, crafting an intimate and warm atmosphere in the stillness of the night. It felt as though they had weathered a gentle storm, nourishing and comforting, evoking a sense of longing. Their intertwining was a dance of soul and body. Chapter 30. Showcasing affection in the group chat. In the early morning, the plane touched down in Ginkgo City. Feng Hua and Su Yuan emerged, laden with bags, chatting and laughing as if they were a couple in the throes of romance. This journey had yielded abundant rewards, significantly advancing their relationship. At the exit, Feng Shui awaited them. Upon spotting her brother and sister-in-law, she waved enthusiastically. "Brother, sister-in-law, over here." Feng Hua, with both hands grasping his luggage and bags hanging from it, and Su Yuan, coolly sporting a backpack, caught her eye. Feng Shui couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. The pampered CEO Feng was actually carrying his own bags. Feng Hua shot her a stern glance, prompting Feng Shui to stifle her laughter. She linked arms with Su Yuan and asked, "Sister-in-law, what did you gain from this trip?" Su Yuan beamed, radiating joy with no hint of fatigue. "I truly felt that traveling far surpasses reading countless books." The scenery was breathtaking. Feng Shui, a seasoned traveler herself, wholeheartedly agreed, and no matter how beautifully a book described a place, or how stunning a photograph captured it, nothing compared to experiencing it firsthand. Independent and adventurous since childhood, Feng Shui enjoyed rock climbing, hiking, and traveling. She was no delicate princess and was easy to converse with. She and Su Yuan quickly became friends. "That sounds great, sister-in-law," We should travel together next time. Su Yuan nodded enthusiastically, admiring Feng Shui's vibrant life. Meanwhile, Feng Hua's expression darkened, his demeanor chilly and brooding. You don't have a boyfriend, yet you want to monopolize my wife? He warned his sister, knowing full well he would rather be glued to Su Yuan for 24 hours than let anyone else take her away. How petty! Feng Shui muttered under her breath. Feng Hua stepped between them, pulling Su Yuan close to him and distancing Feng Shui. Feng Shui chuckled helplessly. Her brother, who had previously shunned women, now seemed completely transformed. Feng Shui drove them back to their quaint little home. Grandma, I've missed you so much, Su Yuan exclaimed, rushing into her grandmother's embrace upon entering the house. Good girl, did you have fun these past few days? Su Yuan smiled and nodded, her joy evident. Grandma then turned her gaze to Feng Hua, her eyes conveying a warning. You didn't bully my granddaughter-in-law, did you? Feng Hua could only smile sheepishly, knowing any protest would be futile. Su Yuan opened her backpack and pulled out a beautifully wrapped gift bag. Grandma, look what I brought you. She revealed a translucent horn comb and hairpin from the black fabric bag, prompting Grandma to beam with delight. She adored her precious granddaughter-in-law, no matter what she brought. After lunch, Feng Shui was reluctant to linger in the small courtyard and drove back to her own villa, with her brother and sister-in-law in love. She felt like a third wheel, occasionally being teased by Grandma about marriage. It was almost unbearable. Today marked the last day of Feng Hua and Su Yuan's holiday, and the couple devoted their time to Grandma. In the afternoon, they sat together on rocking chairs beneath a tree, chatting leisurely. Xiao Yuan, did you take any photos while you were out? Grandmother eagerly anticipated seeing their couple photos, especially cherishing the more intimate ones. Indeed, let me show you, she said. With delight, Xu Yuan took out her phone and opened the album, revealing a plethora of breathtaking landscapes, particularly the stunning sunset above the sea of clouds, which was nothing short of mesmerizing. Xu Yuan enthusiastically narrated the content of each photo, yet Grandmother appeared somewhat disinterested. Having weathered the storms of life, she had witnessed countless sceneries. What truly captivated her was the couple's portraits. Oh, you have a photo of you and Ahua? A vision of the Western region princess's makeup flashed through Xu Yuan's mind, recalling the moment when she and Feng Hua held hands, gazing at each other with deep affection. Although only 3 photos had been taken, they were remarkably beautiful, a pair seemingly crafted by the heavens. Grandmother's face radiated with joy as she declared, "These are the most beautiful photos I have ever seen. They are truly stunning. Please send these to me." Feeling a tad bashful, Xu Yuan nonetheless forwarded the original images to Grandmother via WeChat. Grandmother's satisfied smile was unmistakable. She observed that upon returning from this vacation, the couple's bond had significantly deepened, their glances and gestures brimming with love. With Feng Hua even serving her food during meals. Previously, their interactions had been formal and restrained, lacking ease and authenticity. Grandmother, being astute, noticed this change and felt a sense of relief, thinking that her illness had not been in vain. With this thought, her heart blossomed and joy danced upon her brow, her eyes narrowing into crescent shapes. The evening glow painted the horizon a fiery red as Xu Yuan rose to prepare dinner. Grandmother settled into her rocking chair in the courtyard, fanning herself with a palm fan while smiling at her phone. The family group chat, humorously named A Colorful Family, erupted in excitement. Grandmother shared their 3 couple photos, akin to a massive stone cast into a river. Creating ripples of response, she observed the reactions of her relatives with glee, as comments flooded in. Are you sure this is Feng Hua? Did he borrow a photo from some internet celebrity? Is it possible for my elder brother to have a girlfriend? I can't believe it. Who is this woman? She's quite pretty. Is she rented? The relatives exchanged astonished and doubtful remarks, assuming that Grandmother had become so desperate for a granddaughter-in-law that she had resorted to using images from the internet. Tired of the chatter, Grandmother turned off her phone's screen, reclining in her rocking chair, a look of bliss upon her face. Whether they believed it or not mattered little to her. Upon seeing the couple photos in the group chat, Feng Shui chuckled quietly, knowing the truth but realizing that any attempt to explain would likely be met with disbelief. Someone suggested, why not ask the parties involved? Suddenly, Feng Hua was bombarded with messages in the group chat. At that moment, he was in his study, engrossed in reading emails, when an avalanche of notifications from WeChat caught his attention. Curiously, he opened the family group chat to find his and Xu Yuan's couple photo prominently displayed. As he read through the barrage of messages, his expression darkened dramatically. What do you mean rented? My elder brother can have a girlfriend. This is sheer disrespect. Just because I'm not interested in women doesn't mean I can't find a girlfriend. The group buzzed with inquiries, demanding to know the truth. Observing their jests directed at him, he chose not to respond directly but instead replied nonchalantly, "Is everyone so concerned about my affairs?" The chat erupted once more. "Yes, here. The man himself has arrived." A younger relative chimed in, "Cousin, you already have a girlfriend. When are you getting married?" The child, eager to attend a wedding and indulge in sweet treats, thought little of the implications. Fenghua mused, "What does this little brat know? I've been married for ages." Xu Yuan, if present in the chat, would have surely felt mortified. Meanwhile, downstairs, she had prepared a fragrant dinner, an array of delectable dishes laid out before her. Like a diligent little bee, her culinary skills had flourished, filling the home with warmth. "Ahua, come down for dinner." At the sound of her voice, Fenghua swiftly closed his laptop and descended the stairs, choosing not to address the queries of his relatives in the chat. Chapter 31. Becoming more enamored with him as the holiday concluded, Xu Yuan faced her first day back at work after the long break. The backlog of tasks loomed large, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Having been absent for so long, she feared being placed on the layoff list. Both her career and her relationship had just begun to stabilize. She dreaded any complications arising at this juncture. Upon arriving at the office, Fenghua was just beginning to leave. Grandmother was in the small courtyard, listening to music and practicing Bajuanjin. Upon seeing her, Fenghua recalled the photos from the family chat last night, his expression darkening. "Grandmother, why the rush? I haven't even disclosed my relationship with Xu Yuan yet." Grandmother paused her movements and shot him a disapproving glance. 3 months is too long. 2 months will suffice. If you don't come clean soon, I shall cease to play along. You're lucky to have a wife like Xu Yuan. A girl like her is hard to find. Grandmother was entirely justified. If he didn't pursue her himself, she might be lost forever. "Grandmother, not this again," Fenghua protested, unable to counter her wisdom, and hurriedly left for work. Grandmother, coming to her senses, realized he had vanished, muttering, "The boy certainly knows how to flee." At Li Fu Group, Lin Xuejiao appeared listless in the office, her eyes lacking their usual luster, as if drained of vitality. However, when Fenghua's handsome figure appeared on the 18th floor, her demeanor instantly brightened, as if infused with new energy. The president has finally arrived. During the week of his absence, she had struggled to endure. Only his presence motivated her work. "Good morning, President Feng," Lin Xuejiao chimed, her voice sweet and lively. "Good morning," Fenghua replied mechanically. Lin Xuejiao returned to her office, quickly applying makeup. She had lacked the motivation to do so while he was away. Shortly after, male assistant Yang Qian entered the office behind Fenghua. "You've finally decided to return," Yang Qian teased, his tone tinged with sarcasm. "From now on, you can enjoy a month of paid wedding leave." Fenghua remained focused on the screen, processing documents, not bothering to look up. Yang Qian, undeterred, remarked, "You can't even find a girlfriend, let alone discuss wedding leave. You went on a honeymoon but expect me to take on extra work," he added, referring to the photos leaked that night, which had required extensive public relations efforts to manage. "Doesn't that merely highlight your competence?" Fenghua replied with a faint smile, feeling no embarrassment. Asked the president. He held an elevated status, exuding an emperor-like presence, yet he was devoid of arrogance, treating everyone with poise. Yang Qian found himself at a loss for words. He held genuine admiration for the president. That afternoon, Li Fu Group was set to host a press conference for its new electric vehicle brand, a significant event promising to elevate the company to new heights. Numerous entrepreneurs and celebrities were expected to attend, all eager to glimpse the president. "Will you be making an appearance at the press conference today, President Feng?" Yang Qian inquired, his expression turning serious. "Same as always. I will deliver a speech but won't be in front of the cameras." He was not yet ready to reveal his identity, having already arranged with the media that no photos of him would be published without his approval. Besides maintaining his customary low profile, he also aimed to keep his marital status a secret from the public. At 2 o'clock, the press conference commenced at the Li Fu International Hotel, bustling with activity and elegance. The attendees were prominent figures, wealthy and highly cultured. Fenghua, accompanied by Lin Xuejiao and Yang Qian, navigated through the crowd, representing Li Fu Group's prestige. During the hour that the president was present, photography was strictly prohibited. Amidst the throng, Fenghua, clad in a tailored gray suit, held a slender champagne flute, engaging in leisurely conversation with others. They exchanged business insights and explored collaboration opportunities, their faces occasionally lighting up with smiles that showcased the charm and charisma of elite business figures. The reporters, observing from the sidelines, appeared somewhat bored. "Look, isn't that the president's female assistant? They make a great pair," one female reporter remarked. "How fortunate she is to work beside him every day." Another chimed in, "Did you hear? They were college classmates. The assistant is highly capable. She is a great asset to the president." They speculated, "Do you think they might develop feelings for each other over time? Will they end up together?" The reporters, ever the gossip enthusiasts, eagerly whispered among themselves. Having noticed the glimmering admiration in Lin Xuejiao's gaze towards Feng Hua, they speculated whether he reciprocated her feelings. While the reporters could only lament the lack of juicy gossip in the affluent city of Yinxing, they could only observe and enjoy the spectacle. Yang Qian, overhearing their whispers, felt compelled to warn Lin Xuejiao. "Pay attention to your demeanor and stay focused on work," he advised. While it was one thing to harbor thoughts in the office, it was prudent to maintain discretion in such a conspicuous setting. Lin Xuejiao was displeased by Yang Qian's remarks but was wary of provoking Feng Hua, who might single her out later. Meanwhile, Feng Hua seemed to have caught wind of the murmurs. Noting Lin Xuejiao's starry-eyed admiration, if President Feng were to reciprocate her feelings, she could achieve the dream of marrying into wealth, a fantasy many girls held. Feng Hua turned to glance at Lin Xuejiao, his gaze deep and inscrutable, leaving her heart racing. Had she done something wrong? Would she be reprimanded later? With these thoughts swirling, she lowered her head, no longer daring to gaze at Feng Hua with admiration. However, love is an uncontrollable force. Since her university days, she has silently strived to draw closer to him, for he is her motivation. Over the years, Lin Xuejiao has entrusted all her emotions to Feng Hua. The duration has been so lengthy that she finds herself utterly ensnared, her eyes no longer able to accommodate any other man. This unrequited affection shines like the brightest star in the night sky. Radiating alone, and even in proximity to him, she feels an insurmountable distance. Despite being by Feng Hua's side for so many years, she has never witnessed him being enamored with any other woman, as long as he remains single. She holds on to hope. This belief sustains her day after day. Until the press conference concluded, Feng Hua retracted his smile, reverting to his usual aloof and dignified demeanor. Throughout the entire event, aside from casting Lin Xuejiao a warning glance, he paid her no further attention. Lin Xuejiao felt despondent, watching him drive away in his Maserati, kicking up dust. She vowed, one day, she would certainly occupy the passenger seat as the lady of the car. Chapter 32. A ruthless move on a late summer night. Under the serene moonlight, Feng Hua and Su Yuan strolled hand in hand near a bookstore by the river, basking in the warmth of companionship. "Thank you, Ahua, for the event you planned for my bookstore on Qixi Festival. The business has improved significantly since then." Unlike others who resorted to cliché gestures, Feng Hua utilized his astute business acumen to orchestrate an event for Su Yuan's quaint shop. Couples visiting the store to make purchases were invited to pin 200-word messages, which would be affixed to a message wall, in exchange for a complimentary new book. Additionally, a coupon offering a discount of 20 yuan on a purchase of 50 yuan or more was provided for future visits. This initiative attracted a fair share of returning customers. The highest form of love is to impart survival skills and aid in one's growth. Su Yuan regarded Feng Hua's actions as an unprecedented source of support and security. As night deepened, they returned to their cozy abode, where Su Yuan sweetly drifted into slumber in Feng Hua's embrace. At dawn, the first rays of sunlight penetrated the curtain gaps, gently caressing her face and bestowing a touch of warmth. Akin to a tender embrace from time itself, Feng Hua awoke early, his wide eyes fixed on Su Yuan as she slept. Her cheeks were rosy, her profile resting comfortably on the pillow, breathing softly and rhythmically. The subtle hue of her lips moved slightly, beguilingly alluring. Overcome with affection, Feng Hua gently brushed her nose with the back of his finger. Perhaps sensing a tickle, Su Yuan squinted and gradually opened her eyes, only to be greeted by a face of striking handsomeness, with a chiseled jaw, a prominent nose, and delicate, rosy lips. How could such a handsome man exist in this world? A softness, rarely seen, graced his visage. "You were watching me sleep?" Su Yuan blushed, unsure of how she must have appeared in her slumber, Hoping she hadn't embarrassed herself, Feng Hua maintained his gentle demeanor, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Su Yuan reached for her phone on the bedside table. It was 6 o'clock. I'll get up and make breakfast. As she spoke, she lifted the covers to rise. Feng Hua wrapped his arms around her waist, pulling her back onto the bed. Today, you are my breakfast. In an instant, she understood the implication of his words. A rush of warmth flooding her cheeks, spreading to her ears. She attempted to pry his strong hands away from her waist, but to no avail, ultimately yielding to his embrace. Feng Hua playfully tilted his left cheek, signaling for a kiss. Su Yuan's soft lips lightly brushed against his cheek, reminiscent of a dragonfly skimming the water's surface. His woman need not toil over breakfast daily. He had once employed someone to do so, preferring to dedicate time to more meaningful pursuits. Feng Hua held her tightly, gently kissing her neck. Su Yuan felt a myriad of sensations. Realizing with dread that a mark would surely be left behind, she playfully pounded his chest. Let go? You're so bad. But it was too late. The kiss concluded, leaving a distinct red mark on her neck. I'll get you back for this, Su Yuan declared, as she leaned toward Feng Hua's neck to nibble playfully. He offered no resistance, seemingly relishing the moment. Eventually, a vibrant mark adorned Feng Hua's neck as well. What a little enchantress, he teased, pinching her cheek. After the morning tempest, she hurriedly donned a high-necked short-sleeve top suitable for summer, not wishing to be the subject of gossip at work. Thankfully, it concealed the mark, granting her some relief. After refreshing herself and applying a light, elegant makeup, she descended the stairs first. A meticulously arranged breakfast awaited her on the table, ordered in advance by Feng Hua from the hotel. Shortly thereafter, Feng Hua joined her, his attire failing to obscure the strawberry mark, deliberately leaving a button undone. Su Yuan could only admire his audacity to expose himself so brazenly at work. In the minimalist yet opulent office of the Li Feng Group. Lin Xuejiao knocked on the door, needing several documents signed early in the morning. The thought of seeing the president again sent her spirits soaring. She had made sure to touch up her makeup and apply a new shade of lipstick before entering. Come in. Lin Xuejiao sashayed into the office, handing over the documents. President Feng, please take a look. Feng Hua lifted his gaze, and for a fleeting moment, his eyes sparkled with a glimmer of light before dimming once more. Though Lin Xuejiao could not decipher the meaning behind his gaze, it stirred ripples of excitement within her, for the president had finally acknowledged her presence. All right, let us discuss today's agenda in detail. As he spoke, Feng Hua leaned back slightly in his chair, the mark on his neck distinctly visible. Lin Xuejiao's heart skipped a beat upon noticing it. Her mind buzzed with disbelief. How could he? Feng Hua observed her astonished expression, satisfied that she might finally focus on her work. Yet, she remained dazed, struggling to process the information, contemplating whether this was indeed a mark left by a woman. Haven't you prepared yet? Feng Hua furrowed his brows, his tone tinged with impatience. Lin Xuejiao snapped back to reality, flustered as she rifled through her tablet. President Feng, I'll report to you immediately. Her frantic movements suggested she had been struck by a significant blow. Clearly out of sorts yet trying to maintain composure, beads of sweat forming on her forehead in the air-conditioned room. Feng Hua had achieved his aim. His female assistant's thoughts were adrift, and he felt it was his duty to sever her unwarranted aspirations. Once Lin Xuejiao completed her report, Feng Hua, exuding calm authority, addressed her sternly, Secretary Lin, henceforth, focus your thoughts on your work. Otherwise, you risk jeopardizing your future. Lin Xuejiao stammered, President. She yearned to articulate her thoughts, but ultimately fell silent. Retreating from the president's office in a daze, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Encountering Yang Qian, who discerned the scene, he surmised it must pertain to Feng Hua, for he had always understood Lin Xuejiao's sentiments. Oh, what's wrong? Did someone upset you? Yang Qian feigned concern, all the while subtly reminding her of her lack of focus at work. No, Lin Xuejiao choked back her emotions, unable to articulate her turmoil. Hastily leaving the scene, Yang Qian, intrigued, pushed open the president's door. What did you say to her? She left in tears. It's heart-wrenching to witness. Feng Hua's expression remained inscrutable. Since when did you start caring about women? Perhaps there's hope for you in the dating realm. Yang Qian caught sight of the mark on Feng Hua's neck, momentarily astonished. That. A mosquito bite? A woman's bite, Feng Hua replied. Yang Qian chuckled. suddenly comprehending why Lin Xuejiao had exited with reddened eyes, appearing as though she had suffered a heartbreak. Not only did he bear the mark, but he had also intentionally left a button undone. Was this not a display of triumph? Haha, I see now why Secretary Lin is so distraught. That move of yours is quite ruthless. Chapter 33. A grave mistake in the Yinghai office. Gentle sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating the pristine white office and lush greenery, casting dappled shadows. The rich aroma of coffee wafted through the air, invigorating everyone's senses. Employees were engrossed in their computer screens, fingers flying across keyboards, occasionally perusing stacks of documents on their desks. Each individual was diligently working, as the end of the month heralded the announcement of layoffs. Yinghai was a large enterprise, now acquired by Li Feng Group, and everyone hoped to retain their positions. Su Yuan was deeply engrossed in processing various purchase orders when suddenly, a stack of documents was flung onto her desk, causing everyone to glance up in curiosity. Yi Qianqian stormed in, her face flushed with anger. Look at what you've done. Su Yuan, bewildered, could hardly comprehend the outburst. She had always approached her work with diligence and precision. So why was her supervisor reacting so vehemently? She picked up the document to find the glaring error marked in bold. The procurement model of the ship parts was incorrect, resulting in a loss of 130,000 for the company. The document bore her signature, Su Yuan. Open your eyes and see clearly. You miswrote the model for this batch of goods, causing the company significant losses. You'll compensate and then get out. Yi Qianqian's voice echoed loudly, leaving her colleagues exchanging worried glances and murmurs. How could Su Yuan have been so careless? Surely, this would land her on the layoff list. The atmosphere in the office became electric, as this monumental blunder was unprecedented and could potentially jeopardize the entire department. Su Yuan's complexion paled. She, too, feared that her momentary lapse in judgment had led to this mistake. Yi Qianqian reveled in the sight of Su Yuan's ashen face, relishing her disarray. Once Su Yuan was gone, the position of department director would undoubtedly be hers to keep. Su Yuan. Now there is irrefutable evidence. Your signature is on this document. What more can you possibly say? Xu Yuan rapidly reflected on the procurement order in her mind, aware of the multiple layers of scrutiny involved, with an enormous sum at stake. Such a grave error should not have occurred under any circumstances. Yet, in the face of the director's inquiries, her mind went blank, rendering her unable to respond. Prepare a 1,000-word reflection and compensation, then roll up your things and leave. Yi Qianqian's words dripped with a hint of cold mockery, as if she held dominion over everyone present. The onlookers cast sympathetic glances, while some reveled in the spectacle, sneering at her misfortune. Xu Yuan steadied her emotions. She knew that before the truth was unveiled, she must not succumb to panic or capitulation. I will investigate thoroughly. If it is indeed my mistake, then I will accept the company's decision. Her tone remained composed, her expression devoid of upheaval, unlike others who wept and wailed. Yi Qianqian felt a surge of irritation. She hoped it was not Xu Yuan, for she too did not wish for her department to face such a significant blunder, knowing she would be held accountable. Yi Qianqian feigned concern, playing the role of a rational manager before the crowd. The truth will surely come to light. After speaking, Xu Yuan returned to her workstation, diligently tending to the remaining tasks of the day. A barely perceptible smirk flickered in Yi Qianqian's eyes as she departed in her high heels. Li Yingxian approached, her expression one of astonishment. Xu Yuan, do you recall? Have you really made such a monumental blunder? Xu Yuan felt deeply affected. After all, the director had publicly reprimanded her. Let us wait and see. The amount is substantial, and many have scrutinized it. If it truly is my error, perhaps I can request a reduction in the compensation. Li Yingxian furrowed her brow. If it is indeed your fault, you may find yourself unemployed. The job market is dire. It might be prudent to start searching for a new position to avoid wasting time at home. This reminder was certainly well-intentioned. Understood. Thank you, Qianqian. No need for thanks. I must get back to work, Li Yingxian replied before returning to her desk. Xu Yuan picked up the stack of documents once again, scrutinizing them closely. The signature at the bottom was indeed hers, yet upon reviewing the product model, she realized it was incorrect. How could she have committed such a fundamental error? She tapped her head in frustration. Unable to fathom it, she endeavored to recall every detail, but with so many orders passing through her hands, she felt utterly lost. Where might the breakthrough lie? Bowing her head, she felt as though an invisible weight pressed upon her. And thoughts of Fenghua surfaced. She then took her phone and sent a WeChat message. I might soon be unemployed. In the conference room of Lihua Group, Fenghua was intently discussing the progress of a new project with the management team. Upon receiving the message, he furrowed his brow slightly, wondering who would dare to bully his wife. Without hesitation, he paused his work, exited the meeting room, and called her back. What is the matter? Xu Yuan replied despondently. There was an error in the procurement order I handled, resulting in a loss of 130,000 for the company. Fenghua remained unfazed, soothing her. Have you investigated thoroughly? Xu Yuan recounted the entire sequence of events. He assisted her in analyzing the situation, assuring her that she could ask for help if needed. Ahua, if I must compensate such a large sum, will you not blame me? Xu Yuan inquired softly, her tone resonating with the trepidation of a child who had erred gravely. Since the incident has occurred, we are husband and wife. We shall bear the responsibility together, Fenghua replied gently, devoid of any reproach. After ending the call, Xu Yuan inexplicably felt a warm strength bolstering her, her worries dissipating significantly. Had it been Jiang Yuan, he would surely have berated her. She felt that marrying Fenghua was indeed a fortunate circumstance. Xu Yuan made her way to the printing room, sifting through a pile of waste paper. Attempting to locate a sheet of copy paper identical to that of the procurement order. After half an hour, her eyes grew weary, yet she found nothing. Just as she was about to give up, a sheet revealing a different product model emerged from the pile. It was evident that it had been tampered with. The initial model written was correct. This order had passed through Wang Ming of the finance department. Xu Yuan took the copy and the erroneous documents to the finance department to confront Wang Ming. Wang Ming, the product model I initially wrote was correct. Did you alter it? Wang Ming's face turned pale momentarily before he regained his composure. This order was processed by me, but the product model was communicated by you to the client. How could I possibly know? Xu Yuan found his argument reasonable. As a member of the finance department, he was unlikely to understand product specifications and would require knowledge to make an incorrect entry. She pondered, someone must be orchestrating this from behind the scenes. Chapter 34. Uncovering preliminary evidence. Who could it be? Xu Yuan was perplexed. She had no enmity within the company, yet someone sought to push her to the brink. Once she identified the culprit, she planned to approach the technical department to request a review of the surveillance footage, where the truth would ultimately be revealed. The following day, Xu Yuan pushed open the door to Xiaoga's office. Xiaoga greeted her with an innocent smile, a rare visitor. What brings you here today, Xiao Yuan? Xiaoga, there's an order that pertains to a significant company loss. I wish to review the surveillance. Of course, where shall we begin? Xiaoga was eager to assist her, having always held a favorable impression of Xu Yuan. Please check the surveillance of Wang Ming's activities over the past few days. Xu Yuan inferred that since he could alter the product model, he must have communicated with whoever had instructed him. With Xiaoga's professional support, they reviewed the footage for 2 hours, finally capturing a conversation with Wang Ming in the stairwell. Cousin, what should I do now that the order you asked me to modify has been discovered? This job is crucial for me. I cannot afford to be unemployed. Wang Ming appeared increasingly anxious, his expression one of unprecedented helplessness and panic. Xu Yuan listened to the conversation without betraying her emotions, her face as tranquil as a still lake. Yet, who could this cousin be? She reflected on everyone she had interacted with recently within the company. It must be Yi Qianqian, given her prior dealings with Xu Yuan regarding after-sales issues. Xu Yuan could hardly fathom that Director Yi Qianqian could be so devious, resorting to such underhanded tactics to preserve her position while jeopardizing another's career. Working alongside such a leader would surely prove unsustainable. As Xu Yuan began to solidify her understanding of the situation, a sense of relief washed over her. Thank you, Xiaoga. Please keep an eye on Wang Ming's actions in the coming days. She expressed gratitude for his unwavering assistance. After bidding Xiaoga farewell, Xu Yuan returned to her workstation, choosing to remain discreet as she observed how the director would continue to push her out. Once she held irrefutable evidence in her possession, she would strike back at Yi Qianqian. In this battlefield of corporate life, interests served as a silent command, compelling individuals to act immorally for personal gain. Since someone sought to undermine her, she felt no need to hold back. Within the office, employees remained busy and orderly. That afternoon, Xu Yuan had scheduled a meeting with a supplier and decided to leave the office early. As soon as she departed, the office buzzed with chatter and speculation. She made such a colossal mistake and yet remained so composed. I suspect she's just putting on a show. After all, she has a husband to support her. She's definitely on the layoff list this time. Various disdainful remarks echoed throughout the office. Typically outspokenly, Ing Xian sat quietly at her desk, listening to her colleagues' harsh judgments, secretly thinking, I should keep my distance from Shiyuan to avoid getting dragged into trouble. Conversely, Huang Kershin, who usually kept her distance from Shiyuan, stood up and said, It's not right to speak ill of someone behind their back, especially when the truth has yet to be revealed. This constitutes personal attacks. The room fell silent at her words. From within the crowd, someone remarked, Oh, who would have thought you, who often clashed with Shiyuan, would stand up for her now? Have you become good friends? The speaker's tone dripped with unmasked ridicule and sarcasm. I only compete with her on workability. Personal grievances have no place here. Do you understand what it means to engage in a fair contest without resorting to underhanded tactics? Huang Kershin was well respected for her competence in the workplace, showing no interest in squabbling with petty individuals. Her firm and resolute words silenced any dissent. Gradually, the office's gossip quieted, replaced by the sounds of keyboards clacking and papers rustling. Huang Kershin glanced at Li Yingshuan's desk, observing her sitting silently, aloof and unconcerned. She mused to herself, turns out, they are merely superficial friends. In the late summer of Yinxing City, the lingering heat remained unrelenting, and the azure sky radiated an unbearable warmth. Shiyuan, clutching a multitude of procurement documents and wielding an umbrella, crossed the street on her way to meet a supplier. Stopping by a convenience store, she purchased a bottle of water and drank it thirstily. As she looked up, she noticed a delivery worker's electric bike had toppled over, spilling the contents of the thermal box onto the road. Fortunately, no food was scattered. She hurried over to assist the flustered delivery man, who, helmet-clad and head down, scrambled to retrieve his items amidst the bustling traffic. Let me help you pick these up, Shiyuan offered in a gentle and friendly tone. Upon hearing that familiar voice, the delivery man looked up in astonishment, locking eyes with Shiyuan. Shiyuan, is that you? Jiang Yuan exclaimed, surprised and embarrassed that she had witnessed such a disheveled scene. Shiyuan was momentarily taken aback, realizing just how far he had fallen. It was indeed a pitiful state. Jiang Yuan quickly reacted, snatching away the items from Shiyuan's hands, exclaiming, This is all you're doing, so spare me the pretense. He painfully rose from the ground. His knee scraped and bleeding, yet his foul mouth remained unchanged. Jiang Yuan, you're still the same, Shiyuan uttered coldly. Are you satisfied now? Did you come here deliberately to witness my humiliation? Jiang Yuan was furious, feeling utterly disgraced today. Shiyuan shook her head in resignation. She had merely intended to help but was met with scorn. Don't overestimate yourself. On a scorching day like this, why would I waste my time watching your misfortunes? I could easily treat you as a complete stranger, ignoring you entirely. With that, Shiyuan briskly walked away, clutching her documents. She never anticipated that Jiang Yuan, once a high-ranking executive, had now devolved to the status of a delivery worker. Feng Huo refrained from informing Shiyuan about the measures taken against him. She simply lamented the cruel twists of fate, as each person's path diverged so greatly. Jiang Yuan felt a pang of disappointment as he watched her leave without a backward glance. No matter how he had treated her before, she would always patiently console and accommodate him. Now, everything had changed. His knee throbbed with pain, the raw skin burning fiercely, and he couldn't help but feel a deep ache in his heart. In the past, Shiyuan would have been heartbroken for him, rushing to find medication to soothe his wounds. Now, however, she remained indifferent, leaving him feeling hollow, as if he had lost something precious. Observing the man she had married, who held a respectable job and drove a decent car, he finally acknowledged his own shortcomings. He adjusted his electric bike, securing the insulated box. Time was of the essence, with numerous deliveries awaiting him. Though his heart was heavy with unspoken regret, life must go on. Chapter 35. She will pay the price on Saturday. Sunlight poured through the curtain seams, casting warm rays upon the quilt. A languid figure stretched amidst the soft bedding. Relishing the rare tranquility, Ahua, let us buy groceries and cook today, Shiyuan said with bright anticipation. She particularly cherished the warmth of family cooking and dining together, as if it could gradually mend the regrets of her childhood. However, the disarray and unpleasant odors of the market proved somewhat challenging for the esteemed CEO. With a slight frown, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. What's wrong? Don't you want to go? Xu Yuan noticed his reluctance. After spending so much time together, she understood him well. His furrowed brow and silence indicated his disinterest. Not wanting to impose, she concealed her disappointment, recognizing that everyone had their own preferences. I'll go buy the groceries myself. With that, she grabbed a basket and a sun umbrella, ready to head out. Wait, I'll go with you. Fenghua, though unenthusiastic, didn't he want to disappoint his wife? Since their union, he had lowered his usual airs. Grocery shopping was a lifelong necessity, and he had grown accustomed to it. Great. Xu Yuan beamed, pleased that Fenghua had changed his mind. She linked her arm through his, stepping out of the house joyfully in the courtyard. Grandmother was practicing Bajuanjin. Xu Yuan called out, Grandma, Ahua and I are going grocery shopping. What would you like to eat? Upon seeing the couple hand in hand, grandmother's heart swelled with sweetness. Just buy whatever you like. I am not picky. All right. Xu Yuan maintained her hold on Fenghua's arm, and they appeared quite affectionate together, much to grandmother's delight. She had initially worried that her grandson, with his stubborn disposition, would never understand. The couple had once been so formal. But their relationship had blossomed beautifully in the bustling alley. Jasmine flowers bloomed, their pure white petals shimmering in the warm sunlight. Wearing baseball caps, masks, and sunglasses, Fenghua and Xu Yuan made their way to the market. Unnoticed by passers-by, yet their aura drew attention. Ahua, regarding the issues with the last procurement order, I suspect it was Yi Qianqian orchestrating things behind the scenes. Although Xu Yuan lacked definitive proof, she was fairly certain of her suspicions. Fenghua's handsome brows furrowed slightly at the mention of the name, intrigued. Why is she adversarial towards you? Xu Yuan contemplated before responding. After the boss promoted her to reserve director, Yi Qianqian began targeting me. She fears I might usurp her position, so she is trying to push me out. The more she spoke, the angrier she became. Such underhanded tactics were utterly despicable. What do you plan to do next? Fenghua maintained a serious demeanor. It was outrageous that such a parasite existed within the company, daring to provoke the woman he cherished. While he felt an urge to eliminate her immediately, he wanted to hear Xu Yuan's thoughts first. I have gathered some evidence. Let us keep it under wraps for now. When the time is right, I'll strike her with a decisive blow. Fenghua nodded, glancing at her expression. The kind and adorable little rabbit, even when ruffled, retained a certain charm. He was determined that Yi Qianqian would ultimately face the consequences. They walked hand in hand through the quaint alley, where some shops were uniquely decorated, infusing the narrow street with a vibrant atmosphere. Elderly vendors were repairing shoes, while others sold bananas and various fruits. With meticulous care, they focused on mending the shoes before them, surrounded by a myriad of small shoe repair components, insoles, and shiny brushes, creating a somewhat untidy appearance. Fenghua frowned slightly, feeling out of place in such an environment. Occasionally, tricycle vendors called out, selling handmade osmanthus cakes and cloud cakes. That moment, a tricycle laden with pastries approached, the bell jingling merrily. Fenghua instinctively grasped Xu Yuan's arm. Guiding her towards the roadside for safety, I want to buy some cakes. Xu Yuan, having grown up enjoying the treats from this alley, felt nostalgic for the flavors of her childhood. She waved to the elderly vendor, her excitement akin to a child spotting candy. The silver-haired vendor lifted the lids of transparent containers, each compartment filled with different pastries, including cloud cakes, osmanthus cakes, and mung bean cakes, all handmade, fresh, and vibrantly colored. Ahua, what would you like to eat? Fenghua appeared contemplative, slightly furrowing his brow. What are these exactly? He had never tasted them before, having not lived in an alley during his childhood. Were these handmade goods hygienic without packaging? Xu Yuan, brimming with enthusiasm, selected the pastries, oblivious to Fenghua's discomfort. Having eaten these since childhood, she trusted that the elderly folks had spent years perfecting their craft, using fresh ingredients without additives, and she had never encountered any issues in over 20 years. The CEO, accustomed to gourmet delicacies, found it hard to embrace such fare. Wearing disposable gloves, Xu Yuan picked up a small piece of mung bean cake and held it to Fenghua's mouth, inviting him to taste. Fenghua, reluctant and hesitant, found it difficult to indulge. Just try it. It's delicious. Grandma used to buy it for me when I was little, Xu Yuan insisted, lifting the pastry to his lips. Unable to resist her enthusiasm, Fenghua acquiesced, opening his mouth to take a bite. The soft filling and sweet aroma danced on his palate. This is surprisingly delightful, Fenghua nodded, a smile breaking across his face. his expression relaxing. Xu Yuan packed up mung bean cakes, osmanthus cakes, cloud cakes, and peach blossom pastries, with Fenghua assisting her. They strolled toward the end of the alley. Just a left turn ahead lay the bustling market. Xiao Yuan, let us move tomorrow. I found a place. Fenghua spoke earnestly, as if the promise of happiness was slowly materializing. He had already discussed with grandmother about transforming their small courtyard into a branch of her bookstore, intending to surprise her. Is it Nangong Yu's house? Fenghua nodded, assuring her that everything was arranged, and she needn't be worried. In truth, it was the least expensive property he could find in his portfolio, a spacious 260 square meter flat. The couple purchased a variety of meats, seafood, and vegetables, their arms laden with bags. The bustling crowd at the market cast envious glances their way, likely captivated by their alluring presence. Dinner unfolded in a warm, unpretentious atmosphere. After the meal, Fenghua messaged Yang Qian, requesting the organizational chart of Yinghai. He scrutinized the names on the chart for a while, his brow remaining furrowed. He had made up his mind. He would dismiss that woman. Chapter 36. Signing the temporary contract. Yang Qian felt a twinge of confusion. After all, Yi Qianqian was a long-standing employee, and to dismiss her so abruptly was unexpected. She would likely faint upon receiving the news. However, when the CEO had spoken, there was no turning back. It was a matter set in stone. In the entire Ginkgo city, who would dare provoke Feng S Group and not fear for their future? Of all people, Yi Qianqian had chosen to cross the CEO. This time, she was finished. On Sunday morning, the weather was splendid, with blue skies, white clouds, and lush greenery, the temperature just right. In the flourishing courtyard, Fenghua and Xu Yuan busily packed their belongings. They had arranged for a moving company to come after lunch, ready to transition to their new home. Fenghua had few possessions. A single suitcase sufficed. He patiently assisted grandmother and Xu Yuan in packing. Much to grandmother's satisfaction with her grandson's behavior, it seemed her daughter-in-law was not a poor choice after all. About time he learned to experience the world, grandmother mused approvingly. The pampered young master of the Feng family was finally getting a taste of life's realities. Ahua, where is the address of our rented house? Fenghua pondered for a moment before opening WeChat, pretending to ask Nangong Yuza for the location. The house was located in Yujiazhang, and upon seeing it, Xu Yuan's eyes sparkled with delight. It was conveniently close to Yinghai, with a nearby subway and a large night market, a place she loved to frequent. Truly, the timing, location, and circumstances were perfect. Wonderful, Ahua. Yujiazhang is quite close to my workplace, she exclaimed excitedly to Fenghua. However, this location was one that Fenghua had meticulously chosen after much consideration. Xu Yuan had thought it merely a coincidence. From now on, it will be very convenient for you to both work and shop. And your favorite coffee bookstore is not far either. Xu Yuan felt a wave of good fortune wash over her. She had heard of Yujiazhang long before. It was an upscale residential area where the residents drove luxury cars. And it was also within a prestigious school district, making the housing prices somewhat steep. Xu Yuan suddenly found herself admiring Nangong Yuza, who at such a young age possessed such remarkable real estate. The community boasted splendid greenery, complete with a swimming pool, library, and supermarket, everything one could need. The thought of being able to accomplish many tasks without stepping outside filled Xu Yuan with anticipation for her future life. This house is in a prime location. After we sign the contract, let us offer him a bit more rent, she suggested. Although they were friends and the rent was set at a friendly rate, Xu Yuan felt it would be inappropriate to take undue advantage of others. One must pay what is rightfully owed. Fenghua smiled helplessly. What would Xu Yuan think if she knew this was merely one of his inconspicuous properties? After lunch, the sun shone warmly. The moving company arrived at the small courtyard, where several well-uniformed movers efficiently loaded the luggage onto the truck. Fenghua and Xu Yuan drove alongside, bringing their grandmother to the new community of Yujiazhang. Nangong Yuza pretended to be engrossed in the contract as he awaited their arrival, playing along with his friend's little act. Huazi, sister-in-law, grandmother, you've arrived, he exclaimed, walking over to assist their grandmother and guiding her to sit on the plush suede sofa while offering her a cup of tea. Sister-in-law, what do you think of the house? Are you satisfied? Nangong Yuza signaled for Xu Yuan and their grandmother to take a look around. They did not wish for Xu Yuan to see the specific details of the contract. The overall decor of the house was classical, bright, and airy, with a total of 4 rooms plus a study. The massive floor-to-ceiling windows provided an excellent view, capturing the scenery beautifully both day and night. Xu Yuan had only intended to rent an ordinary house, yet this delightful surprise exceeded her expectations. She was utterly thrilled. Meanwhile, Fenghua and Nangong Yuza were signing the contract. As Nangong Yuza handed over the document, Fenghua quickly glanced at its contents. Mr. Fenghua, please promise Mr. Nangong Yuza 10 free entries to the Feng family winery, with no spending limits. Upon reading this, Fenghua felt an urge to punch his friend. Was it necessary to make the act so extravagant? 10 visits with cumulative spending would surely exceed 200,000. Nangong Yuza remained relaxed, confident that at this critical moment, Fenghua would undoubtedly sign. He chuckled with self-satisfaction, eagerly awaiting Fenghua's capitulation. Tio prevent Xu Yuan from discovering the details of the contract. He hastily signed his name and stamped his seal. With a broad grin, Nangong Yuza retrieved the contract as if he had won a fortune. He excused himself, citing urgent business, and left in a hurry. Xu Yuan was still immersed in the joy of her new home when she reached the study door. She gasped in awe. The European-style classical study featured a fireplace, exuding warmth, depth, and romance. It was the dream space she had longed for, where she could spend an entire day lost in books. Seeing her exuberance, Fenghua felt a surge of happiness, albeit tinged with a hint of guilt. Do you like this house? We signed a 1-year contract. Yet, the courtyard's renovation would only take 3 months. Was it necessary to commit for such a long duration? Although Xu Yuan adored the house, she was prudent and did not wish to waste resources. Once the contract was signed, there was no turning back. As Xu Yuan surveyed the living room, she noticed Nangong Yuza's absence and hoped to discuss modifications to the contract with him. Has Yuza left? Fenghua nodded. So soon? I intended to invite him for dinner. Xu Yuan pouted. Of course. Nangong Yuza had left quickly. He feared that Xu Yuan's inquiries might reveal too much, as he himself knew little about the house. The room was cluttered with items from the move, and they began to organize and categorize everything. Their grandmother was also helping, refusing to sit idly by. Xu Yuan hurriedly assisted her to the sofa. Concerned for her grandmother's health due to her rheumatism, she couldn't afford to let her overexert herself. Grandmother, just let us handle it, you should rest well. Seeing Xu Yuan's concern, their grandmother beamed with joy. I don't mind helping. I can carry some lighter things. Unable to refuse her grandmother, Xu Yuan acquiesced, but she took the heavier items upon herself. Grandmother, do you like it here? Her grandmother nodded enthusiastically, having just witnessed her beloved granddaughter express such fondness for the home. The atmosphere in the house was warm and inviting, filled with the essence of life, far superior to residing in a cold, sterile villa. Since both you and grandmother enjoy this place, we can stay longer. The courtyard could be converted into a shop or rented out. Fenghua shared in her joy. As long as she was happy, he felt affection for all associated with her. Xu Yuan felt a deep sense of contentment. Realizing that both Fenghua and her grandmother were attuned to her wishes, she could sense their profound love and the warmth of home. Yes, our little courtyard is lovely, but when we have children, better conditions will be essential. Xu Yuan was not a selfish person. She could not allow her children to grow up in a narrow alley. One must always aspire to greater ideals and a better life. Their grandmother cast a knowing glance at her eldest grandson. It was time to reveal his true identity and arrange a wedding. With Xu Yuan so thoughtfully considering the future, it was imperative for Fenghua to take responsibility and properly marry her, ensuring she would be a rightful daughter-in-law of the Feng family. Chapter 37. The truth revealed on Monday. Yinghai announced the layoff list. Everyone held their breath as they opened the document, fearing their names might appear among the dismissed. When they saw that the first name on the list was Yi Qianqian, gasps of disbelief filled the air. Oh my, look! Most people found themselves relieved, as aside from a few layoffs, the rest of the changes were minimal. With the addition of a technical training center, the company still maintained a sense of humanity. However, the dismissal of Yi Qianqian was shocking. How could it be her? Wasn't she quite formidable? Who knows? Did she offend someone? She was so fond of settling scores. It seems karma has caught up with her. Xu Yuan also opened the layoff list, noting Yi Qianqian's termination, with Huang Kersen replacing her as the procurement department director. This was something she had anticipated. Huang Kersen was competent, driven, and maintained a clear boundary between personal and professional matters, eschewing gossip.as for the reason behind Yi Qianqian's dismissal. Xu Yuan already had her suspicions and was now waiting for the HR department to reveal the truth. People are watching. I believe that evil will not prevail. Point one must take each step steadily to ensure success. Li Yingxian, unable to contain her curiosity, approached Xu Yuan at her desk. Huang Kershin is the new director. I believe she is not as capable as you. Li Yingxian expressed her sympathy. I trust the company's decisions are made with reason. A director must possess not just work skills, but also comprehensive qualities. Noticing that Xu Yuan seemed uninterested in contesting the position, she chose not to press further. She was close with Xu Yuan, and if Xu Yuan became the director, it would greatly benefit her. However, Huang Kershin had recently shown her a poor impression. Leaving Li Yingxian with nothing to gain in her private office, Yi Qianqian stared at the layoff list with a blank expression, her mind buzzing as she fixated on her own name. She could scarcely believe her eyes. It felt like a thunderbolt had struck her, leaving her drenched in cold sweat and numb all over. When she turned to the next page and saw Huang Kershin's name as the new procurement director, it felt like a cruel joke. She had dedicated so much time and energy to undermining Xu Yuan, all to prevent her from ascending to this position. Little did she know that Huang Kershin would effortlessly take her place. It was truly beyond her expectations. Yi Qianqian clenched her fists, unable to accept this reality. She closed the document, revealing a self-deprecating smile, and struggled to regain her composure before stepping out of her office. Her face darkened as she approached Huang Kershin's desk. Huang Kershin was taken aback but quickly grasped the reason for her visit. Director Yi, may I ask what you need? Upon hearing the title of director, Yi Qianqian's lips curled into a sardonic smile, her demeanor growing even colder. I see today marks the beginning of your term as Director Huang. What means did you employ? The office fell silent, all eyes eagerly awaiting Huang Kershin's response. Yet, Huang Kershin remained unflustered, her tone and expression calm. I did nothing. I merely fulfilled my duties and maintained a clear distinction between work and personal matters. She added, on the contrary, you did too much, and thus lost even more. Yi Qianqian's face drained of color, momentarily speechless. You? Just then, her phone rang. It was a call from the HR department. Everyone waited for her to answer, but she hesitated until the final seconds of the ringing. Reluctantly, she picked up. Yi Qianqian, please come to the HR department. What? They no longer addressed her as Director Yi, but simply by her name. Her expression darkened as she hung up and hurried toward the HR office. Manager Lin. Yi Qianqian pushed open the door to the HR office, surprised to find the leadership present, and she offered a slight nod in greeting. Address the issue of the $13,000 order mistake made by Xu Yuan before you leave, Manager Lin stated flatly. Why was I terminated while Xu Yuan faced no consequences for such a significant error? This is a decision made by the company's higher-ups. For the specific reasons, you should confront Xu Yuan and seek clarification. A reasonable explanation will be provided. Manager Lin's tone was devoid of bias. His words carried no emotion. Yet they unsettled Yi Qianqian. She vacantly walked over to Xu Yuan. Come with me. With a gentle rap on the wishing desk, an unsettling premonition stirred within her. She pondered to herself that the situation was entirely beyond her doing, allowing her to evade accountability effortlessly, as no one possessed any evidence against her. In her possession was a tablet, housing the necessary evidence and recordings securely. Unfazed, she believed that a clear conscience casts no shadow, and she awaited the inevitable justifications from Yi Qianqian. Good afternoon, General Lin. Please, come in, she greeted, as she and Yi Qianqian each drew their chairs and settled themselves. Yi Qianqian, seizing the initiative, stated, General Lin, Xu Yuan has made a grave error with the procurement order, resulting in substantial losses for the company. As the department head, I bear my share of responsibility. She willingly attempted to shoulder the blame. General Lin remained silent, turning his gaze towards Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan? What do you have to say about this? Yi Qianqian shot Xu Yuan a warning glance, urging her to respond wisely. General Lin, if I am to be found at fault, I shall admit it. But it is evident that I have been set up by others. Yi Qianqian's complexion oscillated between shades of green and white, her anxiety reaching a peak. General Lin, however, remained composed. Oh? Do you have any evidence? Xu Yuan produced her tablet and played a segment of surveillance footage featuring the conversation of Wang Ming from the finance department. Cousin, the order you asked me to modify has been discovered. What should I do? This job is crucial for me. I cannot afford to be unemployed. Upon witnessing the video, Yi Qianqian's anxiety surged, and she blurted out, Xu Yuan, on what grounds do you assume the cousin he mentioned is me? Xu Yuan, her mind as clear as glass, observed that no one had explicitly labeled the cousin as her, yet Yi Qianqian was already on the defensive. After viewing the footage, General Lin merely stated, "Please summon Wang Ming." Shortly thereafter, the HR department brought Wang Ming into the room. Upon entering, he appeared alarmed, glancing nervously around, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. "Cousin, the product model you instructed me to modify in the order has implicated Su Yuan. They have already uncovered the truth, and I am powerless to do anything about it." Wang Ming spoke timidly, a young novice in the workplace quickly revealing the facts under pressure. "Who is your cousin?" Yi Qianqian, facing imminent doom, continued to deny any connection. Wang Ming, cowed by her rebuke, lowered his head in silence. Su Yuan cast a glance at Yi Qianqian and retrieved her tablet once more. "General Lin, I have further evidence for your review." The system displayed that the product model in the procurement order had been conspicuously altered. Additionally, a segment of surveillance footage vividly documented their transgressions, with Yi Qianqian herself appearing in the video. "Wang Ming, remember, you must not reveal your identity. Otherwise, neither of us will have a favorable outcome. If you heed my instructions, I will ensure you keep your job. Should that fail, I will find you a position that is no worse than your current one." The video showcased Yi Qianqian directing Wang Ming to tamper with the order, laced with an unmistakable threat. General Lin observed the unfolding drama, his expression grave and austere, exuding an air of formidable authority. "Yi Qianqian, do you have anything further to say?" All evidence was irrefutable, sufficiently proving the malfeasance of Yi Qianqian and Wang Ming. They both bowed their heads in silence, devoid of any retort. Ying Hai could not harbor employees of such character. Ultimately, they were required to compensate for the losses proportionately and vacate their positions, in the newly bright kitchen. Su Yuan prepared her first meal in her new home, determined to make it bountiful. The windowsill was adorned with flowers, and all the cookware was of the latest intelligent technology. Grandma sat on the large terrace's lounge chair, peering through her reading glasses at the newspaper, as the last rays of sunlight turned cool. The sun relentlessly crushed the dusk, slipping into the enveloping darkness of night. Amidst the myriad of lights, one awaited Feng Hua's return. Ding-dong. The doorbell rang. It was Feng Hua, bearing a delicate rose-shaped cake and a bottle of red wine to celebrate their first day in their new abode. "Ahua, dinner is ready." Su Yuan's voice floated in from the kitchen. "All right, I'm quite hungry too," Feng Hua replied, setting down his items, changing into a pair of comfortable slippers, and shedding his suit jacket. Amidst the delightful aromas of the dishes, warmth and assurance intertwined. "Grandma, what are you reading?" Feng Hua inquired as he approached her, wrapping his arms around her from behind to share in her newspaper reading. Grandma urged him, "Go on, help your wife serve the dishes." Feng Hua gazed through the glass door, observing Su Yuan's slender figure busily at work. Today, Yang Qian reported that Su Yuan was diligently seeking evidence to protect her interests, exposing the two who had conspired against her, resulting in their compensation and dismissal. She was indeed a capable woman. Clad in an apron and wielding a spatula, Su Yuan radiated a sense of calm and satisfaction, her spirits evidently high, as Feng Hua entered the kitchen. He pushed open the glass door. "Xiao Yuan, what delectable dishes are you preparing?" Su Yuan turned, smiling. "Braised sea bass, garlic greens, shrimp with celery, and a medicinal soup of Changhua and Chuancheng ribs, which is beneficial for Grandma's rheumatism." Her thoughts were solely on her grandmother's health. Feng Hua glanced at the steaming pot of soup, its warm, inviting hue reflecting the affection hidden within the simplicity. Once they returned to the Wanshan Huafu villa, a chef would relieve her of such burdensome labor. "Is the soup ready? Let me take it out," he offered, donning 2 heat-resistant gloves and gesturing for Su Yuan to step aside as he lifted the pot to the dining table. He then turned to serve all the dishes, presenting a standard 4 dishes and a soup that was utterly mouth-watering. "Grandma, please drink this soup. It's good for rheumatism." Su Yuan took a clean bowl and spoon, serving her grandmother a bowl of warm soup. Grandma beamed. "Xiao Yuan is so considerate." The happiness was palpable. Feng Hua placed the largest and most tender piece of fish belly into Su Yuan's bowl. "Here, your favorite fish." Su Yuan felt deeply touched. Her efforts were never overlooked, and there was someone silently cherishing her. Feng Hua increasingly appreciated the home-cooked meals Su Yuan prepared, finding them far more delightful than the exotic delicacies he had previously experienced. Grandma was also elated. Ever since her eldest grandson's marriage, she had been swept into a whirlpool of happiness. "Ahua, you wash the dishes." Grandma was strict with him. Household chores were to be shared equally. She then led Su Yuan to the living room for some television and conversation. Su Yuan felt a twinge of guilt. Fenghua had worked hard outside during the day, largely shouldering the household expenses. And as his wife, she felt it was her duty to assist with the dishes. She made her way to the kitchen, donning rubber gloves, ready to help with the cleanup. "You go keep Grandma company. I'll handle this," she insisted. Fenghua was adamant about washing the dishes himself. This was not his first time. He could certainly manage such a small task. Su Yuan was moved by the family's eagerness to contribute. Marriage was indeed a beautiful thing. She returned to the sofa, chatting with Grandma while enjoying sunflower seeds and discussing the plot of their favorite drama. While Fenghua washed the dishes in the kitchen, he quietly grumbled, "Grandma always shows favoritism." Yet, he felt a sense of joy within. After their busy day, Fenghua stepped out to the terrace for a smoke, gazing at the expansive night view, relishing the moment as wisps of white smoke wafted around him. The night breeze was gentle and calming, the multitude of lights soothing to the eyes of those admiring the scenery. For the first time, he profoundly felt that life's small satisfactions triumph over complete fulfillment. The community boasted a high occupancy rate, with lights aglow in every home, comprehensive landscaping, and excellent air quality. Children laughed and played in the playground, while young people sweated on the fitness trails, and leisurely individuals strolled about. "Xiao Yuan, shall we take a walk?" Fenghua suggested. Having just moved into the new neighborhood, it was essential to familiarize themselves with their surroundings and appreciate every blade of grass and tree. Yes, you both should get to know the nearby amenities." Grandma chimed in, eager to see the couple's relationship blossom further. "All right," Su Yuan agreed, donning a light jacket, grabbing a bag of trash, and heading downstairs with Fenghua. Grandma watched them depart, her heart swelling with joy, anticipating the day she would hold her great-grandchild. Hand in hand, Fenghua and Su Yuan strolled leisurely along the pedestrian paths of the community. Passing by the playground, they observed numerous mothers guiding their children along, some tiny tots taking their first steps, babbling adorably at that moment. A little one clad in denim overalls, wobbling unsteadily, caught their attention, and they smiled warmly at him as the child staggered a few steps. On the brink of falling, Su Yuan instinctively rushed forward to steady him. "Be careful." Behind her, the child's mother approached, calling out, "Baby, Mommy is right here." The mother thanked Su Yuan and exchanged a few pleasantries before departing with her child. "Ahua, do you prefer boys or girls?" Su Yuan inquired. "I love both, but I would really like to have a daughter to grow up with." Fenghua replied, "I want to complete a good family, leaving no regrets in this lifetime." He gently patted her head, sharing his dreams of a harmonious family of four. Suddenly, Fenghua's phone rang. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was Shun Juxin. With a swift motion, he swiped left to reject the call. His eyes shadowed with a hint of coldness. "Telemarketer," he muttered. "Indeed. In this era of ubiquitous advertising, always remember to erase the numbers from the packages before discarding them." Su Yuan analyzed earnestly, oblivious to the tension. Fenghua squeezed her hand, warmth radiating from his palm, signifying his agreement with her sentiments. Upon returning home, Su Yuan enjoyed a refreshing shower in the bathroom. Fenghua opened WeChat, noticing a flurry of unread messages in the group chat. "Shin Juxin, I'm returning to the country tomorrow, landing at 8 a.m. Nangong Yuza. Welcome back, Miss Shun. Feng Shui. Welcome back, Princess." The group buzzed with activity. Fenghua replied blandly, "Welcome." Shin Juxin replied in an instant, "Ahua. Why didn't you answer the phone just now?" Chapter 39. Below his company, busy. Just a simple two-character response, devoid of any further explanation, before tossing the phone aside. The night was tranquil, the room awash in the soft, flickering glow of warm yellow lights. The atmosphere between them was always so gentle and warm, as if every breath carried a sweet fragrance, intoxicating and irresistible. The friction and collision of their two souls filled the entire space with a unique ambience. The following day, autumn was crisp and refreshing. The sunlight radiant. Su Yuan, buoyed by a good mood, arrived at work early, for a life nourished by love is indeed different. She drove her light avocado-colored Wuling Hongguang Mini. With the gentle autumn breeze wafting in through the window, on her way to the office, a familiar figure caught her eye. Upon closer inspection, it was Li Yingxian, entangled with her boyfriend beneath a tree in the park. It appeared they were in the midst of an argument. Li Yingxian was in tears, her head bowed, while the man berated her. and she wore an expression of deep grievance as the man turned to leave. Li Yingxian suddenly embraced him from behind, utterly subservient. He forcefully pried her arms away, and when she refused to let go, in a fit of rage, he turned around and slapped her cheek with a stinging blow. Li Yingxian collapsed weakly to the ground. As the man cursed and walked away, Su Yuan was left in shock, realizing how Li Yingxian had come to bear the bruises on her face. She halted her car to observe for several minutes, witnessing the entire scene unfold. Initially intending to step out and help, she hesitated. Li Yingxian, who normally valued her dignity, would surely not wish to expose such an ugly reality to her colleagues. Out of consideration for her colleague's pride, Su Yuan pretended to have seen nothing and quietly departed. At Yinghai Group, employees trickled in for work. Su Yuan was prepared at her workstation ahead of time. And soon after, Li Yingxian entered, head bowed. The traces of tears were still visible on her face, her eyes red. Xian, are you all right? Li Yingxian feigned nonchalance, forcing a smile. Oh, I'm fine, just a bit windy this morning. It was as if their earlier tussle and quarrel had never occurred. I'm glad to hear that. I noticed you were half an hour late. You should clock in on Ding Talk. All right, thank you. Li Yingxian returned to her workstation, not wishing to greet anyone else, as if at any moment she might burst into tears. The office was filled with the sounds of typing and flipping through files. As the busy and orderly work commenced, colleagues were not as intimately connected as friends, sharing everything. Everyone was preoccupied with their own interests, and no one paid particular attention to anyone else. Some personal matters were too sensitive to discuss, and it was best not to pry. Su Yuan adhered to her professional responsibilities, refraining from meddling in others' affairs. At noon, everyone began to pair off for lunch. Li Yingxian, lacking an appetite, chose not to eat, instead hiding in a coffee nook to discreetly wipe away her tears. This scene was inadvertently witnessed by Su Yuan. Li Yingxian's silence indicated her desire to keep her shame hidden, lest she become the subject of ridicule. After all, her boyfriend had once adored her, a fact she had boasted about for quite some time. Su Yuan quietly averted her gaze. In the afternoon, amidst the dullness of work, a female colleague suddenly announced exciting news. I am getting married this weekend. Everyone must come to celebrate. Her eyes sparkled with joy, brighter than a sky full of stars, as she held a stack of invitations. Congratulations, congratulations. Who would have thought? Shue, you've always been so low-key. And now you're announcing your wedding. Shue responded to the teasing with a smile, her eyes revealing that she was truly marrying for love. She distributed invitations along with some snacks. The office buzzed with joy. Everyone chatting happily, some envious, others amazed, and some gossiping. At that moment, a male colleague sitting next to Li Yingxian casually asked, Li Yingxian, you've been flaunting your love for 2 years now. When will you invite us to your wedding? The question, innocent in intent, struck a chord with Li Yingxian, who was already drowning in sorrow. She snapped back to reality, forcing a smile, and oh rush, you all better prepare your red envelopes. My boyfriend is about to propose. No rush? You're 28, practically a leftover. Exactly, Xian, you've always been so affectionate. We thought you'd be the first to marry in the procurement department. Oh, everyone, don't rush. Just wait for my good news. Li Yingxian smiled sweetly. Usually, during holidays, Li Yingxian's desk was adorned with a bouquet of flowers accompanied by a romantic card. Her social media was filled with photos of various gifts, diamond rings, designer bags, and lipsticks. She proudly showcased her boyfriend's affection to the world. Su Yuan paused as she scrolled through her screen. Had she not witnessed that earlier scene, she might have been completely deceived by Li Yingxian's flawless performance. Seeing others' wedding invitations left Su Yuan feeling somewhat disheartened. She thought of her own marriage to Fenghua, which had been for some time without a wedding ceremony. He had never taken her to meet his parents, and she didn't even know where his hometown was. She glanced down at her bare hand. Devoid of a wedding ring, however, she quickly reminded herself that Fenghua always provided her with ample money, which should be sufficient. Having money was more important than anything else. It put her ahead of many others. With this realization, Su Yuan's feelings of imbalance gradually faded away, and she refocused her thoughts on her afternoon work. As she prepared to leave for the day, her phone rang incessantly. Upon seeing that the caller was Su He, Su Yuan smiled and answered. Xiao Yuan, shall we go shopping this weekend? Of course, it's been ages since we last went. I'll drive over to pick you up. All right, I'll wait for you. After hanging up, Su Yuan felt grateful for having a close friend, a decent partner, and a grandmother who treated her well. Her heart was content that on Saturday morning, Su Yuan drove her Mini to Su He's apartment. "Hello, Auntie. It's been a while," Su Yuan greeted Su He's mother sweetly. Su He's mother warmly embraced her. Come, Auntie made your favorite shrimp dumplings." After they had breakfast, Su He's mother began chatting about the family. "Little Yuan is already married. Yet look at our Su He. She doesn't even have a boyfriend." "Mom, not again." Su He shot her mother an exasperated glance. Then, taking Su Yuan's hand, Su He led her outside, eager to escape her mother's chattered eye. In the bustling city center of Ginkgo, towering skyscrapers loomed. As Su Yuan and Su He passed a large stage, they were captivated by dancers performing Latin dance, drawing Su He's attention. Su Yuan, aware of her friend's longing, inquired, "Do you still wish to dance?" Su He lowered her head, reflecting, not anymore. Since her leg injury, she had completely bid farewell to her beloved dance. Memories flooded her mind, and her eyes reddened. Su Yuan quickly pulled her away, fearing the emotional onslaught. "I want to take a stroll by the river. Will you accompany me?" The two made their way to the riverside, where the landmark building of Ginkgo City, Lifeng International, stood across the river. Its light tea-colored glass windows and unique, imposing architectural style evoked a sense of awe. Su Yuan thought of her husband working inside, feeling a twinge of admiration. She opened WeChat to send a message, attaching a photo of the building. "Ahua, I am downstairs at your company." That moment, Feng Hua, in a meeting while working overtime, felt a jolt of anxiety upon receiving the message. Had his identity been revealed? Did she know everything? He felt a surge of panic, hesitant to respond. After a short while, Su Yuan sent another message clarifying her intent. "I'm just wandering nearby with Su He." Only then did Feng Hua relax. Have fun. Chapter 40. The Perilous Rainy Night. At the northern Ginkgo City airport, the plane descended slowly along the runway. The morning sunlight streamed through the boarding gate, illuminating Shun Jushin's light purple dress. She had finally returned to Ginkgo City. Clad in high heels and sporting a faint smile, she approached the car sent to pick her up. In her heart, she thought, "Ahua, I'm back, and I will always be by your side." The driver nodded respectfully, taking her luggage and opening the car door in an inviting gesture. "Miss, welcome back to your homeland." With an air of poise, she stepped into the vehicle, her aura increasingly enchanting. Once inside, she opened the WeChat group. "Guys, I'm back. Let us gather tonight at 8 at the bar." She followed up with, "No one is to miss it. We'll meet there." Feng Shui replied, "Okay." Princess Shun, Nangong Yuza sent a nodding emoji. "Yang Qian, if Lady Shen invites, I must attend." Several of them had been chatting in the group for a while when Feng Hua remained conspicuously silent. Shin Jushin tagged him. "Ahua, you must show up tonight." After a considerable wait, Feng Hua finally replied with an OK emoji. Shin Jushin turned off her phone, gazing out at the retreating scenery through the car window. Her heart brimming with joy at the thought of reuniting with her beloved. As the vehicle crossed the butterfly-shaped bridge spanning the river, the iconic Lifeng International building came into view. A familiar scent enveloped her. As if her dream was gradually clarifying, becoming tangible. By 8 p.m., the city was aglow with lights. Feng Hua pushed open the door to the Jie bar, where the ambience was exquisite, soft lighting and gentle music creating a dreamlike atmosphere. At the bar, Feng Shui was busy mixing drinks, gracefully maneuvering among the various bottles. This was her establishment. Upon spotting a familiar handsome figure, she smiled. "Brother, you're here?" "Yes, the environment and business are thriving. You've done well." Feng Hua surveyed the bar, filled to capacity, and praised her with satisfaction. Receiving her brother's acknowledgement, Feng Shui shrugged, beaming with pride. Sister Xian, Yuza, and brother Yang Qian have arrived. Feng Hua followed Feng Shui's, catching sight of familiar figures in the distance. "Ahua, you've come. It's been so long. I've missed you dearly," exclaimed Shin Jushin with palpable excitement upon seeing Feng Hua. She stepped forward, arms outstretched, eager to embrace him. However, Feng Hua remained unmoved, his aloof demeanor tinged with an air of solemnity. In an attempt to alleviate the awkwardness, he offered a faint smile, extending his hand to shake hers, welcoming her back to the country. Shun Jushin felt elated, assuming that with so many people around, Feng Hua was perhaps too shy to embrace her. "Come, sit down, our handsome Feng Da." Nangguang Yuza called out warmly. "Feng Zong," Yang Qian added in greeting. Feng Hua nodded, his expression inscrutable, making it difficult for anyone to discern his thoughts. Feng Shui arrived with 4 elegantly prepared glasses of vibrant red wine, their quality evident. She then handed a platter to another server and joined the gathering. Huazi, how many matches have you watched recently? Nongguang Yuza inquired with curiosity. Fenghua used to be an avid basketball fan, often staying up late for international NBA games. But now he found himself strapped for time. When would I have the time to watch? Yang Qian tossed a few edamame into his mouth, wearing a mischievous grin. What match could possibly captivate you so? Shen Zhuxin questioned, her brow furrowed in suspicion. You girls don't even play basketball. You wouldn't understand. Fenghua dismissed her inquiry, uninterested in sharing. Shen Zhuxin's attention was entirely focused on Fenghua. She was deeply concerned with his every word and action. Wasn't he single? She had heard he was notoriously uninterested in women. How could he lack time? The more she pondered, the more curious she became, bursting with 1,000 questions, yearning to know everything about him. Yet, she refrained from asking too many at once, knowing it would be impolite. At that moment, a sudden drizzle began outside, accompanied by flashes of lightning and booming thunder. The slanted raindrops tapped against the window, creating a rhythmic sound. Fenghua frowned slightly, striding to the window to gaze outside. The sky was shrouded in dark clouds, signaling an impending storm. He felt a wave of concern for Su Yuan, still at the coffee shop. Her small Mini Cooper was too light, making it prone to skidding in heavy rain. The more intense the downpour became, the more agitated he felt. You all continue to enjoy yourselves. I have something to attend to, he announced, grabbing the suit jacket draped over his chair and, disregarding the reactions of those around him, hurriedly made his exit. Ahua, where are you going? It's pouring outside. It's not safe. Shen Zhuxin called out anxiously from behind in the bustling ambience of the bar. Her voice was quickly drowned out by the soft music and the clinking of glasses. Nongguang Yuza was unfazed, remarking, that's just how Ahua is. He speaks little and leaves when he wants. Who can stop him? Yang Qian chimed in, exactly, we're all used to it. Come, let us keep drinking. Shen Zhuxin reluctantly raised her glass, feeling like a puppet, her gaze vacant as she tilted her head back and downed her drink. She sensed a change in Fenghua. He appeared more distant and indifferent than before. The intimacy and ease of their youth had faded. There was an unfamiliar worry in his eyes. Whether it was directed towards a person or a situation, it was a look Shen Zhuxin had never seen before. After departing the bar, Fenghua sped towards the riverside cabin in his Cadillac. The rain intensified, obscuring the road, and the rearview mirror was a blur. Holding the steering wheel with one hand, he dialed Su Yuan's number with the other. After several attempts, the call went through, yet no one answered. Fenghua's brow furrowed deeper, a sense of unease creeping in. Despite the torrential rain, he did not reduce his speed. The journey felt interminable as he neared the riverside cottage. Fenghua's gaze remained fixed on the roadside, searching for any sign of Su Yuan. Under the streetlight, he spotted a Mini Cooper, where a girl with an umbrella was inspecting the vehicle amidst the downpour. Unfortunately, her tire had burst. Her petite figure seemed even more fragile in the rain, and Fenghua's heart ached at the sight. He quickly opened his car door, grabbing an umbrella, and rushed towards her. Upon seeing Fenghua in the rain, Su Yuan's eyes glistened with tears as she flung herself into his embrace. "What are you doing here?" she exclaimed. Having been drenched for quite some time, it was raining too heavily. "I couldn't bear the thought of you out here." Fenghua replied, his voice filled with concern, as Su Yuan looked at him with tear-filled eyes, believing she would have to spend the night in the rain. "Come, get in the car. Let us go home," he urged, draping his coat around her damp form. Su Yuan hesitated, glancing back at her car, unwilling to abandon it. Fenghua noticed her apprehension and reassured her, "It's all right. Someone will come to tow it soon." With the rain pouring down, Fenghua had to insistently guide her into the car. "Towing costs too much. Leaving it here overnight isn't safe either," Su Yuan muttered. She sat in the car, still glancing back at her vehicle, which was her first car, purchased through her own hard work. Fenghua felt a sense of relief. If her car wasn't broken, he would have no reason to buy her a new one. Chapter 41. Unexpected pregnancy. The next day, morning light seeped through the curtains, revealing Su Yuan's unusually haggard face, accompanied by faint sniffles. The rain from the previous night had left her with a cold. As she threw off the covers and attempted to rise, her body felt weak, nearly causing her to stumble, and her forehead burned with fever. She could only inform her supervisor that she needed a day off to recuperate. "Little lazy pig, are you awake? Breakfast is ready," Fenghua called from outside the bedroom. Not hearing a response, he approached and found her weakly leaning against the bed. "Are you unwell?" he asked, placing his hand on her forehead. "You burning up?" Concern etched across his face. He had never seen her look so vulnerable. Fenghua intended to help her to the living room for breakfast. She couldn't go without food before taking her medication. "Let us eat something first, then we'll go to the hospital." Su Yuan forced herself to sit up, rubbing her temples, and weakly replied, "I'd rather not eat out. I don't want to pass my cold to Grandma." Regardless of her discomfort, she always thought of others. Grandma was elderly with a weakened immune system. A cold could be quite detrimental. "All right, I'll bring you breakfast to eat in your room." Shortly after, a steaming bowl of her favorite millet pumpkin porridge and pickled olives was delivered. Fenghua, once the esteemed CEO, took on the role of a servant, but he was more than willing. His heart ached for her. He wished he could take her illness upon himself. Outside, Grandma had been anxiously pacing near Su Yuan's door, concerned about her cold and fever. Yet, she ultimately retreated to her own room to rest, comforted by Fenghua's promise to care for Su Yuan. Only then did Grandma feel a bit at ease. After finishing a bowl of hot porridge, Su Yuan felt considerably better and had regained some strength. "I'll accompany you to the hospital," Fenghua insisted, his brow still furrowed with worry, his eyes never leaving her. Su Yuan perked up, attempting to appear nonchalant. "You don't need to worry. It's just a slight cold. I can go by myself." Fenghua had his own work commitments. He couldn't keep taking time off. Besides, she wasn't the type to be overly dramatic. She could handle this minor inconvenience on her own. Relenting, Fenghua agreed to let her go alone, but only after ensuring she would keep him updated and promising to drop her off at the hospital entrance. On the way, Fenghua's gaze remained fixated on the road ahead, occasionally glancing at her in the passenger seat, anxious about her well-being. She wore a medical mask to shield herself from bacteria, appearing slightly better. Just as he turned his gaze to the rearview mirror, Su Yuan coincidentally spotted the luxurious Maserati she had seen in the alley. Look, we've moved, yet we still see this car." She had seen it several times in the alley, and now it appeared again after their move to Yujiazhong, making her wonder if someone was tailing them. Fenghua cast a glance in the rearview mirror, his expression growing serious. His assistant had been careless, trailing too closely and almost being discovered by the astute Su Yuan. To deflect the conversation, Fenghua quickly inquired about Su Yuan's colleagues, relieved that she didn't press further. Upon arriving at the hospital entrance, he reluctantly watched her walk inside. He had to rush back to the company for an important meeting, as he had accumulated a mountain of tasks to tackle. The assistant approached, handing Fenghua the keys to the Maserati. With a stern warning, he cautioned, "In the future, don't tail so closely. The car already draws attention. If it gets spotted again, we'll truly have a problem." The assistant complied, "Yes, Feng Zong." Uncertain of when this charade would end, he felt his workload had significantly decreased since being assigned to follow the COS car. Yet, he dared not inquire further, fearing he might jeopardize his job. Inside the hospital, the atmosphere was chaotic. After examinations, the doctor informed Su Yuan that there were no serious issues and prescribed her some medication to take home. While collecting her prescription, she unexpectedly collided with someone, scattering their medical documents across the floor. Embarrassed, she bent down to help pick them up, only to realize it was Li Yingxian. At the bottom of the report, the result read, "Intrauterine pregnancy, embryo viable." "Xian, you're pregnant? Congratulations." However, Li Yingxian's face was filled with despondency. Her lips parted as if she wanted to say something but couldn't find the words, devoid of any joy regarding her pregnancy. The next moment, tears cascaded down her cheeks as she bit her lip and dashed out. The report remained in Su Yuan's hand, and she called out worriedly, "Xian." Seeing this, Su Yuan knew the situation could not be kept secret. Outside the hospital, beside a flower bed, Li Yingxian sobbed quietly. Su Yuan approached and gently patted her back. "Xian, what's wrong?" Li Yingxian's sobs grew louder, hot tears streaming down her cheeks, perhaps an outpouring of long-held grievances. Shouldn't being pregnant be a source of joy? Yet, she was heartbroken. Li Yingxian cried harder. Su Yuan felt helpless, unsure how to comfort her, and could only stand silently by her side. After she finished weeping, she finally spoke to Su Yuan, requesting, "Please do not inform anyone of my pregnancy." Su Yuan, perplexed, inquired, "Do you intend to keep the child?" Li Yingxian raised her face, contorted with anguish. "How could I possibly keep it when my boyfriend denies it?" As a woman, Su Yuan could empathize with her. The last time she witnessed the violent behavior of her boyfriend, it became evident that bearing a child would likely be a grave mistake. Su Yuan offered a tissue and asked, "What are your plans?" Once Li Yingxian regained her composure from the sorrow, she resolutely declared, "I will terminate the pregnancy, sever ties with him, and start anew." Su Yuan nodded gravely in agreement. Recognizing that her boyfriend's character would ruin a lifetime, Li Yingxian managed a bitter smile. "My boyfriend's phone contains another system, and those contacts are truly sorted." Su Yuan listened intently. 163 Sweet Princess, 168 Long-Legged Hottie, 158 Petite Cutie. The boyfriend she had once taken pride in now revealed such an unsavory side. Though she had always valued appearances, she could no longer afford to care in front of Su Yuan. "You may mock me, but please do not mention this to anyone at the company. I cannot endure further humiliation." Su Yuan sighed and patted her shoulder. Xian, I would never ridicule you, and I promise to keep your secret." She continued to comfort her. "Everyone makes mistakes in love, takes wrong paths, and makes poor choices, but what is truly admirable is the capacity to cut losses in a timely manner. Things will improve. You now see his true nature. There is no need to look back, just move forward." Li Yingxian listened to Su Yuan's words of solace with a bitter smile, took the report from her hands, stated her need to rest, and hurriedly departed. Su Yuan remained behind, watching her retreating figure, her heart a tumult of emotions. If one chooses the wrong partner in life, every subsequent step may lead to further misfortunes, subjecting one to life's bitter consequences. Her encounter with Feng Hua should have been the greatest blessing bestowed upon her by fate. One may be unhappy, yet one must remain lucid. Chapter 42. Jealousy and Rivalry in the Li Feng Group's elegantly simplistic presidential office. Feng Hua sat in his chair, legs crossed, his gaze deep and resolute, seemingly contemplating a matter of great significance. Knock, knock. Yang Qian lightly tapped on the door, holding a stack of urgent documents requiring signatures. "President Feng, I have several urgent documents that need your signature." Feng Hua took the folder but set it aside, seemingly indifferent. What brand would be suitable for gifting a car? After considerable deliberation, he concluded that both excessively expensive and overly cheap options were unsuitable. "That depends on the recipient," Yang Qian replied, unfazed, knowing well that the only person worthy of such a thoughtful gift from the president was none other than the president's wife. "Help me devise a substantial discount coupon of 150,000 yuan for a car purchase, signed by Li Feng Group. I wish to present it to her." "How much longer do you plan to keep this a secret? Aren't you worried about the consequences?" Yang Qian chuckled inwardly, recognizing that the president had fallen deeply in love with his wife, and the situation was becoming rather precarious. Feng Hua, irritated, took a few puffs from a cigarette before promptly extinguishing it in the ashtray. Now was not the time for revelations. Yang Qian shook his head in resignation, cautioning, "Women despise being deceived. It becomes exceedingly difficult to resolve matters later. A sincere love is manifested through honesty and transparency. Misjudging the balance can easily lead to deterioration." During yesterday's torrential downpour, Feng Hua's primary concern was her safety. That Mini was hardly a secure vehicle. Therefore, he was determined to purchase a car with superior safety features and ultimately settled on a Volvo. He had heard that Volvo had reached the pinnacle of automotive safety, often ensuring personal safety even in the face of significant incidents. "I want to send the car out first. Please design the Volvo discount coupon, which can be redeemed at our company's affiliated stores." Each time the topic of revealing his identity arose, Feng Hua became weighed down with heaviness and distress. He yearned to explain, yet his chest felt as if a boulder pressed upon it. And the more he sought to avoid it, the more turbulent emotions surged within him, leaving him no refuge. Yang Qian found himself in a predicament. While designing a discount coupon was straightforward, coordinating the necessary personnel was a cumbersome process. Nevertheless, the president's orders were not to be disobeyed, and after accepting the task, he exited the office with the signed urgent documents in hand. At 3 in the afternoon, Feng Hua convened a meeting. His demeanor was far from pleasant. As the inner turmoil and distress continued to linger, causing his gaze to lose its customary brilliance. The atmosphere in the meeting was solemn and oppressive, with several projects being criticized without reason. The young leadership team kept their heads down in silence, fearful that their names would be called. leading to an expose of their project insights and inevitable reprimands. They dreaded such emotionally charged meetings, feeling like ants on a hot stove, anxiously awaiting the conclusion. When the president was in a foul mood, expectations escalated, resembling a public denunciation session. Downstairs, Shen Juxin donned a light purple high-waisted dress, sunglasses adorning her face, and beige stilettos on her feet, her slender and graceful silhouette illuminated by the sunlight as she swayed elegantly. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Xuejiao was at the front desk, engaged in her duties, and gradually lifted her head upon hearing the sound. Is President Feng in? I am here to see him. Lin Xuejiao recognized her. Do you have an appointment? Shen Juxin scanned Lin Xuejiao from head to toe, her expression one of disdain, thinking to herself that someone so flamboyantly dressed must have frequently ingratiated herself with President Feng. They had known each other for quite some time, both aware of their mutual affections for him. I don't need an appointment to see him. After saying this, Shen Juxin confidently bypassed the front desk and Lin Xuejiao, making her way directly to the president's exclusive elevator. This was a place she had often frequented, taking advantage of her acquaintance with Feng Hua, treating it as her own home. Upon arriving on the 18th floor at the presidential office, she found it empty and surmised that he was still in a meeting. Almost instinctively, she sat down at his desk, meticulously observing every item on display. Each object exuded his essence, immaculate and orderly. She found it utterly delightful and nostalgic. Opening the lowest drawer, she was taken aback to discover the bespoke clothing she had gifted him, still impeccably packaged with the label untouched. She mused, has he never worn it? Folded so neatly, it appeared he had not even taken it out to examine it. Shen Juxin felt a chill in her heart, a tinge of sadness washing over her. However, upon reflection, she reassured herself that he was likely too busy with work to remember. Perhaps he would wear it next time. A flicker of comfort returned to her heart. She then opened the notebook on the desk, where a phrase caught her eye. How can I confess to gain forgiveness? Her lips quivered slightly as disbelief washed over her. Who does Ah Hua intend to confess to? Why does he seek forgiveness? With these thoughts swirling in her mind, her confusion deepened. It seemed he too harbored secrets, but she was unsure whether they pertained to her. At this moment, Feng Hua had just concluded the meeting and was walking back to his office with Yang Qian. Upon opening the door, he was met with the sight of Shen Juxin rifling through his desk. Yang Qian was taken aback, silently sweating for her. How reckless to tamper with the president's belongings. Such a foolish act. Feng Hua emerged from the meeting room in a foul mood, and witnessing this scene only added fuel to the fire. What are you doing here? Feng Hua's face was cold. Ah Hua, I was out shopping with friends nearby and thought I'd drop by to see you. Shen Juxin replied sweetly, I in the future. Please make an appointment before coming. And refrain from touching my belongings. Feng Hua's anger escalated, the storm brewing. Shen Juxin sensed the shift in atmosphere and lowered her head, acknowledging, understood. Ah Hua. Yang Qian subtly urged her to leave with a glance. Shen Juxin picked up her shoulder bag and quietly said, Ah Hua, I have a dinner appointment with friends, so I'll take my leave. Before Feng Hua could respond, she dashed out like a rabbit escaping. Just then, Lin Xuejiao approached with 2 cups of coffee. Oh, isn't that Miss Shen? Leaving so soon? Her tone dripped with sarcasm. Upon seeing Shen Juxin's dejected demeanor, Lin Xuejiao surmised that she had encountered an obstacle with the president, and a sense of glee filled her heart. Shen Juxin shot her a disdainful glance, signaling her to mind her own business. Of course, Ah Hua has invited me to dinner tomorrow. I wouldn't want to disturb him while he's working. Shen Juxin feigned an air of triumph, as if she were the ultimate victor. Lin Xuejiao's eyes widened in frustration. She had always known of Shen Juxin's long-standing crush on Feng Hua. Fortunately, Feng Hua had never shown her any favor, which emboldened Lin Xuejiao to confront her with such a caustic attitude. You think you can compete with me for a man? Not a chance. Ah Hua could never be interested in a mere assistant. Only I am worthy of him. The 2 women exchanged heated glances and expressions, neither willing to yield. Shen Juxin brushed past Lin Xuejiao, deliberately bumping into her as she strode confidently towards the elevator. Lin Xuejiao stumbled, nearly spilling her coffee, but managed to steady herself, wiping her shoulder with disdain. Internally, she cursed, what an utterly shameless woman, stooping to this level to pursue a man. Chapter 43. Taking medicine in secret, Su Yuan had taken the cold medicine prescribed by the doctor and slept through the afternoon, finally feeling much better. The comfort of good health was truly delightful. It was only during her illness that she realized how wonderful it was to be well. She reached for the thermos on her bedside table and took a sip of warm water. At this moment, she awaited Fenghua's return home from work with a sense of peace. Everything was just right. While she was ill, someone cared for her, and the soft pink pillow beneath her head made her heart feel tender. President Fenghua was also thinking of his ailing little wife at home. Rushing back as soon as he finished work, he had arranged for the hotel to prepare a light 4-dish meal with soup to be delivered home. On this chilly autumn evening, the temperature had dropped sharply. Fenghua turned on the heating in the room, draping a thick coat and providing a hand warmer for Su Yuan before he felt at ease enough to take a shower. Su Yuan snuggled under the covers, engrossed in a drama, occasionally letting out peals of laughter. The sound of running water ceased abruptly from the bathroom. Fenghua donned a bathrobe, diligently drying his damp hair with a towel. In a moment of distraction, he noticed a contraceptive pill on the cabinet. Upon inspection, he discovered that several pills were missing, undoubtedly consumed over the past few days. Yuan, lost in her television series, remained oblivious to this scene. However, the president's expression darkened considerably. She was actually taking contraceptive pills, so unwilling to bear his child. Did she harbor other intentions? Was he not part of her future plans? His mind, rife with unfounded speculations, spiraled into chaos. Angrily, he tossed the pillbox aside and retreated to the bathroom to dry his hair. Subsequently, he turned off the bedside lamp and burrowed into bed, falling into an isolated slumber. Yuan, bewildered by his sudden shift in demeanor, noted that he usually sought affection before sleep. It was evident he was upset and in a foul mood. Reflecting on their earlier interactions, she could not recall provoking him. Everything had seemed perfectly fine before her shower. After turning off her tablet, she gently wrapped her arms around his shoulders from behind. "What's wrong? Are you feeling down?" Fenghua, ever mindful of his pride, maintained a cold facade. "It's nothing. Just sleep." He then pulled another blanket over himself, closing his eyes, unwilling to engage. His thoughts continued to churn, fueled by irritation. Outside, women clamored to bear his children, yet she had the audacity to secretly take contraceptives. "Ahua!" Yuan softly called out, checking if he was truly asleep. Fenghua feigned slumber. The realization that she was unwilling to open her heart and treat their relationship seriously caused him a dull ache in his chest. As the night deepened, his mind remained tumultuous, restless, yet he kept silent. Yuan, unable to comprehend his behavior, eventually closed her eyes, though her mind remained alert. Both were ensnared in insomnia, tossing and turning, each lost in their own painful thoughts. Outside, the moonlight cast a hazy glow like a dim nightlight, illuminating the solitude. Yuan curled up in the blankets, resembling a forlorn creature nearly submerged in the thick darkness. After enduring the long night, she managed to sleep for a brief moment as dawn approached. In stark contrast, Fenghua had not slept a wink. His eyes felt as if they were filled with burning embers, his tongue stiff as wood, and beads of cold sweat soaked his attire. Before dawn, he rose, donned his suit, and drove to the company early. It was only when the 8 o'clock alarm rang that Yuan slowly opened her eyes. Having not fully recovered from her cold, coupled with a restless night, her body ached with fatigue. Her eyelids felt heavy as if weighed down by lead. Even opening them required immense effort, as if she were engaged in a tug-of-war with sleep. Not wishing to take a day off, she struggled to rise. The autumn breeze carried a slight chill as she wrapped herself in a cozy knitted sweater and made her way to the spacious living room. "Grandma, good morning." Yuan, feeling dejected with dark circles under her eyes, forced to smile as she greeted her grandmother. Her grandmother hurried over, supporting her. "Xiao Yuan, are you still unwell?" Yuan yawned, her eyes reflecting a hint of grievance and weariness. "Grandma, I'm fine. The cold has passed, just a bit tired." Her grandmother led her to the dining table. "Come, try these new desserts and breakfast from your sister Fengshua's CAF. "All right," Yuan replied, scanning the room for any sign of Fenghua, her heart sinking further at his absence. Meanwhile, Fenghua was in the adjacent lounge, catching up on sleep. Lin Shuejiao had arrived at the office early and, through the slightly ajar door, spotted Fenghua resting. He was impeccably dressed in his work attire, neat and tidy. Had he not returned home last night? Where had he spent the night? Lin Shuejiao's mind raced with possibilities. If he had been drinking, It would be unfortunate for him to be alone without a woman to care for him. Sleeping in the office. How wonderful it would be if she could lie beside him, touching his chiseled abs. Would his lips be sweet? She envisioned herself caring for him, creating a warm home together. Lost in her daydreams, she couldn't help but smile softly, quickly snapping back to reality before sneaking away if Fenghua were to awaken suddenly and find her watching him sleep with a smile. It would be an embarrassing scene she could hardly endure. She tiptoed to the pantry to brew a cup of coffee, hoping to present him with a lovingly made cup when he awoke. Adding High Group, Yuan dragged her weary body into the office, forcing herself to engage in work. Since He Qianqian's dismissal and the announcement of layoffs, the office atmosphere had returned to one of pleasant chatter and laughter. Liang Xian had taken a half-month leave for an abortion and would return once she had recuperated. Yuan, are you feeling any better? Xiao Li inquired with concern. It's good to have you back. You're the backbone of our team, Xiaoxin added, praising her work ethic. Having taken a day off yesterday, she felt embarrassed that her tasks had been redistributed among her colleagues. Why do you have such severe dark circles? Xiao Li noticed Yuan's pallor, which was markedly worse than usual. It's nothing. I'm fine now. Just didn't sleep well last night. Yuan waved her hand dismissively, reassuring her colleagues that it's normal for newlyweds to have trouble sleeping. One colleague joked. Laughter erupted among some in the office, all of whom understood the implication. For two young, passionate individuals to sleep soundly together seemed almost implausible. Yuan quietly countered, that's not true, yet no one believed her, leaving her to feign a smile while feeling despondent inside. Fenghua, in an irritable mood early in the day, expressed dissatisfaction with the documents presented to him. Employees approached with trepidation. Fenghua occasionally glanced at his phone, finding no messages or calls, leaving him feeling desolate. Frustrated, he switched his phone to airplane mode. He longed to understand why she had taken the medication in secret but was reluctant to inquire directly. Yuan, equally anxious, struggled to concentrate on her work all morning and decided to take the initiative to seek clarity. I'm also new to being your wife. If there's anything wrong, please just tell me so we can communicate properly. 10 minutes until the meeting starts. Yang Qian and Lin Xuejiao were both taken aback upon seeing this notification in their group chat. A meeting. What could the topic possibly be? Yang Qian sensed an impending storm, the distant rumble of thunder echoing like whispers of doom. Summoning his courage, he pushed the door open and asked, President Feng, what is the theme of this meeting? Fenghua's expression was shrouded in a frosty demeanor. What rubbish proposals have you all submitted? Not a single one is satisfactory. Each one only adds fuel to the fire. Lin Xuejiao, feeling as if she had been startled like a frightened cat, bristled with unease. She felt sympathy for the executives who would endure the storm that awaited them in the conference room. Without a moment to spare, she swiftly began her preparations. Otherwise, she would be the one facing the wrath. Yang Qian, understanding the president well, surmised that this was likely a result of a quarrel with the young lady. He tried to salvage the situation for the executives in the room and boldly asked, President Feng, did you have a disagreement with the young lady? Fenghua's countenance darkened. No, he displayed a stubbornness that refused to admit any fault. With no other options, Yang Qian hurriedly prepared for the meeting. His attempts to intervene futile. Within 10 minutes, the executives sat anxiously in the conference room, waiting. Fenghua entered with a stern expression, his steps confident and commanding. As he reached the center of the conference table, he stood tall like a pine, his voice resonating with an unyielding authority. Who would like to begin by discussing their proposals? Everyone buried their heads, as if attempting to consume their plans. Director Jiang, you have been responsible for the Silver Swan jewelry project for quite some time now. Why have 2 contracts yet to be finalized? Although Fenghua's tone was subdued, it emanated an invisible pressure. Director Jiang, upon being called out, trembled internally. He cast a pleading glance towards Yang Qian, hoping for assistance. However, Yang Qian lacked deep knowledge of the project and could only watch helplessly. President Feng, this project is nearly settled. It's just that 2 partners have raised their profit-sharing demands, and negotiations have not concluded. Director Jiang responded, his demeanor respectful, resigned to whatever fate awaited him under the president's scrutiny. In the silence that followed, the room felt as if time had frozen. At this pace, will we have to wait until the new year? Director Jiang's heart raced. Now that the president had spoken, the negotiations must be expedited. The atmosphere was tense. While there was sympathy for Director Jiang's predicament, no one dared to breathe heavily, fearful of being the next to be singled out. "President, I guarantee that all contracts will be finalized with the partners within 3 days." Director Jiang had no choice but to make this promise, fully aware that he would be working overtime to fulfill it. Lin Xuejiao's eyes sparkled with admiration for Feng Hua. The more serious he became, the more imposing he appeared. She found him increasingly captivating and couldn't resist stealing glances. In her mind, he was the ideal man. Mature, composed, and exuding confidence, with every decision he made infused with charm. She wondered if he was equally warm and caring towards his beloved, attentive and thoughtful. She was eager to explore this aspect of him. Unbeknownst to her, her lingering gaze became somewhat conspicuous. Yang Qian noticed this and subtly signaled to Lin Xuejiao to rein in her enthusiasm. As the president was still in a foul mood, heeding the warning, Lin Xuejiao discreetly buried her gaze in the documents she held. Meanwhile, the meeting continued. Director Zhang's jewelry project had been thoroughly interrogated, and a collective sigh of relief reverberated through the room. A sense of trepidation washed over him, fearing that the next project to be scrutinized might fall upon his shoulders. Everyone awaited the forthcoming address from the esteemed president of Feng Corporation. Yet he remained unhurried, retrieving his mobile phone from the drawer and disabling airplane mode. A particularly noteworthy WeChat message popped onto the screen. "This is my first time being your wife. If there are any shortcomings, please voice them so we can communicate openly, shall we?" A gentle pang tugged at his heart, akin to a kitten's whisker brushing against him, softening his expression. In the meeting, 2 minutes elapsed without the president uttering a word, leaving everyone curious about the unfolding situation. Attendees exchanged glances, their eyes subtly drifting toward the president, who was engrossed in his phone screen. At that moment, his face radiated a warm glow, adorned with a faint smile that felt like a refreshing breeze. Everyone rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Was it true? The president was smiling. The once tempestuous atmosphere transformed into a serene, sunlit calm. Marvelous. Could it be that President Feng was in love? No one dared to utter a sound. Silently awaiting developments, Feng Hua replied on WeChat, "I'll pick you up from work tonight. Let us have dinner together." After sending the message, he lifted his gaze, momentarily forgetting the ongoing meeting. Meeting adjourned, he swiftly closed his laptop and exited the conference room like a gust of wind. His declaration felt akin to a grand amnesty, as the tension in the room dissipated and everyone began to chatter excitedly, speculating about the mysterious message that had saved them from impending peril. Lin Xuejiao felt a flicker of confusion, a barely perceptible hint of disappointment flashing in her eyes. Who could wield such influence over his emotions as to halt the meeting? Only Yang Qian wore a knowing expression. It was undoubtedly a message from the young mistress. Yang Qian strode purposefully, following the president back to the office. Upon entering, he wore a mischievous smile that suggested he was privy to some juicy gossip. "How scandalous," Feng Hua retorted. "Who would have thought that one day our president would fear his wife?" Yang Qian teased him, surprised by the allure of the president's spouse being even greater than he had imagined. "Nonsense. I do not fear my wife. I merely respect her." Feng Hua was reluctant to disclose his private thoughts about taking contraceptive pills against his partner's wishes, fearing it would be a significant embarrassment. "All right, I see that in the future, when flames of conflict arise, I must promptly seek my wife's counsel to extinguish them." Yang Qian continued to jest. "Get back to work, or your salary will be docked for gossiping." Feng Hua feigned seriousness. Yang Qian, burdened with a mountain of tasks, exited the room. In the now quiet office, Feng Hua found himself alone. He rose and sank into the sofa, reclining to fully unwind. His long legs crossed in a natural repose, his fair fingers delicately holding a third burned cigarette. He pondered quietly, realizing that his inexplicable anger was misplaced. Not articulating his feelings was intolerable, and he recognized that his high position had conditioned him to such behavior. He needed to change. His beloved wife should not have to endure grievances. The prospect of having children was not urgent. Besides, he was not psychologically prepared for fatherhood. A couple more years of savoring their life together would be beneficial. Nurturing their marital bond would naturally lead to the arrival of love's fruit. Chapter 45. Clearing misunderstandings. The late autumn sunset, ephemeral yet gentle, painted the sky as work hours drew to a close. Feng Hua received a positive response from Su Yuan, and he felt the day's breeze particularly tender, illuminating the world around him. At 6 o'clock, He successfully picked up Su Yuan. She appeared unaffected by the earlier tensions, knowing they would clarify matters over dinner. Thus, she wore a radiant smile, unperturbed by recent events. "Darling, where would you like to dine tonight?" he inquired. After a moment's thought, Su Yuan suggested, "Given this lovely weather, hot pot sounds delightful. Especially a Yinyang pot." "That sounds wonderful," Feng Hua replied. Soon, he drove to the largest hot pot restaurant in Ginkgo City, renowned for its flavors and service. "Welcome, sir and madam," the enthusiastic staff greeted them, as the establishment buzzed with patrons. "We'll have a Yinyang pot." Feng Hua remembered her preferences. He recalled that while Su Yuan was not fond of spicy food, she enjoyed a hint of heat to tantalize her taste buds. As the steam from the hot pot enveloped them, the slices of meat danced in the bubbling broth, absorbing the rich flavors, each bite a burst of happiness. Feng Hua busily cooked beef, mushrooms, and vegetables for her. Reveling in the joy of the moment, Su Yuan savored the myriad of flavors, the delightful textures momentarily overshadowing any lingering unhappiness. The bustling atmosphere was unsuitable for deep conversations. They decided to enjoy their meal first. After dining, they strolled to a nearby lively market. As they walked, the two hesitated to broach the uncomfortable subjects from the past few days, each seemingly waiting for the other to break the silence. However, Feng Hua, aware of his fault, understood he needed to adopt a sincere demeanor. He gently grasped her wrist, intertwining their fingers. "I'm sorry," he said, his voice imbued with sincerity, reminiscent of a remorseful child. "What are you apologizing for?" Su Yuan questioned, aware that he referred to the previous evening's incident. "I shouldn't have been inexplicably upset and ignored you. That was wrong." "What was the reason for your anger?" Su Yuan pondered, struggling to comprehend. As she had not provoked him, he had always been a mature, understanding individual in her recollections. "I saw contraceptives on the shelf. Do you not wish to have children?" Feng Hua inquired, puzzled, if she genuinely did not want to conceive so soon. He could understand and agree, but he believed she should not resort to taking pills secretly. The responsibility for contraception should rest with him. Taking these pills too often could harm her health, and transparency was essential in a marital relationship. Su Yuan found his question both infuriating and amusing. How could a man's logic be so skewed? She intentionally ignored him, turning toward a stall selling candied chestnuts. "Buy me a portion of candied chestnuts, and I shall tell you," she teased. Eager for an answer, Feng Hua promptly fulfilled her request, presenting her with a generous serving of the fragrant treat. Su Yuan gently peeled a chestnut and popped it into her mouth, relishing its sweetness and softness. "Silly, with all the cold medicine I've taken, how could I not be on contraception?" Upon hearing this, Feng Hua's face broke into a gentle smile, realization dawning upon him. From now on, "Leave that to me. Taking those pills is not good for your health." He grasped her shoulders, pulling her gently into his embrace. Su Yuan nodded in agreement. "Are the chestnuts to your liking?" she asked. As she broke one open, the crisp shell falling away, and she offered him a fresh chestnut. In that moment, their misunderstandings dissipated, and their bond seemed to draw closer. Hand in hand, they strolled down the street like an ordinary couple. Attracting glances from passers-by, Feng Hua recognized the importance of timely communication to prevent emotional harm. What had initially been a minor misunderstanding could have escalated if both remained silent. Suddenly, Su Yuan turned to him, calling out, "Hua, do you remember that day when we were walking in the community? My wish is to have one son and one daughter." Thus, it was not that she was unwilling to have children. She simply was not psychologically prepared yet. With such excellent genes and a handsome appearance, she would be more than willing to bear his children. "I was merely blinded by anger, making a mountain out of a molehill. I was wrong." Feng Hua lowered his head, seeking forgiveness and offering an apology. His humble demeanor, incongruous with his power, was his most endearing quality. "I in love. All are equal. You really ought to temper that temper of yours. Otherwise, if our son inherits your disposition, it will be troublesome." Su Yuan joked, the atmosphere returning to its previous warmth. "I promise that henceforth, even in the face of monumental issues, I will prioritize communication and will not sulk without reason." As he made this vow, he raised 3 fingers in an oath. At that moment, he was no longer the aloof, stern president, but rather an endearing young man. The night sky was ablaze with stars, and the night market buzzed with life. It was a melting pot of diverse delicacies, handcrafted items, and creative stalls. artisans transformed ordinary fabrics, stones, and wood into unique masterpieces that Su Yuan, who had always enjoyed crafting various trinkets, had even knitted numerous bags, scarves, and hats for friends. Upon seeing these items, her creative spirit surged, as if a joyful bird had taken flight into the shop. Hua, come here. Feng Hua, unfamiliar with such vibrant market scenes, willingly followed in her footsteps. As long as he was with her, he was open to trying and exploring anything. The shop's walls were adorned with an array of scarves, intricately handwoven and exquisitely beautiful. On another wall, the words "Wrap yourself in uniqueness, enjoy life" were inscribed. Su Yuan spotted a high-end gray scarf for men and draped it around Feng Hua's neck. The once unremarkable scarf suddenly sprang to life, complimenting him and instantly elevating his style, vividly illustrating that good looks can enhance any attire. This scarf suits you perfectly. Shall I buy it for you to keep warm this winter? With that, Su Yuan called over the shopkeeper to purchase the scarf and borrowed some thread and needles. She then embroidered a small camellia flower on one corner, creating a unique piece. The camellia symbolizes ideal love, expressing her deep affection for her partner. Feng Hua watched in awe as she deftly stitched the flower into existence, marveling at her skill and the years of practice it must have taken. Her craftsmanship and warmth made him see her in a new light. He left the shop wearing the scarf, even though the weather was not particularly cold. He wished to don it immediately as a token of her affection. At that moment, Lin Xuejiao was also strolling down the same street with friends. Suddenly, a figure resembling Feng Hua caught his eye, yet within a mere 10 seconds, it vanished amidst the throng of people. Lin Xuejiao anxiously surveyed her surroundings. How peculiar! Could that be President Feng? Impossible. He wouldn't come here to shop, adorned with a scarf around his neck and holding the hand of a woman. This is certainly not his style. I must have seen it incorrectly. Chapter 46. Warning and threat. In the early morning, a gentle, cool breeze wafted through the air. Feng Hua was escorting Xu Yuan to her workplace. Despite their recent move making their distance negligible, he yearned to spend as much time with her as possible. Each time he aired, he became increasingly tender and considerate, and their marital bond remained unscathed. In fact, their hearts drew ever closer as they each contemplated the other's feelings. Xiao Yuan, I will pick you up after work tonight, Feng Hua said, his face radiating affection. Upon arriving at the entrance of Yinghai Company, Feng Hua found a relatively concealed corner to let Xu Yuan alight from the car. With a soft click, he unfastened her seatbelt and gently kissed her forehead. Life often reveals itself in the inconspicuous details, solidifying his conviction about the person before him. After the events of the previous night, he felt Xu Yuan was a good girl, one he wished to protect for a lifetime. Subsequently, Feng Hua drove his black Toyota back to Li Feng Group. Near Li Feng Group, the driver's assistant dutifully followed Feng Hua's vehicle, awaiting the president's exit to exchange keys, switching from the black Toyota to an exquisite Maserati. This scene was inadvertently witnessed by Lin Xuejiao from a distance. This was not the first time she had seen Feng Hua driving that unremarkable car. How strange, she mused. Why not drive a luxury vehicle? Her curiosity reached a peak, and she was eager to uncover the mystery lurking behind this behavior. Throughout the day at work, she was distracted, her mind preoccupied with this matter. Consequently, while organizing a proposal, she mistakenly misfiled a document. Yang Qian intercepted it upon noticing, fortunate that it did not reach the president, or she would have faced dire consequences. Lin Xuejiao, where has your focus been lately? This is the first mistake you've made in all your time working here, Yang Qian reprimanded her. Acknowledging her error, she promptly apologized. As the day drew to a close, she stealthily followed Feng Hua, once again witnessing him driving that same car. She hailed a cab to discreetly trail him, pursuing him all the way to Yinghai Group. The vehicle halted in front of the company, and Xu Yuan, with laughter and cheer, opened the passenger door, leaving Lin Xuejiao utterly stunned. She could hardly believe her eyes. Feng Hua was indeed there to pick up a woman. This confirmed her suspicion from the previous night. Feng Hua had taken the arm of this woman. Xu Yuan possessed delicate features, her face unadorned, pure, and flawless. She appeared enchanting even without makeup. It dawned upon Lin Xuejiao that Feng Hua had a penchant for such simplicity, while she herself devoted time each day to meticulous grooming and fragrance. Was that not contradictory? Lost in a daze, Lin Xuejiao was roused only when the driver called out, "Miss, shall we proceed?" Regaining her composure, she replied, "I shall alight here, on the bustling street." amidst the ebb and flow of people. Lin Xuejiao stood there, pale as a ghost, like a marionette with severed strings. It became clear to her that he had found someone he favored, a thought she could not accept. What merit did that woman possess? She had been the one to stand by his side all these years. The passenger seat was rightfully hers. She searched her contacts for employees of Yinghai, recalling that Li Yingxian had added her during a work-related event for networking purposes. Though they were not well acquainted, "Yingxian, I would like to inquire about someone." "Who?" Today, Xu Yuan was clad in a cream-colored long dress, complemented by a light pink blazer, her lustrous black hair casually styled in a bun. Lin Xuejiao hadn't captured a photograph, but she meticulously noted Xu Yuan's attire to describe to Li Yingxian. "This is my friend, named Suyuan. Dio, you need to speak with her about something?" Having spent every day together, Li Yingxian quickly realized the connection to "Is there something important?" Lin Xuejiao fabricated an excuse, "Nothing particularly urgent. Some work might require coordination later." Confused, Li Yingxian added, "Has she got a boyfriend?" Finding it amusing, she speculated whether a handsome suitor had taken an interest in Xu Yuan. "Actually, she is married." Lin Xuejiao felt as if she had swallowed a fly upon hearing this news. Married? And involved with Fenghua? Without hesitation, Lin Xuejiao made a covert call. "Please help me gather information about Xu Yuan." The more detailed, the better. A fierce glint flickered in her eyes. She was determined to confront this shameless woman. The man she had guarded for so many years was being taken away, and she had now lost her reason. At the Yuezhou chapter residential community, Xu Yuan and Fenghua admired the night scenery from a terrace entwined with flowering vines, sipping drinks and enjoying each other's company. "Xiao Yuan, when do you plan to have a baby?" Fenghua inquired, eager to hear her thoughts. Xu Yuan glanced at his profile. His sharp and cold demeanor softened into an elegant warmth, handsomely flawless. "Whenever it happens, let nature take its course." In truth, she too yearned for a child but feared she might not manage well. With her grandmother aging, the help she could provide was limited, which left her with reservations. Fenghua, however, appeared contemplative. While she assumed he shared her concerns about pressure, he intended to first disclose his identity, planning to celebrate their wedding before openly creating their love's offspring. Observing his silence, she playfully poked his side. "What's the matter? Don't you want one?" Fenghua, tickled by the poke, swept her up in his arms and carried her towards the bedroom. "I do want one. Right now." Thus, they spent a night alive with color and vitality. For the past few days, her little car had been out of commission, and Fenghua had been driving her to work each day. Today, Yinghai was conducting its year-end summary meeting, and Xu Yuan had prepared a PowerPoint presentation over the past fortnight, intending to present during the meeting. Ringing. She picked up her phone to see a call from Su He. Upon answering, Su He's tone was somewhat urgent. "Xiao Yuan, there's a woman in the coffee shop wearing sunglasses, exuding an air of arrogance. She is specifically asking for you." "For me? I have a meeting now. She insists you come immediately, or you might lose your job." After a moment of internal conflict, Xu Yuan decided to attend the meeting, especially considering the threat to her employment. She hailed a ride and arrived at the coffee shop in 15 minutes. As the two sat face to face, the aroma of 2 steaming cups of coffee wafted between them, the woman slowly removing her sunglasses. "You are Xu Yuan, correct? Please keep your distance from Fenghua. You are unworthy of him." Lin Xuejiao's tone was forceful and domineering, akin to a piercing command. "What is your relationship with him?" Xu Yuan felt utterly bewildered. "That is none of your concern. I know him better than you do." Lin Xuejiao spoke imperiously, warning Xu Yuan not to disclose their encounter today, lest she face dire consequences. Having delivered her message, Lin Xuejiao strutted away in her high heels, bearing an air of superiority. Xu Yuan remained perplexed. She was Fenghua's legitimate wife, yet this woman had the audacity to warn her away from her own husband. Xu Yuan forced herself to regain her composure and decided to observe the situation quietly. Losing her job was a significant concern. Chapter 47. Taking her to buy a car that evening, upon returning home, Xu Yuan headed straight to her study, not yet ready to confront Fenghua about the incident. The meeting that had been delayed earlier was now scheduled for the following morning, and there were still modifications required for the PowerPoint. That moment, Fenghua stealthily approached from behind and gently covered her eyes with his hand. "What are you doing?" Startled by the sudden interruption, she recognized that only he would do such a thing. "I have something delightful to show you." Fenghua extended his hand, revealing a beautifully crafted coupon. It read, "Vehicle purchase voucher worth 200,000 yuan." Xu Yuan held it in disbelief, her eyes widening. Ahua, your company offers such generous vouchers? Fenghua nodded. I have no use for it. Let us go see some cars. Shi Yuan marveled at the benefits offered by his company. Indeed, it was the largest enterprise in Yinxing City. Many aspired to join, yet those within rarely left. To lend credibility to his claim, Fenghua fabricated a story that such benefits were reserved for those in leadership for over 5 years. A seamless tale that wholly convinced Shi Yuan's wife. How about we go car shopping tomorrow? I have a year-end summary meeting in the morning. We can go after I'm done in the afternoon. After their discussion, Fenghua scheduled an appointment for 2 o'clock the next day. Upon learning of the president's visit, the manager of the 4S shop became flustered, preparing meticulously to conceal his identity and avoid any potential slip-ups. The following day, at Yinghai Group, all employees were engaged in the year-end summary meeting. Shi Yuan took over Li Yingshuan's responsibilities, swamped with tasks. Fortunately, by noon, the meeting concluded successfully, leaving Shi Yuan utterly exhausted. After a brief rest, Fenghua's vehicle arrived promptly at 1 o'clock near Yinghai Group. The couple drove to the 4S shop, where an array of automobile brands dazzled the eye. The sycophantic manager had been waiting anxiously at the entrance since 3 hours prior to the president's arrival. As Fenghua and Shi Yuan entered the 4S shop, the manager's eyes widened in disbelief. The notoriously aloof president had, astonishingly, entered with a woman. He rubbed his eyes once more to confirm he was not mistaken. President Feng. Sir, welcome. The manager's voice trembled imperceptibly, offering premium tea and snacks. Shi Yuan felt a bit embarrassed. The sales staff were exceedingly enthusiastic, yet she was uncertain if she would purchase a car today. Fenghua nodded and led her to a Volvo. Wife, take a look at this model. It suits you perfectly. With its white exterior, sleek lines, and a faade that exuded both gravitas and elegance, the interior design showcased the simplicity and quality characteristic of Scandinavian aesthetics. Shi Yuan usually sees this car being driven by others on the streets, filled only with envy. Little did she expect that one day she would find herself behind the wheel of this vehicle. Fenghua opened the car door for her, inviting her to take the driver's seat for a test drive. The car was incredibly comfortable and offered an exhilarating experience. After the test drive, Shi Yuan couldn't help but sing its praises. Fenghua promptly gestured for the manager to approach, handing over a coupon to cover the payment. The manager nodded eagerly, his face adorned with a broad smile. Mr. Feng, we also have a raffle today. If you win, you can receive cash back. The employees nearby widened their eyes in astonishment. This was not merely a car purchase, but akin to collecting money. Despite their envy, they dared not utter a word. Shi Yuan and Fenghua approached the raffle box, and she felt a twinge of nervousness. Ahua, I've never won anything before. Fenghua reassured her. Don't worry, you are the goddess of luck. The manager chimed in, flattering her. Miss Su must surely be a lucky star. In truth, every ticket in the box was designed to be a winner. Any draw would yield a prize. With her eyes closed, Shi Yuan reverently pulled out a ticket, scratching it to reveal. Instant cashback of 80,000. Ahua, look, I've won the grand prize. The manager clapped enthusiastically, exclaiming, Miss Su is our first guest to have such incredible luck. He added, Sir, Miss, if you have an old car, you can trade it in for a discount. Shi Yuan thought of her Wuling Hongguang Mini, her first car obtained through her own hard work. Yet, one must give to receive. Thus, she traded in her Mini, ultimately receiving a 2,000 yuan deduction. Everything fell into place effortlessly. Today was destined for her to purchase this car. In the end, they spent a mere 100,000 to acquire it. And joy abounded. Congratulations to Miss Su on becoming a proud owner of a Volvo. She stood before the car, cradling flowers, with confetti raining down upon her shoulders and head, her eyes squinting with delight. Outside the glass door, a mysterious figure pressed the shutter, capturing this moment. The photo found its way to Lin Xuejiao's phone, turning her face a shade of green. Ever since she warned Shi Yuan, she had been dispatching people to follow her, keeping tabs on her every move. Truly a green tea? Lin Xuejiao's temples throbbed with rage, her eyes glinting with a chilling anger. Grabbing the car keys from the table, she sped away in her Mercedes from the Li Feng Group. Inside the 4S shop, Shi Yuan had already completed the car purchase procedures. It felt like a dream. She had shared Fenghua's luck, receiving both a discount coupon and a winning ticket. Ahua, meeting you has brought me overflowing luck. Fenghua affectionately patted her head, reflecting that meeting her was his greatest fortune. In reality, this Volvo had a market price of 800,000, yet Fenghua instructed the staff to quote it at 400,000. The staff mused. Miss Su's encounter with Mr. Feng must be the epitome of good fortune. They had never seen Mr. Feng so indulgent towards a woman. Everyone believed he was averse to marriage. Now that the new car is in hand, how about a little joyride? Fenghua proposed, eager to experience being in the passenger seat beside his little darling. Xu Yuan nodded eagerly. Let's go. On the road, Lin Shuajiao raced towards the forest store. Her speed soaring to 150 km/h. She needed to see Fenghua and Xu Yuan with her own eyes to believe this reality. TOB maintained to such a degree, she wondered how Fenghua could always show up driving a Toyota whenever he met Xu Yuan. Surely he wished to conceal his identity and merely indulge in some fun. She was determined to reveal the truth to Fenghua. Xu Yuan was a hypocritical woman, married yet brazenly associating with other men to buy ACAR. Lin Shuajiao parked not far from the forest shop. She caught sight of Xu Yuan and Fenghua getting into the new car, both laughing and chatting. Anger bubbled within her as she pounded her fists on the keyboard. How could Mr. Feng's wife belong to anyone else? Find out about Xu Yuan's husband. Lin Shuajiao barked into the phone. Assistant Lin. We can't locate her husband's information, came the response from the other end. Lin Shuajiao was incensed. How could this be? What kind of identity could be so well hidden? If it weren't for some manipulation to obscure the truth, it should have been easily traceable. This woman, married yet daring to brazenly purchase a car with another man, made her wonder, could Xu Yuan's husband be someone not quite right? Chapter 48. Canceling work for her on a chilly morning, cold rain fell in a drizzling manner, enveloping the world in a hazy mist. Li Yingxian's holiday had come to an end, and her health had nearly returned. Today, she rode an electric bike to work, wrapped in a raincoat, her hair a bit disheveled from the rain. Her colleagues exchanged whispers, unable to believe it was truly Li Yingxian. Hadn't she been driving her boyfriend's Porsche? They speculated she must have broken up. Those who flaunt love often meet swift ends. She had transformed from a canary into a drenched chicken, her entire appearance dismal. Upon arriving at the office, she sought a place to park her electric bike and hung her raincoat to dry. Once she removed her goggles and helmet, her vision cleared. Nearby, a striking Volvo caught her eye, its newness simply dazzling. How peculiar, whose new car could this be? With no time to ponder further, Li Yingxian hurried into the building to clock in. Lest she be late, as she passed the office, her colleagues were still gossiping. Initially, she thought to ignore them, but upon closer inspection, she realized the rumors were not about her. Such an expensive car, how could she afford it? Must be someone's kept woman, so shameless, biting the hand that feeds, recalling the new car she had just seen. She surmised they must be referring to its owner. Who could it be? Though she was curious, having once been a gossip enthusiast, she now feared her colleagues would confront her directly about her situation, and she dared not join the information center. Xu Yuan was already immersed in her work at her desk. Upon seeing Li Yingxian enter, she noticed her friend's complexion was notably poorer, and she appeared much more haggard. Strands of damp hair clung to her face, clearly soaked by the morning rain. Xianxian, are you feeling better? She asked with concern. Li Yingxian replied coldly, unwilling to engage in prolonged conversation with Xu Yuan. She had deceived her colleagues with a fabricated sick leave and even concocted a phony medical record. Only Xu Yuan knew the truth, which made her anxious, as if Xu Yuan were a ticking time bomb. After organizing her tasks, Li Yingxian found that everything had been arranged neatly on her computer desktop. Thanks to Xu Yuan's assistance, she felt a twinge of guilt for her earlier aloofness toward Xu Yuan. She had yet to express her gratitude and was unsure how to broach the subject. As her mindset had shifted significantly, she had become the laughingstock of the entire company, enduring the weight of gossip while coming to work, her mood plummeting. Approaching Xu Yuan's desk, she intended to thank her but swallowed the words back. Xu Yuan, noticing her discomfort, warmly greeted, Xianxian, is there anything I can assist you with? Driven by curiosity regarding the rumors of someone being kept and purchasing a new car, she ventured to ask, Xu Yuan, do you know whose white new car is parked outside? Xu Yuan paused for a few seconds, then laughed. That's my car. What's wrong? So it's yours. Li Yingxian's mouth formed an O shape, her expression momentarily frozen. Yet she guessed it must be a gift from Xu Yuan's husband. As she doubted Xu Yuan would purchase such a car herself, if she had a secret stash of money, she would prioritize buying a house or making other investments, not splurging on a luxury vehicle. A pang of jealousy surged within Li Yingxian as she thought back to when she drove the Porsche while Xu Yuan had to squeeze onto public transport. Now Xu Yuan was driving a Volvo while she had been reduced to an electric bike. Was it your husband who bought it for you? She sought confirmation. Indeed, he had a voucher from his company, which provided substantial discounts on the car. Xu Yuan replied candidly. Your husband is truly wonderful to you. Li Yingxian managed a strained smile, yet she wondered why people in the company were using such derogatory language. Terms like kept woman and shameless were bandied about so easily. The rumors were indeed frightening. If the news of her breakup were to leak, she worried about her standing in the company. However, in her heart, she secretly hoped that the mounting rumors surrounding Xu Yuan would lead her to resign, freeing her from the constant anxiety of her secret being exposed. Xu Yuan sensed that Li Yingxian's return from her break was odd. It felt as if her words had layers of meaning, her smile not reaching her eyes. Yet, she was disinclined to meddle, preferring to focus on her own responsibilities. Ding ding ding. Xu Yuan's phone rang. It was Su Jiaqing calling. Hello, cousin. Xu Yuan stepped into the company's lounge area to answer. Addressing her cousin, Xu Yuan, I'm getting married on New Year's Day. You and your husband must come. Hearing this news filled Xu Yuan with joy. She hadn't spoken with her cousin in a while and was pleasantly surprised by the news of her marriage. Ever since her cousin's father passed away, her mother remarried, leaving her cousin Su Jiaqing and younger sister Su Jiapan to rely on each other, living with their grandparents. After graduating from university, her cousin insisted on returning home to work as a tour guide, settling in the mountains. Congratulations, cousin. I will definitely be there, Xu Yuan exclaimed, having always shared a close bond with her cousin and sister. Would it be all right if you came back a couple of days early? There's much to prepare for the wedding, and I can't manage it all alone. Xu Yuan was more than willing. Her cousin had grown up without parents, and she wished to support her. Of course, I'll return 2 days early. Their family belonged to the Shi ethnic group, typically living off tea picking, mushrooms, and Ganoderma. Xu Yuan's parents had moved to the city to work early on, bringing their grandparents along, while only her uncle's family remained in the mountains in that year. My uncle went to the construction site to lend a hand to others, only to be struck by a heavy object, leaving him in a vegetative state, and he passed away 3 years later. My cousin's mother, unable to bear the overwhelming burden, remarried elsewhere due to their dire financial situation. Their grandparents, feeling pity for the two sisters, took them in and raised them. Every time I think of my cousin's tragic circumstances, my heart is deeply moved, filled with compassion. Ahua, do you have time on New Year's Day? I would like to invite Fenghua to join us. What's the occasion? However, during that time, Fenghua had 2 resort projects that required on-site inspections. My cousin is getting married, and we plan to attend her wedding together. I am very much looking forward to it, as my cousin has few relatives, and having more friends present would be a great comfort. All right. Fenghua did not hesitate, believing that work could be rearranged. But the opportunity to accompany Su Yuan back home for a family wedding was rare. Yang Qian, please arrange the 2 on-site inspection projects for New Year's Day. Fenghua instructed. Yang Qian's eyes widened in surprise. What? You're not going? No, I will accompany her back home. Fenghua's casual remark left Yang Qian in shock. After the wedding, the CEO could manage twice the workload alone. Fine. Will there be any additional bonuses once the projects are secured? U1TB left out. Chapter 49. Shen Juxin's birthday. Shen Juxin's birthday soon approached. She was shopping with friends in a mall where every item exuded an air of nobility. From luxurious jewelry to fashionable clothing, everything was imbued with refinement and elegance. Shen Juxin, as the heiress of the Shen Group, enjoyed the finest in all her needs. Xin, let us check out Gucci and LV. Pick whatever catches your eye, Tang Yuan said, linking arms with Shen Juxin as she prepared to buy her a birthday gift. Although Tang Yuan did not hail from a wealthy family, her family's business in Yinqing City placed them in the middle class, making these brands accessible to her. Shen Juxin lacked for nothing, often receiving gifts as mere tokens of goodwill from others. She was slightly distracted, her mind wandering to what Fenghua might gift her. In previous years, Fenghua had always presented a birthday gift on time, and she eagerly anticipated the moment of unwrapping. Wanner, what do you think Ahua will gift me this year? Tang Yuan envisioned the aloof yet charismatic figure of Ahua, radiating an aura of light, filled with admiration. His taste was impeccable. Anything he chose would be exquisite. In the past, he had given Shen Juxin cosmetics, a camera, and a tablet, each a standard yet limited edition. Quite valuable. Spotting the Gucci sign, Tang Yuan pulled Shen Juxin inside. All right, let us see what I'll get you as a gift. The two spent quite some time in the store before selecting the floral fragrance and a shoulder bag from the Dionysus collection, totaling over 30,000 yuan, which Tang Yuan happily paid for. Thank you, Warner, for always being so good to me. We are good sisters, after all. You've treated me well too. After shopping, they meandered through the mall, intending to browse LV products next. Welcome to Louis Vuitton, ladies. Please follow me. The attendant greeted them warmly at the entrance. They wandered over to the coat section, hoping to find a winter outerwear piece. This one looks great. Should I try it on? Tang Yuan pointed at a chic, black long coat. Shen Juxin nodded and followed the attendant to the fitting room. After trying it on and twirling in front of the mirror, she cheerfully asked, "How does it look? Is it nice? How can someone look so unattractive in such a fine garment?" A sudden harsh voice interrupted. Recognizing the familiar tone, both Shen Juxin and Tang Yuan turned in shock. It was Lin Xuejiao. "What brings you here?" Shen Juxin's voice carried a hint of anger. Lin Xuejiao, with her fiery red lips, exuding a heavy scent of perfume, strutted in towering heels, her gaze dismissive and arrogant. "What? Is it only permissible for you to shop?" Tang Yuan, unable to tolerate the situation, defended. "Miss Lin, I'm just picking a birthday gift for Xinxin. Please don't ruin the mood." Lin Xuejiao looked disdainfully at the coat Shen Juxin was trying on. "Uff, wearing something I've tried on, and still looking so awful." Shen Juxin's face flushed with anger, but then a faint smile crept onto her lips as she teasingly boasted. "I wonder what gift Ahua will give me this year. I cherished all the ones from previous years. Would you like to see them, Miss Lin?" Lin Xuejiao's expression darkened, her fair face clouded with resentment and jealousy. "Humph, what is so special about that? Just wait and see." With that, Lin Xuejiao stormed off in a huff. For years, she had not received a single birthday greeting from Fenghua, while the woman she considered her rival effortlessly received his gifts. Her expression grew increasingly sullen, her inner longing intensifying. How she wished Fenghua would cast a glance her way, offering her a modicum of attention and affection. Meanwhile, in the LV store, the enthusiasm of Shen Juxin and Tang Yuan for shopping was abruptly shattered. The two exited the store, devoid of any desire to shop. "Xinxin, don't let someone like that upset you. Let us go grab a bite." Tang Yuan consoled her, leading her to an Italian restaurant on the 4th floor of the mall. "Xiao Yuan, I have some matters to attend to in the city tomorrow," Su Zheqi said on the other end of the phone. She planned to deliver a batch of tea leaves to her boss before her wedding, exchange them for money to buy medicine for her grandmother, and treat herself to a gold bracelet. "All right, cousin, I've prepared a room for you." Su Yuan felt elated at the prospect of her cousin coming to the city. The next day, after sorting out matters at home, Su Zheqi took the dried mushrooms and tea leaves into the city, some of which were for Su Yuan. Yinxing City was a bustling first-tier metropolis, with commercial buildings arranged harmoniously, skyscrapers piercing the sky, and glass facades shimmering in the sunlight, reflecting the vitality of urban life. She envied those living here but yearned more to be with her grandparents, enjoying the tranquility and simplicity of the mountains. After graduating from university, she rarely ventured into the city, finding herself somewhat unfamiliar with the subway and buses. With her bags in tow, she navigated several transfers before finally boarding the subway. "Cousin, you've worked hard carrying so much," Su Yuan said as she waited for her return. "Not at all. It's been a while since we last met." Su Zheqi hugged her. Upon entering, she greeted her grandmother. "Grandma, hello." Her grandmother smiled warmly, grasping her hand. "My dear girl." Su Zheqi placed her other hand atop her grandmother's, and the two felt an instant connection. Today was the winter solstice, and Su Yuan had prepared dumpling wrappers and glutinous rice ball ingredients. Planning for the family to make their own delicacies, in a high-end club, Shen Juxin was busy organizing her birthday party. The venue was adorned with butterfly orchids against a backdrop of deep purple flowers. Creating an atmosphere of elegance and mystery, Nan Gongyuza, Yang Qian, and Feng Shui had all arrived, along with some of Shen Juxin's friends. She dialed Fenghua's number, but the call rang for quite some time without being answered. Fenghua was staring at his phone, reluctant to pick up. He had just concluded an important meeting and was preparing to leave for home. The phone rang again, and Fenghua finally answered. "Ahua, all my friends have arrived at my birthday party. You re the only one missing." Fenghua frowned, remembering that today was the day his wife's cousin was visiting. "I have an engagement," he replied tersely. "Nothing is more important than my birthday. In previous years, you crossed oceans to send your wishes. This year, we finally have the chance to gather together. I'm waiting for you." After Shan Juxin finished speaking, she was called away by her friends, and the call ended. Feng Hua sat at his desk, rubbing his temples, feeling a bit overwhelmed. He then opened WeChat and saw Su Yuan's messages filled with pictures of beautifully crafted glutinous rice balls and dumplings. With his grandmother and Su Juqi beaming with joy, Feng Hua's furrowed brow relaxed, his eyes sparkling with happiness. He typed in WeChat, "I'm heading home now." Chapter 50. A gift for my wife. Shan Juxin waited all night, but Feng Hua never appeared. What should have been a joyful and lively evening left her eyes slightly reddened, her heart swelling with a subtle sadness. The following morning, gentle sunlight spilled across the earth, adding a touch of poetry to the cold season. Li Yingxian rode her electric scooter to work as usual, braving the biting winter wind. Her colleagues had grown accustomed to her presence, and the rumors surrounding her had diminished. She had grown distant from her co-workers, occasionally exchanging a few words with Su Yuan in the office. The whispers about being pampered and buying a car had not ceased. If anything, they had intensified. "Su Yuan, have you heard the rumors circulating about you at the company?" Li Yingxian couldn't contain her curiosity. Su Yuan appeared unfazed, seemingly unaffected by the chatter. "Not really." Li Yingxian glanced around suspiciously and leaned in closer to Su Yuan, whispering conspiratorially, "They're saying some harsh things, claiming you're being kept by a wealthy man, living off him, and that he bought you a new car." Su Yuan felt a flicker of annoyance, but it quickly dissipated. "That car was bought by my husband." Su Yuan could not fathom why it was so unusual for a husband to buy a car for his wife. Why must it be framed in such an unflattering manner? This was a serious distortion of the truth, an unfounded rumor. "Yeah, I find it strange too. Did you offend someone?" Li Yingxian feigned concern. Su Yuan pondered for a moment, but could not recall having wronged anyone. "Let them talk. If one leads an upright life, there's nothing to fear from shadows. Aren't you upset?" "Having never engaged in any wrongdoing, I remain unperturbed by the malicious gossip of others. I refuse to allow their unfounded slander to penetrate my heart, for that would only serve to grant them victory." Observing Su Yuan's calm demeanor, Li Yingxian felt a deep sense of disappointment. It indicated that Su Yuan harbored no thoughts of resignation. During the lunch break, Su Yuan made her way to the coffee room, where two colleagues were whispering conspiratorially. How shameless they were, maintaining their facade at home while engaging in scandalous behavior outside. What would her husband think if he were to discover this? One colleague, hearing footsteps behind her, turned to find it was Su Yuan. The speaker's face paled in an instant, her guilt rendering her speechless as she clumsily clutched her coffee and fled. Though they had not named Su Yuan directly, their reaction unmistakably confirmed that it was she they were discussing. Su Yuan mused to herself. "This rumor seems rather deliberate, lacking any basis, and feels exceedingly abnormal." She resolved to inform Feng Hua about the matter, quietly seeking a discreet spot downstairs at the company. Doo at Leafing Group, Feng Hua was in a meeting with an important client when he felt his phone vibrate. Revealing it was his beloved wife. After exchanging pleasantries with the client, he stepped out to answer, his tone gentle and indulgent. "Wife, what's the matter?" Su Yuan's voice bore a hint of melancholy as she replied. "Ahua, they are saying at the company that I am being kept by someone, and that I bought a new car. The rumors simply won't die down, if no one were stirring the pot. The situation should not have escalated this way." His expression darkened, a storm brewing within, and he uttered a single phrase. "Leave it to me." Time was of the essence, and with both of them busy, they ended the call after exchanging necessary information. "Yang Qian, check the internal lines," adding hi to uncover who is spreading these rumors, Feng Hua instructed, his voice tinged with discontent. 2 hours later, Yang Qian had unearthed the investigation's findings. The clandestine network under Feng Hua's command could unravel even the most discreet of schemes, let alone these petty tricks. It turned out that a lower-level employee at Yinghai Group had been deliberately disseminating rumors daily, claiming Su Yuan was being supported by a mysterious wealthy benefactor. The mastermind behind this was none other than Lin Xuejiao. Feng Hua, typically measured in his anger, found himself on edge today, as someone had struck at his vulnerable spot. His expression tightened, his gaze icy and filled with a murderous impulse. The wickedness of a woman's heart, employing such despicable tactics out of jealousy, was beyond his expectations. He had never anticipated Lin Xuejiao's character and conduct to be so deplorable. Being a cautious man, he believed that only those of high moral caliber should remain close to him. Now, he had to reconsider whether to keep Lin Xuejiao in his circle. He dialed her number. Instructing, "Come to my office." Lin Shuejiao's eyes sparkled with a honeyed glint, her heart swelling with joy. She checked her reflection, tidied her attire, touched up her lipstick, and sauntered into the CEO's office. "Mr. Feng, you called for me?" She beamed, her eyes brimming with allure. "I need you to purchase a necklace for me, priced over 100,000, suitable for a demure young lady," Feng Hua stated nonchalantly. Lin Shuejiao's expression shifted, the smile that had adorned her face vanishing in an instant. "Mr. Feng, who is it for, and what is her age?" Feng Hua, lost in thought, responded, "About 25 years old, for my wife." The revelation struck Lin Shuejiao like a thunderbolt, leaving her in a state of shock, as if doused in icy water. She had been closely following Feng Hua, scrutinizing his every move, yet had failed to detect any signs of a wife. How could he possibly be married? The news was so sudden and unexpected that she stood frozen, a statue of confusion. "You, being a woman, know what type of jewelry one prefers, so I entrust this task to you." Lin Shuejiao, still reeling, barely grasped Feng Hua's words. "What? Is there a problem?" Feng Hua suddenly raised his voice, taking on a serious tone. No problem," she stammered. After a moment's pause, she summoned her courage to inquire, "Mr. Feng, are you married?" "Yes, but it is not yet time to announce it. I hope you can keep this confidential for now." Lin Shuejiao felt a pang of anguish. She wished for nothing more than for Feng Hua to divorce immediately. How could he possibly want to keep his marriage a secret? Would that not paint her as a failure? Moreover, rumors were circulating about her in the company, and she hoped he could help dispel them. Though Feng Hua's words were courteous on the surface, they served as a warning that his wife should not be trifled with. "Understood, Mr. Feng," Lin Shuejiao replied, her spirit crushed as she exited the office. Her phone rang at an inopportune moment. "Jiaojia, everyone at the company is tarnishing Su Yuan's reputation. Just wait for the show to unfold." Lin Shuejiao, momentarily speechless, paused before responding, "Cease the rumors immediately and help her clear her name." "What, are you joking? Why?" Xiao Xia asked in astonishment. "You heard me correctly. If you don't comply, neither of us will survive in Yiqing City." That night, Lin Shuejiao drowned her sorrows in a bar, drinking to the point of inebriation. Engulfed in despair, in a dim corner, she slowly closed her eyes, as if resigning herself to fate. What have I amounted to over these years? Chapter 51. Eyewitness. Yiqing City was set to host a grand exhibition of renowned artworks, featuring masterpieces from around the world, spanning from ancient to modern times. These works, steeped in a rich history of over 5,000 years, exuded the fragrance of aged ink, intertwining with the contemporary realm of brush and ink. Su Yuan had cherished famous paintings since childhood, having attended no fewer than 100 exhibitions since her university days. As she browsed the advertisement page, she clicked into the exhibition's official website and purchased 2 tickets. As the moon began to ascend the treetops, Feng Hua and Su Yuan had already enjoyed dinner and were now strolling hand in hand through a nearby park. Inhaling the fresh air and admiring the whimsical clouds, Su Yuan adored these tranquil, leisurely moments. Suddenly, she turned to face Feng Hua, walking backward with a radiant gaze. "Ahua, would you accompany me to the Flourishing Flowers exhibition?" In the past, she had always gone alone or with friends, but this time, she wished to invite Feng Hua, hoping he would gain a deeper understanding of her passions. His heart melted at her adorably innocent expression, and a soft smile graced his lips, illuminating his features. "Of course, I've been keeping an eye on the exhibition too. I've loved Monet's work since childhood." To his surprise, Feng Hua also had a fondness for art exhibitions. In London, he had marveled at the masterpieces of Van Gogh, Monet, and Da Vinci at the Art Museum. Visiting an exhibition was akin to encountering an old acquaintance in a foreign land. Everyone interprets art uniquely, not necessarily correctly, but shared interests foster a profound spiritual connection. "What a coincidence, I didn't know you liked him too. Then we can explore the world within the paintings together." Su Yuan was overjoyed, thrilled to discover yet another shared passion. That moment, Feng Hua pulled 2 tickets from his pocket, waving them playfully in front of her. Su Yuan reached out to take them, and to her astonishment, they were tickets to the exhibition. "I bought them too." She had just made her purchase earlier that day, and it seemed that like-minded individuals shared similar interests, demonstrating their mutual understanding. Su Yuan tucked the tickets into her pocket, her eyes sparkling with delight. "Then I'll go and refund mine." Feng Hua gently ruffled her hair. "Go ahead, darling." The moonlight shone brightly, casting a glow over their faces and illuminating the cobblestone path beneath their feet. 2 days later, the exhibition commenced with great fervor. The venue was bustling with attendees, yet in order to maintain the exhibition's tranquility, entry was staggered. Su Yuan and Feng Hua donned understated attire, wearing masks and hats to blend in. When it was their turn to enter, the esteemed CEO obediently held the tickets, waiting in line. Surprisingly, Feng Hua's company was the largest sponsor of the exhibition, and he could have easily entered through the VIP entrance or reserved the entire venue. However, still concealing his identity, he chose to embrace the experience of mingling with the crowd for his wife's sake. Upon entering, Su Yuan quickly found the section dedicated to her favorite artist, Vermeer. Works such as Girl with a Pearl Earring, The Milkmaid, and The Lace Maker captivated her. She paused, immersing herself in the exquisite artistry before her. Feng Hua approached from behind, wrapping his arm around her shoulder and softly sharing his insights. Vermeer had a particular affinity for blue and lemon yellow, creating a harmonious palette that bestows a serene and elegant atmosphere upon his works. His observations were profound, insights that only someone with a deep understanding of the artist could articulate. Su Yuan turned to him, her eyes filled with admiration. "You like this artist too?" "I do, and even if I didn't, I would still seek to understand him." Thus, throughout their visit, Feng Hua patiently elaborated on various masterpieces and the distinctive styles of their creators. He seemed to possess an endless reservoir of knowledge, his mind akin to an expansive library. "Wow, husband, you are incredible," Su Yuan exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Feng Hua felt a warmth in his heart upon hearing her call him husband for the first time, and he gently kissed her forehead. Meanwhile, in another corner of the exhibition, Lin Xuejiao wandered aimlessly. Since learning of Feng Hua's marriage, she had succumbed to despair, losing hope in everything. She had come to the exhibition seeking solace, a flicker of motivation to continue living. Just then, she witnessed the tender moment between Feng Hua and Su Yuan as he kissed her forehead, a sight that pierced her heart. Witnessing all of this with her own eyes, her heart felt as if it were being cleaved apart. Weakly, she let her hands fall to her sides, her gaze hollow, and her steps felt as though they were encased in lead, rendering her immobile. As Su Yuan prepared to leave with Feng Hua, she turned her head and caught sight of Lin Xuejiao, the very woman who had warned her. The three of them locked eyes, and the atmosphere became unbearably tense. Feng Hua's cold expression seemed as if it could freeze the air around them. Lin Xuejiao's eyes were slightly reddened as she nodded slightly and quickly walked out of the art exhibition. Seeking a breath of fresh air outside, she had to admit, seeing them together caused her heart to ache to the point of suffocation. "Husband, who is she?" "Just a colleague of mine, nothing of significance." The following day at Li Feng Group, after enduring a profound sorrow, Lin Xuejiao submitted her resignation to Feng Hua. It was time to draw a line under everything, even though it was with great reluctance and sorrow. Feng Hua sat quietly in his office chair, regal as a king, intently focused on the resignation letter before him. His brow was furrowed, his gaze deep and piercing, lost in contemplation. How should he handle this? As long as Lin Xuejiao refrained from further mischief, he would allow her a way out, for his heart was not made of stone. After a day filled with bustling activity, people began to unwind. After work, Feng Hua brought home a fully equipped tea set, intending for the family to enjoy a cozy winter evening on the terrace. As night fell, the three of them sat leisurely around the stove, sheltered under a large camping umbrella to ward off the night dew, savoring life with warm wine and tea. The aroma of roasted oranges and peanuts wafted through the air, complemented by the soft, sweet scent of pastries, as the trio occasionally erupted into light-hearted laughter. The grandmother felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. Even her straightforward grandson was embracing a sense of ritual. She was grateful for Su Yuan's arrival, which had brought about a significant change in their home. As the night deepened, the grandmother, yawning repeatedly, decided to retire for the evening, leaving space for the two young people. In such a tranquil and beautiful night, it was the perfect time to share heartfelt words. Feng Hua gazed intensely at her. "Have you ever considered what it would be like to marry a top-tier wealthy man?" Su Yuan was taken aback by his sudden question. Her eyes fixed on him, and after a few seconds, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. "I never thought about it." Feng Hua, sensing her nonchalance towards the question, grew anxious, unsure if she could accept the disparity in their social standings. "Just think about it. Don't girls usually like to fantasize? Confronted with Feng Hua's persistent inquiries, Su Yuan began to ponder seriously. I have never considered it. I know I come from a humble background and won't have any connection with the wealthy. Besides, the world of the affluent is vast. I doubt I would intersect with them. People from different worlds. She was relatively indifferent to fame and fortune, simply wishing for a simple life, not wanting to get embroiled in the conflicts of high society. Feng Hua gazed at the expansive night view. The twinkling lights resembling a starry sky descended upon the earth. It was only now that he realized not all women were enamored with vanity and power. There indeed existed such admirable women in the world. Her demeanor radiated natural grace, with a kind and delicate heart that he had profoundly sensed during their time together. The tea on the stove emitted swirling white steam, the charcoal glowing warmly, creating a serene atmosphere. Yet, Feng Hua was reminded of how long he had concealed his identity, meticulously crafting every detail. If he revealed it, all his actions would appear to be a deliberate concealment. Lacking sincerity, troubled, he lowered his head and sighed unconsciously. Su Yuan noticed his despondency and inquired, "What's wrong?" Feng Hua hesitated, wishing she could accept and be willing to integrate into his world. Su Yuan presumed he was stressed about their earlier conversation regarding the wealthy and reassured him. "I am just glad to have met you, that you've made a name for yourself in Yiqing City. 70% of people can't compare to you. I'm already very content." Feng Hua squeezed her hand, nodding in agreement. Previously, his life revolved solely around work, often working overtime. Living a monotonous existence, it was only with Su Yuan that he discovered life could be vibrant and colorful. Su Yuan peeled open a sweet, steaming sweet potato, its aroma wafting through the air, and held it out to Feng Hua. He opened his mouth and took a hearty bite, the sweetness warming his heart. After swallowing a mouthful, he solemnly stated, "My parents are coming back next week." This was the first time Su Yuan had heard him mention his parents, so she listened attentively. He continued, "My parents are divorced, my father remarried and has a son. They currently manage the branch office in the UK, but plan to return to the country for development." As he shared this, Feng Hua's expression remained calm, as if he were recounting a tale unrelated to himself. Su Yuan understood that growing up in such a family, he must have felt little warmth. "What about your mother?" "She's in Sweden. I've heard it's a wonderful place to live with a high sense of happiness. After the divorce, she has been living there. Now that she knows I'm married, she plans to return to settle down, so she can help take care of the children." Upon hearing this, Su Yuan began to grasp his family situation. Feeling a mix of emotions, Feng Hua then spoke gravely, "When I was 8, a woman arrived with a 2-year-old boy, claiming he was my father's son. My mother scolded and cried, but in the end, she could not tolerate the infidelity and divorced him. That woman eventually became a daughter-in-law of the Feng family, but my grandmother never accepted her." This was Feng Hua's first time opening up to someone about his feelings. Perhaps he had long since moved on, yet he had always lived with a sense of loneliness. Su Yuan stood up and walked to his side, gently resting his head against her chest, her warmth melting the chill of winter. She too had never experienced the love of parents, having lived with her grandparents, and after their departure, she faced life alone. Thus, when she met Jiang Yuan, she desperately yearned to build a warm home with him, only to find herself mistaken. In that moment, they both felt that their encounter in the vast sea of humanity was destined, illuminating each other's lives. Su Yuan silently vowed to love this man before her wholeheartedly. The next day, both Feng Hua and Su Yuan went to work as usual. The grandmother, with a mischievous intent, sought to sneak into the young couple's room to discern their progress. This thick-headed grandson was still a source of concern. If he were merely putting on a show of affection before her, he would have to face her wrath. After the two spent an entire night chatting on the terrace, she was consumed by curiosity and could no longer sit still. She retrieved the spare key from the house, inserted it into the lock of their door, and with a click, the door swung open. To her surprise, it was unlocked. Evidently, they had not taken precautions against her. Stepping into the room, the grandmother scanned the surroundings and noticed a box of contraceptive pills on the cabinet. After examining the contents, she discovered that several pills were missing. Instead of being angry, she laughed. The fact that they required contraceptives indicated that this was no mere act. Next, she opened the drawer of the bedside table and found a box of condoms lying inside. A smile crept across her face, her eyes sparkling with mischief. She hurriedly fetched a needle and poked several holes in each condom, feeling a thrill of triumph as if her little scheme had succeeded. Were it not for her behind-the-scenes encouragement, the couple would have made far less progress. This time, her chubby great-grandson was surely just around the corner. Having completed her little deed, the grandmother returned everything to its original place, ensuring that no trace of her actions remained, and quietly exited, closing the door behind her. In the afternoon, as the sun dipped low in the sky, Feng Hua's mother, Fang Yingqiu, landed at the airport. Yinxing City, a familiar yet strange city, welcomed her return. Feng Hua personally went to the airport to greet her. It had been 2 years since they last met. "Welcome back to the country, Mom." Feng Hua gently embraced his mother, feeling the warmth of their reunion. Fang Yingqiu could clearly sense a change in her son. He had become gentler and more open. His demeanor significantly brightened as they drove. Feng Hua shared the changes in Yinxing City over the years, the developments in the company, and the story of his meeting and marrying Su Yuan. Fang Yingqiu was amazed. Realizing her son had encountered a wonderful twist of fate, thanks in no small part to the grandmother's subtle encouragement. In her time at the Feng family, she had enjoyed a good relationship with the grandmother, who had continued to think of her long after her departure. "However, Mom, you need to keep my identity a secret for now." Feng Hua was still hesitant to reveal everything, fearing the consequences. All right, his mother chuckled. "You re such a good catch. Don't mess this up. If she leaves, I'll see you cry without tears." "I know, Mom. I understand the balance. Just trust me." Feng Hua wanted to find a mature moment to disclose everything. After sharing so much, Fang Yingqiu developed a fondness for Su Yuan, eagerly anticipating their meeting. However, she decided to wait until she was settled before doing so, suppressing her excitement to meet her future daughter-in-law. She believed her son's choice would undoubtedly be the right one. Chapter 53. Winning over the future mother-in-law. Since the conclusion of Shen Zhuxin's birthday party, she had been living in a haze. Nearly every night, she sought solace in bars, drowning her sorrows. When sober, the pain was unbearable, and only a slight inebriation could numb her senses. She could never comprehend why, upon her return to the country, Hua had become so distant and aloof. She locked herself in her room, drawing the curtains, shutting out the world. Life had been much simpler in childhood, when they were inseparable, yet now, adulthood seemed to slip through her fingers. Memories flooded back, prompting her to hurriedly rummage through her cabinet for photographs from their youth. There was only one picture of them together, taken when they were 16, during a birthday celebration orchestrated by Feng Shui. She delicately framed it, preserving it in pristine condition for an extended period. In the dimly lit room, she partially lowered her lashes, her fingertips gently and cautiously caressing the old photograph. Subsequently, she carefully retrieved those gifts, each nestled in its own box, preserved with care. Every gift held memories, and as those memories intertwined, tears involuntarily slipped from the corners of her eyes. In this room, filled with countless little secrets, her longing for him was deeply locked away. His name spread like ink on rice paper, swiftly diffusing, yet this profound affection could never penetrate his heart. Shen Zhuxin wiped her tears and mustered the courage to dial Feng Hua's number again. Beep, beep, beep. She called twice in succession, but there was no answer. She knew Feng Hua was unwilling to acknowledge her, yet she could not resist the urge to reach out. She understood well that unless she took the initiative, their fragile connection would sever completely. She wondered if it was because he had a girlfriend now. However, someone of his stature would surely have that information circulate swiftly once he entered into a relationship. To confirm her suspicions, she racked her brain for a solution. In the end, she decided to visit Fang Yingqiu, who had just returned to the country. Upon her return, Shen Zhuxin rushed to express her concern and greetings, knowing Fang Yingqiu would likely be pleasantly surprised. Perhaps she could even position herself as the future daughter-in-law of the Feng family, fostering a good relationship in advance. With no way to approach Feng Hua directly, she resolved to win over her future mother-in-law first. With this thought, Shen Zhuxin's spirits lifted, and she promptly got up to prepare herself. She donned a light white coat and applied subtle makeup, presenting herself as the epitome of a well-behaved daughter-in-law. Next, she drove her Porsche to a high-end mall, purchasing expensive bird's nest and a set of La Mer products, totaling over 60,000. She knew she had to be generous to elicit her future mother-in-law's satisfaction. Fang Yingqiu was known for her passion for skincare and beauty, always maintaining a radiant complexion and poise. Shen Zhuxin felt confident that these gifts would surely capture her heart, with everything in place. She picked up her phone and dialed, adopting a sweet tone. Aunt Fong, it's Xin. I heard you returned to the country and wanted to come see you. Is this a convenient time? Fenghua had arranged for Fong Yingqiu to stay in a luxurious villa in the northern part of the city, and she had just finished tidying up, feeling quite pleased to be back home. Fong Yingqiu had watched Xin Juxin grow up, and after such a long separation, nostalgia was inevitable. Good. Come over. Auntie is very happy. Xin Juxin was pleasantly surprised. It seemed Aunt Fong truly liked her. Aunt Fong, please send me the address. Half an hour later, Xin Juxin's Porsche entered the villa district. The roses and tulips in the garden were in full bloom, and the cheerful chirping of birds filled the air, creating a refreshing atmosphere, ideal for living. Xin Juxin pressed the doorbell outside the courtyard, and the butler came out to greet her promptly. Miss Shen, you've arrived. As the butler spoke, he reached out to take the gifts from her, intending to assist her inside. Xin Juxin shot him a glare, refusing his help. She wanted to present the gifts personally and introduce each one to convey her sincerity. She walked straight into the villa's grand hall, spotting Aunt Fong in the living room. Fong Yingqiu sat there with grace and dignity, her expression radiating a bright, gentle, and serene smile. Aunt Fong, it's been a long time. You are even more beautiful. Xin Juxin approached and embraced her, pouring all her warmth into the gesture. Fong Yingqiu's face, hands, and skin remained fair and even luminous, showing no signs of aging. Xin Juxin was in awe, realizing what it meant to be an ageless beauty, envy filling her eyes. Xin, when did you return to the country? Fong Yingqiu grasped her wrist, cherishing the reunion warmly. I came back a month ago. Good girl, you've grown into a lovely young lady. Auntie has always liked you just as before. Hearing Fong Yingqiu's praise, Xin Juxin felt elated. This was a promising start. Thank you, Aunt Fong. Fong Yingqiu helped her settle onto the sofa and beckoned the butler. Inquiring, what would you like to drink? Honey grapefruit tea, Xin Juxin replied sweetly. And some pineapple cakes. Xin used to love those, Fong Yingqiu added, instructing the butler. Yes, madam. The butler nodded slightly before excusing himself to make arrangements. Xin Juxin felt a surge of delight. Aunt Fong still remembered her preferences, and seeing the smile on her face, she presumed she would be a wonderful mother-in-law. Ahua doesn't come to see you often. Does he? Xin Juxin shifted the topic to Fenghua, attempting to glean more information about him. He's busy with work now. He occasionally comes home for dinner. Indeed, managing such a large company must keep him quite occupied, leaving him little time for romance. It's understandable that he doesn't have a girlfriend now. The perceptive Fong Yingqiu immediately sensed Xin Juxin's intent to inquire, finding the conversation somewhat peculiar. Her son was currently in a discreet relationship, and as his mother, she would naturally refrain from interfering. Xin Juxin continued, there are many girls around him who admire him. Someone as exceptional as he is certainly deserving of an equally remarkable partner. Her words carried a double meaning, subtly implying that she was the most suitable match for Fenghua. Well, the youth today enjoy the freedom of love, and I will respect and support his choices. Fong Yingqiu neither confirmed nor denied the notion of Fenghua being in a relationship, choosing not to meddle in her children's marital affairs, especially considering her own marriage had ended in failure. Speaking too much could lead to missteps. Hearing this, Xin Juxin felt secretly pleased, having confirmed that Fenghua was indeed unattached. After gathering the information, she quickly bid farewell to Fong Yingqiu. Fong Yingqiu sighed, shaking her head. This girl is no longer innocent. As Xin Juxin crossed the villa's garden, the fragrance of roses enveloped her, carried by a gentle breeze that caressed her face and filled her nostrils. Sooner or later, she would return hand in hand with Fenghua to meet their parents. With this thought, a shy, joyous smile graced her face, and her heart felt as though it were filled with honey. Chapter 54. Inquiring about someone in a Riverside CF bookstore. Sunlight streamed through the glass windows, casting a warm glow in one corner and subtly dispelling the winter chill. He was busy preparing coffee for the patrons, the rich aroma wafting throughout the room. Miss Su, your package, the courier called hurriedly, placing the parcel on the table before departing. He rushed over to retrieve it, discovering it was sent by Wu Sitong. Upon opening it, she found 2 exquisite tickets for a Latin dance tour. Featuring none other than Wu Sitong herself, he bent down to touch her knee, memories flooding back in the day. She and Wu Sitong were partners in Latin dance, shining on stage with remarkable synergy. One day, they had to swap partners for a performance, and Su-He found herself paired with a remarkably handsome young man. He was exceptionally talented, and their chemistry was undeniable, prompting the audience to exclaim that they were the best couple. After that performance, the following evening, as Soo-hee was preparing to leave after practice, the elevator unexpectedly malfunctioned and plummeted. She thought she was doomed, yet miraculously survived, though her knee bore the injury that would prevent her from dancing for life. Xiao Yuan, do you have time tomorrow? Are you planning to shop or have hot pot? Miss Su? Neither. I want you to accompany me to a Latin dance performance tomorrow night. Soo-hee's tone was calm. On the other end of the line, Su Yuan fell silent for a moment, fearing that attending the performance would stir painful memories for Soo-hee in the past. Soo-hee had mentioned her knee injury, and she had assumed it was temporary, not realizing it was a lifelong condition. Soo-hee understood Su Yuan's concerns, but she had already moved on. Xiao Yuan, don't worry. This time, it's a farewell. All right, Su Yuan agreed. Meanwhile, outdoors on a lush green lawn, Nangong Yuzo was enjoying a game of golf, swinging with abandon amidst the fresh air and natural beauty. He stood at the tee, gripping the club tightly, his gaze focused on the distant hole. The ball soared towards its target like an arrow released from a bow. After sinking several consecutive shots, a sense of accomplishment surged within him. He walked towards the resting area, taking a moment to relish the gentle breeze and the fragrant grass. He silently anticipated the upcoming dance performance. Then, he pulled out the cherished ticket for the Latin dance show from his pocket, tracing its surface with his fingertips. This day had been a long time coming. 8 years prior, he had attended a Latin dance performance where a girl captivated him with her graceful movements, as if she were a startled swan or a gliding dragon in the crowd. He could spot her immediately, utterly entranced. After the performance, he encountered her again on the street, where she was helping a lost elderly woman from the countryside, who was carrying chickens, ducks, and various goods that emitted an unpleasant odor. The woman seemed unfamiliar with the city and appeared lost on her way to her children's home. She held the woman's hand, asking for directions, and not only did she not show any disdain, but she also gave the elderly woman 20 yuan and helped her onto the bus, reminding the driver to alert her when they arrived at her stop. She was kind and beautiful. However, after that encounter, he never saw her dance again. Yet her image remained indelibly etched in his heart, crystal clear even after 8 years. This time, he was determined to seek his answers. The next day, at the largest art center in Inxing City, the audience for the Latin dance performance began to trickle in. Soo-hee arrived early to purchase 2 drinks and a snack, waiting for Su Yuan. Xiao Yuan, over here. Soo-hee spotted her in the crowd and raised the 2 tickets high to signal her. As they entered the venue, Wu Sitong's large promotional poster caught their eye, showcasing her elegant figure and graceful dance moves. Before Soo-hee could catch more than a fleeting glimpse, the staff hurriedly urged her to present her ticket and enter the venue. The audience seats were filled to capacity, with everyone brimming with anticipation for the Latin dance performance. Soo-hee and Su Yuan held VIP tickets sent by Wu Sitong. Seated in the front are OW.in contrast. Nangong Yuze occupied the last row, wishing to quietly observe the performance from a corner. With a sudden snap, the lights dimmed. A solitary beam illuminated the center of the stage. The first performer was Wu Sitong, showcasing a solo Latin dance. Having danced at the Asian Games a few years prior, she had become a well-known figure in the Latin dance community, evolving into a modestly celebrated dance star. For years, she had been touring internationally, and this performance marked her long-awaited return to her hometown. In Inxing City, under the blazing lights, the Latin dance unfolded with poetic elegance. Each of Wu Sitong's movements radiated emotional expression, her spins exuding the vitality of life, as feelings intertwined and blossomed within the dance. The audience was entranced, and as the performance concluded, thunderous applause erupted. Soo-hee was already moved to tears. Her thoughts drifted far away. Had her knee not been injured back then, she too might be dazzling on stage now. Engaging in what one loves allows for complete immersion, and that sense of achievement and fulfillment can fill the void and anxiety within, enriching the spirit. Watching her longtime friend realize her dreams on stage filled her heart with joy. Yet an indescribable bittersweetness lingered. Her eyes were red, a lump caught in her throat, rendering her speechless. Su Yuan timely offered her a tissue and gently patted her back, understanding deeply the profound love Soo-hee held for dance. Life is often like this, filled with regrets and remorse. Everyone has a past that need not be forgotten, but one must learn to let go. Yes, I know, Su-hee replied. Su Yuan said nothing further, silently accompanying her, for letting go is a process that takes time. And the last row. Nan Gong Yuze's gaze remained fixed on the stage. Despite several performers gracing it, he still did not spot the familiar figure. His heart sinking to the depths of despair. Had she retired from the dance world? Or was she no longer present? After the performance concluded, Su Yuan personally drove the dejected Su-hee home, only feeling at ease once she had departed. Backstage, Wu Si-tong was removing her makeup, feeling that her performance had been flawless. She basked in the adoration of the crowd, her heart soaring. Teacher Wu? Someone is looking for you. Who? She responded impatiently, continuing her makeup removal, assuming it was yet another mindless fan seeking a photo or an autograph, unworthy of her attention. Nan Gong Yuze strode in without hesitation. The onlookers recognized him and dared not intervene. Itsu, young master Nan Gong. Wu Si-tong's tone shifted from irritation to a sweet, bright enthusiasm. It was indeed an honor for her to be sought after by young master Nan Gong. Yet, Nan Gong Yuze's gaze did not linger on her for even a second, nor did he engage in pleasantries, but directly inquired, Miss Wu, I am here to inquire about someone. Chapter 55. A long-awaited reunion. Who does young master Nan Gong wish to find? I shall share everything I know. Wu Si-tong gazed at Nan Gong Yuze with glimmering eyes, having admired him for quite some time. He produced a photograph, which depicted Su-hee during her earlier dancing days. Although slightly blurred, Wu Si-tong instantly recognized her long-familiar dance partner. This is my friend. She no longer dances. Tell me, where is she now? Nan Gong Yuze's expression was a mix of anticipation and concern. Unmistakable in its clarity, a hint of mischief flickered in her eyes. She is already married. Upon hearing this, Nan Gong Yuze's expression shifted, a sense of regret washing over him like a waning moon, leaving his heart shrouded in darkness. After returning home, Su-hee's mood remained unchanged, enveloped in endless desolation amidst the pitch-black night. The dream she had cherished for so many years now demanded relinquishment, and she yearned for an emotional outlet. With her parents on vacation, the house was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. She had no one to confide in. Lying in bed, sleep eluded her, her thoughts racing like a startled deer, unable to settle. Suddenly, an idea struck her. With her parents away, she could indulge in the nightlife herself. She rose, donned a coat, and applied a touch of makeup before stepping out. Hailing a taxi at the roadside, she instructed, to Zhiyiqing Bar, please. This bar in Yinxing City boasts an exceptional atmosphere, often fully booked. Tonight, she intended to relish the experience. The moment she entered the bar, the opulence and artistry before her left her in awe. The artfully arranged glass bottles and fresh flowers, combined with the gentle strains of soft jazz, created a mesmerizing ambience. The leather sofas, bathed in elusive lighting, exuded an exquisite, high-end quality. This was a fantastical space woven from art and alcohol, allowing one to momentarily escape the mundane world. She surveyed the surroundings and settled on a quiet, refined corner, claiming it as her own. Miss, what would you like to drink? The server inquired at a glass of hot red wine, accompanied by a fruit platter. She was unfamiliar with the bar's menu, so she opted for a basic selection. The late-night bar atmosphere resembled a tranquil lake, as the music caressed the soul like a gentle breeze, instilling a sense of calm. Taking a sip of the hot red wine, she found it mild and smooth. A single glass would not intoxicate her, allowing her to relax completely. After several sips, the sweet and sour flavors mingled with the rich aroma of fruits and essences, sending her into a mild euphoria, dispelling her previous gloom. How could there be such delightful wine? She exclaimed. Server, bring me another pot of hot red wine. The bar's offerings felt like a nourishing rain, revitalizing her parched spirit. She reveled in this night that belonged solely to her. Meanwhile, Nan Gong Yuze entered the bar with a somber demeanor, flanked by several bodyguards. His towering height and commanding presence made him appear luminous even in the dim light, drawing the admiration of numerous women. Wow, he's so handsome. If only he were my boyfriend. Then go ask for his WeChat. Hearing the commotion from a nearby group, Su-hee turned her gaze towards the source of excitement. Observing the women's barely contained enthusiasm, she could only smile wryly. Muttering, is it really that necessary? Having consumed 5 glasses, she was now heavily tipsy, her eyes becoming unfocused. The wine was gentle while drinking, but its after-effects were potent. In another corner of the bar, a group of flamboyantly dressed blonde men whispered among themselves, casting frequent glances in Soo-hye's direction. They plotted to approach her once she was sufficiently inebriated. The bar manager, noticing this scene, instinctively understood the men's intentions and kept a close eye on Soo-hye. As the men grew more animated, they urged one of their own to approach her. "Miss, are you here alone?" One man licked his lips, a lascivious glint in his eyes. Soo-hye shot him a glance, thinking, "Who is this brash kid?" She disdainfully ignored him, her face impassive. The man, invigorated by the challenge, relished the chance to provoke this aloof woman. The manager, sensing trouble, hurried to inform his boss, searching for Feng Shui. Ultimately, he was left with no choice but to knock on Nangong Yuze's private room door. "I apologize, young Master Nangong, but is the boss here?" Nangong Yuze, enjoying his drink, was interrupted. "What's the matter?" "There's a woman outside, seemingly in a bad mood, drinking alone, and a few ruffians are eyeing her," the manager replied, concern evident in his tone. "I will handle it." Nangong Yuze set down his glass and swiftly exited the room. Following the manager's guidance, he spotted Soo-hye cornered by the rowdy young men. Grabbing a cocktail from the bar, he strode over with a sense of purpose. "Step aside." The young man, taken aback by the commanding voice, raised his head to retort, "Who do you think you are?" But as he caught sight of Nangong Yuze's stern face, his words faltered, fading to a mere whisper. "Get lost." The young man fled like a refugee. Nangong Yuze seated himself opposite Feng Shui, shaking his head in exasperation. "A woman alone in a bar at this hour. Do you have no sense of safety? If anything were to happen here, especially since this is Feng Shui's establishment, I wouldn't bother." Soo-hye, already tipsy, laid her head on the table, mumbling incoherently, her dark hair obscuring half her face. Hearing someone scold her only soured her mood further. She lifted her head, retorting sharply, "Who are you to tell me what to do?" It was her, that familiar face. He gazed at her delicate features, still reminiscent of his cherished memories, traversing through the passage of time, yet remaining unchanged at last. After searching high and low, here you are, effortlessly within reach. My longed-for person. "Miss, you've had too much to drink. Where do you live? I'll take you home." Nangong Yuze's tone softened immediately, as if he had found a treasure. Yet Soo-hye resisted. "Who are you? Why do you care?" She was furious. Her intention was to enjoy a light-hearted evening, but the sudden intrusion of two men had ruined her mood. She was convinced that this man was attempting to deceive her. With that, she resumed pouring more wine down her throat. Nangong Yuze forcefully snatched the glass from her hand, lifting her effortlessly into his arms as he made for the exit. "What are you doing? Let me go." Soo-hye struggled against him, but he covered her mouth to avoid drawing attention. Upon stepping outside, she hastily found herself enveloped within the confines of the Palamara. Chapter 56. Please treat me to 3 meals on a winter's evening. The night sky was adorned with a myriad of stars, resembling silver sand sprinkled across a dark curtain, infusing the tranquil night with an air of romance and mystery. The Palamara sped along, the interior enveloped in silence. Soo-hye, inebriated to the point of oblivion, lay soundly asleep in the passenger seat. As the vehicle arrived at the underground garage of the Hilton Hotel, Nangong Yuze cradled her in his arms, making his way towards the exclusive elevator. Fortunately, it was nighttime and they were not photographed. Otherwise, tomorrow's trending topics would likely include headlines such as, "Shocking! Nangong Yuze carries a woman into a hotel at midnight," or "Breaking news. Nangong Yuze abducts a virtuous young lady." He dared not let his imagination wander further. Upon reaching the penthouse suite, Nangong Yuze gently placed Soo-hye upon the soft, plush bed. Awakened by the tugging, she slowly opened her eyes, bewildered. "Where am I?" she mumbled, her mouth reeking of alcohol. Nangong Yuze, undeterred by her state, responded with gentleness and patience, "You were intoxicated and, not knowing where you lived, I brought you here." Soo-hye, her gaze hazy, surveyed her surroundings. The spacious, opulent bedroom featured expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, offering a breathtaking view of the nightscape. The man before her was strikingly handsome, his exquisite features emanating an otherworldly allure that could ensnare anyone at first glance. In her stupor, she slurred, "Handsome, welcome to my dream. After all these years without a boyfriend, Having such a dashing man in my dream is not a loss. Slowly, she inched closer, nestling into his embrace, her long hair cascading chaotically over his arm. With a complexion as radiant as a peach blossom, her lips crimson as blood, and a hint of soft pink blooming at the corners of her eyes, she breathed softly. Nangong Yuza, exercising restraint, felt his heart, long encased in ice, begin to thaw. Calm down, you are already married. Suhi, in a state of utter confusion, mumbled incoherently, Who is married? Before drifting back into slumber, observing the intoxicating scent that clung to her and the makeup she had failed to remove. Nangong Yuza gently roused her once more. Let me clean you up before you sleep. It took considerable effort for him to remove her coat and sweater, revealing a sensuous thermal undershirt, her skin as fair as snow, with soft curves barely concealed. Exhausted and drenched in sweat, he painstakingly removed her makeup and applied moisturizing skincare products, his inexperience evident as she was hardly cooperative. At last, the task was accomplished, and he could finally rest easy. Suddenly, Suhi reached out, grasping his wrist, her voice a mere whisper, Stay with me. Nangong Yuza felt an overwhelming urge to yield. His affection, like long melted candy, flowed forth, hot and slow. He yearned to possess her in that moment. He was awake, yet it felt as though he were dreaming. For years, he had sought her, attending numerous dance performances in vain hope, only to be met with disappointment. Just as he had begun to relinquish hope, she appeared before him. Yet, the thought of her marriage cast a shadow of disillusionment and regret upon his heart. He fidgeted for a while, and he patiently stayed by her side until she finally fell asleep. That night, his heart burned like a roaring fire, threatening to erupt. In the early hours, he braved the cold, taking several cold showers to extinguish the flames that raged within. At last, he managed to pass the night in some semblance of peace. As dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight poured into the room, warm and inviting. He stirred awake, a throbbing headache reminding her of the excesses of the previous night. Pressing her index and middle fingers to her aching temples, she gradually regained consciousness. As she scanned her surroundings, she realized the spacious room was exquisitely and comfortably furnished, luxurious as a palace. Last night had not been a dream. Vague memories of being approached by two men at the bar came flooding back, followed by being escorted away. With a start, she sat up to check her belongings, relieved to find everything intact and untouched. Just then, Nangong Yuza emerged from a separate room. He was startled at first, then felt a wave of embarrassment, hastily pulling the covers tighter around herself. Did you bring me back last night? She inquired. Of course, he replied. What were you thinking? A young girl drinking alone in a bar in the dead of night? Do you have no sense of safety? His tone was serious, reprimanding her. Had he not intervened, the consequences could have been dire. He acknowledged her folly, sheepishly responding, There won't be a next time. An awkward silence descended as Nangong Yuza fell quiet. Suhi hurriedly gathered her clothes and belongings, ready to make her exit. Thank you, sir, she expressed hurriedly before striding towards the door. Nangong Yuza, his demeanor stern and imposing, called out, Wait. She turned back, awaiting his words. You owe me for last night's expenses at the bar and hotel. Are you not planning to repay me? His voice was calm yet laced with a palpable possessiveness. How much? She asked. At a total of 12,000. 8,000 for the hotel. Suhi's eyes widened. She could hardly muster such a sum. Feeling quite embarrassed, I didn't ask you to book such an expensive hotel. Nangong Yuza's gaze intensified, a flicker of anger in his eyes. Miss Su, rather than expressing gratitude for my assistance in bringing you back safely, you dare complain about the cost of the hotel? Without me, your reputation would be irreparably tarnished. No amount of money could restore it. Suhi fell silent, taken aback by his words. Can I pay you in installments? She mumbled quietly, having recently sent money home and needing to reserve funds for her CAF. She truly could not afford to pay all at once. I don't want the money. Treat me to 3 meals, and I will choose the locations, Nangong Yuza declared with an unyielding tone. Suhi quickly calculated in her mind. 3 meals shouldn't cost too much. Thus, she readily agreed. All right. Subsequently, Nangong Yuza produced his personal business card and handed it to her. Add my contact information. She took it and examined it closely. She noticed the phone number and WeChat QR code. When her eyes fell upon the name, she inhaled sharply. Nangong Yuza? No wonder he seemed so familiar. He was the heir of the Nangong group. Typically, she paid little attention to the wealthy elite, and her recollection of his appearance was vague. Now she understood everything. His looks, his demeanor, and his name were perfectly aligned. With this realization, she began to worry about the cost of those 3 meals. Suspecting even 20,000 might not suffice. What will be will be. There is no use fretting. He bid a hasty farewell, needing time to process the fact that she had shared a room with him last night. As if it were a dream. Nangong Yuza watched her retreating figure, his gaze soft and filled with tenderness. He found himself laughing at the absurdity of it all. She was already married, yet he yearned for further connection with her. Chapter 57. The beauty of companionship. On a sunlit morning, the warmth of the sun greeted Su Yuan, who awoke naturally. During the New Year holiday, she could temporarily set aside work and indulge in a leisurely, carefree lifestyle. Fenghua busied himself throughout the morning negotiating contracts with clients, planning to accompany Su Yuan back to her hometown in the afternoon. Su Yuan rose slowly, shuffling across the room in her fluffy slippers, stepping onto the balcony to let the sunlight awaken her. After freshening up, she emerged to find her grandmother enjoying music and practicing Tai Chi on the terrace. "Grandma, have you had breakfast?" "Oh, it's on the table. Brought by your sister." The breakfast had been delivered early in the morning by Feng Shui from Xingxianjuan. Since moving, Fenghua had arranged for his sister to manage breakfast, sparing Su Yuan the need to rise early. After some time of indulgence, she had gained 8 pounds, bringing her weight to a perfectly healthy level. Previously, both Fenghua and her grandmother had thought her too thin, purchasing numerous health supplements. This was the first time she truly felt the warmth of family care. Now, waking up to delicious food waiting for her, Su Yuan felt immense happiness. After finishing breakfast, it was just 10 o'clock, and the sunlight was just right. Su Yuan accompanied her grandmother for a stroll in the community. Basking in the sun. The greenery of the neighborhood was splendid, the air crisp and refreshing. Children played joyfully in the playground, creating a lively atmosphere. As Su Yuan supported her grandmother along the winding paths of the park. They chatted amiably. "Xiao Yuan, this is a wedding gift for Jechi." Her grandmother produced a large red envelope from her coat pocket, emblazoned with the character. Su Yuan quickly waved her hands. "Grandma, you don't need to give so much. Please keep some for yourself." She felt the thickness of the envelope, which contained at least 20,000 yuan. Her grandmother feigned displeasure, insisting, "I may be old and unable to visit in person, but this gift must be given." Unable to refuse her grandmother, Su Yuan accepted the envelope, her heart brimming with gratitude. The grandmother felt a pang of dissatisfaction. "It's all this rascal's fault for hiding his identity. Otherwise, I could have given more." Perhaps 80 or 100,000. At that moment, a kind-looking middle-aged woman approached, greeting Su Yuan's grandmother warmly. "Old lady." Her grandmother introduced her. "Xiao Yuan, this is Sister Zhang from our community, a friend of mine." Su Yuan nodded in acknowledgement, sweetly greeting, "Sister Zhang, hello." In truth, Sister Zhang had been the old lady's dedicated caretaker for 30 years, making her almost family. "Is this your granddaughter?" "She's quite beautiful," Sister Zhang inquired, feigning curiosity. Proudly, the grandmother replied, "This is my granddaughter-in-law." Sister Zhang's eyes sparkled with curiosity and warmth. Engrossed in conversation, the two women chatted animatedly, leaving Su Yuan in awe of her grandmother's social skills. Having just moved to the community, she had already made friends. Meanwhile, Su Yuan decided to head to the pharmacy to purchase some motion sickness patches and quietly slipped away. Strolling along the lakeside of the community park, where canna lilies bloomed vibrantly, she felt utterly content. She walked to the pharmacy to purchase a box of motion sickness patches, for she often experiences discomfort while traveling, and it is prudent to be prepared for long journeys. As she strolled back, she wished to create more opportunities for her grandmother and Aunt Zhang to converse, thus she took her time, pausing intermittently to capture photographs along the way. The lotus flowers in the lake were in full bloom, with sunlight filtering through the treetops, casting a dappled glow upon the water's surface and the petals, painting a series of flowing dreams. Several pavilions dotted the lakeside, where her grandmother and Aunt Zhang were seated. Engaged in lively conversation, Xu Yuan stopped not far from the pavilion, discreetly snapping candid shots of their interaction. In the busyness of life, she had come to realize how breathtaking the scenery around her truly was. Akin to a poetic masterpiece. At Li Fan Group, Fenghua was engaged in negotiations with clients over a billion-dollar proposal, delving into critical issues such as business plans, target demographics, and profit-sharing arrangements. He focused intently on every detail to avoid future complications. Knowing he would soon need to accompany Xu Yuan back to her hometown for the next 2 days. Just as the discussion reached a fervent peak, Fenghua's phone vibrated with its distinctive notification sound. Without hesitation, he picked it up to check. It was a candid photograph taken by Xu Yuan, capturing her grandmother and Aunt Zhang in animated conversation, surrounded by blooming lotuses and vibrant canna lilies, with his grandmother wearing a joyful smile. An exquisite scene. A faint smile crept across Fenghua's lips. The leadership and clients present at the meeting noticed his expression shift from stern to soft, prompting a collective sigh of relief, as the prospects for a successful collaboration appeared promising. With the president's mood brightening, it seemed likely he would agree to a 50-50 profit share. Yet, in the next moment, Fenghua set down his phone, reverting to a serious demeanor. Xu Yuan wandered by the lakeside, observing from a distance how her grandmother had not smiled so joyfully in a long while. With Aunt Zhang's companionship, her grandmother's life shone with vibrancy and no longer felt lonely. Her eyes glistened with moisture as a wave of guilt washed over her. Realizing how she had neglected to spend time with her grandmother amidst her and Fenghua's busy work schedules. Ahua, look at how happy Grandma is with company. We should make it a point to spend more time with her during our holidays. Our income may not be substantial yet, but we could save up enough to hire someone to keep her company. I'm worried about leaving her alone this time when we return home. What do you think? Xu Yuan sent Fenghua 3 consecutive messages. Upon receiving her messages, Fenghua felt a softening in his heart. He was struck by a singular thought: to expedite the conclusion of the meeting so he could accompany her back home. This project will be 50-50. Let's sign the contract immediately. The attendees exchanged incredulous glances, unable to believe that after such prolonged negotiations, Fenghua had readily acquiesced. This project entailed a vast resort development in the mountains, employing many local farmers who offered genuine, high-quality products and services without any pretense. Thus, project leaders sought to secure greater benefits and wages for the villagers. Historically, collaborations with Lifan Group had never exceeded a 40% share, and securing a partnership was considered fortunate. Everyone unanimously agreed that Fenghua was being exceptionally generous this time. The atmosphere in the meeting transformed into one of jubilation, with applause erupting as Fenghua was recognized as an empathetic president. Having previously researched the project, he knew that part of the resort was located in Xu Yuan's hometown. For her sake, he was willing to make significant concessions to benefit the local populace. Contracts were swiftly signed and stamped, executed with precision and professionalism. Each participant felt as if they were basking in a spring breeze, their faces adorned with hopeful smiles, as they sensed the beauty of a mutually beneficial partnership. Mr. Feng, it has been a pleasure collaborating with you. We look forward to a promising future. Thank you sincerely. Many extended their hands to shake Fenghua's, eagerly inviting him to join them for lunch. However, Fenghua's thoughts were solely occupied with his beloved wife at home, leaving him disinterested in such social engagements. Everyone, I have matters to attend to, so I must decline lunch. We'll have the opportunity to discuss further another time, he declared earnestly. Money is always to be made, but companionship is priceless. Chapter 58. Witnessing the president at work at noon, Fenghua, eager to return home, drove straight there. He had arranged for the villa's driver to deliver Aunt Zhang's luggage to Yujiazhang. Aunt Zhang, I have prepared a room for you. You will be living here to take care of Grandma, Fenghua instructed. Very well, young master, Aunt Zhang responded. Fenghua furrowed his brow, contemplating the need to keep his identity a secret. Aunt Zhang, please refrain from calling me young master here. Though Aunt Zhang was aware of the situation, she found it challenging to adjust after more than 20 years of using that title. What should I call you? Then, she asked, wary of offending him. You may call me Mr. Feng and Miss Su, he suggested. All right, Mr. Feng, she replied, though a trace of concern lingered in Fenghua's mind, hoping not to reveal too much in the details. Upon arriving at the 12th floor of the Yujiazhang complex, the door was opened by his grandmother, her face radiant with joy at the prospect of companionship. Hearing voices at the entrance, Xu Yuan peeked out from the kitchen, spatula in hand, and upon seeing Aunt Zhang following Fenghua with a suitcase, her expression turned to one of confusion. What is this? Fenghua explained leisurely. Aunt Zhang will be coming to our home to care for Grandma. Grandma pulled Aunt Zhang close, resembling old friends reunited after a long separation. Let me introduce you. Aunt Zhang also lives in our community and will now reside with us as a companion. After the introductions, the three exchanged knowing smiles, a silent understanding passing among them. Shi Yuan warmly welcomed Aunt Zhang. Please, come in and take a seat. We are all family now. She invited her grandmother and Aunt Zhang to the sofa to chat while waiting for the meal to be ready. Before long, dishes and a soup were prepared. Feng Hua donned an apron and personally served each dish to the table with meticulous skill. Aunt Zhang was astounded, her jaw nearly dropping in disbelief that the young master could do housework. The table was adorned with an appetizing spread: minced meat with peas, spicy stir-fried leafy greens, stir-fried green beans with potatoes, scallion oil shrimp, and pork bone lotus root soup. Despite being simple home-cooked dishes, they were prepared with great care and tasted exquisite. Aunt Zhang couldn't help but think that Feng Hua's culinary skills surpassed those of her 30-year experienced chef husband. With 4 chairs set around the table, Shi Yuan urged Aunt Zhang to join them. Aunt Zhang, please sit down and enjoy the meal. Yet Aunt Zhang felt a bit shy, having never shared a table with her employers in all her years at the Feng residence. She cast a cautious glance at Feng Hua. Fearing he might disapprove of her presence, Feng Hua, displaying a gentle and reassuring demeanor, encouraged her. Aunt Zhang, please sit down. Aunt Zhang hesitated but eventually took a seat, anxious not to inadvertently breach any unspoken rules. Shi Yuan, sensing her discomfort, filled Aunt Zhang's bowl with an abundance of food. Aunt Zhang, do eat more. Aunt Zhang nodded vigorously. Okay. As she savored a piece of potato, its soft, sweet, and perfectly cooked texture delighted her. She mused to herself that the young mistress was not only beautiful and unpretentious, but also well-educated and an excellent cook, a rare find indeed. Which explained why the young master held her in such high regard. The meal shattered Aunt Zhang's preconceived notions of a traditional wealthy family's young mistress, hinting that the Feng family's good fortune had only just begun. Shi Yuan was concerned about Aunt Zhang's situation. Grandma, does Aunt Zhang's family approve of her taking care of you? Aunt Zhang appeared flustered by the unexpected question, fearing an inappropriate response might raise suspicion. At that moment, Grandma interjected, Aunt Zhang is a professional caregiver and even a certified gold medal confinement nanny. After some time to think, Aunt Zhang joined in with a fabricated story. My son just got married and has gone on his honeymoon. I thought I might earn some money since I have time on my hands. Shi Yuan nodded in understanding, completely at ease with Grandma and Aunt Zhang's synchronized responses, placing her trust in Aunt Zhang to look after her grandmother. After lunch, Shi Yuan and Feng Hua drove directly to the Shi Ethnic Village. 2 cars filled with bodyguards trailed behind, all inconspicuously branded Volkswagens, as Feng Hua instructed them to maintain a distance of over 2 kilometers for protection. Seated in the passenger seat, Shi Yuan found Feng Hua considerate as he had prepared plenty of snacks and fruits for her. Gazing out at the retreating scenery, the sunlight evenly illuminated the surroundings, while soft music played in the car, creating a serene atmosphere. Shi Yuan peeled an orange, placing one slice in Feng Hua's mouth and another in her own, relishing the sweet and tangy flavor. She couldn't help but hum along to the melody. Filled with joy, Feng Hua turned to her. You seem particularly happy today, of course. It's been so long since I've returned home, she replied, pulling out her phone to capture various photographs of the scenery outside. You can come back anytime. I will accompany you, Feng Hua stated earnestly. Shi Yuan paused, warmth flooding her heart as she realized Feng Hua genuinely cared for her, treating her as family. Previously, when she had asked Zhang Yuan to accompany her anywhere, he would often express reluctance, especially when it came to visiting her rural hometown, where life was less convenient. Once, when she invited him to pick strawberries, he bluntly replied, I'm not going to help someone else do free labor. If you want to eat, just buy some. Shi Yuan had merely wished to enjoy the experience of picking fruit, but his harsh words had extinguished her enthusiasm. It was only upon meeting the right person that she discovered love is a profound connection and companionship. Someone willing to join her in all her whimsical pursuits. Reflecting on this, Shi Yuan felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude and nostalgia. Suddenly, Feng Hua pulled the car over to the side of the road. Shi Yuan, he called gently. She instinctively grasped her clothing, feeling a twinge of guilt as though he had discovered her thoughts of Zhang Yuan. There are many ponds nearby. Your cousin is getting married, and we should buy some aquatic products to take back. Shi Yuan was taken aback by the thoughtfulness displayed by Feng Hua. It was remarkable that he had considered such details. Given that seafood is not inexpensive, Feng Hua's generosity towards her family was truly heartwarming. She mused to herself that her cousins, having spent so long in the mountains, rarely indulged in seafood and would surely appreciate the treat. Feng Hua expertly maneuvered the vehicle down a narrow path to the pond, where the local proprietor greeted them warmly. "Sir, miss, you can select your seafood straight from the pond. We have a variety of local fish, crabs, and crayfish, among others." The owner also pointed to a nearby patch of lotus flowers, suggesting they could row over to dig for lotus roots. After listening to the proprietor's enthusiastic introduction, they picked up several large bamboo baskets, selecting seafood as if on a treasure hunt. Shi Yuan's joy was infectious, akin to that of a child, and she paid no mind to the wet hems of her pants. Feng Hua captured the moment with his phone, documenting her radiant and charming face, adorned with mud. In a vibrant album. 2 hours later, the baskets brimmed with an abundance of shrimp, crabs, fish, snails, and lotus roots. Feng Hua transformed into a portly figure as he carried the hefty baskets to the checkout for packaging. The bodyguards in the distance watched with beads of sweat forming. They were witnessing their president engage in physical labor, unable to lend a hand, as it was quite a sight to behold. On the return journey, Xu Yuan opened her phone to admire the colorful album, her heart swelling with a profound sense of happiness. Chapter 59. Pre-wedding concerns. As dusk settled, they successfully arrived at Shixiang Village. The first sight that greeted them was the ancient village, embraced by lush greenery, resembling a captivating ink wash painting, quietly unfurling before them. Xu Yuan felt a deep sense of belonging swell within her. Since her childhood, when she had followed her parents to the city for schooling, her visits had become infrequent. Yet, this place remained her roots, the very essence of her bloodline coursing through its soil. Each brick and tile before her was familiar yet tinged with strangeness, having aged through the passage of time. The village's entrance, a small market bustled with activity, where many grandmothers set up stalls selling vegetables, organic tea leaves, and local delicacies. They needed to traverse a narrow alley, so they parked at the village's entrance, with Feng Hua following behind, carrying some gifts. Just a few meters into the village, Xu Yuan spotted a familiar face approaching with a burden on her shoulder. Although time had etched lines on her face, her appearance remained unchanged, and Xu Yuan recognized her instantly. "Sister Haiyan, I'm back." Sister Haiyan was a neighbor of her cousin, with slightly dark skin and a few wrinkles at the corners of her eyes, yet still quite agile and robust. She regarded Xu Yuan with a serene and curious smile, momentarily failing to recognize her. "It's me, Xu Yuan," she explained. Suddenly, Sister Haiyan seemed to remember, casting a warm gaze filled with disbelief. "Little Yuan, is that you? You've grown so much. That's wonderful. Just being back is enough. Tomorrow is the big day." At that moment, Sister Haiyan retrieved a bag of organic fruit from her load and handed it to Xu Yuan, explaining that it was entirely natural and hard to find in the city. Unable to refuse such heartfelt generosity, Xu Yuan gratefully accepted the gift, touched by the sincerity behind it. "Thank you, Sister Haiyan. I'll head to my cousin's house now." Sister Haiyan nodded kindly, her eyes appreciating Feng Hua, who offered a polite nod and a gentle smile in return. Xu Yuan continued to lead Feng Hua along the cobbled stone path, flanked by the charming Shi ethnic residences, their unique architectural style exuding rich cultural nuances. The red lanterns swayed gently in the breeze, as if welcoming every guest from afar. Occasionally, melodious Shi songs echoed from a distance, their clear and delightful tones uplifting the spirit. Feng Hua observed the surroundings intently, recognizing the area's potential for tourism development. Indeed, many city dwellers are eager to experience ethnic culture. Since graduating, my cousin has been working as a tour guide in her hometown. While some houses appeared quaint and weathered, they were well-maintained, preserving their original charm. Feng Hua deeply felt the unique allure of this minority group. He thought to himself that the 5 profit-sharing points he relinquished in the meeting were indeed worth it. He envisioned further development, aspiring to construct more lodgings that showcase the Shi culture. With Xu Yuan's deep-rooted connections to the area and her understanding of local customs, she would undoubtedly manage well in time. She would become the proprietor of her own lodgings, earning a bit of pocket money. Feng Hua recognized Xu Yuan's ambition and aimed to support her in every opportunity. However, his identity remained undisclosed, leaving him uncertain of her acceptance, leading to thoughts that felt somewhat unrealistic. Xu Yuan enthusiastically shared insights into Shi cultural traditions, while Feng Hua gazed intently at her profile, feeling her beauty had blossomed. A right turn and a passage through another alley led them to her cousin's home. "That's my cousin's house," Xu Yuan indicated towards a quaint 2-story building, its exterior adorned with patches of moss. Festive red lanterns hung from the balcony, while bougainvillea and roses swayed in the wind. In the yard, a large tree stood, beneath which a cat and a dog lounged. Your cousin's house has a certain charm, Fenghua remarked. However, it is somewhat aged and damp, which might be uncomfortable for you. Worry creased Shiyuan's brow, considering Fenghua's reaction, as this was his first visit to the village. It's all right, I don't mind. Fenghua thought to himself that he would assist in building a new house for her cousin once the area was developed. Suddenly, he felt the weight of the items he was carrying and realized he had walked quite a distance. He set them down on the ground, taking a breath. Cousin, Shiyuan quickly called for help. Her cousin, along with their grandparents, rushed out to greet them. You've worked so hard, bringing so many things. Her cousin took the gifts from Fenghua's hands and led them inside. There are still many seafood items in the car. We'll need a few people to carry them all, Shiyuan mentioned. Juchi, call Wei Wei to help with the things from the car. Okay. Accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps descending the stairs, Su Jiaopan appeared before them. Sister Yuan, brother-in-law, you're here. Jiaopan, with her youthful innocence and sweet demeanor, greeted them. Fenghua smiled and nodded, while Shiyuan affectionately ruffled her hair, noting how much she had grown. Fenghua quickly integrated with the family, engaging in light conversation with the grandparents, who had spent their lives in the mountains and had never encountered such uniquely shaped seafood. They laughed joyfully, praising their thoughtfulness. After dinner, the grandmother pulled Shiyuan aside into a room. Little Yuan, you must look out for Juchi. She's marrying a man from the neighboring village named Lei Jinjia, but your sister Haiyan heard some unfavorable rumors recently. The wedding was scheduled for tomorrow, and there was a hint of worry in the grandmother's murky eyes. How does he treat your cousin? He came by to deliver gifts once, and although he was respectful, I couldn't discern much from that. The grandmother had painstakingly raised them, having endured hardships herself, and only wished for their happiness. Your cousin is deeply in love with him. She is already 3 months pregnant, yet he has only sent 5,000 yuan as a bride price, the grandmother lamented. After hearing this, Shiyuan's thoughts grew heavy, her mood shifting towards concern. As night deepened, Shiyuan resolved to have a serious conversation with her cousin. In Juchi's room, colorful flowers and balloons adorned the bedside, while a large double happiness character graced the wall, radiating joy. Shiyuan took Juchi's hand and subtly probed, Cousin, when it comes to marriage, the character and responsibility of the man are paramount. What are your thoughts on your fiancé? When Lei Jinjia was mentioned, Juchi's eyes sparkled with admiration. He treats me exceptionally well, showering me with love and emotional support. Although he lacks a car and a house at the moment, he is very ambitious, and I believe in him. Juchi sang her fiancé's praises, leaving Shiyuan hesitant to voice her concerns. Yet, Juchi did not seem to have genuinely contemplated her own future, which worried Shiyuan. Little Yuan, when are you and your brother-in-law getting married? Juchi countered, we're still in the process of adjusting to each other. Shiyuan replied with a gentle smile, unhurried. Love is akin to drinking water. One knows its temperature through personal experience. Whether appearances align with reality still requires time and sincerity to discern. Chapter 60. Subtle nuances of the wedding. The following morning marked the joyous occasion of Su Juchi's wedding. The Shi ethnic group's matrimonial customs are rich with rituals and etiquette, and the entire courtyard buzzed with a lively atmosphere. Villagers began arriving at dawn to lend their support, having cared for the orphaned sisters since childhood. The bride was in her chamber, being adorned in a resplendent red phoenix gown, complete with a phoenix crown. The gown featured intricate embroidery along the collar, cuffs, and hem, showcasing exquisite craftsmanship. The crown was fashioned from silver, strung with 5 porcelain beads that dangled at her cheeks. The silver pieces on either side of the crown jingled melodiously with each step, creating a sweet, crisp sound. This meticulous preparation was a heartfelt prayer for a blissful union and a happy life. Once the makeup artist had completed her work, a breathtaking she bride emerged, captivating all who beheld her. Wow, the bride is stunning, sister. You are more beautiful than a flower today. Several schoolgirls gathered around, showering her with compliments, as they had always adored witnessing weddings. Shiyuan was equally taken aback by the beauty of the Shi bridal attire. Layered and orderly, vibrant yet tasteful. Cousin, you must be happy, Shiyuan whispered in her ear, presenting her with a substantial red envelope bestowed by their grandmother. Upon seeing the generous gift, Juchi felt warmth welling in her eyes. Momentarily at a loss for words, this could cover nearly a year's salary, she exclaimed, "Its from Grandma." I hope you find happiness. As she accepted the envelope, tears of joy flowed freely, overwhelmed by the kindness shown by someone she had only met once. Please tell Grandma to take care of herself. I will visit her whenever I can. Sujuchi choked as she spoke, tears nearly ruining her makeup. Su Yuan used a handkerchief to wipe away her tears, urging her to stop crying, as it would not be becoming on such a day. At 7 in the morning, the sun began to rise. The bride's preparations were complete, awaiting the groom's arrival at the auspicious hour. Villagers of all ages gathered on the flagstone path in the alley, craning their necks in anticipation of the wedding procession. Half an hour later, the groom's entourage finally appeared in the distance. The procession resembled a jubilant dragon, lively and exuberant, clad in traditional Shi ethnic wedding attire, with the sound of drums and gongs echoing in the air as they joyfully approached to welcome the bride. Some carried a red sedan chair, while others bore gifts and offerings. The villagers buzzed with excitement, having prepared roadblock wine to test the groom's party. Feng Hua transformed into a photographer, capturing these precious moments with his DSLR. The usually aloof CEO surprisingly adopted various photo poses like half-squatting and bending his knees, appearing completely at ease. After a while, he could not resist pointing the camera at Su Yuan, clicking away, capturing numerous shots of her most natural smiles, leaving Feng Hua feeling immensely satisfied. Why do you keep taking pictures of me? Today is about the bride and groom. Su Yuan protested upon noticing most of the photos were of her. Feeling slightly guilty, my wife is the most beautiful. Feng Hua gazed at her, his once icy demeanor melting away, his eyes filled with unprecedented affection and tenderness in his eyes. He struggled to appreciate anyone else, finding them unworthy of his admiration. No more photos. After Su Yuan's firm objection, he reluctantly turned his camera towards the wedding scene instead. He thought to himself that when they eventually held their wedding, he would hire numerous photographers to capture every angle without missing a moment. As the wedding procession reached the village entrance, the bridesmaids had already set up obstacles along the way. Then, questions were posed to the groom about Sujuchi, her birthday, the location of their first date, her favorite foods. Lei Jinza managed to answer only 2 questions correctly, prompting murmurs of disbelief among the crowd. Su Yuan felt that the groom's attention to the bride was woefully inadequate. When the groom drew closer, Su Yuan finally saw his true appearance. He was slight and gaunt, with sunken eyes and a sallow complexion, likely a result of an irregular lifestyle. The yellowish stains between his index and middle fingers were unmistakable remnants of nicotine. Perhaps due to her grandmother's prior discussions about Lei Jinza, Su Yuan had a preconception that did not bode well for him. As melodious Shi folk songs filled the air, musicians joyfully blessed the newlyweds. After overcoming various challenges, the groom finally arrived at the bride's home. With the bride's father absent and her mother unable to attend, the ceremony was presided over by the grandparents. Lei Jinza approached his grandparents, offering a pot of tea as a simple gesture of thanks. According to local customs, the groom was expected to present a red envelope to the officiating elder, yet it remained unclear whether Lei Jinza was unaware or simply negligent. Soon after, he and several groomsmen hurried into Sujuchi's room. Wife, I've come to take you home. Sujuchi beamed with a sweet smile, filled with hope for their future together and the family they would build. At 9:09, the musicians played trumpets and flutes, and the elders called out, "The auspicious hour has arrived." Adorned with a phoenix crown and dressed in red, the bride was not allowed to touch the ground as she exited. "Come, I'll carry you." Lei Jinza crouched down to lift Sujuchi onto his back. Upon witnessing this, Sister Haiyan quickly intervened, advising against carrying a pregnant woman and suggesting a horizontal embrace instead. However, Lei Jinza's arm had been injured in the past, leaving him unable to lift heavy objects. Ignoring the crowd's cautions, he stubbornly hoisted Sujuchi onto his back. Sujuchi defended him, insisting it was fine as he was gentle. Sister Haiyan's eyes reflected a wave of unease as she took a deep breath, her gaze filled with bittersweet emotions. Su Yuan held an umbrella, trailing behind the carried Sujuchi, anxious for the well-being of the child in her sister's womb. She pondered whether Lei Jinza was being too self-centered, disregarding the well-being of the baby and her sister. Would he ever show her the respect, care, and affection she deserved in their marriage? The grandparents followed behind, tears pooling in their eyes. The grandmother wept like a child, supported by the grandfather, until the elderly couple finally paused, no longer able to continue. They gazed at the procession until it dwindled into the distance, becoming increasingly blurred. After assisting her cousin into the bridal sedan, Su Yuan turned away, her heart heavy with an indescribable sense of loss. Feng Hua, noticing her demeanor, offered comfort. Don't worry too much. She will visit often. She lowered her eyelashes, earnestly asking him, when you love someone, you should care about their feelings and consider them, right? Feng Hua, understanding her unspoken concerns, tightened his grip on her hand. Wife, if my cousin struggles in the future, we will support her. He embraced her gently, soothing her feelings of disappointment. This kind-hearted girl, who treated everyone with utmost gentleness, was like an invaluable treasure, cherished deeply within his heart. Chapter 61. The joy of tea picking after the wedding concluded and relatives began to depart. The Su family returned to an initial tranquility. The grandmother cleaned Su Juqi's room, ensuring it would be comfortable upon her return. Xiao Yuan, shall we go tea picking on the mountain with Sister Haiyan tomorrow? The grandmother inquired. Winter tea had ripened, and villagers were gradually heading up the mountain to harvest. The usually quiet tea mountains became lively during this season. Feng Hua and Su Yuan, having lived in the concrete jungle of a big city, found this connection to nature particularly intriguing. Ahua, why don't we take a couple of days off to go tea picking and spend more time with Grandma? Su Yuan was eager, brimming with excitement. All right. Feng Hua wished she could leave her job immediately, not wanting his wife to endure hardship. Su Yuan stepped into the courtyard and dialed Huang Kerson's number. Director, I've returned to my hometown to visit family and would like to request an extra couple of days off. Huang Kerson readily agreed, recognizing Su Yuan's work ethic. Just ensure a proper handover. Thank you. After hanging up, Su Yuan felt a wave of relief. Indeed, a change in leadership brought a refreshing change in mood. Finally, she could enjoy her vacation without worry. Nevertheless, she remained diligent, meticulously documenting client preferences and project updates. Once organized, she forwarded the handover to Liang Xian. Xian, please take care of these clients for the next 2 days. Sure, leave it to me. Liang Xian was secretly delighted. Previously, when she had taken a long leave, Su Yuan had gone above and beyond to assist her, so now, she was more than willing to help Su Yuan. However, she harbored her own ulterior motives. Once she became familiar with Su Yuan's premium clients, should Su Yuan ever leave the company, she would have a reason to take over those valuable accounts. Su Yuan successfully secured her time off, feeling as if she had just tasted honey. Unable to contain her joy, she eagerly shared the news with Feng Hua, linking her arm through his like a child. Ahua, the director approved my leave. Seeing her so elated, Feng Hua felt content as well. Since you're so happy, why not take a few more days off? Su Yuan instantly adopted a serious demeanor, gently but firmly stating, do you think the company is your home? You can take as much time off as you like. Both were workers, yet Feng Hua spoke so casually about taking long vacations, which was not Su Yuan's style at all. He playfully pinched her puffed cheeks, musings swirling in his mind. The company truly is your home. You are the boss. It was unfortunate that Su Yuan remained unaware of this truth, that she could indeed transform into a wealthy woman. The grandmother, overhearing their conversation, approached the courtyard, her murky eyes filled with gratitude and affection for Su Yuan as she gently stroked her hand. Xiao Yuan, stay a few more days. Your presence brings me joy. Su Yuan intertwined her arm with her grandmother's, softly replying, Grandma, we'll stay with you a little longer. For some reason, seeing her grandparents struggle in life made Su Yuan feel particularly heartbroken. Feng Hua added, Grandma, whenever you have time, come to the city. We'll take care of your food and accommodation. Though typically commanding and reserved, he could discuss mundane matters with the grandparents with great care. Perhaps due to the affection he felt for Su Yuan. Will you join us in tea picking, Grandma? She asked. The grandmother chuckled. I still have to set up my stall tomorrow. You two should pick plenty of fresh tea leaves to bring back to the city. The grandparents set up a small stall at the local market, selling black rice and bamboo leaf dumplings, as well as she specialty tea. The grandmother's culinary skills were exceptional, and many visitors praised her dishes. Often buying some black rice to take home, Su Yuan then realized that despite their age, her grandparents still worked hard to make a living, which left her feeling desolate. Grandma, can we help you carry things to set up the stall? No need. I want tea set up until 10 in the morning. You two need to head up the mountain early to pick tea. The best time to pick tea is from 7 to 11 in the morning when the buds are plump and green. Ensuring better quality, they plan to start tea picking at 8:30. Going too early would mean dealing with heavy dew, which could damage the leaves. All right, if you need help, just call us, and we'll be right there. Su Yuan remained concerned for her grandmother. The next morning, Su Yuan and Fenghua each carried bamboo baskets, following Sister Haiyan as they set off. Fenghua found it hard to believe that the CEO who casually sipped tea worth thousands was now experiencing tea picking for the first time. The morning tea mountain exudes an air of mystery and elegance, shrouded in a delicate veil of mist that seems to adorn it like a gossamer garment. Ahua, behold! The grandeur of this tea mountain is simply breathtaking. Fenghua gazes in the direction pointed out by Xu Yuan, where lush green tea leaves cluster on the slopes, undulating like waves, reminiscent of a vast emerald ocean. Sister Haiyan smiles at them, saying, "Allow me to teach you how to pick tea leaves." Xu Yuan, brimming with curiosity, immediately focuses on learning from Sister Haiyan. She bends down, rolls up her sleeves, and succinctly imparts the essentials of tea picking while demonstrating the technique. Point 1 must pluck 2 or 3 newly matured tea buds. Specifically 3 leaves and 1 bud. Xu Yuan learns swiftly, her slender fingers deftly weaving through the tea bushes, collecting the tender, glistening leaves. Each delicate bud appears to be a hidden treasure bestowed by nature. Fenghua, too, sets his sights on the task, extending his hand with determination. Alas! What was meant to be 3 leaves and 1 bud has now dwindled to 1 leaf and 1 bud. After several attempts yield similar results. His basket contains only a solitary leaf, akin to a balding gentleman. Xu Yuan stifles her laughter, yet continues to encourage him. Ahua, observe how Sister Haiyan picks the leaves. I believe you will soon master it. Fenghua again watches Sister Haiyan's deft movements as she skillfully pinches a stem and swiftly twists it off, her actions fluid and unhesitating. It doesn't appear overly difficult at all. Determined, Fenghua decides to give it another try. He identifies a target, slowly extends his hand, gently pinches the lower end, and with a swift twist, he succeeds. Elated, he cradles the harvested leaves in his hands, filled with joy. It dawns on him that everyone possesses their own areas of expertise. Even a grand CEO, adept at managing an entire corporation, may not excel in the art of tea picking. Nevertheless, Fenghua contemplates how to promote tourism in the area, enhancing the livelihoods of the locals. He decides to start with tea promotion, envisioning that next time, Lihua Group could procure their tea directly from this very location. As noon approaches, Sister Haiyan, having gathered a bountiful harvest, inquires about their progress. Xu Yuan glances at Sister Haiyan's overflowing bamboo basket, realizing that the combined contents of her and Fenghua's baskets pale in comparison to Sister Haiyan's alone. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she jestingly remarks, "Indeed, there's a stark difference between the professional and the novice." Nearby tea farmers, having also harvested generously, begin to sing a lively tea-picking song, their voices ringing out amidst the vibrant market. On their way home, the joyous melody of their harvest lingers in the air along the mountain path. Chapter 62. Displaying affection. Xiao Yuan, come have a meal at our home. At noon, with her grandmother out selling goods and unable to prepare lunch, Sister Haiyan warmly invites them. Xu Yuan hesitates, feeling a bit shy and concerned about imposing. Uncle Zhou has already prepared your meals at home, and Heng Heng is eager to see you. Uncle Zhou, the husband of Sister Haiyan, usually assists her in the tea business. All right, Xu Yuan concedes, not wanting to dismiss Sister Haiyan's kind offer. Let's first check on Grandma, then we will head over, of course, Sister Haiyan replies, as she also prepares to sun the tea leaves. Zhou Jingheng, Sister Haiyan's 10-year-old son, cannot go empty-handed, so Xu Yuan and Fenghua set off in search of a shop. Ahua, what should we buy? The shops here are few, primarily selling local specialties. Naturally, young boys are drawn to toys like cars and weapons, Fenghua confidently states. After a lengthy search, they finally discover a stationery store brimming with various supplies and toys. Since Zhou Jingheng is currently in school, he will surely need plenty of stationery. Without hesitation, Xu Yuan selects a backpack, pencil case, thermos, and more. Fenghua, unable to hold all the items, resorts to cradling them in his arms. Resembling a dutiful assistant. As they reach the toy section, a vibrant yellow excavator set catches Xu Yuan's eye, complete with 3 alloy vehicles and 5 pullback cars, all featuring built-in storage. This is surely an irresistible excavator for any young boy. This is the one, Fenghua declares with confidence. Ultimately, the couple approaches the cashier, laden with their purchases. The store owner beams with delight upon seeing their bounty, exclaiming, "Are you two buying gifts? Yes, please wrap them as presents." Xu Yuan nods in appreciation. They exit the stationery store, burdened with packages. Shall we check if Grandma needs assistance at her stall? Xu Yuan suggests, leading Fenghua along the bustling market street, scanning for her grandmother's stand. Under the colorful awnings of the market, villagers display neatly arranged fruits, vegetables, and local specialties. Exotic items unfamiliar to them catch their attention, while vendors enthusiastically promote their wares. Not far off, a food stall emits an enticing aroma. Steam rising from freshly cooked black rice. "There's Grandma," Shiyuan exclaims, spotting her stall and eagerly approaching. "Grandma, we came to see you. Do you need any help?" With a warm smile, Grandma replies, "There aren't too many customers right now. Why don't you sit down while I prepare something for you to taste?" Shiyuan and Fenghua take on the role of tourists, settling onto bamboo chairs beside the small stall, awaiting the delicious offerings from Grandma. The rustic charm of the locale deeply resonates with them, as they savor the purest happiness in life. Soon, fragrant black rice and bamboo leaf dumplings are served. The black rice, steamed in a bamboo basket, is delectably sticky, topped with a single red date, exquisitely petite. Ahua, this rice is wonderfully soft and fragrant, imbued with the aroma of bamboo leaves. "It's absolutely delicious," Shiyuan exclaims after taking a bite. Grandma then brews a fragrant pot of oolong tea. The high-quality leaves exuding a rich, earthy aroma. Fenghua, well-versed in the art of tea drinking, eagerly takes a sip. It's rich and mellow. Truly worthy of being one of the renowned tea villages, he muses. Such exceptional products deserve to be promoted. Shall we assist Grandma in her marketing efforts? Shiyuan's eyes widen with curiosity, sparkling like black grapes, as she inquires, "How do we promote it?" "Follow me." Fenghua playfully pulls her hand, leading her toward a bustling area. "Hello, may I offer you 100 yuan to help me watch over a handmade black rice stall?" Fenghua asks a passing tourist, gesturing toward Grandma's stall. The girl, her eyes alight with excitement, readily agrees. Enchanted by Fenghua's charm, Shiyuan gazes at Fenghua in awe, her heart swelling with admiration, as if witnessing the most beautiful aspect of life. "Ahua, your idea is brilliant." Seeing the emotion in her eyes fills Fenghua with happiness and contentment. With the current season's tourists not overly abundant, they aim to attract 50 customers. Passers-by glance at them, intrigued and admiring as they distribute money to draw in patrons. "Wow, look, he is so handsome. Is he a celebrity filming a variety show?" Drawing customers, and the girl is so pure and pretty. Thanks to their combined efforts, Grandma's stall soon attracts a flurry of customers, leaving the two elderly vendors bustling with activity, their every movement infused with a lively rhythm. By noon, after their hard work, Shiyuan and Fenghua arrive at Sister Haiyan's home. "Sister Haiyan, Uncle Zhou." Shiyuan greets as they step inside. "Ah, you're here. The dishes will be ready in a few minutes. Please make yourselves comfortable." Sister Haiyan calls from the kitchen. As they enter, they survey the decor. Though somewhat dated, everything is meticulously maintained. After a moment, Shiyuan spots Heng peeking from behind the sofa. Heng, come here to your aunt." Heng, a bit shy, stands at a distance, casting timid glances their way. Shiyuan approaches and gently takes his wrist, saying, Heng, look what your aunt brought for you." Heng follows her to the sofa, where he discovers the yellow excavator set, and his childlike excitement bursts forth. "Wow, an excavator! I love it." He rushes over to embrace the toy, eager to unpack and play. "Heng, you should thank your aunt." Sister Haiyan's voice carries from the kitchen, keeping a watchful eye on them. "Thank you, aunt." Heng's bright, clear eyes twinkle with joy. Shiyuan smiles and affectionately ruffles his hair, thinking what a sweet and polite child he is. Before long, the table is set with an array of dishes. Sister Haiyan notices a large bag on the nearby cupboard, filled with a brand new coat. "Xiaoyuan, did you buy this coat too?" Shiyuan shakes her head. That moment, Uncle Zhou enters with bowls and chopsticks. Chiming in, "I bought it. You're spending money recklessly." Though Sister Haiyan feigns annoyance, her eyes sparkle with delight as she pulls out the coat, examining it from every angle. It is the beautiful coat she has longed for but hesitated to purchase. "Old Zhou, this coat costs over 500, Sister Haiyan exclaims, feeling a pinch in her heart. Uncle Zhou gazes at her with a look of adoration, saying, "Buying it for you is worth every penny." Shiyuan observes the enduring affection between this middle-aged couple, her heart warmed by their love. Fenghua silently vows, "I, too, will cherish my wife in such a manner." Chapter 63. Reluctance to depart the following afternoon. They are set to leave Shixiang. Grandma has been tirelessly packing local specialties, black rice cakes, tea leaves, mushrooms, and more, since early morning. Xiao Yuan, promise you'll visit often. This time, Xu Yuan returns, enveloped in the warmth of familial love. Feeling deeply touched and reluctant to part. Grandmother, we will often come to see you. Observing the busy figures of my grandparents fills my heart with warmth, though they are not my direct relatives. They feel even closer. I recall the times when my mother returned home, solely preoccupied with the matters of bride price, neglecting my needs. This thought brought a slight redness to my eyes. The warmth of familial affection that had been missing in my life has found a soothing presence here. For the rest of my days, I wish to cherish my grandmother and her family even more. The morning slipped away before we realized why grandmother must go up the mountain each morning to gather wild leaves in preparation for selling. However, today's efforts to assist Su Yuan in packing have delayed her. Su Yuan and Feng Hua decided to accompany her to the mountain for gathering. Grandmother, we will go with you. We'll drive to help you bring back the wild leaves. Feng Hua said warmly. While others may showcase their luxury cars, they too would put on a show with their Cadillac for gathering wild leaves. Su Yuan and Feng Hua donned their jackets, placed straw hats on their heads, and slung bamboo baskets over their shoulders as they set off with their grandmother. As they slowly drove to the foot of the mountain, the gentle morning light bathed the earth in warmth. Upon exiting the vehicle, they followed their grandmother up the winding mountain path. It was yet another intimate encounter with nature, truly delightful. However, when it came time to gather the wild leaves, they encountered difficulties. They struggled to distinguish between the wild leaves and other similar foliage. Only those experienced in foraging could easily identify them. Gathering wild leaves was not akin to picking tea leaves. It was akin to searching for wild herbs scattered across the hills. After fumbling for half an hour without success, Su Yuan found numerous leaves resembling wild leaves in her bamboo basket. Noticing the contents, her grandmother kindly reminded her, "Dear child, you've picked the wrong leaves." Su Yuan scrutinized the leaves in her basket, unable to discern any significant differences. Feeling somewhat disheartened, she had come to assist but seemed to have made a mess instead. Yet, her grandmother patiently explained, "The wild leaves we seek are slightly tender and reddish, with small serrations along the edges." She showed Su Yuan the properly gathered leaves for comparison. With many people now foraging for wild leaves, only a few remained in the mountains, necessitating patience in their search. "Ahua, can you recognize them?" Su Yuan asked with a smile. "I can." Feng Hua replied with calm confidence. He was no longer the aloof CEO, but rather a novice learning to forage for wild leaves. This visit to the village exposed him to experiences previously unknown in his world. Su Yuan could hardly believe how quickly he identified the leaves. She hurried over to inspect the leaves in Feng Hua's basket. Lifting one to inquire of her grandmother, the expert asked, "This one, grandmother?" Upon hearing her, her grandmother looked over and said, "Yes, Ahua is quite capable, finding it so quickly." Feng Hua's eyes sparkled with a hint of pride after receiving the compliment. Su Yuan, glancing at the few leaves in her basket that were not wild leaves, felt a twinge of disappointment. "Here they are," Feng Hua exclaimed, hastening toward a cluster of lush wild leaf plants. As if he had discovered a new world, "I found them first." Su Yuan pushed past him, eager to claim the wild leaves for herself. Suddenly, a small snake slithered leisurely across Su Yuan's path, its tongue flicking in and out. "A snake!" Su Yuan screamed and took a large step forward. Feng Hua dropped his bamboo basket and rushed over to check. "Did it bite you?" Her grandmother approached as well. And upon seeing the snake, she smiled reassuringly. "Don't be afraid. This snake is quite docile and venom-free." She then grabbed a dry branch and shooed the snake away. Taking advantage of the commotion, Su Yuan stealthily gathered the tender wild leaves. Feeling secretly triumphant, in the end, her basket contained more leaves than Feng Hua's, and she wore a victorious smile. After completing the gathering, they descended the mountain in unison. Feng Hua placed the 3 bamboo baskets into the trunk of the Cadillac and drove home slowly. Sunshine, gentle breezes, wild leaves, and a beloved companion by her side. Everything felt so blissfully perfect. Had the employees of the Li Feng Group known that their esteemed president was foraging for wild leaves in the mountains, they would be utterly astonished. Along the mountain road, as the lush hills rolled by, Su Yuan cracked open a window to let the soft breeze fill the sea. In this tranquil village, it felt as though time had slowed. Upon returning to the village entrance, Villagers gathered to marvel as Feng Hua drove back with the wild leaves in the Cadillac. "Old lady, these wild leaves are quite valuable. They've even had a ride in a car. Your niece is beautiful and very filial." Faced with the teasing and compliments from the crowd, Su Yuan's grandmother beamed with joy. Upon arriving home, she poured the wild leaves into a bamboo basket to begin washing them. The cool mountain spring water cascaded over each leaf, cleansing them naturally. Her grandfather swiftly moved a stone mortar into the courtyard, ready to manually pound the wild leaves. Su Yuan and Feng Hua, seeing the mortar for the first time, were filled with curiosity, unable to envision its use. Her grandmother placed the washed wild leaves into the mortar, and her grandfather prepared a wooden pestle to begin the pounding. With each rise and fall of the pestle, the wild leaves began to transform beyond recognition. Feng Hua, eager to try, took the pestle from his grandfather. He mimicked his grandfather's posture, bending his knees and raising the pestle. As he pounded, the leaves gradually broke apart, losing their original form. Su Yuan eventually took a turn as well, and together they exerted tremendous effort to pulverize all the wild leaves. Engaged in this physically demanding task in the chilly weather, they found themselves sweating lightly. Making wild rice is truly no easy feat. Su Yuan exclaimed. Though feeling exhausted, she experienced a profound sense of accomplishment. Gazing at the bowl overflowing with crushed wild leaves, they felt proud of their hard work. After several hours of labor, the fragrant wild rice was finally ready. It was best enjoyed steaming hot, and Su Yuan scooped a spoonful to savor with some sausage. It's particularly delicious. The experience of eating at this time felt different. It was the fruit of their labor, and the taste was one of joy. As dusk fell at 5 o'clock, the evening glow broke through the clouds, creating a breathtaking spectacle. It was time to depart. The wave of melancholy filled their hearts. Su Yuan's eyes reflected a complex array of emotions: reluctance, nostalgia, and concern for her grandparents and cousin. Having faced many hardships in their lives, she hoped that they would spend their future days in peace and happiness. With teary eyes, her grandparents watched as the car slowly drove away until it was but a distant speck, gradually disappearing from view. That night, as her grandmother prepared for bed, she felt a cash envelope containing 20,000 yuan beneath her pillow. It was left by Su Yuan. Overwhelmed with emotion, her grandmother's tears flowed freely. Chapter 64. I will protect her. 88 in the evening, the car rolled into Inxing City. The road was adorned with vibrant neon lights reflecting off the pavement, and the starry sky sparkled above, marking their return to the bustling and familiar city. The energies of the countryside and city exchanged, filling Su Yuan's heart with a sense of fulfillment and abundance. Her grandmother had eagerly awaited her return, radiating joy throughout the day. Early in the morning, she had asked Sister Zhang to clean the house and prepare meals for their arrival. "Ahua, you must be tired from driving for so long," Su Yuan said warmly. During the journey, she had slept for 2 hours, feeling safe and secure as Feng Hua drove steadily. "It's not tiring when I'm with you," Feng Hua replied, gently patting her head. Upon reaching the community's entrance, her grandmother and Sister Zhang eagerly awaited them. Upon hearing that they had brought back many local specialties, the two were curious to witness these treasures from nature. "Grandmother, Sister Zhang, how have you been?" Su Yuan exclaimed as she embraced her grandmother. The deep longing she had felt melted away in that moment. "We've been well," her grandmother replied, gazing at the trunk filled to the brim, her heart swelling with emotion and concern. There were so many local specialties that Feng Hua wished he could call for his bodyguards to help carry them, but upon recalling his concealed identity, he reluctantly abandoned the idea. Feng Hua took the lead, with the 3 women assisting, and together they exerted considerable effort to bring everything back home. "This is wild rice. It needs to be soaked before cooking, along with the tea leaves and mushrooms," Su Yuan meticulously explained to Sister Zhang. After returning home, her first stop was to check on the flowers and plants on the terrace, which were thriving and well cared for. The television inside was playing, and the table was laden with her favorite dishes. This family loved her deeply, and she felt a strong sense of belonging. "Mr. Feng, Miss Su, shall we eat?" Sister Zhang set the table with bowls and chopsticks. Coming, after such a long journey, Su Yuan was indeed hungry. At the dining table, her grandmother incessantly inquired about Su Juqi's wedding and stories from the countryside. "Grandmother, the people in the mountains are so simple, and the air is wonderful. Many elders live to be 100 years old. We should visit them in the future. The wedding attire of the Shi ethnic group is beautiful. They wear phoenix gowns and crowns. As Su Yuan shared her experiences, her grandmother and sister Zhang listened intently. Even Feng Hua seemed captivated. The atmosphere was filled with laughter and a desire to share. It felt wonderfully harmonious. After the meal, her grandmother pulled Su Yuan to the living room to continue watching television and chatting. Su Yuan took out photos to show her grandmother, including scenes from the wedding, tea picking, and wild leaf gathering. They eventually came across many pictures of herself and Feng Hua, looking harmonious and sweet together. Her grandmother watched with satisfaction, as it was the sight she longed to see. Their conversation was occasionally punctuated by bursts of light laughter that filled the room. Sister Zhang, washing dishes in the kitchen, observed the joy shared between the young lady and the elder, finding it even more captivating than the television show. Feng Hua, half-heartedly leaning against the study door, occasionally caught snippets of their distant yet cheerful laughter, feeling a sense of contentment within. The sound was neither intrusive nor isolating. Rather, it exuded warmth and a sense of companionship. As night deepened, after Su Yuan finished her bath and emerged, both Grandma and Sister Zhang had long since vanished from sight. They always had an unspoken agreement to grant the young couple their space during the evening hours. Su Yuan gently pushed open the ajar door of the study. Inside, a profound silence enveloped the room, broken only by the weary glow of a warm yellow desk lamp. Feng Hua lay asleep on the chaise lounge, likely exhausted from a day of driving. Su Yuan tiptoed to fetch a thin blanket, intending to keep him warm. Just as she draped the blanket over him, a warm hand suddenly encircled her waist, pulling her into his embrace. How fragrant. She had just bathed, and the delightful scent of her shower gel lingered on her skin. "Are you awake?" Su Yuan inquired. "I'm so hungry." Feng Hua replied lazily. Su Yuan assumed he hadn't had enough for dinner and instinctively pried his hand away, preparing to rise and make him a late-night snack. "I'll go prepare something for you." "What do you want to eat?" Feng Hua reached for her once more, his lips brushing against her ear. His low voice laced with desire. "I meant that kind of hungry." Su Yuan felt a shiver run through her ears, her heart racing, and a blush crept onto her cheeks. She understood his implication. "You naughty one." In the next moment, his lips descended upon hers, soft and electrifying, lingering and teasing. Just as things escalated, Su Yuan abruptly pushed him away. "You haven't bathed yet." Realizing his actions were inappropriate, Feng Hua regained his composure. "I'll go take a shower." Back in the spacious master bathroom, Feng Hua filled the bathtub with warm water. He shed his clothes, his strong chest exposed to the air, his slim waist exuding an understated beauty infused with strength. He then reclined in the tub, closing his eyes to relish the momentary bliss. "Wife, I forgot to grab a towel." Feng Hua's voice echoed from the bathroom. "Look at your memory." Su Yuan muttered to herself as she searched for a towel to bring him. Upon stepping into the bathroom, she found Feng Hua lounging in the steamy bath, exuding an alluring laziness. His chest and neck remained above the water, hinting at well-defined muscles, as her gaze traveled down his exquisite physique. She couldn't help but feel an urge to explore further. Handing him the towel, she noticed one already placed beside the tub. "Don't you already have a towel?" Su Yuan exclaimed, feeling as though she had fallen into a trap. "I don't need a towel. I need you." With that, Feng Hua swiftly untied her bathrobe. Peeling away her clothes, Su Yuan realized there was no escape and surrendered like a docile kitten into his gentle embrace. The warm orange light flooded the bathroom, casting silhouettes of their bodies nearly merging into one. "Stop." Su Yuan suddenly interrupted in her state of enchantment. She dashed to the cabinet, retrieved a box of contraceptive pills, and prepared to take one. Feng Hua snatched it from her hands and decisively tossed it into the trash. "You're not allowed to take those anymore. I had side effects from the pills before. I can't get pregnant for 3 months." Feng Hua approached the nightstand, revealing a carefully prepared protection plan. "From now on, I will take care of you." Su Yuan gazed into his sincere eyes, her heart swelling with an indescribable softness. Feng Hua professed his love. "I will protect you and our future child. If we have one, our whole family will dote on him." Upon hearing these words, Su Yuan's eyes misted over, and her worries dissipated. Suddenly, the daunting prospect of carrying a child for 10 months no longer frightened her, for their offspring would come into the world enveloped in love. That night, outside, the moonlight shimmered like silver, while the bathroom radiated with the warmth of spring. Chapter 65. Extorted for 1 million at Enghai Group, the employees were diligently immersed in their tasks. After arriving at the company, Su Yuan took over the work that Li Yingxian had been managing. Xian, thank you for helping me follow up with the clients these past few days, and no need for thanks. It's what I should do. As they spoke, Su Yuan presented Li Yingxian with some local delicacies as a token of appreciation. These are specialties from my cousin's home. I brought some for you to tea. Li Yingxian opened the bag to inspect its contents. Thank you, Xiao Yuan. Perhaps Su Yuan was genuinely kind to her, but knowing her most shameful secret built a wall around Li Yingxuan's heart. If they ever fell out, Su Yuan might very well expose her secret. Having experienced betrayal from a boyfriend, she remained firmly convinced of the inherent ugliness of human nature. In the afternoon, while everyone was out to lunch, Li Yingxian quietly leaned closer to Su Yuan. Xiao Yuan, Yi Qianqian came to the company a few days ago. Su Yuan was taken aback. That name had gradually faded from her memory, only to resurface unexpectedly. What did she come for? She came to plead with the company leaders, asking if the compensation of 130,000 yuan could be paid in installments. Su Yuan's expression grew complex as unwelcome memories surged within her. She was reluctant to discuss Yi Qianqian. Li Yingxian continued. The clients refused, and given her track record of scheming against others, no one is willing to assist her. Su Yuan pondered for a moment before replying. After being a leader for so many years, she should be able to afford that amount. She probably ran into some difficulties. She brought this upon herself. Li Yingxian had nothing good to say about Yi Qianqian. Rumors of her misfortunes had spread throughout the company in recent days. Su Yuan felt that this matter no longer concerned her and chose not to meddle further, so she went downstairs for lunch. In the afternoon, Su Yuan remained focused on her work, immersing herself in her tasks with unwavering dedication. Unperturbed, she swiftly resolved any issues without internal strife. This was her usual style. After a 5-day break, the workload was slightly heavier today. Su Yuan remained engrossed in her work until nearly closing time when she finally felt the strain in her back and stretched. Xiao Yuan, tonight a client has booked the venue for a birthday party. Come help out at the store. He sent a message, and Su Yuan realized it had been a while since she had visited the store. Sure. When she finished work, she messaged Feng Hua. Hua, I'm heading to the bookstore tonight. Don't wait for me for dinner. Coincidentally, Feng Hua also had to work late, so he informed Grandma that they wouldn't be having dinner together. The weather outside was dismal. With a light drizzle and some traffic congestion, Su Yuan found herself stuck on the elevated highway, feeling a bit anxious. I might be late. I'm caught in traffic. Meanwhile, Su-hee was busy in the store, preparing food and setting up for the guests. Okay, be safe, she replied hurriedly. Stick close to her. Don't let her get away. A woman in the car following Su Yuan instructed. Su Yuan was too focused on the road ahead to notice she was being followed. After a 10-minute delay, the traffic police cleared the accident, allowing the vehicles to move slowly forward. Hurry. She headed towards the river. The woman in the back seat continued. That moment, the rain fell steadily from the sky, reducing visibility, making it difficult for Su Yuan to perceive the car behind her. She exited her vehicle, opened her umbrella, and stepped into the store amidst the light rain. Xiao Yuan, you're here. Can you help bring this steak inside? Of course. As soon as Su Yuan arrived at the store, she immediately got to work, as the guests were still waiting. After 2 hours of busyness, the guests began to leave, allowing them a moment to catch their breath. Su-hee, should we hire a couple of extra hands? Su Yuan asked. Su-hee considered the situation. Funds were tight at the moment, especially since she still needed to treat Nangong Yuza to 3 meals. Just the thought of him made Su-hee's brows furrow slightly. Given the current cold season and the slow business, she figured it would be better to hire someone when the weather warmed up and guests increased. All right, just manage your time well and allow yourself some social space. Otherwise, if you end up unmarried, don't blame me, Su Yuan teased. Haha, so you're worried I won't find a husband? Su-hee laughed heartily, understanding her friend's genuine concern. They exchanged jokes, and the atmosphere lightened, alleviating much of their fatigue. Together, they explored the new tea leaves Su Yuan had brought, which were rich in aroma and smooth in taste. Su-hee marveled. Indeed, the tea from the tea region is unparalleled. We should source from your cousin's hometown from now on. Sounds good. After tidying up the store, Su Yuan packed her bag and prepared to leave. The rain had ceased outside, but the sky remained gloomy, with a biting cold wind blowing against her. She shivered and tightened her coat as she hurried toward the parking lot. Hurry, she asked, coming out. Follow her, the woman whispered. accompanied by a man in black holding a sharp knife. They trailed Su Yuan closely along the high green belt by the roadside. Just as Su Yuan unlocked her car, a cold blade was suddenly pressed against her neck. "Don't move, come with me." The man in black led her into a secluded grove. Su Yuan recognized the voice as somewhat familiar but couldn't place it at the moment. As the man had obscured his face, tension coursed through her as she tried to recall who he was, but there was no time to think. Once they reached a secluded thicket, the man bound her hands with rope and blindfolded her. "Who are you? What do you want?" Su Yuan demanded angrily. The woman trailing behind spoke up, "What do we want? You're the reason we ended up like this, and you still have the nerve to ask." Her voice was low and eerie, like a serpent slithering from the ruins of memories, damp and chilling. Su Yuan didn't need to see her to know who it was. Su Yi Qianqian. Yi Qianqian's complexion changed abruptly, and she no longer pretended to be composed, directly tearing off the blindfold covering her eyes. "Ha, truly clever," Yi Qianqian said coldly. Su Yuan cast a frigid glance at them, her eyes laced with a hint of hatred. "You once conspired against me, and now you still refuse to see reason." Wang Ming, feeling somewhat intimidated, hesitated. "Cousin, perhaps we should just let her go." Yi Qianqian's voice was venomous. "What a joke. If we let her go, it's us who will perish." At that moment, her mother lay in the ICU, preparing for heart bypass surgery that required 200,000, while the company pressured her to repay 130,000. Driven to desperation, she resorted to this extreme measure. Like a deranged demon, Yi Qianqian snatched the knife from Wang Ming's hand and pressed it against Su Yuan's neck. "We only want money. Have your husband deposit 1 million cash in locker number 2 at Zhengyuan Health Center, or we shall all die together." Chapter 66. Injury to the artery 1 million. This woman has quite the appetite. Though they held a knife, Su Yuan, despite her inner turmoil, maintained a facade of calm. She thought to herself that the combined wealth she and Fenghua possessed was far less than that amount. Hoping to buy time to devise a plan, Yi Qianqian's eyes gleamed with malice as she relentlessly urged Su Yuan to produce her phone. "You have 5 minutes to call your husband." At that moment, the overcast sky began to drizzle, the cold rain piercing. 5 minutes passed. Yi Qianqian grew anxious, one hand gripping the knife while the other lunged for Su Yuan's phone. In her instinctive resistance, the sharp blade deeply cut into her wrist. Scalding blood flowed forth, mingling with the icy rain. Wang Ming remained paralyzed by fear, too terrified to move. Yi Qianqian, having lost her sanity, knew there was no turning back. Threatening Su Yuan with the knife, she dragged her toward the riverbank, emitting a chilling, sinister laugh. "Let us all perish together." Just as the situation reached a critical point, a pair of bright headlights suddenly blinded them. Nangong Yuza swiftly emerged from the vehicle, bellowing, "Let her go." Yi Qianqian and Wang Ming were momentarily stunned. As they squinted, they finally recognized the man. "Oh, Su Yuan, you truly are remarkable. Even married, there is a man willing to fight for you." Nangong Yuza's eyes glinted with a chilling fury, instantly recognizing the familiar faces at play in that tense standoff. He seized the opportunity and, in a swift motion, kicked the knife from Yi Qianqian's grasp. Having practiced martial arts since childhood and holding a black belt in Taekwondo, dealing with a woman was hardly a challenge for him. Yi Qianqian, utterly incensed, pointed at Wang Ming and shouted, "You are utterly useless." At that moment, the distant sound of police sirens echoed. "Cousin, I don't want to go to jail." Wang Ming's face turned pale, his body trembling. Yi Qianqian panicked, attempting once more to take Su Yuan as a hostage, but Nangong Yuza blocked her with his body. The police arrived swiftly, icy handcuffs clamped onto their wrists. Yi Qianqian closed her eyes in despair, tears streaming down her cheeks. Just before the police car's door shut, she cried out to Su Yuan, "Su Yuan, my mother is gravely ill in the ICU. I hope you can help me see her off one last time." At that moment, the police car door closed, drowning her words in the instant of its closure. Once the police car had departed, the scene fell into a chilling silence. "Yuza, how did you end up here?" Su Yuan asked, her face filled with gratitude. "Had it not been for his timely arrival, the consequences would have been dire. I happened to be out for a walk nearby." Nangong Yuza hesitated to reveal that he often came to secretly check on Su He. Since their reunion at the bar, he had taken to discreetly observing her every move and protecting her from the shadows. "Yuza, promise me you won't tell Hua about what happened tonight. I want to explain it to him myself. Nangong Yuza felt a twinge of confusion and concern but could only nod in agreement. At that moment, the downpour intensified, cascading like a waterfall, while blood continued to flow from Su Yuan's wrist, staining the ground red in the rain. Sister-in-law, your injury is severe. I must take you to the hospital. Nangong Yuza shouted over the storm, though much of his voice was swallowed by the rain. Su Yuan, having lost too much blood, appeared pale, as if she might faint at any moment. Without hesitation, Nangong Yuza scooped her up and placed her in the car, heading straight for Anshin Private Care Hospital. Doctor and I have a friend who is seriously injured and I'm bringing her to you. Nangong Yuza and Inayan were friends, and he instinctively sought his help. Understood, Inayan replied, swiftly preparing the emergency room, his compassionate heart prioritizing the urgency of saving lives. Upon reaching the hospital, Nangong Yuza disregarded the torrential rain, carrying Su Yuan through the downpour to the stretcher. Due to her significant blood loss, her consciousness began to fade. Once in the emergency room, Inayan, amidst the chaos, recognized a familiar face and was momentarily taken aback. However, there was no time to ponder as he needed to conduct an examination. Worry evident in his eyes. She's injured her artery. We must stop the bleeding. The emergency room door slammed shut, leaving Nangong Yuza outside, drenched and disheveled. In the Yuezhi Zhejiang community, Fenghua returned home from work as usual. Upon entering, he saw his grandmother and Aunt Zhang. They exchanged worried glances. Hasn't Xiao Yuan returned yet? Both shook their heads, sensing that something was amiss, as they had assumed the young couple would return together. In a panic, Fenghua dialed Su Yuan's number, but it rang 3 times without an answer. Just then, Nangong Yuza's call came through, his tone urgent. Huazi, your sister-in-law has been injured and is at the hospital. Fenghua nearly roared. What did you say? He dropped his laptop bag and, disregarding everything, dashed into the torrential rain towards the hospital. However, the downpour grew heavier, obscuring his view of the road. A traffic officer halted him, advising against proceeding any further. Ignoring the warnings, he pressed on, tears streaming down his face, his heart breaking like the storm outside. At the hospital, Su Yuan had successfully stopped the bleeding, with the doctor wrapping her wrist in thick bandages. Gradually, she regained consciousness and was transferred to a regular ward for IV therapy. Inayan gazed at her with concern. What happened? Su Yuan could not hide the truth from him. The doctor could easily see she had been cut by a knife. She recounted the events involving Yi Qianqian in detail. Inayan looked at her with tender eyes, filled with compassion. You are always so considerate of others, shouldering everything yourself. Unable to contain himself, he pulled her into an embrace. His throat constricted with emotion, leaving him unable to utter another word. He could hardly bear to imagine how this beautiful girl had faced such darkness with such courage. The intimate contact made Su Yuan feel uncomfortable, wanting to push him away, but her injured hand lacked the strength to do so. Inayan held her tighter. At that moment, the ward door swung open forcefully, revealing Fenghua, drenched and disheveled, standing at the entrance. Upon seeing this scene, his dark eyes darkened, a sharp pain piercing through him. Su Yuan's face instantly lit up with a sweet smile upon seeing Fenghua. Doctor and my husband is here. Inayan glanced at Fenghua, immediately releasing Su Yuan from his embrace, his expression one of shock. So her husband is the president of the Feng Corporation. He had lost completely. His heart skipped a beat, though he had seen Su Yuan's social media posts. They were merely glimpses of her back, leading him to believe she was simply dating. Confronted with the reality of her marriage, his heart felt as though it were being sliced. Ultimately, Inayan wisely exited the ward. Fenghua withdrew his hostile gaze, his clenched fists gradually relaxing, though traces of jealousy remained on his face. How did this happen? Who hurt you? Fenghua did not question Inayan's relationship with her, but rather expressed concern for her injury. Su Yuan smiled reassuringly. I'm fine. It was just a slip on the rainy road. Chapter 67. Investigating the surveillance, Su Yuan appeared haggard, her long eyelashes fluttering as her watery eyes looked up at Fenghua. She felt a twinge of guilt, barely believing her own words. Fenghua's brows knitted together slightly. As a shrewd businessman, adept at reading people's hearts, he would not be easily fooled. He couldn't believe that a mere fall could lead to such a severe injury to an artery, and resolved to investigate further before drawing any conclusions. While he outwardly accepted her explanation, he refrained from probing further. Someone had already discreetly informed the hospital director of the president's arrival. The director hurried over but dared only to linger at the door, needing to cooperate with the president to keep his identity hidden. After a while, once Su Yuan had closed her eyes to rest, Feng Hua quietly stepped outside, where the director approached him, bowing respectfully. President Feng. He spoke earnestly to the director. Although this is a regular ward, ensure that the medications are of the highest quality. The director, an elderly man with graying hair, stood in his white coat, nodding as though he had received a royal decree. Rest assured, President Feng Hua's gaze dimmed, his mood noticeably poor, and he had little desire to engage in pleasantries with the director, who took the hint and excused himself. Subsequently, he took out his phone and called a private investigator, commanding, retrieve all surveillance footage from Shu Liu-Ka in the vicinity. The investigator responded, President Feng, do you mean all the footage from today? Yes, have it to me by 8 tomorrow morning. As night deepened, time seemed trapped in the stillness of the dark. Feng Hua arranged for a VIP room to stay overnight, intending to keep a vigil and watch over her as the night wore on. He lay in bed, his thoughts tangled, and only as dawn broke did he finally succumb to sleep. At 7 in the morning, Feng Hua was jolted awake by the ringing of his phone. President, the surveillance footage you requested has been sent to your email. Okay. Feng Hua, still groggy, forced himself out of bed, having only slept for 2 hours, and felt a slight throbbing in his head. In his immediate response, he did not rush to review the surveillance footage. Instead, he hurried to the hospital room to check on Su Yuan. Upon pushing open the door, he beheld Su Yuan lying quietly on the hospital bed, her breathing steady as she remained deeply asleep. Only then did he feel a sense of relief and returned to his own room. Subsequently, he opened his laptop, extracted the footage, and began to watch it slowly as the progress bar advanced. A storm brewed in his eyes upon witnessing Yi Qianqian and Wang Ming threatening her with a knife. The next scene revealed the harrowing image of a wrist being stabbed while trying to snatch a phone, blood gushing profusely. Damn it! He slammed his hand on the table, loathing himself for failing to protect her. He lacked the courage to continue watching, for it struck at his very core. He requested the detailed information about Yi Qianqian's mother. All right, President phoned, at 8 in the morning. After enduring the storm of the previous night, the sky appeared exceptionally bright. It hurts. It really hurts. In the hospital room, Su Yuan groggily awakened as the effects of the painkillers wore off, her wrist throbbing painfully. Hearing the nurse's call, Feng Hua rushed over. Su Yuan was drenched in a fine sheen of sweat from the pain, and it pained him as if he were being cut by a knife. He gently took a tissue to wipe her forehead, cherishing her like a precious treasure. After the doctor administered pain relief, her suffering subsided significantly. She would need to receive anti-inflammatory and pain relief injections regularly and stay hospitalized for 3 days of observation. Once the doctor finished the instructions and exited, Su Yuan lay weakly in bed, her lips pale, yet she managed to muster a faint smile. Hua, thank you for your hard work. The nurse brought in a nutritious breakfast porridge, and Feng Hua sat down to feed her. You should go home to rest tonight. Staying up late will wear you down. Despite her injuries, Su Yuan remained considerate of others. Let us hire a caregiver, Feng Hua suggested as Su Yuan furrowed her brows, worry etched in her eyes. How about we get a caregiver who can tend to several patients? Hiring one solely for me would be too expensive. Feng Hua stroked her head, thinking she was truly foolish. However, he had no intention of going home to sleep. He wanted to stay by her side until she was discharged. He reluctantly agreed. But I just started work and now I have to take leave again, Su Yuan said, her head bowed, sounding like a discontented child. No worries. I can take care of you, Feng Hua declared boldly, slapping his chest. Su Yuan broke into a smile, her pale face revealing a strained grin. It wasn't that she doubted Feng Hua's ability to support her, but she was concerned about the pressure it would impose on him. Every time Feng Hua noticed Su Yuan troubled by stress, it left an unpleasant feeling in his heart. He picked up an orange, peeled it with his bare hands, the sour juice of the peel permeating the air. He was organizing his thoughts, intending to disclose his true identity. Su Yuan spoke first. Hua, let's not tell Grandma just yet. Say I'm staying at Su He's for a few days. Feng Hua understood her intention to spare Grandma from worry, yet he felt it was unfair to her. All right, he nodded. The sour juice from the orange peel accidentally dripped into his eye, causing him to squint and nearly shed a tear. Once peeled, He placed a segment of the orange into Su Yuan's mouth. "So sweet," she said with a smile. "Actually, I'm—" The words the president of Li Feng Group remained unspoken. Just then, the head nurse entered with a medicine bottle, interrupting him. It's time for a dressing change. Feng Hua looked up and realized the 4-bag was empty, the drug line showing signs of blood return. He apologetically made way for the nurse to change the dressing, as she worked. The nurse chided, as a family member, "You should be more attentive." She was new and unaware that this was the esteemed president, speaking without courtesy. Feng Hua silently accepted the reprimand, acknowledging that he had indeed been remiss in his care. "The patient needs to rest." The nurse gestured for Feng Hua to step out, closing the door behind her. Feng Hua held the remaining half of the orange in his hand, plucking a piece to pop into his mouth. How sour, just like the bitterness within him. After returning to his room, he received a report from a private investigator. Yi Qianqian's mother, Du Milan, 58 years old, is currently in the ICU awaiting surgery, requiring a surgical fee of 200,000. She resorted to threatening Miss Su out of desperation, but the doctor indicated that the surgery may not hold much significance. The investigator worked swiftly, providing him with detailed information. A wave of indescribable emotions washed over him. The depths of human depravity could be astonishing. Approaching noon, he realized he needed to return home. Otherwise, Grandma would worry. Thus, he drove to the Yujiozhang community, his eyelids heavy with fatigue. Upon arriving home, he found Grandma and Aunt Zhang absent, likely out shopping or taking a stroll. He returned to his room, sleepiness overtaking him, and prepared to lie down for a brief rest. The sunflowers by the window had begun to wither, and the absence of a female presence in the home rendered it lifeless. Feng Hua lay down, clutching Su Yuan's pillow, greedily inhaling her scent. His gaze remained fixed on the sunflowers, envisioning her as one, striving to grow towards the sun regardless of the environment. She represented a small slice of happiness in his life, a symbol of hope. He vowed to dedicate his life to nurturing this sunflower. Chapter 68. Letting go. Knock, knock, knock. Ahua. It's time for lunch. Grandma's voice roused him from his slumber. Feng Hua's eyelids bore deep circles, his complexion haggard, eyes filled with exhaustion. Why didn't you come back last night? Where is Xiao Yuan? Noticing something amiss, Grandma approached with concern. Feng Hua rubbed the back of his head, mustering his spirits. I was out socializing and got drunk, so I took a room for the night. Xiao Yuan is staying at Su He's for a few days. Following Su Yuan's instructions, Feng Hua fabricated the lie effortlessly, with no hint of inconsistency. Grandma could only cluck her tongue disapprovingly at their lifestyle. I was hoping to hold my great-grandchild soon. She shot Feng Hua a disapproving glance, pondering her eldest grandson's stubbornness. You need to come clean about your identity soon. You can't keep this up for long. Procrastination will get you nowhere. Grandma began her usual tirade, lecturing her grandson. Feng Hua, already suffering from a headache and preoccupied with Su Yuan lying in the hospital, tuned her out. At the dinner table, the atmosphere felt somber with Su Yuan's absence. Even Grandma lost her appetite. These are all dishes Xiao Yuan loves. Tell her to come home soon, Grandma remarked, eyeing the food on the table. A shadow of melancholy crossed Feng Hua's eyes as he thought of her injuries. Wishing fervently for her swift recovery, after the meal, he tidied himself up, attempting to mask his fatigue, then drove briskly to the hospital. At the hospital, Anian was making his rounds. He was particularly worried about Su Yuan. Each glance imbued with concern. Does it still hurt? Try not to lift heavy objects for the next 3 months. Su Yuan smiled and nodded, reassuring him not to worry. Thank you, Senior. It doesn't hurt anymore. In the hospital room, Anian maintained a polite distance, having become more reserved since learning her husband was President Feng. Just then, the door swung open, revealing Feng Hua, who paused momentarily upon seeing Anian. His face instantly turned cold, lips pressed tightly together without uttering a word. Anian unwisely excused himself, leaving the space for the two of them. Half an hour later, in Anian's office, Feng Hua entered uninvited. President Feng, it's rare to see you here. Anian greeted him and poured a glass of water. Feng Hua's cold demeanor revealed a flicker of displeasure, his eyes flashing with sharp intensity. Shall we talk? Of course, feel free to speak your mind. Although Anian held on to his masculine pride, he was acutely aware of the hierarchy, recognizing Feng Hua as his superior. You should know how her injuries occurred. Feng Hua inquired with calm authority. Nin, perceptive as he was, understood that Feng Hua had likely already pieced together the circumstances. She was attacked. I will arrange for 2 bodyguards to protect her around the clock. Feng Hua felt guilt for not having protected her adequately, simultaneously asserting his claim over her, making it clear to any man interested in her that they would not come close. Though they maintained a facade of civility, an invisible struggle simmered beneath the surface. And understood all too well that the beautiful girl from their youth was now entirely beyond his reach. Itili phone group. Feng Hua strode purposefully into his exclusive office. Lin Xuejiao spotted him in the corridor first. Her face bore signs of fatigue, but her hair was neatly styled, and her exhaustion could not overshadow her inherent beauty. Remembering the president's previous warnings, she felt a twinge of fear. "Good afternoon, President Feng," Lin Xuejiao greeted nervously. He replied curtly. In recent times, Feng Hua had been preoccupied with accompanying Su Yuan on vacation, neglecting to deal with her issues. Upon entering his private office, Yang Qian arrived just in time. "President Feng, you finally made it." Yang Qian greeted him with a warm smile. Feng Hua's expression was weary, his gaze dim, devoid of its usual vibrancy. "Please sit down. I have something important to discuss with you." Feng Hua crossed his long legs, exuding an air of authority. "Lin Xuejiao has submitted her resignation. What are your thoughts on this matter?" Upon hearing this, Yang Qian promptly wiped the smile from his face. He recognized that Lin Xuejiao had crossed Feng Hua's line and could no longer remain in his orbit. "The British branch is currently understaffed. Perhaps we could transfer her there?" Yang Qian suggested thoughtfully, a reasonable proposal. Feng Hua's brows furrowed slightly, memories flooding back over the years. Lin Xuejiao had once been his university classmate, diligently working by his side for years, only to veer off course due to her misguided intentions. Truly a pity. "Call her in," Feng Hua instructed. Yang Qian understood the situation immediately and withdrew, summoning Lin Xuejiao to come in. Lin Xuejiao entered with a glimmer of hope in her eyes, believing that Feng Hua would not accept her resignation and would offer her a chance at redemption. "Please, have a seat," Feng Hua said, pouring her a cup of tea with his own hands and presenting it to her. Lin Xuejiao was taken aback, overwhelmed with joy at being served tea by the one she adored. "You will be going to the UK branch," Feng Hua stated in a low voice, his expression devoid of any emotion. At that moment, it felt as though icy water had been poured over her entire being. "Feng, President," she murmured, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, her heart heavy with reluctance. Was this truly the end of the love that had blossomed over the years? "Do you have anything else to say?" Feng Hua displayed the last vestige of patience, as if extending a final courtesy. After a long pause, Lin Xuejiao whispered, "I will go to the UK." Feng Hua made no effort to retain her, and she offered no resistance, accepting the inevitable with resignation. She did not wish for her final impression to linger in his heart as something pitiable. "Very well, your flight for tomorrow has already been arranged," he informed her. Lin Xuejiao bit her lip, fighting back tears of sorrow, but as she turned away, the tears cascaded down her cheeks. She hurried back to her office, stifling her cries. Then, like a puppet, she began to pack her belongings, unable to fathom the reality of her departure. Once in the UK, she would be completely severed from Feng Hua's world, the man she had loved since her youth, who ultimately never belonged to her. In the afternoon, she aimlessly drove around, seeking a place to alleviate her sadness. Unbeknownst to her, she arrived at a tranquil temple. The surroundings were serene, the distant sound of the Lingu temple's chanting and bells resonating softly. She walked along the stone path leading upward. Inside the temple, a grand golden Buddha statue stood majestically, its benevolent gaze surveying the faithful. She clasped her hands together and prayed before the Buddha, experiencing an unprecedented sense of tranquility in that moment. "Master," she inquired, "how can I let go of someone?" The master, with hands folded in prayer, offered only 6 words: distance, time, mindset. Chapter 69. Assisting with medical expenses in the early morning. Sunlight poured down like silk upon the airport. Lin Xuejiao departed alone, dragging her suitcase. At the moment the plane took flight, her heart, which felt as though it had perished, was carried away as well. She hoped that one day, in a place blooming with flowers, she might find a way to revive herself. Today marked the 3rd day of Su Yuan's hospitalization. Though the scent of disinfectant lingered in the ward, standing by her bed and basking in the warm sunlight, she felt significantly more at ease. The wound on her wrist had begun to scab over. Feng Hua arrived early, carrying nourishing soup, and hurried to the hospital. As he traversed the long corridor, he observed many people seated in the waiting area, seemingly awaiting hope, and his heart gradually settled. "Hua, you're here," Su Yuan greeted, her visage no longer that of a patient, but rather reminiscent of the warm spring breeze. "Darling, does it still hurt?" Feng Hua suddenly addressed her differently. Su Yuan widened her eyes in surprise at such a term emerging from his typically aloof demeanor. She shook her head vigorously like a rattle. "It doesn't hurt anymore." "That is good to hear. The doctor said you can be discharged tomorrow." Su Yuan stood by the window, arms outstretched like a bird eager to escape its cage, her expression brimming with anticipation. Finally, she could regain her freedom. Although she had been stabbed, she bore no lingering resentment. Since the event had transpired, it was time to address it. Feng Hua opened the thermos, revealing a fragrant soup. He filled a spoon and brought it to Su Yuan's lips. "Come, let us nourish you." Su Yuan wrinkled her brow, finding it too rich to consume soup so early in the day, yet she reluctantly took a small sip. "Heavens! This soup is exquisite. Please, may I have another taste?" Su Yuan eagerly snatched the thermos, savoring the aroma before ladling another spoonful into her mouth. The soup was sweet yet not overwhelming, fragrant and tender, with a smooth texture that awakened her appetite. "Ah Hua, where did you procure this divine recipe?" Feng Hua merely smiled. "If you wish for more, I shall get it for you next time." The soup contained premium fish maw and matsutake, enhanced with medicinal herbs, beneficial for her recovery. In truth, Feng Hua had arranged for the hotel to prepare it early that morning, the ingredients alone costing over 2,000. If Su Yuan were to discover this, she would surely be taken aback. Su Yuan drank the soup heartily, a look of contentment spreading across her face. "Hua, I assure you, there's nothing between I and me." That day in the emergency room, she attempted to clarify, fearing he might harbor misunderstandings from that day. Feng Hua took her uninjured hand, gently squeezing her palm. "I believe you." Feng Hua continued, "Actually, I am aware of the circumstances surrounding your injury and hospitalization." His tone was gentle, devoid of any reproach. Su Yuan lowered her gaze, feeling remorseful. She was concerned about his financial situation and worried that her grandmother might become anxious if she were to hear of the incident. "Foolish girl, in the future, do not bear burdens alone. We are married and must face challenges together," Feng Hua tenderly reassured her, stroking her head. "Should we assist Yi Qianqian's mother? She is quite pitiable." Su Yuan appeared somewhat hesitant. Feng Hua gazed into her clear eyes, surprised that she still remembered this matter. "Very well, but we must maintain our principles." Though Yi Qianqian was at fault, her tearful plea as she departed resonated in Su Yuan's heart, and she feared not acting would leave her restless for life. Even if the surgical fees were unpaid, helping with some medical expenses would prolong her life, which was worthwhile. "I will take care of it." Subsequently, Feng Hua contacted his assistant to inquire about Du Milan's medical expenses. After reimbursement, an additional 8,000 yuan would be needed. "Are you certain you wish to assist?" Su Yuan nodded earnestly. "This should be the last thing I can do. If Du Milan could meet Yi Qianqian one last time, it would be worth it." Feng Hua instructed his assistant to cover the medical costs, letting out a gentle sigh. "Never be so foolish again. Once you recover, I shall take you to learn some self-defense techniques in Taekwondo." He not only wished to protect her, but also to equip her with the skills for self-defense. As noon approached, Feng Hua had to return to the company for an urgent meeting. Shortly after he departed, Suhi arrived with homemade pastries to visit Su Yuan. "Little Wish, you scared me. Does it still hurt?" Suhi observed the thick bandaging on Su Yuan's wrist, her heart aching for her friend. "It's fine now. The pain has subsided, just waiting for the wound to heal." Su Yuan smiled reassuringly. That woman deserves her fate. Cornered, she resorts to framing others. Good, she won TB out for years. Suhi seethed, venting her frustrations. Having been close friends since childhood, Suhi treated Su Yuan like family, always providing emotional support. Su Yuan nodded. "Let the law take its course. Now, let us talk of happier things. Do try my pastries." Suhi presented a plate of strawberry milk squares, infused with a rich coconut aroma. "Thank you, Suhi, for bringing me such delights during my hospital stay." Su Yuan took a delicate bite, savoring the soft, sweet texture that brought her joy. After finishing, Su Yuan felt the room growing stifling. "Suhi, the weather outside is splendid. Would you accompany me for a walk? prolonged confinement in the ward, with the overpowering scent of disinfectant, had become unbearable. That, of course, Soo-hee carefully assisted her downstairs. Outside, the flowers were in full bloom, and a gentle breeze caressed their faces, while new buds began to sprout from the once barren branches. Although a chill still lingered in the air, the unmistakable scent of spring was present. It felt as though everything could be reborn. Soo-hee guided Soo-yuan along the winding path. "Have you found anyone to help in the shop?" Soo-yuan inquired. "We've hired a recent graduate. They are diligent and polite." Upon hearing this, Soo-yuan felt relieved about the shop's management. "Little Wish, I've noticed you've become even more beautiful since your marriage." Soo-hee sincerely remarked. "Indeed, I've also realized that married life is quite lovely, far better than being alone." Soo-hee envied her, acknowledging that she had married well, becoming spiritually enriched, more gentle and more beautiful. "Oh dear, you should venture out more. You might just meet someone." "All right, I'll head out to the street and see if I can find someone." The two basked in the warm sunlight, surrounded by blossoms, their laughter filling the air. While Soo-hee lamented her lack of a boyfriend, Nan-gong Yuza mistakenly believed she was already married, keeping his distance. Meanwhile, near the hospital's small garden, a couple was embroiled in a heated argument. "Please, let me take the money to save my mother," the woman pleaded, tears streaming down her face as she clutched her husband's shirt, a small boy crying inconsolably behind her. Soo-hee murmured, "How pitiable." It seems the husband refuses to allow her mother to receive treatment. She reflected deeply, realizing that women must be discerning and ensure they understand their partner's character before marriage. More importantly, they should maintain financial independence. Chapter 70. An opportunity arises outside the Nan-gong Group building. Wu Situong entered with a light and graceful stride, her high heels clicking against the floor. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders, and she wore a striking red dress, resembling a blooming fire rose, with her enchanting eyes reflecting both allure and coldness. The receptionist greeted her politely. "Miss, may I ask if you have an appointment?" Wu Situong paused briefly before displaying a nonchalant smile. "I am acquainted with President Nan-gong. No appointment is necessary." The receptionist, having never seen her before, adhered to her professional duty and insisted on not allowing her entry. Wu Situong persisted with charming persuasion for quite some time, but to no avail, and a flicker of annoyance crossed her face. This moment, Nan-gong Yuza was striding in with purpose. Wu Situong, akin to someone who had discovered a lifeline, chirped sweetly, "Mr. Nan-gong, do you have a moment today?" Nan-gong Yuza assessed her with a discerning gaze and replied with an air of detachment, "Miss Wu, what can I do for you?" His tone was devoid of any delight at her presence. "Mr. Nan-gong, your memory is truly remarkable. You still remember my name," Wu Situong said, her face adorned with a sycophantic smile. Upon finishing her words, she shot a glance at the reception desk, as if to declare, "Who said one needs an appointment to see Mr. Nan-gong? Mr. Nan-gong, I have information about Miss Soo. May I have a moment of your time?" Wu Situong's expression oscillated between flattery and a darker demeanor, depending on the person she was addressing. Upon hearing news regarding Soo-hee, a flicker of intrigue ignited in his eyes. "Follow me," he commanded. Wu Situong beamed with satisfaction, her high heels clicking rhythmically as she trailed behind Nan-gong Yuza. The receptionist could only shake her head in resignation, sharing in the awkwardness of the situation. Inside the president's opulent office, Soo-hee was awestruck by the grandeur surrounding her, her eyes wide as she took in the lavish decor, the floor-to-ceiling windows, the luxurious desk, and the comfortable seating. All details exuded an air of elegance. The outer walls shimmered with a glistening glass faade, sparkling in the sunlight as though adorned with countless diamonds. "Miss Soo, please." Nan-gong Yuza gestured for her to sit and poured her a cup of Westlake Longjing tea. Wu Situong, regaining her composure, resumed her obsequious demeanor. "Mr. Nan-gong, Soo-hee has gone abroad to pursue her career." She was forthright, divulging the information he most desired to know. Upon hearing this, Nan-gong Yuza's interest was piqued even further. "Which country?" he inquired. "I'm not quite sure. She has had several boyfriends in the past and is known to change them rapidly. I heard she even terminated a pregnancy, and in the end, I don't know whom she married," Wu Situong insinuated, painting Soo-hee's personal life in a disreputable light to foster disdain from Nan-gong Yuza. He smirked slightly, a hint of derision crossing his features, seemingly observing a poorly executed performance. Meanwhile, Wu Sitong was captivated by his lavish office and handsome visage, as if beholding the most beautiful sight in the universe. Though well-traveled, she was highly selective in matters of the heart, typically entangled with wealthy, rotund, and greasy men, only to abscond once their funds were depleted. Encountering a man as dashing and affluent as Nangong Yuza stirred within her the notion of marriage for the very first time. "Mr. Nangong, I will keep a closer eye on her information and update you," she declared, her mind racing to engineer another opportunity to meet him. From Wu Sitong's words, Nangong Yuza discerned her duplicity. She was like a fox in a mask, and he felt a deep-seated aversion towards her. He believed this woman ought to vanish from his sight forever. As he fell silent in contemplation, Wu Sitong misinterpreted his silence as burgeoning dislike for Su He. Internally, she reveled in the notion of drawing closer to him. "Mr. Nangong, shall we exchange WeChat? It would facilitate sharing any updates with you." Nangong Yuza regarded her with disdain, taking a sip of tea to quell his rising irritation. "That one tea be necessary. I believe we have no need for further contact." Wu Sitong's expression morphed into one of disbelief, and an awkward silence ensued. All right then, perhaps we can meet again some other time," she said, making her exit. As she turned to leave, a flicker of defiance crossed her face. She was convinced that one day he would seek her out, with the sound of her heels fading. Only a trace of her perfume lingered in the air. Nangong Yuza found the scent inexplicably irritating and agitating. He summoned his assistant, Yu Junin, and commanded coldly, "Open all the windows for ventilation and spray air freshener in every corner." Faced with the president's stern demeanor, the assistant felt perplexed but dared not question, simply complying. "Yes, President." Seated at his computer, Nangong Yuza opened WeChat and clicked on Su He's profile. Her avatar depicted a cartoon girl cradling flowers. Illuminated by a soft glow, exuding a sense of beauty, he scrolled through her moments, observing images of coffee, culinary delights, and book recommendations, but found no mention of a child or a husband. Her profile was decidedly not that of a married woman. He then instructed Yu Junin to conduct a thorough investigation into Su He's background, including her family history and marital status. "Understood, Mr. Nangong." The assistant was taken aback by the personal nature of the task. Realizing that the president was unusually invested in a woman, it seemed this woman was indeed exceptional. Meanwhile, Su He was in her CAF, instructing a new hire on coffee brewing, with help on board. She often found herself with half a day of free time. In her leisure, she picked up a book and sat by the window, lost in thought. At T27, she felt the weight of time. As her mother and Su Yuan frequently urged her to consider finding a partner. Contemplating her own romantic pursuits, she pondered the idea of blind dates or social mixers, yet felt a twinge of shyness at the thought of stepping out. Instead, she picked up her tablet and aimlessly browsed various matchmaking platforms. There were tech-savvy men, youthful boys, suave uncles, and proud types, all showcasing their charms and virtues. Some seemed almost too perfect, leaving her skeptical of their authenticity. Disheartened, Su He closed her tablet, feeling enveloped in confusion. Yu Junin worked swiftly, presenting Su He's detailed dossier to the president within 2 hours. As Nangong Yuza received it, he grasped the folder tightly. Hesitating to open it, he feared the contents might disappoint him and pierce his heart. After a prolonged stare at the folder, he finally mustered the courage to peel open the seal and draw out the A4 sheets. The marital status section boldly declared, "Unmarried." An uncontrollable surge of exhilaration coursed through him, a secret triumph whispering, "There is hope." He tossed the folder aside, no longer interested in its other details. He opened the WeChat conversation with Su He and swiftly typed, "Miss Su, it seems you owe me a dinner." Chapter 71. Inviting him to dinner at this moment, Su He had just finished perusing the matchmaking information. Feeling frustrated by her lack of direction, she took a few sips of juice, hoping to quell her discontent. Doot doot. Her phone vibrated, and she picked it up, letting out a cold laugh. The debt collector has arrived. Immediately, Su He rummaged through her bank card and wallet, scraping together a total of 3,000 yuan. That should suffice for dinner, but if it exceeded the budget, she would find a way to borrow some more. "Where would you like to eat?" She replied, "I'll pick you up tonight," came Nangong Yuza's reply, without specifying a location. "All right, 6:30 this evening," Su He responded, not giving it much thought, as she was confident she could handle the bill. She sent him the address of her CAF, then turned off her phone and resumed reading. On the other end, Nangong Yuza was elated, feeling happier than if he had just secured a billion-dollar project. His primary intention was not merely to dine but to see her, to draw closer to her. He picked up the documents on his desk for a closer examination. Notably, she had attended the same university as him, Inxing Tree, and had participated in dance competitions in her early years, though she had withdrawn for reasons unknown. When he noticed a familiar name in the friends section, Su Yuan, his expression shifted from shock to excitement. What a remarkable coincidence. Su He and his sister-in-law were best friends. No wonder she had been attacked on the riverside that day. Thus, Nangong Yuza swiftly texted Feng Hua. Hua Zi, when will you come clean with your sister-in-law about your identity? Feng Hua, perplexed, wondered when he had become so invested in this matter. What does that have to do with you? Nangong Yuza replied nonchalantly. It concerns me greatly indeed, as it is a lifelong matter. Feng Hua responded with a question mark, his expression one of skepticism. The girl I fancy, the dancer, has been found. She's Su He, your sister-in-law's best friend. Feng Hua quickly recalled that Su He was indeed the only close friend of Su Yuan. Su He? Yes, even if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have pursued her. Don't blame me if my identity gets revealed. Just don't do anything reckless and disrupt my rhythm. Feng Hua went to the floor-to-ceiling window. Gazing at the bustling streets below, exhaling smoke and frustration, he had resolved to confess his identity to Su Yuan, regardless of her reaction, and would patiently wait for her acceptance. He had already planned to take her to a mountain resort this weekend, a serene and secluded place ideal for heart-to-heart conversations. At 4 in the afternoon, Nangong Yuza arrived in his Maybach, casually strolling near the CAF by the riverside. Learning that Su He was unmarried ignited an unprecedented hope within him. He had no mind for work, delegating his tasks entirely to his assistant. The hours leading up to meeting someone he liked filled him with an intense sense of happiness. The riverside was bustling with vendors and campers, with many people preparing outdoor meals. Tables were neatly arranged along the path, the aromas of culinary delights wafting through the air. A romantic rendezvous of flavors and nature. As Nangong Yuza strolled past the stalls, his tall figure exuded an aura that drew countless gazes. Wow, who was that? He's incredibly handsome. I've been here for so long. How have I never seen him before? I think I've seen him in a magazine. The crowd buzzed with excitement, enamored by the sight of this striking man. Nangong Yuza paid no heed to their chatter, making his way straight to the CAF, there's coffee in the book. He ascended the wooden stairs, where the railings were entwined with flowering vines, and a faint fragrance of blossoms wafted through the air. Upon entering, he spotted a young girl bustling about, while Su He was engrossed in her reading on the third floor. Xiao Ruan lifted her head, mistaking his arrival for that of a guest, and sweetly called out, "Welcome, sir. Would you like something to drink?" Nangong Yuza surveyed his surroundings, his thin lips pressed together in silence, as he failed to catch sight of the person he had hoped to meet. Xiao Ruan, eagerly awaiting his response, gazed at him with starry eyes, captivated by the man's striking handsomeness. After a moment, Nangong Yuza finally spoke in a deep and courteous tone. "I am here to see your boss." Upon hearing this, Xiao Ruan pondered for a moment. "Sir, we have two bosses here. May I ask which one you are looking for?" "Miss Su." Xiao Ruan immediately understood and sent a message to Su He. "Sister Su, there is a gentleman downstairs looking for you, and he is quite handsome." Su He glanced at her watch. It was only 4:30. She furrowed her brow slightly, thinking it was rather early for a visit. "Got it, it's a debt collector." Xiao Ruan was delighted, wondering if such a handsome debt collector would resort to force. "Don't mind him, I'm coming down." With the sound of her footsteps echoing down the stairs, Su He descended from the third floor, clad in a light white dress, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, her neck graceful like a swan, and her skin as delicate as snow jade. The aura she exuded from her dancing days lingered, captivating Nangong Yuza's gaze. Wasn't it agreed upon for 6:30? Su He chuckled helplessly. He lowered his gaze to her, his dark eyes shimmering with starlight, concealing a tenderness that was not easily revealed. "I finished my work early and came for a cup of coffee." Su He smiled wryly and approached the counter to prepare the drink. "What kind of coffee would you like?" "Blue Mountain Coffee." Su He nodded and retrieved some premium coffee beans to begin the brewing process. From grinding the beans to brewing, she executed each step with practiced ease and agility, while Nangong Yuza watched intently from the nearest table. The CAF was warm and inviting, with the aroma of coffee mingling with the scent of osmanthus, lifting the mood considerably. Soon, the coffee and pastries were served. Nan Gong Yuze regarded the treats and coffee with utmost appreciation. "Thank you," Xu He joked. "Shall we consider this a meal then?" Nan Gong Yuze's eyes sparkled with delight. Appearing excessively charming, in a way, he would not agree to such a hasty conclusion. That would mean he would have to spend less time with her. Xu He had no choice but to relent and asked, "Where shall we dine tonight?" Nan Gong Yuze feigned mystery, saying, "Just follow me." This made Xu He feel a bit anxious, fearing that it would be an extravagant outing, and she involuntarily gasped that evening. High above the city, Nan Gong Yuze took her to a sky restaurant on the 58th floor. Dining here was a luxurious experience, every bite offering a view of the bustling metropolis below. As Xu He had suspected, it was far beyond her means, and every mouthful sent tremors through her heart. Nan Gong Yuze continually served her dishes, and she obediently finished everything, not daring to waste a morsel. When it was time to settle the bill, the waiter respectfully announced, "Miss, your total comes to 520 yuan. Xu He was taken aback. "How is it only 520 yuan? Chapter 72. Unforgivable. It turned out that everything had been meticulously arranged by Nan Gong Yuze, leaving her only to pay a small remainder. His utmost sincerity and affection was to ensure she felt no burden. Outside the hospital, the trees began to flourish, and Xu Yuan wished to finally be discharged today. After 5 days of lying in the hospital, she had endured enough. Throughout this time, she was preoccupied with work, constantly responding to client messages. Feng Hua transformed into a considerate caretaker early in the morning, helping her pack her belongings. With bandages wrapped around her hand, which were light enough not to interfere with her clothing, she donned a coat to conceal it, confident that her grandmother would not notice. After completing the discharge procedures, Feng Hua carried her belongings, escorting Xu Yuan to the parking lot to head home. He had taken on the laborious tasks during these days, with the bodyguards watching from a distance. Feeling uneasy about receiving a paycheck without working, they were uncertain how long the president intended to play this game. Having moved into their new home for over 3 months, Xu Yuan was eager to know how the renovation of the small courtyard in Fenghua Alley was progressing. "Hua, how is the courtyard's renovation coming along? Let us go back and take a look." Feng Hua was momentarily flustered, unsure how to explain that the small courtyard had been transformed into a branch of a coffee bookstore. "It's completed, but it's currently airing out formaldehyde. Considering your health, it would be best to wait a while longer." Xu Yuan, trusting him, did not think much of it. She was filled with anticipation for the courtyard's renovation, as it would be their true little nest. Throughout the journey, the trees and flowers along the roadside swayed gently in the breeze. Xu Yuan breathed in the liberating air, her spirits lifted a few notches. In the car, Feng Hua wore a serious expression, repeatedly playing the song Special Person 5 or 6 times without coming to his senses. Xu Yuan, growing weary of it, couldn't he help but ask, "Hua, do you really like this song?" Feng Hua remained lost in thought, his gaze fixed on the road ahead. Not hearing her, she gently tapped his arm. "Hey, what has you so absorbed in thought?" Only then did Feng Hua snap back to reality, offering her a tender smile. He had been contemplating the planning for tomorrow's resort and how to confess to her. He felt uncertain. Would she accept him? Would their relationship remain as intimate as it was after his confession? These questions troubled Feng Hua, leaving him preoccupied. Xu Yuan found it odd. Today was supposed to be a joyful day with her discharge from the hospital, yet he appeared burdened with worries. She attempted to lighten the atmosphere. "I like this song too, especially the line 'Life's ups and downs must be acknowledged. Understanding someone may require patience." Feng Hua smiled warmly, his gaze gentle and composed. "You are my most special person." Xu Yuan felt her heart flutter at his words, a faint blush creeping across her cheeks. "Tomorrow, I'll take you somewhere nice," Feng Hua declared. "Where? Just come with me. I promise you won't be disappointed." Xu Yuan smiled softly, amused by Feng Hua's newfound penchant for mystery. Before long, the car arrived at the community, and they ascended to the 12th floor in the elevator. Feng Hua pressed the doorbell, feeling a touch anxious inside. Grandmother and Aunt Zhang hurriedly stood up to answer the door. "You're finally back." Grandmother's eyes sparkled with deep joy. "Grandmother, Aunt Zhang," Xu Yuan feigned happiness, concerned that her pallor from the hospital stay would be revealed. "Why were you gone for so many days? We missed you dearly." Grandmother grasped her hand, her excitement akin to that of a child. Su Yuan replied nonchalantly, I was helping at Su Hie's place. She had some matters to attend to. Grandmother noticed that Su Yuan had lost a considerable amount of weight, her usual vitality and spirit diminished, causing her to furrow her brow. What happened? Haven't you been eating and sleeping properly these days? Su Yuan embraced her grandmother, managing a sheepish smile. It's nothing, just a bit of a stomach upset. At that moment, grandmother happened to grasp her wrist. Instantly sensing something was amiss, she noticed how thick and rigid it felt, as if something was wrapped around it. Unable to resist, grandmother rolled up her sleeve to discover the medical bandage. Her heart sank, realizing she could no longer hide it from her grandmother, and her expression turned grave. How did you injure your hand? Grandmother's anxiety was palpable, as if her precious granddaughter had been harmed. Grandmother, it's nothing. I just had a fall. Su Yuan attempted to fabricate a cover, her gaze evasive, revealing that she had not succeeded in deceiving her. Grandmother's expression grew stern as she shot a warning glance at Feng Hua. As if to say, don't you dare tell me you did this. Experience had taught her well. Under grandmother's serious scrutiny, they recounted the events leading to her injury. Grandmother's face went pale as she listened, her eyes growing misty. She recalled the first night Su Yuan arrived at the courtyard, also feeling wronged. Why, dear girl, we have failed to protect you, and we will never let those who hurt you go unpunished. Aunt Zhang, too, was heartbroken, silently shedding tears beside her. In the coming days, I'll make sure Aunt Zhang prepares nourishing soups for you. Upon learning the truth, grandmother could not help but feel sorrowful. With age, one becomes more sentimental. All morning, she sat alone on the terrace, gazing into the distance, her usual smile replaced by a somber expression. In the afternoon, Su Yuan received a call from an unfamiliar landline. Hesitant but ultimately answering, she heard a strange man's voice. Hello, is this Miss Su? Yes. This is the Lingming Public Security Bureau. Yi Qianqian wishes to meet with you. Would you be able to come? Su Yuan was taken aback, surprised that she would have a reason to meet Yi Qianqian. Hello, Miss Su, can you hear me? Su Yuan snapped back to reality. I can come by that. Why Yi Qianqian was currently in prison, and she posed no threat to her. In the afternoon, Su Yuan arrived at the Public Security Bureau as agreed. The officer on duty escorted her to the meeting area. Why? Yi Qianqian looked at Su Yuan apologetically from behind the iron gate. Su Yuan, thank you for covering my mother's medical expenses. They have allowed me to meet her in a few days. After saying this, she lowered her head silently, her hands tightly clenched, her nails digging into her palms. As if trying to suppress the guilt that weighed heavily on her heart, Su Yuan replied calmly, It's nothing. It wasn't something I had to do, just something I wanted to do. I sincerely apologize for having hurt you. After Yi Qianqian uttered these words, her expression crumbled, and she could no longer hold back her tears. Su Yuan gazed at her with a complex look, offering no comfort and unable to forgive her. Yi Qianqian finally understood that Su Yuan's forgiveness was something she could not attain. After a long pause, Yi Qianqian rose and bowed deeply to her before turning to leave. Chapter 73. Identity exposed. As the sun rose and set, a brand new day dawned. After visiting Yi Qianqian the previous day, Su Yuan's heart was a tumult of emotions. After all, they had been colleagues for over 3 years. Life is like a game of chess. One misstep leads to a cascade of errors. Although the wicked had received their due punishment, she did not feel the satisfaction she had anticipated. Nevertheless, she resolved not to let this dishearten her. Living her life well was of utmost importance. As she drew back the curtains, the essence of spring began to bloom, heralding new beginnings. Darling, are you ready? We are about to set off. All right. Today marked the day of their journey to a mysterious destination, as well as the moment for Feng Hua to reveal his identity. The car drove through an ancient village, shrouded in mist, resembling a fairyland. Hua, what is our purpose for coming here? To plant trees. Feng Hua replied with a gentle smile that instilled a sense of calm. Plant trees? Su Yuan inquired with curiosity, wondering if he had decided to change careers and become a carpenter. Without further contemplation, she exited the car and followed Feng Hua to a garden farm. The wooden fence of the garden farm was entwined with climbing roses, glistening under the sunlight. He opened the bamboo gate, and the butler emerged to greet them warmly. Mr. Feng, Mrs. Feng, welcome. Yes, Feng Hua nodded. The butler had already prepared shovels, saplings, and all the necessary tools for planting. Feng Hua carefully removed a small sapling from its pot. Ready to plant it into the earth, Su Yuan, holding a watering can, followed closely behind him. To plant a tree with someone you cherish and witness it grow into a towering giant is indeed a romantic endeavor. After a considerable time of labor, following the butler's instructions on how to plant the tree, they finally fertilized and watered it, and it went quite smoothly. All right, this tree shall be named Su Yuan's link tree. Feng Hua clapped the dust off his hands, his face brimming with excitement. I eagerly await its transformation into a majestic tree, and I hope that when we grow old and gray, we can still find shade beneath it. Subsequently, Feng Hua took out a camera, asking the butler to capture a photo of them with the tree, planning to take one every year to document its growth. With the tree planted, Feng Hua felt a significant sense of relief and was more confident about his forthcoming confession. He then drove to a quaint inn. After Su Yuan alighted from the car, she walked along a cobblestone path into the courtyard. The place was adorned with blooming flowers, and beneath the eaves were bamboo chairs and tables. Perfect for brewing tea by the hearth. The environment was comfortable and inviting, resembling a dreamy artistic haven. Su Yuan mused that this place felt less like an inn and more like a hidden family dwelling in a paradise. Could it be Feng Hua's family home? Did his parents reside here? Faced with Feng Hua's air of mystery, her curiosity intensified. If she truly were to meet his parents later, how would she greet them? Feng Hua wrapped an arm around her, asking, "So, what do you think? Do you like it here?" Su Yuan nodded. Who wouldn't adore such a place, so tranquil and purifying for the soul? Hua, is this a commercial inn? Su Yuan ascended the wooden staircase to the second-floor corridor, settling into a bamboo chair. On the table sat a pot of floral tea, with a fresh bouquet in a vase. She sat savoring the tea. Her attention was drawn to the distant scenery. Before her lay a sea of flowers, with clouds gently unfurling above, as the sun slowly descended. The golden light spread softly, caressing the entire mountain. The perfect harmony of the flower fields, cloud, sea, and sunset created a truly enchanting moment. Hua, this place is even more beautiful than the mountain stream and we visited last time. Feng Hua nodded in agreement. The distinction here lies in how close the clouds and sun feel, as if one could reach out and touch them. How did you discover this place? Is it your family home? Su Yuan could no longer contain her curiosity and asked him in a while. This place will develop many distinctive inns and flower farms. For now, it remains closed to the public. Su Yuan's expression brightened with anticipation. The owner planning to develop this area truly had an eye for beauty. Feng Hua suddenly declared, "This is our secret base." Su Yuan tilted her head in confusion, still not quite grasping the significance of Feng Hua's statement. In the quaint village, Feng Hua and Su Yuan stood on the second-floor wooden corridor. Admiring the breathtaking scenery, he squeezed Su Yuan's hand gently. "Do you know the name of the president of Li Feng Group?" "I do not. I heard he uses an English name for his signature." Su Yuan pondered, realizing he was Feng Hua's boss. Could it be that Feng Hua was unaware? "I've heard that contemporary tycoons prefer to remain incognito for safety reasons and do not disclose their Chinese names." "Hua, please tell me your boss's name in secret. I promise to keep it confidential," Su Yuan asserted earnestly, her face brimming with curiosity. Feng Hua replied solemnly, "His name is Feng Hua." Upon hearing this, she was rendered speechless in disbelief. "Feng Hua? Are you joking? You share the same name and surname as him? What if I told you that I am the president of Li Feng Group? How would you react?" Su Yuan stood frozen. "You must be joking." He produced several internal company documents bearing his name and identification number, proving his position as the president. Su Yuan was taken aback for a moment, struggling to process the reality that she had been living with the president all along. It felt utterly surreal. Her gaze shifted to one of confusion, mingled with anger and frustration. So, everything prior was a deception? Even my grandmother was in on it. She felt as though she were trapped in a Truman Show-like world, unable to distinguish between truth and illusion. She wondered how many more secrets Feng Hua had kept from her. Were his parents real? She loathed being deceived. With that, she pushed Feng Hua away and strode toward the door. Chapter 74. Becoming a little boss. Feng Hua hurried after her. Su Yuan stopped by a large tree near a babbling brook, where leaves carpeted the ground, creating a soft blanket for the earth. The leaves were pristine, and she sat cross-legged beneath the tree. The sound of crunching leaves approached from behind. Feng Hua had caught up with her. He crouched beside her, his gaze earnest as he spoke. "We married without truly understanding each other. Please try to understand. I have always concealed my identity from the outside world to prevent malicious individuals from exploiting it." There were many moments when I wished to confess my identity to you. Will you forgive me? After a string of heartfelt words, Feng Hua bore an expression of remorse, awaiting her judgment. Su Yuan sat silently on the ground, poking the leaves with a withered twig, lost in thought. In such moments, she was at a loss for words. Feng Hua patiently remained silent beside her, waiting for her to speak. So, do you believe I am after your wealth? Feng Hua shook his head. Not at this moment. Su Yuan's gaze pierced through him like a sharp blade, suddenly filled with intensity. Indeed, your family is affluent and holds the economic lifeblood of Yinxing City. Many young ladies would go to great lengths to secure a place in your life. But I had a choice from the beginning. I could have avoided this deep sea of wealth. It is your deceit that has robbed me of that choice. She had trusted her grandmother, which was why she married Feng Hua, only to discover that even her grandmother had participated in the ruse. They had both been strangers to each other's character. Previously, many vain women sought to ingratiate themselves with me, which is why I kept my identity hidden. Feng Hua's reasoning, though sharp, was undeniably factual. Trust is a process that requires time. No one inherently believes another at first glance. Su Yuan fell silent, feeling somewhat lost, uncertain of her next steps. Divorce? Stay together? She needed time to contemplate. Feng Hua did not pressure her, granting her the space she required. Quietly accompanying her, that night, both were weighed down by their thoughts, remaining silent throughout the night. However, neither could find rest, Su Yuan tossing and turning, her mind racing with countless thoughts. Even if she were to take a step back, she had to admit that she was far better off than many others. Had she married Zhang Yuan, she might have found herself in a chaotic predicament, which would have been the true misfortune of marriage. Marrying Feng Hua, aside from the pressure of navigating the high society and the abundance of romantic rivals, where every action was under scrutiny, her circumstances were still relatively favorable. Feng Hua and Grandma treated her with great kindness, embracing her as one of their own, and she could genuinely sense that affection. Perhaps she could make an earnest effort to integrate into Feng Hua's world. At this moment, the clock had struck 4 in the morning. Xu Yuan, feeling fatigued, succumbed to drowsiness and drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, Feng Hua's thoughts intertwined like countless serpents, rendering him unable to find rest. Once Xu Yuan fell into a deep slumber, he tenderly tucked her in, ensuring she was warm. Then, he rose quietly and stepped into the corridor, gazing at the hazy nightscape beyond. With a sense of restlessness, he took a few puffs of smoke, exhaling delicate rings. The moonlight cascaded down, and the tranquil night enveloped him in an even greater chill, merging him with the darkness. Good morning. Xu Yuan awoke early, her face illuminated by the morning light, exuding a gentle warmth. Good morning, my dear wife. His form stiffened as he stood frozen, replying cautiously. He feared Xu Yuan might become angry once more or utter words of parting. Yet, Xu Yuan's expression softened as she said, I have prepared breakfast. Come and eat. Feng Hua looked at her in confusion, wondering if she was no longer upset. Coming. He dared not delay, obediently making his way to the dining table. On the pristine white plate lay golden, crispy bread, accompanied by a small dish of fresh, succulent strawberries, kiwis, and blueberries artfully arranged. The edges of the fried egg were lightly browned, and the oatmeal porridge was rich and well-balanced. Adorned with a sprinkle of nuts and raisins, a steaming cup of milk sat beside it, its creamy surface topped with a delicate froth, as light as a cloud. Feng Hua's appetite was piqued by this exquisite breakfast. He believed that such a meal could only be crafted in a good mood. Wow, my dear wife, your culinary skills are extraordinary. His praise, tinged with a hint of flattery, prompted him to eagerly pick up a spoon and begin tasting. Not only does it look delightful, but it is also delicious. Just like you. A lovely smile graced Xu Yuan's lips, and though she recognized the theatrical nature of Feng Hua's compliments, they brought her great joy. Though you have concealed things from me during this time, you have never neglected to provide warmth and love. I will need 3 months to try to acclimate to your world, to adapt to the life of a wealthy lady. If it suits me, I will stay. Xu Yuan had come to this realization the previous night. Since this opportunity had presented itself, why not strive for it? People naturally aspire to ascend. Feng Hua was particularly delighted to hear this. At the very least, she was willing to attempt acceptance. It was indeed a significant step forward. My dear wife, I will guide you in your growth. Emotion welled up in Feng Hua's eyes as he leaned down and pressed a deep kiss to her forehead. Embracing her warm figure tightly, from now on, Regardless of what happens, you must never deceive me again. Xu Yuan pouted, feigning sternness as she warned him. Feng Hua raised 3 fingers, solemnly swearing, I absolutely will not. After their heartfelt conversation, their relationship underwent a notable thaw. In the afternoon, they strolled hand in hand to inspect a nearby guest house. The environment was serene, yet there were few existing lodgings, so they chose one to enjoy some tea. Feng Hua produced the business plan for the resort, entrusting its management to Xu Yuan. He understood that during these 3 months, he needed to perform admirably to secure a permanent position. Xu Yuan's eyes widened. She felt utterly unqualified for such a responsibility. Suddenly, it dawned on her that since Feng Hua was the CEO, he must have his own villa. Ahua, is the small courtyard renovated? Are we going to stay there? Feng Hua affectionately ruffled her hair, responding, of course not. It has been transformed into a branch of the coffee shop from the book, and you will manage it from now on. Xu Yuan was taken aback. Overnight, she had transformed into a small business owner. Yet she felt unprepared. Oh, does that mean I won't have time for a job anymore? Have you ever seen a wealthy lady who works from 9 to 5, earning only a few thousand a month? Upon reflection, Xu Yuan found this reasoning sound. The first step in becoming a CEO's wife was to completely rethink her career. The responsibilities she would bear were significantly heavier, and she could only grit her teeth and endure. I never imagined I would one day become a boss, Feng Hua encouraged her. Take it slow. If you find yourself in over your head, I will be right here to support you. Xu Yuan suddenly felt a sense of reassurance, and the pressure lessened considerably. As twilight descended, they returned home after dinner, basking in the light of the evening star. The two of them indulged in a romantic bath, shedding their fatigue. This night was destined to be beautiful and intoxicating. Chapter 75, Resignation and Departure. The next day, they returned to Yinxing City. During the journey, the bodyguards could finally follow openly behind and assist the CEO, which brought them relief. Xu Yuan glanced back at the 2 black Volkswagens trailing closely, feeling somewhat unaccustomed. Ahua, did we have bodyguards following us when we went out before? Yes. Unable to resist, Xu Yuan leaned her head out to look out the car window, momentarily lost in thought. They had hidden so well that she had never noticed before. The CEO's life was accompanied by bodyguards daily, ensuring absolute safety. She needed to adapt to this lifestyle quickly. Upon returning home, she eagerly opened the door. Grandma. Grandma, I'm back. After a quick look around, she found no sign of her grandmother. The house felt eerily empty. She dashed to Grandma's room and knocked on the door. Grandma. The door was not locked. With a twist of the handle, she entered. The bed was neatly made, and the wardrobe was noticeably emptier. She then rushed to Zhang Sa's room, only to find it completely cleared out. Ahua, where did Grandma and Zhang Sa go? Previously, Grandma would always inform her of her whereabouts. Now, the sudden departure felt rather strange. That old lady is quite cunning, Feng Hua murmured, leaving all the mess for me to handle. Xu Yuan noticed Feng Hua's calm demeanor, as if he had known all along. Did you ask Grandma to move? Feng Hua replied helplessly. I did not. I merely informed her that I would be honest about my identity. Who would have thought she would leave on her own? Xu Yuan gently furrowed her beautiful brows, realizing that Grandma must have feared her reaction and left without a word. She found it amusing, as she truly held no resentment towards her grandmother. Where did she go? Feng Hua understood Grandma well. She had returned to the old villa of the Feng family in a couple of days. We will go visit her and also pay a call on my father and stepmother. Xu Yuan's gaze wavered. The old villa? Noticing her puzzled expression, Feng Hua recalled that he had not mentioned the situation regarding his hometown. The old villa is now occupied by my father and stepmother. Grandma occasionally returns. Both Feng Xue and I have our own villas. In the future, we will also move back to our own places. Xu Yuan gazed at him intently, sensing an unprecedented sincerity, devoid of any concealment. Where is your villa, Yushuan? Upon hearing this name, Xu Yuan's eyes glimmered with surprise. It was a rare affluent district in Yinxing City. Once she moved in, her life as a wealthy lady would truly begin. She felt a flicker of pressure and discomfort. Shouldn't tea we prepare in advance for meeting my father and stepmother? Feng Hua, however, replied breezily, I have already arranged everything with the butler. Xu Yuan felt that this was lacking in sincerity. She wanted to choose some thoughtful gifts herself. Thus, she inquired about her father and stepmother's preferences. Feng Hua thoughtfully replied, my father enjoys tea, while my stepmother is fond of bird's nest. She diligently noted this down. This would be her first visit to Feng Hua's family, and she was uncertain about how well she would get along with her father and stepmother. They say that the wealthy world is as deep as the ocean. With intricate daily etiquette, she hoped to avoid any blunders. The following day, Xu Yuan officially returned to work. Upon entering Yinghai Group, her colleagues, whom she hadn't seen in a while, expressed their concern for her. "Xiao Yuan, are you feeling better?" "Yes, much better." She smiled and nodded, radiating a refreshing aura. "Next time, be more careful. Don't get hurt again," Xiao Li advised. "Xu Yuan, without you here, I lost all motivation to work," Xiao Xian confessed, admiration evident in his eyes. Having always regarded Xu Yuan as a leader, everyone believed she had merely sustained an injury. As for the matter concerning Yi Qianqian, since no one knew, she preferred not to bring it up. Feng Hua timely sent a message to check on her. "Darling wife, does your hand still hurt?" Xu Yuan looked at the screen, smiling sweetly, and playfully teased him. "It still hurts terribly. It's excruciating." On the other end, Feng Hua felt a wave of panic. "I'm coming to take you to the hospital." "Forget about work," Xu Yuan, fearing he might actually rush to the company, hastily replied, No, I was just joking." "It doesn't hurt at all," accompanied by a playful expression. Feng Hua wasn't annoyed. As long as his wife needed him, he would be right there by her side. "Have you submitted your resignation to the leadership?" This afternoon, Xu Yuan thought to herself. With Li Feng Group acquiring Yinghai, Feng Hua was the boss, making her the boss's wife. She had unknowingly been working for herself all along. Such a remarkable turn of events had unfolded in her life. Her colleagues would surely find it absurd if they knew. However, it was better to remain low-key. She pulled herself from her thoughts, composed her expression, and focused on her work. In the afternoon, Xu Yuan knocked on the slightly ajar door of the director's office. "Come in." Huang Kersen looked up, offering her a warm smile. Though it was tinged with a hint of confusion, "Director Huang, this is my resignation letter." Xu Yuan handed over the documents she held. Huang Kersen regarded her as a responsible and excellent employee, and it seemed a pity for her to resign. Thus, she attempted to persuade her to stay. "Are you sure you want to leave?" Su Yuan nodded and said, "I own a coffee shop called Books Have Coffee, and I have recently opened a branch that I wish to manage diligently." Huang Kersen's eyes shimmered with a hint of admiration. "Indeed, the promotional campaign you launched last Qixi Festival was splendid. It has now become a popular spot for couples to visit. Keep up the great work." She continued, "However, should you ever wish to return to Yinghai, you are always welcome." "Thank you," Su Yuan replied, deeply moved by Huang Kersen's broad-mindedness, and embraced her. Subsequently, with a resolute expression, Huang Kersen stated, "Your clients should be handed over to Xiao Xian. He is ready to be promoted to team leader." Su Yuan wholeheartedly agreed with the director's assessment and expressed her concurrence. Having concluded their conversation, she exited the office to prepare the handover materials for Xiao Xian. Upon hearing of her resignation, Li Yingxuan hurried over with concern. "Su Yuan, I will miss you so much." In truth, she felt a sense of relief, no longer burdened by the fear of her unsavory secret being exposed. As the person most familiar with Su Yuan's clients, it was only right that she should take over. "Your clients should be entrusted to me, shouldn't they?" Su Yuan's dark eyes darkened as she replied slowly. "I have already transferred the materials to Xiao Xian." Li Yingxuan was taken aback, a flicker of displeasure crossing her features. "Why? When you were on leave, I was the one assisting you. I am the most acquainted with your clients. This is the director's arrangement. She knows who is most suitable." Su Yuan thought to herself. "You surely didn't recommend me to the director. It seems my kindness towards you was in vain," Li Yingxuan said with discontent. "You are most aware of what you do," Su Yuan retorted. On her final day of work, their relationship soured completely, revealing the stark divide between good and ill intentions. Su Yuan remained unfazed, knowing she would no longer have to interact with her. Chapter 76. Visiting the elders. Today marked the day when Feng Hua and Su Yuan would formally visit the elders. Su Yuan donned a cream-colored cashmere coat, paired with a matching knitted top and skirt, creating a harmonious ensemble. This outfit was soft yet structured, exuding an elegant demeanor perfect for meeting parents. Ding ding ding, that Su Yuan's phone rang. It was a call from Su He. "Little Wish, I heard you resigned?" Su He asked, her face reflecting shock, for this was a position Su Yuan had diligently held for many years. Su Yuan had shared her desire to leave via WeChat. "Yes, I am about to embark on my entrepreneurial journey." She continued, "Books Have Coffee has opened its second branch, but I plan to explore other business avenues as well." "Ah, Little Wish, when did you transform into a wealthy woman?" The sudden news left Su He perplexed. Su Yuan playfully teased, "Can you guess who my husband is?" "Your husband? Isn't he just an ordinary worker, albeit rather handsome?" She decided to officially reveal his identity. "My husband is the president of Lifan Group." That seemingly innocuous statement lit up Suhi's heart with excitement. "What?" Suhi's eyes widened, her tone slightly faltering. "Little Wish, how could you keep this from me for so long? That's quite unfriendlike." Su Yuan felt helpless. "I only just learned it myself. It seems you inadvertently stumbled upon a fairy tale marriage. Indeed, from now on, my dear sister, I will take you along for the ride." Fenghua called out from the bedroom. "Wife, are you ready? It's time to set off." "Almost there," Su Yuan replied. She hurriedly bid farewell to Suhi. "Today I am visiting his elders. I'm getting ready to leave." "All right, I've heard that wealthy families can be difficult to please. Good luck." It was heartwarming to have a true friend who harbored no jealousy over her newfound status, simply offering sincere words of encouragement. After ending the call, Su Yuan took a deep breath and turned to Fenghua. "Let's go." He guided her to the underground garage, where he unlocked his car. Before her stood an ultra-luxurious, limited edition Maserati, worth millions, leaving her awestruck. "Wife, hop in." Su Yuan suddenly realized this was the car she had always dreamed of. Previously, she had seen it in narrow alleys, and even after moving, it had remained a distant aspiration. Now, she understood everything was orchestrated by Fenghua. Amusingly, she had once said she wanted to keep her distance from such a car, fearing she could not afford to collide with it. "Ahua, so this is your car?" Fenghua laughed without a hint of embarrassment. "If you like it, I will give it to you." She felt as if she were dreaming. Quickly waving her hands, "I don't want to be so ostentatious." Fenghua then gently guided her into the passenger seat and fastened her seatbelt. "Buckle up. Today, I shall be your chauffeur." The car slowly emerged from the underground garage, and Su Yuan was still in disbelief that their vehicle was the top-tier Maserati. As they drove against the wind, the spring flowers by the roadside swayed, releasing fragrant aromas. The journey to the villa would take about an hour, and her nervousness had yet to dissipate. "Ahua, is your father and stepmother easy to get along with?" Fenghua paused, momentarily taken aback by her unexpected question, his gaze darkening. From his silence and hesitation, she seemed to glean the answer. Fenghua took her hand in his, a reassuring strength emanating from his grip. "Don't worry. I'm here." An hour later, they arrived at the gates of the villa. To be precise, it was a luxurious private estate. Although Su Yuan had mentally prepared for the grandness of the Feng residence, seeing the opulent estate before her still left her in disbelief. So this is the extent of wealth. The magnificent mansion resembled a palace fallen to earth. She had never imagined stepping into such a place in her lifetime, her hands instinctively tightening. The butler approached to greet them. "Young master, young mistress, please follow me." With that, the butler drove ahead, and they followed closely behind. Su Yuan marveled at the luxurious private estate, lush greenery surrounding them, the birds singing in every season, and rare flowers exuding delicate fragrances. Just the drive around the estate revealed its vastness. The car slowly rolled to a stop at the main villa's entrance. The butler kindly opened the car door for her, smiling and gesturing respectfully. "Young mistress, we have arrived." "Thank you." After Fenghua exited the vehicle, he inquired of the butler, "Is the old lady inside?" The butler replied, "The old lady is in the Buddha Hall." The Buddha Hall was in another small villa, some distance away. Fenghua swallowed hard, his gaze darkening, realizing that his grandmother had indeed chosen to hide away. Just then, a warm voice greeted them. "Ahua is back. Why don't you introduce your beautiful wife?" The speaker was his stepmother, Lu Yu, followed closely by his father, Feng Ruoxing. Fenghua took Su Yuan's hand. "Dad, Auntie, this is Su Yuan." "Hello, Dad, Auntie," Su Yuan greeted respectfully. Feng Ruoxing nodded, his eyes, weathered by time, radiating depth. Lu Yu, however, was effusive, approaching Su Yuan and saying, "What a lovely young lady. Ahua is indeed fortunate. Come, let's go inside. Andy will brew some jasmine tea for you." Su Yuan smiled gently and nodded, following Lu Yu into the house. The spacious and tall living room was adorned with intricate chandeliers, exuding opulence. At that moment, a boy in his early 20s descended from the spiral staircase. Bearing a resemblance to Fenghua, Su Yuan surmised this must be Fenghua's half-brother. "Elder brother, sister-in-law, greetings." Fenghua nodded, responding curtly, "Mm." Lu Yu immediately poured tea for Su Yuan, not forgetting to introduce, This is Feng Hua's younger brother, Feng Lang. Hello, Feng Lang. Feng Lang's gaze held a hint of sharpness, his faint smile seemingly superficial. If she was not mistaken, the bond between the brothers was not particularly warm. Though spare her any discomfort, Feng Hua pulled her closer. Let's go see Grandma first. He led Su Yuan toward the Buddha hall adjacent to the villa. Grandma was engrossed in chanting Buddhist scriptures, her hands continuously turning the prayer beads. Grandma. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Grandma paused momentarily before resuming her chanting as if nothing had occurred. Seeing Grandma preoccupied, Su Yuan refrained from interrupting, quietly waiting to the side. Only Feng Hua understood the cleverness of his grandmother's tactic. Despite having made a mistake, she made others wait. 10 minutes later, Grandma finally concluded her chanting, murmuring, Amitabha. In truth, she felt a bit guilty, fearing that the eldest granddaughter-in-law would scold her. Little wish, please don't blame Grandma. Su Yuan observed Grandma's demeanor, reminiscent of a child who had misbehaved, speaking with an air of uncertainty. Amused, she clasped Grandma's hand in hers. Grandma, I cherish you dearly. How could I ever blame you? Chapter 77. No underhanded tricks at the entrance of the main villa. Su Yuan accompanied Grandma into the house, sharing laughter and conversation. Feng Hua followed behind, carrying clothes and belongings, the three of them appearing as a harmonious and loving family. However, Lu Yu's smile seemed to freeze upon witnessing their camaraderie. She pondered, isn't Su Yuan newly married? How could she be so close with the old lady? Despite her 2 decades of efforts to ingratiate herself, she had never received the old lady's acknowledgement. Harboring resentment, she nudged her son Feng Lang with her elbow. Feng Lang's gaze towards Su Yuan was as cold as ice. He understood his mother's intent, with his elder brother bringing home a wife. He too needed to secure a partner soon, lest he lose standing in this household. Yet Lu Yu was astute. Despite her jealousy, she maintained a cordial facade. Mom, you all are back. Dinner will be ready shortly. Grandma nodded, her mood evidently lifted, as she took her seat at the head of the table. She donned an elegant dark green velvet qipao, her silver hair impeccably styled into a low bun, and adorned her neck with a string of pearls, presenting a striking contrast to her usual demeanor. Within the confines of this household, she must establish her authority to suppress those who seek to disrupt familial harmony. Ever since Feng Ruoxing's divorce, the Feng family has been plagued by an atmosphere of discord beneath a facade of civility. Lu Yu and Feng Lang have been engaging in covert maneuvers behind the scenes for personal gain. The matriarch is not oblivious but chooses to maintain the greater good without openly confronting them. Should the Feng family fragment, it would adversely affect the stock and profits of Li Feng Group, instilling anxiety among the shareholders. Henceforth, our family must convene for a meal monthly. Ahua, summon your sister to return immediately. The matriarch commanded with formidable authority. Understood, grandmother, Feng Hua replied, taking out her phone to send a message. Shui? Grandmother requests your immediate return to the villa for dinner. At that moment, Feng Shui was pruning branches in her flower shop, and upon receiving the message, her brows furrowed. Since her mother's departure and the subsequent takeover by that woman, she rarely returned home. However, seeing it was a command from grandmother, she swiftly set aside her scissors and hurried back to the villa. Though conversation continued in the living room of the villa, the atmosphere felt somewhat tense. Lu Yu was deliberately flattering in front of the matriarch. Mother, you are absolutely right. We should gather more often. It has been ages since Ruoxing and I have seen the children. Her words were an attempt to garner favor with the matriarch, portraying herself as a woman of understanding. The matriarch's piercing gaze met hers, yet she merely smiled without responding. Zhang Sa, please fetch the brocade box from the innermost section of my cabinet upstairs. Certainly, matriarch, Zhang Sa acknowledged, taking the key and ascending the stairs. The onlooker's expression shifted to one of anticipation. What could grandmother be retrieving? A short while later, Zhang Sa descended with a large dark green brocade box. Presenting it to the matriarch, upon opening it, a magnificent golden bracelet emerged, adorned with intricate patterns and studded with a few small emeralds and rubies. The bracelet exuded an aura of immeasurable value. The matriarch slipped the exquisite gold bracelet onto Su Yuan's wrist, the delicate contrast of her fair skin and the bracelet creating a stunning visual. It is simply breathtaking. Lu Yu's smile masked her jealousy, her pale face betraying her envy. The matriarch's gesture had undeniably acknowledged Su Yuan as the grand daughter-in-law of the Feng family. Even those who harbored resentment were compelled to show her respect. "Thank you, grandmother. This is too extravagant." The matriarch, with an air that brooked no refusal, insisted that she accept the bracelet that Su Yuan, aligning with her grandmother's wishes, endeavored to fulfill her role as the esteemed daughter-in-law of the Feng family. The bitterness in Lu Yu's heart deepened. How could a girl of no notable background receive such adoration from the matriarch? Amidst the conversations, Feng Shui entered the room. Seeing the stunning golden bracelet, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Sister-in-law, that bracelet suits you perfectly." Feng Shui never harbored jealousy. She had always acknowledged Su Yuan positively. On the other hand, Lu Yu's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. Feng Shui was being so kind to this sister-in-law. Dark thoughts swirled within her, contemplating how her and her son's status within the Feng family was increasingly precarious. She had to devise a plan. She could not allow this woman to triumph. As everyone gathered, they took their seats at the dining table, and the servants swiftly served the dishes. The grand square table was adorned with over 20 exquisitely plated gourmet dishes, while precious silver chopsticks and fine bone china bowls rested upon the pristine white tablecloth. Su Yuan finally beheld the opulence of a grand banquet. Though the gathering was small, the vast table seemed to create an emotional distance among the diners, lacking the warmth typically found in familial settings. During the meal, Feng Ruoxing engaged Su Yuan in a few perfunctory inquiries about her work. She answered candidly, revealing her aspirations to start her own small business. Feng Ruoxing said little else, perhaps merely gauging his daughter-in-law's capabilities. Feng Hua continuously served Su Yuan dishes, embodying the role of a considerate gentleman. Lu Yu, witnessing such a scene for the first time, wore an expression of disbelief. After the meal, Su Yuan accompanied the matriarch to the living room to watch television and share heartfelt conversations. Outside the villa, the verdant grass swayed gently, the air fragrant with blossoms, and the twilight unfolded like a painted canvas. Feng Hua and Feng Lang encountered one another by the swimming pool. Feng Lang's gaze was dark and icy. Seemingly displeased, "Brother, you truly have a talent for marrying such a cunning woman." Feng Hua frowned, his handsome face taut with tension, his eyes brimming with anger. Indeed, only those with a tainted heart perceive the world through a murky lens. "Regardless, you must address her as sister-in-law." Feng Lang glared at him. "Why should you, born into privilege as the legitimate heir, look down upon me, the scorned illegitimate child? You ought to question your mother about why she disrupted another's family and became a mistress." Feng Hua retorted, feeling suffocated. Ever since Lu Yu's arrival, he had not experienced warmth within his home. A flicker of hatred passed through Feng Lang's eyes. Who truly held the power in this household remained uncertain. Feng Hua warned him against engaging in underhanded schemes. Such behavior was beneath contempt. Their argument crackled with tension, and Feng Lang, feeling cornered by the warning, turned abruptly and departed hastily, retreating to a secluded corner. He dialed Zheng Wentao. After 2 rings without an answer, anxiety washed over him. He pressed the screen to call again for the 3rd time, and this time, the call connected. Why did it take so long to answer? Has the shipment been successfully exchanged? The noise on the other end was chaotic, and the voice seemed lacking in confidence. "Young Master Lang, there was a sudden fire during the shipping process, and all the goods were destroyed. The cause is under investigation." Zheng Wentao could not afford to listen to his reproach. Lives were at stake, and he promptly hung up. Feng Lang's brow furrowed deeply, sensing that a significant crisis was unfolding.